A rapid series of knocks suddenly shattered the peaceful morning silence. "Open the door! Open the damn door!" A harsh, furious yell sounded unfriendly, even silencing the barking dog nearby. This scene attracted the attention of several early-rising cultivators, their gazes turning in unison. When they saw the shabby house, understanding dawned on their faces. "Hey! Another one here for Qin Lu. How much does that guy owe this time? Who knows, but he's lazy, gluttonous, and addicted to gambling. I heard he owes over 200 spirit stones at Jishan's store. Tisk one day he'll be beaten to death in the wild." The crowd exchanged gossip in hushed tones, watching the burly man pound on Qin Lu's door. Inside, Qin Lu heard the violent pounding on the door. He dared not make a sound, only staring up at the roof beam, wanting to cry, but having no tears. "Why are they looking for me? It's not my debt." Qin Lu was not from this world. 2 days ago, he had inexplicably transmigrated to this god-forsaken place, his soul inhabiting the body of a middle-aged man who had died at home. After absorbing the original owner's fragmented memories, he gained a rough understanding of this world and this body. This was a cultivation world, a magnificent, fantastical, and unbridled realm. Countless cultivators and great figures existed. Some could ascend to heaven and dive into the earth-moving mountains and draining seas. Others were transcendent saints sharing the heavens' longevity. It was a world of wonders. But none of this had anything to do with him. His cultivation was far too low. This body was 35 years old, yet its cultivation was only at the second layer of qi refining. He was not a disciple of any cultivation family or prestigious sect, merely a down-and-out rogue cultivator who had stumbled upon a cultivation manual. No power, no background, no backing, old in age and low in cultivation. By all accounts, he was a true waste in the cultivation world, an insignificant ant. If it were only that Qin Lu might have endured it. After all, how many father-level figures were waiting for him to transmigrate into? He originally planned to lie low and survive, hoping to die of old age in this dangerous world. But the original owner, who shared his name, was a complete scoundrel. He was addicted to gambling, lazy, dishonest, idle, and full of bad habits. Not only did he owe a mountain of gambling debts, but he also had a host of enemies. Sure enough, in the 2 days since transmigrating, people were at his door every day demanding repayment. Qin Lu hadn't left the house in 2 days, living in constant fear. Bang! 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 "Open up! If you don't pay back, he'll kill your whole family." The violent pounding continued, interspersed with a stream of crude insults directed at the original owner's entire family. Though the curses were harsh, Qin Lu could only feign deafness. After all, his strength was far inferior, and he wasn't in the right. He had gotten through the previous 2 days the same way: keep silent, breathe softly, create the illusion that no one was home, and soon the debt collectors would leave. But this time, he had clearly underestimated today's creditor's temper. Boom! A huge crash came from the door. The flimsy door was kicked into a large hole, splinters flying everywhere. The crude array used to block spiritual sense was easily destroyed. Qin Lu sprang up in shock, turning his head abruptly to see a burly man about 1.9 meters tall with a face full of rough flesh striding in from outside. His face was contorted with rage, veins bulging on his arms. He strode quickly toward Qin Lu in 2 or 3 steps. This man was called Fang, who one of the debt collectors. Hey, wait! Qin Lu's face paled as he stood up and quickly waved his hands. "You damn Qin Lu! I knocked for so long, were you deaf? You owe me money, and you're playing dead with me." Fang, who grabbed Qin Lu by the collar with one hand, lifted him overhead and roared with spittle flying. Feeling the iron-like grip on his collar, Qin Lu was terrified. He had never experienced such a thing, and quickly explained. "Spare me, brother, who? I was sleeping too soundly and didn't hear the knock. Stop your bullshit." Fang, who cut him off with a roar. "Now! Immediately! Pay me back!" Seeing the murderous look in Fang Hu's reddened eyes, Qin Lu knew discretion was the better part of valor and quickly said, Yes, I'll pay right now, but you have to put me down first." Fang, who snorted, then released his right hand, letting Qin Lu back to the ground. "I lent you 20 spirit stones. Now, after a month, principal and interest total 35 stones. No way. That's usury." Qin Lu stared at Fang Hu in shock. What usury? The black and white writing is clear. Are you trying to renege? Fang Hu pulled a piece of white paper from his chest. Qin Lu looked closely, and saw that it did indeed say what Fang Hu claimed with his name and fingerprint clearly at the bottom right. All Qin Lu could do was curse inwardly. What the hell? Who borrows at such usurious rates? He's really asking for death. Glancing up cautiously at the fierce Fang Hu, Qin Lu knew he couldn't bluff his way out today, and had to nod in agreement. Yes, right away. If he didn't pay, he might be torn apart on the spot. This was not a prosperous, civilized, harmonious society. Disagreements often led to life-and-death battles, and murder and arson were commonplace. After spending 2 days digesting the original owner's fragmented memories, Qin Lu lived in fear of this world. To survive, he had to lie low now. He turned and walked slowly to the bed, moved aside the mat, and carefully retrieved a gray cloth pouch from a hidden corner between the planks. He cautiously opened the pouch, revealing dozens of irregularly shaped small silver stones inside. These 50 spirit stones are the last of my assets, Qin Lu sighed. This was the emergency fund he had recalled from his memories last night, seemingly the original owner's survival savings. He had planned to use these stones to start a small business and make some money. But now it seemed they wouldn't stay. Qin Lu reached into the pouch ready to count out 35 spirit stones for Fang Hu. But in the next moment, he was astonished to find that the spirit stones in the pouch were disappearing bit by bit. What's going on? Qin Lu was at a loss. The spirit stones kept vanishing inside the pouch. 1, 2, 5. Within a few seconds, 30 stones were gone. What the? Before Qin Lu could figure it out, a piercing pain erupted from between his eyebrows. The intense agony made him cry out involuntarily. He clutched his head as a buzzing filled his ears and his vision blurred. Hey, what are you yelling about? Did you find the money? Fang Hu's angry voice came from behind. But Qin Lu had no energy to respond, only holding his head and howling. Fortunately, the pain came and went quickly. Within 10 seconds, the intense agony gradually subsided. Before he could wonder, Qin Lu noticed the light before his eyes began to warp, and then a translucent screen appeared in front of him. Looking closely, he saw name Qin Lu, lifespan 35,102 years, cultivation Qi, refining layer 260100, art Xian Yang, art entry 82100, skills none, talents none. Qin Lu was utterly stunned. What the hell? He couldn't help rubbing his eyes, but the translucent screen remained. A game panel. A golden finger. Was it activated by touching the spirit stones just now? Qin Lu speculated inwardly. Hey, did you find the money or not? Fang Hu slapped Qin Lu on the shoulder from behind. This slap jolted Qin Lu out of his daze, and the panel vanished. Qin Lu stood up, turned to look into Fang Hu's eyes, and seeing no anomaly in the other's gaze, muttered to himself. Looks like only I can see the panel. What are you looking at? Pay up. Fang Hu pushed Qin Lu's shoulder again. Hearing this, Qin Lu quickly handed him the gray cloth pouch, casting a cautious glance at him. After 30 spirit stones vanished, only 20 remained in the pocket, far from enough to pay off the debt. Qin Lu wondered if the man would explode. Fang Hu took the pouch, tossed it upward to feel its weight, then tightened his face, and said grimly, Are you kidding me? This is nowhere near enough. Qin Lu looked troubled and spoke in a low, helpless voice. This is all I have. Can I have some more time for the rest? Hearing this, Fang Hu sized Qin Lu up from head to toe, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He felt that this kid was completely different from before. Previously, when he came to collect debts, the guy always acted like a rogue, speaking glibly and refusing to hand over a single coin even after a beating. But today, he not only paid willingly, but also had a relatively honest attitude. I heard someone taught him a lesson a few days ago. Could it have changed his nature? Fang Hu silently speculated. How could he know that the Qin Lu before him was no longer the gambling addict Qin Dazui of old? After a moment of thought, Fang Hu tucked the great pouch into his chest and said sternly, You still owe me 15 spirit stones. You'll come back in 10 days. Then you'll pay 20 stones. If not, you're dead. Having said that, Fong Hu turned and left directly. Qin Lu watched his receding figure, then looked at the broken wooden door, a helpless expression on his face. He looked up to the sky and sighed woefully. Life is not easy. After letting out a few sighs at the doorway, Qin Lu heaved a deep breath, then lifted the broken door that Fong Hu had kicked in and propped it up against the entrance, leaving it slightly ajar. He slowly walked back to the bed and sat down, taking a deep breath. It was time to study his golden finger. As soon as my attention wavered, that panel disappeared. How am I supposed to summon it? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Qin Lu's vision blurred again, and in less than half a second a simple game panel appeared before his eyes. It seems that as long as I think about it, the panel system will appear. He glanced roughly at the screen, and the attribute information on the panel was simple and clear, extremely legible. The data was also extremely bleak. No skills, no talent. Fortunately, there is a cultivation method, or else I'd be a complete failure. What a waste! Qin Lu was mentally prepared for this result. After all, what kind of talent could a 35-year-old cultivator, who was still at the second layer of qi refining, a loser in the cultivation world, possibly have? Qin Lu fixed his gaze on the lifespan column. Lifespan 35,102 years. The 35 should be my current actual age, and the 102 should be the age at which you'll die of old age, right? In that case. Thinking of this, a hint of a smile involuntarily appeared on Qin Lu's face, and joy rose in his heart. After all, being able to live over 100 years was extremely rare even in his past life, let alone in this impoverished ancient world. According to Qin Lu's knowledge, the average lifespan of ancient people was generally between 30 and 40 years old. An ordinary person wouldn't have such a high lifespan. It's probably because I'm a cultivator. With that thought, Qin Lu's gaze moved downward again and landed on the cultivation method column. Cultivation method. Xian Yang Ju. Beginner 82,100. Qin Lu was not unfamiliar with the term Xian Yang Ju, as it was exactly the name of the book the original owner had found in a cave. It was this very book that allowed him to cultivate spiritual energy and transcend mortal limits, becoming a member of the immortal cultivation world. Beginner. What does that mean? 82 points. 18 more, and it can level up. But how do I increase the points? Qin Lu stroked his chin and began to think. But after thinking for a long time, he couldn't figure it out, so he had to shift his attention elsewhere. Let's see if there are any other functions. Qin Lu eagerly began to study this so-called golden finger. But after 20 minutes a trace of helplessness appeared on his face, and he stopped. Because after repeated trials, he discovered that the system had no other operational space besides the panel. It was like an unfinished game that only displayed a status panel with nothing else. No lottery, no check-in, no shop, and no smart assistant. What's the use of this thing? Qin Lu complained helplessly. Clearly this golden finger was not as invincible as he had imagined. Grr. Qin Lu looked down and rubbed his stomach, then sat up from the bed. He was hungry. Even cultivators need to eat and drink. As a qi refining stage practitioner, he needed 3 meals a day, and his appetite was considerable. After 2 days of research, Qin Lu realized that although he was now a cultivator, his physical fitness was not extraordinarily strong. In comparison, it was probably similar to the physical abilities of top athletes in his past life. If you're not eager to eat, there's something wrong with your mind. Time to chow down. Qin Lu muttered to himself, stood up, and walked toward the kitchen. His house wasn't large. 1 bedroom and 1 living room, about 60 square meters in total. The room was strewn with all sorts of clutter, clearly indicating that the original owner of this body was not someone who liked to tidy up. On the right side of the living room was a simple kitchen looking much like a rural earthen stove. Qin Lu slowly walked to the rice jar in the corner and lifted the wooden lid. Inside the wooden bucket was crystal clear spirit rice. At a glance it looked to be over 20 Jin. Spirit rice. In his memory, spirit rice was not cheap, because it carried auxiliary spiritual energy that accelerated cultivation. Cultivators usually bought it for consumption. After briefly washing the pots and pans, Qin Lu took out some spirit rice, poured it into the cooking bucket, added an appropriate amount of water, rinsed it twice, and then placed it on the stove. Then he crouched down looking at the small pile of firewood in the stove opening. To start a fire, according to my memory, it should be like this. Muttering to himself, Qin Lu began to rub two of his fingers together. With a soft sound, a faint red flame suddenly rose from between his fingers. It works! A slight smile couldn't help but appear on Qin Lu's lips. This kind of magical scene would have been absolutely impossible in his past life, but here it was effortless. This move was called Ignition Art, a spiritual energy technique that cultivators could easily master. No incantation, no hand seals. Just by mobilizing the spiritual energy within the body, it could be freely released. Moreover, it consumed little spiritual energy, and was a simple spell that every cultivator knew. He flicked his finger, tossing the flame from his fingertip toward the prepared firewood. As soon as it touched the firewood, immediately ignited, radiating a scorching heat. Seeing this, Qin Lu nodded in satisfaction, sat back down on his bed, and began to wait for the spirit rice to cook. At least I'm still a cultivator able to use these little spells. That's much better than being reincarnated as an ordinary commoner. Qin Lu let out a sigh of relief, slightly dispelling the gloom in his heart. The situation was not at its worst. With nothing else to do, he sat on the bed, continuously rubbing his fingers together. The flame between his fingers kept flaring up and extinguishing as he repeatedly cast the ignition art. This novel experience entertained him greatly. However, a Qi refining second-layer cultivator had only so much spiritual energy. After using the ignition art more than 10 times, his spiritual energy was almost depleted. His body was overcome by an unpleasant fatigue, as if he had run 10 kilometers, both physically and mentally exhausted. This was the feeling of over-consuming spiritual energy. Sensing that he was a bit tired, he stopped this boring activity. But with a thought, he summoned the attribute panel again. Name: Qin Lu, lifespan 35,102 years, cultivation Qi refining second layer 60100, cultivation method Qian Yang Ju, beginner 82100, skills spell ignition art, beginner 11100, talent none. Huh? Qin Lu raised an eyebrow, a look of surprise on his face. The originally unremarkable attribute panel now had a new skill added. Ignition art. An additional spell. Qin Lu stared in astonishment at the ignition art that had just appeared on his interface. I cast the ignition art 11 times just now, and the counter rose to 11. So each casting must increase proficiency by 1 point. At that thought, Qin Lu immediately rose from his bed, suppressing the discomfort of spiritual energy depletion, and pinched his fingers together to rub them once more. Puff! A slender flame suddenly leapt from his fingertip, faint yet steady, like a lighter's glow, briefly illuminating his face. Dismiss! With a mere flicker of will, the flame vanished from his fingertip. He then opened his attribute interface. Exactly as I suspected. His expression erupted with unrestrained elation. There it was, the proficiency counter for the ignition art, which had read 11 moments before, now stood at 12. Brilliant! Proficiency increases solely through practice. Right now it's at the introductory level. Once upgraded, its destructive power should rise significantly. Qin Lu clenched his fist, confidence blazing in his eyes. He had inexplicably arrived in this world, utterly alone. His most urgent goal was clear: preserve his own life. Only by surviving could infinite possibilities unfold. Now, with a system at his side, cautious survival and diligent practice would surely allow him to endure, even thrive, in this perilous realm. Once I repay all my debts, I'll live more freely than anyone else. As Qin Lu silently steeled himself toward this ambition, an irresistibly savory aroma suddenly drifted into his awareness. The meal's ready. Following the scent, he rubbed his belly and strode to the stove, lifting the lid off the wooden bucket. Incredible! How fragrant! As the lid lifted, an unprecedented aroma enveloped him. His lips instinctively parted, saliva surging, hunger intensifying in an instant. Qin Lu hastily seized a porcelain bowl and ladled himself a generous serving. The spirit rice steamed to perfection, gleamed translucent and distinct, each grain plump and lustrous like polished jade, delighting the eye even before tasting. Ignoring the heat, he snatched up his chopsticks and scooped a mouthful. The moment it touched his tongue, the rice yielded with tender softness, a delicate glutinous caress fleeting across his palate as if floating weightless upon clouds. Exquisite! His eyes lit up. He originally planned to stir-fry some demonic beast meat to accompany the rice. Yet he hadn't anticipated the spirit rice alone would be so profoundly delicious, so much so that even without side dishes, he could easily finish the entire bucket unaided. Chopsticks flying, Qin Lu devoured the freshly steamed spirit rice in no time. Every last grain vanished into his stomach. Utterly sublime. After the meal, he sprawled back onto his bed, hand resting contentedly over his pleasantly warm belly. Perhaps this place isn't so dreadful after all. At least the food is divine. A subtle realization struck him. The spiritual energy he'd exhausted through repeated ignition art casting was now slowly replenishing itself. Wait, no! Qin Lu shot upright in bed, a memory flashing across his mind. After consuming spirit rice, seeded cultivation enhances absorption. This opportunity must not be wasted. Without hesitation, he rose and settled cross-legged onto the soul-yellow meditation cushion inside the room. No recollection was needed. The moment he assumed the correct posture and hand seals, the cultivation manual surfaced effortlessly within his mind, and he closed his eyes. As the art began circulating, spiritual energy stirred within his body. This must be the Dantian. To one utterly unversed in such phenomena, the sensation was astonishing. A sudden warmth welled in his lower abdomen, then flowed outward along invisible pathways through his limbs and torso. The feeling was deeply soothing, so much so that he surrendered willingly to it, letting his body guide the flow of qi with innate familiarity. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Lu slowly opened his eyes, his entire being brimming with restored spiritual energy, and a quiet smile graced his lips. This was his first formal seated cultivation, and it had gone flawlessly. Moreover, with his reserves fully replenished, he could resume practicing the ignition art. A thought sparked. He summoned his attribute interface. It's leveled up. Surprise bloomed across his face once more. Cultivation Art Mystic Solar Art Introductory 83,100. The proficiency of the Mystic Solar Art had risen slightly, exactly as he theorized. Repetition bred mastery, and mastery bred advancement. That revelation struck like a perfect gaming dopamine hit, igniting fierce resolve within him. Tao cannot alter fate, resources cannot redeem misfortune, only relentless dedication reigns supreme. His expression hardened, gaze unwavering. He immediately activated the ignition art, draining every trace of spiritual energy from his body. Then, without pause, he resumed seated cultivation to restore his reserves. Once replenished, he ignited the spell again, cycle after cycle unceasing. Time slipped away, morning faded into deep night unnoticed. Night fell. Inside the dim room, Qin Lu's face paled, his spiritual energy nearly spent, yet a faint ember still flickered between his fingertips. Today he had cast the ignition art nearly 100 times. Even his seated cultivation sessions, conducted every 2 hours, had totaled 8. Such relentless exertion left his skull throbbing, as though he'd pulled 10 all-nighters straight. He extinguished the final ember, cradling his aching head with one hand, and exhaling heavily. Enough, I must stop here. Push further and I risk collapse. Still, judging by count, the spell should have leveled up. By calculation, the ignition art's proficiency had indeed reached 100. Qin Lu willed the interface forth once more. It materialized soundlessly. Name: Qin Lu. Lifespan: 35,102 years. Cultivation Realm: Qi Refinement, 2nd Layer, 62100. Cultivation Art Mystic Solar Art Introductory 91,100. Skills. Spells. Ignition Art Proficient 1200. Talents: none. From Introductory to Proficient, it's evolved. Qin Lu's spirit soared. A full day's grueling effort had finally borne fruit. My cultivation realm has also advanced. He rested his chin on one hand, eyes narrowing to slits. So sustained seated cultivation alone can elevate one's realm. At this pace, might I reach Qi Refinement 3rd Layer in under 2 months. He sprang up from the cushion. The original owner had labored over a decade without breaking through to the 3rd layer, yet Qin Lu sensed he might shatter that barrier effortlessly within weeks. Qin Lu swallowed dryly, throat parched. He strode to the table and lifted a cup of water, only then noticing the teapot stood empty. He retrieved the pot and moved toward the kitchen's water bucket, reaching for its lid, then froze mid-motion. Staring at his unfamiliar reflection rippling across the water's surface, an uncanny dissonance washed over him. His features weren't refined, indeed somewhat rugged, but his jawline was clean and sharply defined, his skin a healthy wheat tone radiating masculine vitality. Ruggedly handsome, almost like a charming rogue. Though this mouth is rather large, no wonder they called him Big Mouth Qin. From fragmented memories, he recalled the former occupant of this body bore several nicknames, all tied to that very mouth, heaven-devouring serpent Big Mouth Qin Man-Eater. All derived from that outsized maw. Gazing at the stranger's face, Qin Lu sighed inwardly. Then on impulse, he grinned broadly at his reflection, baring his teeth. 2 rows of immaculate, brilliant white teeth transformed his grin into something warm and disarmingly affable. Granted, the mouth's oversized, but still far more striking than my old self. Such looks in his former world would have placed him squarely among silver-haired tycoons and commanding COs. After a brief glance, he averted his eyes, cupped cool water in both hands, and splashed his face, awakening his senses with a sharp, refreshing jolt. He dipped the teapot into the bucket and drank straight from its spout. Ah! A sigh escaped him, cool, cleansing, deeply satisfying. Standing still, sensing the faintest trickle of spiritual energy returning, he raised his right hand and rubbed his fingers together. Puff! A bright flame erupted from his fingertips. What had been a feeble ember now blazed as a compact fireball, nearly half the size of his fist, its intensity markedly enhanced. This is the ignition art at proficient level. Delight flared in Qin Lu's eyes. He flicked his wrist, hurling the fireball downward with force, straight onto the floor. Pop! A small crater formed in the earthen floor, its edges charred black by searing heat. Impressive power. Qin Lu's expression swelled with pride, until his gaze lifted and his smile gradually dissolved. There, hanging crookedly in its frame, was the shattered wooden door, kicked in yesterday morning by Fang, who left unrepaired ever since. The latch bar lay snapped into a conspicuous hole gaped through the warped door panel. Qin Lu shook his head, murmuring wryly, "Well, if creditors come calling tomorrow, there'll be no hiding this." Qin Lu gazed at the dilapidated door, feeling overwhelmed, and slightly opened his mouth, but ultimately resisted the urge to curse. The wooden door could be easily repaired by replacing the door panels and crossbeams. However, the formation set at the entrance to isolate one's aura was somewhat complicated to operate. Without the formation, even if the door were intact, hiding at home would be futile. Anyone probing with spiritual energy could easily detect whether he was inside, posing no obstacle at all. Thus, fixing the broken door was not key. The priority was re-establishing a small formation to conceal his aura. What should I do if someone comes to collect debts tomorrow? This thought flashed through Qin Lu's mind as he looked down at his fists. Should I fight them? Use violence to refuse repayment? No. This idea was immediately dismissed by him. In his memory, his creditors were quite powerful, most of them being at the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Specifically, they ranged from the 4th to the 6th level of Qi refinement. Dealing with someone as weak as him at the 2nd level of Qi refinement would require little effort. If a fight broke out recklessly, he would likely end up severely injured, if not dead. Should I just run away? That won't work either. Outside the market are demon beasts and lurking dangers. Without fellow cultivators to accompany me, I would surely meet a gruesome end in the wilderness. Qin Lu shook his head, dismissing the thought. What if I use other valuables to buy some time? This idea suddenly flashed into Qin Lu's mind, and his eyes brightened as he quickly turned around to rummage through the house. After turning the place upside down for nearly half an hour, Qin Lu gathered all the valuable items in his home. Excluding pots, bowls, tables, chairs, and daily trinkets, the items of value in his home were as follows: over 20 pounds of spirit rice, 3 pounds of meat from a pig demon beast, for low-grade talismans, a set of exquisite gambling tools, a low-grade yellow-class sword, 2 pills, over 20 pounds of gold, 3 old books. Introduction to Talisman Crafting, Mystical Yang Technique, Basic Spell Cultivation Methods. Staring at these items, Qin Lu recalled their specific values. The spirit rice and demon beast meat were quite clear in value, totaling around 5 to 6 spirit stones. However, these couldn't be sold as fresh spirit rice and demon beast meat were available in the market, and no one would buy these used items. Then, there were those tattered books and talismans which were also common and hardly worth anything. As for the sword, Qin Lu looked at the sword before him, which was 3 feet and 6 inches long, forged from dark iron, and thin, emanating a faint cold light. The hilt was adorned with a blue ice sculpture exuding an aura of chill. This was his personal weapon, the only magical artifact he possessed, named the Shangqing sword. I can't sell it, Qin Lu sighed, murmuring to himself. No matter what, I cannot part with it. In such a perilous place, being without a weapon was akin to walking the streets naked, devoid of any sense of security. His gaze drifted downwards. And this gold, it isn't worth much. Gold, which was quite valuable in his past life, was merely the most basic currency in the realm of cultivation, commonly used by impoverished watering cultivators. In exchange for spirit stones, the usual rate was 7 to 8 pounds of gold for one low-grade spirit stone, making it hardly useful. Looking around, Qin Lu finally focused on the set of golden gambling tools. This was a brand new collectible set, beautifully packaged in a gift box containing various commonly used gambling items. There were wooden chess, dice, hidden treasures, go pieces, dominoes, etc. He recalled that this set of gambling tools was won by the original owner in a gambling session, where he had an incredible stroke of luck, winning several hundred spirit stones at once, and later purchased for over 100 spirit stones, after being promoted by others. The original owner cherished these items greatly, treating them as treasures, often taking them out to practice gambling techniques, refusing to sell them even when starving. Eliminate gambling habits, starting with me. Qin Lu picked up the exquisite gambling tools resolute. Now that his body had been replaced by a new soul, the original owner's cherished tools were worthless in his eyes. As night fell, a slight chill enveloped the sky. The once bustling slum was now eerily quiet. Qin Lu moved aside the broken wooden door and cautiously peered outside. This was the first time he stepped out of his home since his arrival 2 days ago. The chaotic market in his mind, along with the grim fate of the original owner at home, all warned him to act with caution. Seeing that there was no one around, Qin Lu checked the talisman in his arms and examined the Shangqing sword at his waist. Once he felt everything was ready, he took a deep breath and clutched the exquisite gambling tools. Stepping out of the door. Huh? What is that strange smell? As soon as he stepped outside, a foul odor of urine hit him, mixed with the overwhelming stench of excrement, nearly making him gag. What the hell, do these people just relieve themselves anywhere? Don't they have a toilet? Ugh! Ugh! Qin Lu spat twice, covering his nose against the stench, turned to slightly close the door, and then cautiously made his way towards the center of the market. His makeshift home was located on the outskirts of the market, where those without money resided, resulting in a chaotic mix of people often referred to as the slum of the market. This was also the area with the highest crime rate in the market. Qin Lu walked slowly along the muddy path, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding buildings. Before him stood rudimentary houses with no planning for the streets, where various dirt houses were scattered haphazardly along the sides. They resembled the ancient rural villages he had seen on television. This left Qin Lu speechless. He felt as though these cultivators were living like dogs, enduring such a poor environment. In such a situation, he might as well return to the mundane world and be a revered immortal. At least, he would be free from worries about food and clothing. Qin Lu complained while continuing on his way. Though it was still early morning, there were still many wandering cultivators on the road, their shadowy figures brushing past each other, each face wearing a hint of vigilance. Clearly, everyone was aware of the chaos in this area. In the dead of night, it would be no surprise if any mischief occurred. This environment made Qin Lu feel on edge. Cold sweat began to drip down his back, and his hand constantly rested on the sword hilt. Should anything seem amiss, he would unleash the Wang Ba Cha Jin sword technique. After all, recalling his memories, fights and brawls were commonplace in the slum, and injuries or bloodshed were far from rare. Seeing corpses lying in the streets was not unusual. Being cautious could only be beneficial. The slum was not far from the market center, as it was adjacent to the market. After walking for just over 10 minutes, Qin Lu spotted the market city wall. The tall gray-white wall rose about 4 meters high and stretched several hundred meters long with a 2-meter-wide opening in the middle for pedestrians to pass through. Above the city wall, a transparent luminous barrier encompassed the entire market, clearly indicating the presence of a formation. The market was a gathering place for cultivators where one could exchange spirit stones for a variety of items including magical artifacts, pills, chi refining materials, herbs, talismans, and demon beast materials among others. It could be said to have it all. The place where Qin Lu found himself was called Wujifang, a transit market located in the borderlands. As he drew closer to Wujifang, the foul odor of the slum slowly dissipated, causing Qin Lu's brow to relax. Once I have money, I must move into the market. I can't stay in the slum for long. I didn't expect to arrive in another world and still have to bear the pressure of housing prices. The entrance to the market was not guarded, allowing people to come and go freely. As the number of cultivators around increased, Qin Lu gathered his thoughts, feigned calm, and followed the crowd into the market. Walking through the archway, he got a clear view of the market scene. Looking at the familiar yet strange streets before him, he began to scan the surroundings. Inside the market, the clean and bright slate-paved ground with shops selling various goods on either side was noticeably quiet, as many shops had closed at this early hour. Qin Lu curiously observed his surroundings, finding that this place was not much different from the ancient cities he had seen on television. Holding the exquisite gambling tools tightly, Qin Lu relied on his memories to head towards one of the streets. This set of gambling tools was purchased by him in a casino, and if he were to sell it back there, he might fetch a decent price. However, with a mountain of debt, Qin Lu dared not go to the casino, as most of his creditors were also gamblers, and the probability of encountering them there was too high. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he planned to go to a pawn shop to sell this useless collectible. After a long and winding journey, he soon arrived at his destination. Looking at the sign that read Duowu Pavilion, Qin Lu glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, then stepped inside. The pawn shop was adorned in an antique style. Upon entering, one was greeted by a tall counter shielded by railings with a small opening. At that moment, a drowsy attendant was dozing there. Qin Lu glanced around curiously, then approached the counter and said, "Young man, wake up! I'd like to pawn something." The words instantly jolted the dozing attendant awake. He opened his eyes, looked down at Qin Lu with displeasure, yawned, and said lazily, "What is it you're pawning?" "A rare and exquisite set of rosewood table toys depicting dragons and phoenixes, said to bring delight to any man," Qin Lu whispered. "What nonsense is this?" The attendant eyed Qin Lu suspiciously. "It's late at night, and you're skulking about. This can't be anything good. It's completely legitimate. It's from my personal collection." Qin Lu quickly explained, raising his hand to pass the gambling set through the small opening. The attendant took it without another word and began examining the various gambling tools. After a while, he asked lazily, "So do you want a redeemable pawn or an outright sale?" Qin Lu's eyes darted as he asked, "How much for a redeemable pawn? And how much for an outright sale? This isn't worth much and isn't very useful, but the craftsmanship is fine. A redeemable pawn gets you 30 spirit stones, outright sale 50. Hearing the price, Qin Lu's mouth twitched. He hadn't expected the pawn shop to be this exploitative. He remembered that the original owner had bought it for 180 spirit stones, and now it was only worth 50. And that was the non-redeemable price. "So redeemable or outright?" The attendant tapped the table lightly, asking. Qin Lu stared at the exquisite collection, feeling thoroughly cheated. But it was useless to him. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Outright sale." Clutching the 50 spirit stones to his chest, Qin Lu stepped out of the pawnshop. He glanced left and right, then headed back the way he came. "With these stones at least, I won't have to worry about debt collectors coming tomorrow." With money in hand, Qin Lu felt much more at ease. 50 spirit stones should last him a while. After all, situations like yesterday's where he owed dozens of spirit stones at once were extremely rare. Suddenly, Qin Lu stopped in his tracks, standing still, and slapped his own head. "Ah, I almost forgot. The formation." The Kai-concealing formation at home was still broken. If he didn't repair it, he would have no privacy at home. As a young man who set his social media posts to be visible for only 3 days, he couldn't stand someone watching him all the time. With that thought, Qin Lu immediately turned and strode off. In the marketplace, besides various shops selling goods, there was another new type of business: street vending. Street vending areas were usually in the middle of the marketplace, where many rogue cultivators could trade at low prices, hence, it was also known as the Rogue Cultivator Bazaar. In no time, Qin Lu arrived. It was a large circular open space with many people sitting on the ground. Each had a black cloth laid out in front of them displaying various items. The stalls were varied but not chaotic, with several walkways left in between clearly managed by someone. Although it was night, the place was bustling with cultivators coming and going, and many vendors were constantly hawking their wares. Young friend, this is a meticulously crafted swift step talisman. It can make you sprint like the wind in an instant, a great tool for escape. 5 spirit stones each. Come take a look. Freshly made demon beast meat. First tier spirit beast 6 gene for 1 spirit stone. Discounted sale of my life-bound weapon. Demon slaying sword. Highly effective against evil spirits and demons, sold to the highest bidder. The constant shouting in the market was far more interesting than the quiet shops, which piqued Qin Lu's curiosity, and he began to walk slowly to look around. After a brief stroll, he saw many things, including talismans, magical artifacts, collectibles, materials, books, and food. He also noticed that the prices at each stall fluctuated wildly. Some were expensive, some cheap, which was a real test of one's judgment. Tisk, they really sell everything here. It's a bit like a village market. Qin Lu muttered softly. After wandering around for a bit, he began to consciously look for cultivators selling talismans. Soon he stopped in front of a talisman stall. Fellow Taoist, how much are these talismans? Seeing a customer, the stall owner was quite enthusiastic. He gestured with his hand and said cheerfully, "What kind of talisman would you like, fellow Taoist? I have Swift Step Talisman, Water Shield Talisman, Evil Repelling Talisman, Golden Light Talisman." Qin Lu pretended to scan the items, then fixed his gaze on one talisman and pointed. "How much is this repair talisman?" "An excellent choice, fellow Taoist. This talisman was just refined today. I feel a connection with you, so how about 5 spirit stones?" Qin Lu's face fell. He found this price hard to accept. 5 spirit stones. That was equivalent to 10 days' worth of food expenses. With his current financial difficulties, Qin Lu wished he could split every spirit stone in 2. That bastard, next time I'll make him pay for the door repair. Thinking about the door that the big man had kicked in, Qin Lu felt a pang of pain. Seeing Qin Lu hesitate, the stall owner spoke up. "So what do you say? Fellow Taoist, my price is really quite fair. You won't find it cheaper anywhere else." "You're probably lying, but I'll take it anyway." Fellow Taoist, you're a bit blunt. Here, please take the talisman." The stall owner looked a bit embarrassed. Qin Lu took the proffered talisman paper, carefully placed it in his robe, then took out 5 spirit stones and handed them to the owner. Transaction complete, Qin Lu turned and left the stall. "Sigh, I haven't even warmed these stones up, and a 10th of them is gone. This won't do." Qin Lu sighed inwardly. Spending 5 spirit stones at once made him feel that these 50 stones weren't so substantial after all. "If I don't find a way to make money, won't I have to sell off my belongings again in a few days? Next time it'll be the Shangqing sword." The crisis of spirit stones hung over his head, putting immense pressure on him. In his past life, if he owed money and didn't pay, he'd at most become a deadbeat or go to jail, protected by the law with his life safe. But here murder and arson were commonplace. If he didn't pay his debts, he surely wouldn't live long. "No, I need to find a way to make money." Listening to the constant shouts around him, Qin Lu's mind raced. Suddenly his eyes lit up. "That's it. Since talismans are so profitable, I can sell them too. I remember there's a talisman refining manual at home. 5 spirit stones for 1 repair talisman. If I can sell a few a day, paying off my debts would be a breeze." The more Qin Lu thought about it, the more excited he became. It felt like the path to wealth was right under his feet, with countless spirit stones beckoning to him. "Let's get to it." Having made up his mind, Qin Lu quickly left the bazaar and headed for a talisman shop. To make talismans, one at least needed a set of talisman-making tools. These were rarely sold, as a complete set in the bazaar. Only in a shop could he buy everything at once. Soon Qin Lu found a fairly large talisman shop. After a series of negotiations, he finally spent 20 spirit stones and 3 gene of gold to purchase a complete set of talisman-making tools. The set included talisman paper, talisman ink, beast hide brushes, gold sand, and talisman knives. Then, persuaded by a shop assistant, he spent another spirit stone on a redwood table that emitted a faint spiritual energy to use as a talisman-making table. With everything purchased, Qin Lu, laden with bags and bundles, walked out of the Wuji market. Carrying the large table on his shoulder, he trudged home with heavy steps. As he drew closer to the slums, the nauseating stench assailed his nostrils once more. Tuh! Tuh! Qin Lu spat out 2 mouthfuls of saliva, holding his breath as best he could, while trudging forward with the mahogany table on his shoulder. After a night of turmoil, the hour had arrived at the Mao hour, around 5 in the morning. Though there were some pedestrians on the street, they were few. Many brushed past Qin Lu, heading toward the direction of Wuji Square. Observing them, Qin Lu noticed they all pushed small carts laden with food ingredients and kitchen tools, much like the street vendors of his past life. They must be heading out to sell breakfast. Qin Lu glanced at them and caught the details, then sighed to himself. It seems hard-working laborers exist in every world. In the realm of cultivation, soaring through the sky on a flying sword and commanding the masses were majestic feats reserved only for high-level cultivators. In reality, the low-ranking rogue cultivators lived quite a meager existence. Many had to rely on their own skills and crafts to scrape by, much like the mundane world. After all, if they didn't strive harder, they would have to return to the secular world and live a life of luxury and privilege surrounded by admirers. That was not what they desired. Creak! Pushing open the slightly ajar door, Qin Lu finally returned home. He first placed the mahogany table in a corner of the main hall and neatly arranged the talisman-making tools he had purchased. Then he twisted his arms to ease the soreness in his shoulders. Though his physical constitution had greatly improved, carrying a table weighing nearly 300 gene for 2 or 3 kilometers still left him feeling some discomfort. Hands on his hips, he gazed at the brand-new workbench, a wave of emotion washing over him. This is the foundation of my fortune. Right, fix the door. He took out a repair talisman from his bosom and turned toward the entrance. The repair talisman, a first-grade talisman, was specifically used for mending formations, an essential tool for maintaining their operation. The shattered kai concealing formation was just right for repair with a repair talisman. Qin Lu walked to the door, recalling the talisman's specific usage in his mind. After a moment, he raised the talisman and slapped it directly onto the center of the wooden door. That spot was precisely the formation's eye. Whoosh! A surge of spiritual energy flared, and various runic patterns lit up on the door. In an instant, the damaged formation rippled like water, then restored itself to its original state. The hole in the wooden door also repaired itself. Remarkable, truly magical. Qin Lu was utterly amazed. He casually discarded the now useless talisman paper, a sigh of relief escaping him. From now on, when I practice my craft at home alone, I won't have to worry about being seen. The craft was, of course, talisman making, a secretive endeavor not to be casually observed. With the door fixed, Qin Lu turned and walked to the corner of the main hall, bending down to pick up a book. An introductory manual to talisman refining. Talisman making. Shouldn't be too hard, right? Qin Lu muttered as he walked to the new mahogany table and sat down. Rubbing his brow and letting out a soft breath, he began to read the manual. It was not thick, merely a few dozen pages. The beginning covered the history of talisman making, precautions, and some preparatory work. The latter dozen or so pages focused on the depiction techniques and patterns of various talismans. Qin Lu skimmed through them. He discovered the book recorded 15 types of talismans that could be made: cleansing talisman, silence talisman, water, chi shield, lightness talisman, blazing fire talisman, evil expulsion talisman, protective barrier, swift step talisman, flash talisman, stone strike talisman, smoke talisman, weight talisman, wind water talisman, ice block talisman, and repair talisman. The descriptions of the numerous talismans filled Qin Lu with growing delight. But the next moment, a reminder in the book doused his enthusiasm, like a bucket of cold water. Although these 15 talismans were all first grade, they were not something one could simply refine at will. Cultivators, whose cultivation levels were insufficient, would find it extremely difficult to succeed across realms. Qin Lu was currently at the second layer of Qi refining, the early stage of Qi refining. At this level, he could only refine 3 types of talismans. They were the Cleansing Talisman, Silence Talisman, and Water Qi Shield. Low cultivation really does limit everything. Staring at these 3 pages of introduction, Qin Lu stroked his chin and fell into thought. The Cleansing Talisman can clean the body, houses, and other filth. It's a staple for many cultivators too lazy to bathe. High demand, easy to sell. The Silence Talisman, once used, can lower noise levels. Perfect for doing things stealthily, or even sticking it at home to reduce clamor. The Water Qi Shield can transform into a watery defensive barrier for protection, but its defensive power seems rather low. Each talisman had its unique function. Before Qin Lu could decide which to make, a burst of urgent noise reached his ears. Bang! 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 The familiar pounding on the door. Open up! Open up! Pay up! Hearing this, Qin Lu shook his head helplessly, rose, walked to the door, and opened it. Caught off guard by the swift opening, the knocker's face showed a moment of surprise, but he quickly recovered, his expression hardening as he barked. Devouring Sky Python! The 10 spirit stones you owed me a month ago, are you going to pay? Before he could finish, Qin Lu shoved 10 spirit stones directly into his hand. Then, bang! The door slammed shut. Not a single word wasted. The man outside stared dumbfounded at the spirit stones in his hand, slowly closing his mouth and swallowing the words he had yet to utter. This wasn't the devouring sky python supposed to be impossible to collect from? Why was he so forthright today? The man outside stared at the wooden door, utterly perplexed. Having swiftly settled the debt, Qin Lu sat back down at the mahogany table. At that moment, he made up his mind. The Silence Talisman and Cleansing Talisman are useless, only the life-saving Water Qi Shield is reliable. After all, life is the most important. Having thought it through, he decided to craft the Water Qi Shield. Without delay, Qin Lu meticulously noted all the key points and difficulties of talisman making, then began processing the materials. The first indispensable material for talisman making was talisman paper. This required using a sharp talisman knife to cut the paper or beast hide into suitable sizes. Next came the preparation of talisman ink. Different talisman papers required different inks. Common ones included black ink, cinnabar, gold powder, and beast blood. The process of talisman making involved dipping a talisman brush in ink and using spiritual energy, tracing the required patterns onto the specially prepared paper. Qin Lu deftly prepared all the materials, arranging them neatly within easy reach. He let out a long, gentle breath and slowly closed his eyes. Whoosh! He focused his mind and spirit, adjusting himself to the optimal state. In his mind, the complex structure and exquisite strokes of the talisman flashed and looped like a slideshow. After a brief rest, Qin Lu opened his eyes. His left hand pressed firmly on the talisman paper, while his right hand gripped the talisman brush. He lightly dipped it in ink and began the meticulous work of drawing the talisman. This concerned his future livelihood, so he could afford no negligence. Spiritual energy from within his body continuously flowed into the brush. The tip lightly touched the paper, gliding smoothly across its surface. Qin Lu was wholly focused, his mind unwavering. He followed the manual's instructions, strictly sketching each stroke with meticulous precision. However, as time passed, his right hand inevitably began to tremble, and fine beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. This was due to the immense pressure of finely controlling spiritual energy. I must hold on, Qin Lu silently encouraged himself. He forced himself to endure the weakness of nearly depleted spiritual energy, then, with a final flourish of his right hand, completed the last stroke of the Water Qi Shield and lifted the brush. Success! Watching the light on the talisman paper gradually dim and finally vanish, Qin Lu's face broke into a relieved smile. Seems I have some talent after all, succeeding on my first attempt at drawing a talisman. Qin Lu felt a secret pride. As far as he knew, talisman making was not something just anyone could achieve. It required extreme meticulousness and a proficient grasp of spiritual energy. Yet he had succeeded on his first try. Staring at the talisman paper before him, Qin Lu couldn't help but curl his lips upward. In this wretched place, he had finally acquired a skill. Suddenly a thought struck him, and he opened his status panel. Name: Qin Lu, lifespan 35,102 years, cultivation Qi refining layer 262,100, cultivation method Qian Yang art, beginner 91100, skills spells, ignition art, proficient 1200, talisman making, water Qi shield, beginner 2100, talent none. Seeing this, Qin Lu smiled slightly. Indeed, the talisman making skill has appeared. Qin Lu tilted his head back and yawned. With the task completed, a powerful drowsiness began to assault his mind. Having gone without sleep for an extended period, and continuously channeling spiritual energy, he was now utterly exhausted in both body and mind. He slowly stood up, stretched his arms, gently rubbed his stomach, and walked toward the bed. Time to sleep, time to sleep. If I sleep now, I can skip breakfast, hee. A small gain today. Lying on the bed, Qin Lu quickly drifted off into a daze. For several consecutive days, Qin Lu remained quietly at home, shutting out the world's affairs to focus solely on grinding experience points. Day after day, he relentlessly toiled away. Understanding the folly of trying to bite off more than he could chew, he dedicated this period to mastering the skills he had already learned. Among them, the progress of ignition art was gratifying. After days of continuous casting, he successfully elevated his proficiency from skill to mastery. The upgrade's effects were evident. Not only did the range of the small fireball expand, but its speed and power also increased significantly. He also grew increasingly familiar with the specially crafted water shield, achieving perfect success most of the time save for 2 failures caused by distraction. The tally of water shield talismans had accumulated to 12, ready for sale at any moment. What delighted Qin Lu most was that, after adjusting his daily routine, the proficiency of his cultivation art mystic yang technique was steadily increasing, having reached 99 points, and on the verge of a breakthrough. Everything was progressing positively. However, during these days a debt collector had visited again, draining the already meager supply of spirit stones from his hands. As the spirit stones dwindled, anxiety began to creep into Qin Lu's heart. At noon he sat at the mahogany desk writing furiously, pausing occasionally to think before continuing. Soon he finished writing. The paper bore 9 names, each followed by a number arranged in a neat column. This was the full extent of his current debts. As far as I recall, this should be all I owe. Qin Lu sighed. Staring at the total debt of 300 spirit stones, he couldn't help but mentally curse his predecessor. After all, 300 spirit stones could sustain a comfortable life in Wuji market for a year or two. With a slap, Qin Lu pasted the white paper on the wall as a reminder. After staring at it for a while, he reached into his pocket and felt the remaining spirit stones, his expression turning troubled. Of the 50 spirit stones exchanged from gambling tokens, only 2 remained. He turned his head to look at the dozen talismans on the table, then at the dwindling supplies of spirit rice and beast meat, his face grave. The spirit stones are running out. It seems I'll have to go out today. Having made up his mind, Qin Lu began preparing for departure. First, he needed to prepare a black cloth, an essential item for street vending. Selling these talismans at a shop would yield little, and they might not even accept them. He had to go to the market. I should also bring the sword spirit stones talismans and some gold. I can even buy some fruit to eat. I can't go without vitamins. This robe has been worn for days. Should I buy a cleaning talisman to wash it? Or maybe you'll just buy a new one later. I'm also running low on talisman paper. I need to buy some more. Muttering to himself, Qin Lu planned his preparations. It took over 10 minutes for Qin Lu to gather everything. Tightening his bundles, he rubbed his face, adopted a solemn expression, and gently pushed open the door. In the slums, the daytime streets were far busier than in the early morning, now at their liveliest. The wary looks on people's faces were less pronounced, suggesting that safety was somewhat assured during the day. Qin Lu noticed this trait and thought to himself, "It seems I should only go out during the day from now on. The night is still too dangerous." "Hey, old Qin." A sudden call came from behind him. Qin Lu quickly turned to see a man of similar age approaching from a distance. The man had thick eyebrows and large eyes, a seemingly honest face tinged with a hint of cunning, and a pallid complexion that hinted at overindulgence. At a glance, Qin Lu's memories began to resurface. This man was Qin Wen, one of the few disreputable friends the original owner had in the slums. "Long time no see. I thought you were dead." Qin Wen slapped Qin Lu on the shoulder, his expression excited. Qin Lu felt no closeness to him now, and could only reply vaguely, Yeah, I've been in seclusion lately." "Seclusion my ass. I know you too well." Qin Wen scoffed, then glanced around warily and whispered, "I heard a lot of people are after you for debts. Did you skip town? Where did you hide?" "I just stayed at home." "So you've been getting beaten every day. You don't have the money to pay, do you?" "It's not that bad." "Oh right. I have things to do. Let's catch up over tea sometime." Qin Lu had no desire to chat with him. Muttering a vague reply, he quickened his pace and left. The original owner had a tainted past, and his friends were all of the same ilk. Qin Lu wanted no entanglement with them. "Strange." Qin Wen stared at Qin Lu's retreating figure, utterly puzzled. "Old Qin seems like a completely different person." Parting with Qin, when Qin Lu lowered his head and cautiously entered the market, hurrying to the cultivator's bazaar. Unlike the spar stalls in the early morning, the market was now bustling with noise and crowds, the loud hawking making Qin Lu feel like he was at a concert. "Damn, so many people. There won't be any spots left." Qin Lu worried, fearing he had arrived too late. Carefully pushing through the crowd, he carried his bundles and began searching for a place to set up his stall. Wuji Market was a major market under the Wuji sect. Its proximity to the renowned East Ridge Beast Forest attracted many rogue cultivators and sect disciples to rest and prepare before venturing into the forest to hunt beasts or explore. This had made Wuji Market a hub of prosperity. "If there's no empty space for a stall, I'll have to sell at a shop. I wonder if they'll even accept them." Qin Lu's mind was conflicted as his eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for a suitable spot. Suddenly his eyes lit up. He spotted an old cultivator in a corner of the market, packing up his belongings, clearly preparing to leave. Seeing this, Qin Lu quickly moved toward him, and soon stood before the old cultivator. The old cultivator noticed Qin Lu's arrival, but paid it no mind, offering a faint smile before continuing to pack his stall items. The market had few strict rules. As long as the passageways weren't blocked, the stationed Wuji sect cultivators didn't interfere much, and spots were generally first come first served. In no time, the old cultivator gathered his black cloth and stood up, smiling. "This spot is yours, young friend." Qin Lu felt a warmth in his heart and returned the gesture with a cupped fist. "Thank you, fellow Taoist." The old cultivator nodded slightly and left the stall. But just as Qin Lu stepped forward to lay out his black cloth, a tremendous force struck his shoulder, throwing him off balance and sending him flying. With a heavy thud, he crashed to the ground, his whole body aching. Qin Lu looked up in shock to find a fierce, menacing young man standing in his spot, looking down at him arrogantly. "What are you looking at? This spot is mine," the young man barked. "You?" Qin Lu scrambled to his feet, his face flushed with anger. This man had not only stolen his spot, but also struck him. "What? You want to tangle with me?" The young man rolled his shoulders, sneering. A young man named Meng Chao, who also set up his stall here regularly, had risen late today and found no spot left upon arrival. As he wandered around, he happened upon a vacant spot, but seeing someone about to claim it, he simply kicked away that weak chi refining early-stage cultivator and seized the position. "What's the matter? You want to tangle with me?" Meng Chao sneered disdainfully. Qin Lu stood up, gritting his teeth in a low voice. "This spot was mine first. What right do you have to take it?" "What right?" Meng Chao raised his fist, snarling fiercely. "Because my fists are bigger. Get lost." The quarrel drew the attention of nearby cultivators, who turned to look, their faces donning expressions of eager onlookers. Qin Lu stared at the youth who had taken his spot, seething with anger. Countless impulsive thoughts raced through his mind, but in the end reason prevailed. He could sense that this man's cultivation had reached the late stage of chi refining. If a fight broke out, he would surely be at a disadvantage, perhaps even suffer further humiliation. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. In this chaotic world one must be cautious and prudent. Muttering to himself, Qin Lu wasted no more time. He picked up his black cloth and swiftly walked away with his head down. But before leaving, he committed the young man's face to memory. When the chance comes, I'll have to get even. Humph. Don't bully the young. No, don't bully the middle-aged poor. Qin Lu bolstered his spirits inwardly. His cowardly display drew sneers from Ming Chao and some onlookers, who pointed and laughed at his retreating figure. After retreating in disgrace, Qin Lu continued searching the market for a suitable spot to set up his stall. Soon he found an empty space in a corner. After cautiously observing it, he quickly laid out his black cloth. Then he placed the water chi shield talismans he had crafted one by one on the cloth, securing them with small stones to prevent them from being blown away. Finally, he took a wooden sign with a price written on it from his bundle and set it beside the stall. Water chi shield, 2 spirit stones, each, no haggling. Having done everything, Qin Lu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Glancing at the unfamiliar cultivator next to him, he thought for a moment, and then greeted warmly. Fellow Taoist, sharing the stall today is fate, isn't it? His voice drew the cultivator's attention, who turned his head. But after a single glance at the talismans Qin Lu was selling, he snorted disdainfully, turned away, and said nothing. The cold reception left Qin Lu feeling awkward, his smile frozen in place. After a pause, he cursed inwardly. TCH, who are you pretending to be? Seeing this attitude, Qin Lu decided not to impose himself further. He found a comfortable position to sit on the ground and began waiting expectantly for customers. The market was bustling with a massive flow of people. Even though Qin Lu's stall was in a remote corner, many passers-by came by. Before long, a cultivator approached. This was an elderly cultivator, seemingly in his 60s or 70s, but with a ruddy complexion and a vibrant spirit. After glancing at Qin Lu's stall, he said bluntly, What, do you only have water chi shield? No other talismans? No, that's all I know. Tisk, you might be the only one in the whole market selling just one type of talisman. So weak, how do you get by? The old cultivator teased. Qin Lu was speechless. This old rascal, buy if you want, don't if you don't, but why so much chatter? He wished he could diversify his talismans, but his skills weren't there yet. Qin Lu gave an embarrassed smile. Still practicing, still practicing. The old cultivator shook his head helplessly. All right, give me one water chi shield. Judging by the brushwork, your fundamentals seem solid enough. Qin Lu's eyes lit up. He quickly picked up a talisman and handed it over with both hands. The old cultivator wasted no words, tossed down 2 spirit stones, and turned to leave. Feeling the 2 spirit stones in his palm, Qin Lu's heart couldn't help but race. This was his very first sale, and he had even earned recognition. It made him feel that his intense efforts over the past few days had been worthwhile. Those 2 spirit stones were a reward for his hard work. The road to wealth begins with a single step. Hee. Qin Lu pretended to glance casually at the stallholders on either side. Seeing that no one was paying him any attention, he quickly stashed the 2 spirit stones into his bosom. Patting his chest, a wave of satisfaction washed over him, easing the irritation from earlier when his spot was taken. With the first sale completed, Qin Lu was officially open for business. He didn't have to wait long before a second customer arrived. As the sun gradually set, the clamorous market began to quiet down, and the crowd thinned as many headed home for dinner. After a whole afternoon of hard work, Qin Lu had only 3 talismans left. He had sold 9 in total, earning 18 spirit stones. As Qin Lu had suspected, life-saving talismans sold far better than cleaning or soundproofing ones. After observing the market all afternoon, he reached this conclusion. This gave him a clear direction for his future talisman crafting, focus on combat-oriented ones. These few probably won't sell today. It'll come back tomorrow. Qin Lu muttered to himself, rubbing his stomach. Having skipped lunch to set up his stall, he was now ravenously hungry. He packed up his things simply and closed his stall for the day. I earned 18 spirit stones, and after deducting costs of about 7 or 8, I netted 10 in a few days. This is truly a great venture. In high spirits, Qin Lu generously spent a few spirit stones on some beast meat and spirit fruits as he passed several stalls. Then with light steps, he headed toward the rice shop. The spirit rice at home was running low and needed replenishment. Beast meat was usually available fresh in the market, as many cultivators without specialized skills risked their lives in the East Head Ridge hunting beasts for materials to exchange for spirit stones. Thus fresh beast meat was available almost daily. But spirit rice, which required spirit fields and careful cultivation by spirit planters, could generally only be grown by major sects. Rogue cultivators had no way to get involved. Among the many spirit rice shops in Wuji Market, 8 out of 10 were owned by the Wuji sect, effectively a monopoly. Arriving at the rice shop, Qin Lu winced at the price sign on the pile of spirit rice. Wuji sect premium spirit rice, 4 caddies per spirit stone. At my current appetite, eating 1 caddy a day, 1 spirit stone lasts only 4 days. Damn capitalists really know how to make money. Qin Lu cursed under his breath. The prices were truly steep. But he couldn't do without spirit rice. After a moment's thought, he took out 5 spirit stones. Give me 20 caddies of spirit rice. The shop assistant at the rice store replied indifferently, took the spirit stones, and began slowly packing the rice. Watching his sluggish movements, Qin Lu was annoyed, but dared not urge him. Since it was a Wuji sect shop, the assistants were usually sect disciples assigned to manage the sect's businesses. They were generally aloof and naturally proud. Wuji Market was practically their territory, so Qin Lu dared not act rashly around them. Fortunately, the disciple didn't cause trouble. He slowly finished packing the rice and handed it to Qin Lu. Finally carrying the rice, Qin Lu went to a talisman shop and spent 5 spirit stones on a good amount of talisman paper. On the way, he passed a rogue shop, but due to his tight budget only glanced at it briefly before reluctantly moving on. Afterward, he hurried home with light steps. Aside from being kicked earlier, he felt satisfied with his day's gains. Returning home in tranquility, Qin Lu parched and dry poured a glass of water and drained it in one gulp. The refreshing cool water rivaled cola, sending a chill through his heart and a flutter of delight. The soothing sensation made him involuntarily let out a long burp. As the spiritual liquid settled into his stomach, his entire body relaxed, as if riding a wave of ecstasy. Gazing at the nearly empty water bucket, Qin Lu sank into thought. It seems they'll need to find time to fetch water. There was no tap water here. For low-level rogue cultivators to drink, they had to go to the small Tua River beside the market to draw water. There was no need to worry about dirty or polluted water, as adding a single purification pill could transform ordinary river water into clean drinking water imbued with faint spiritual energy. Eating costs money, drinking costs money too. These spirit stones are never enough. Truly a tough life. Qin Lu sighed, shaking his head helplessly. Casting aside his complaints about life, he stood up and carefully put away the items he had bought today. Then, sitting at the redwood table, he took out a sheet of rice paper and began to tally his accounts. Today's income: 18 spirit stones. Buying spiritual rice cost 5 spirit stones. Spiritual fruits and beast meat cost another 2. Finally, I spent 5 spirit stones on talisman paper, totaling 12 spirit stones spent. Only 6 spirit stones left. Adding the remaining to my current assets are just 8 spirit stones. What? This paltry sum isn't even enough to pay off a single debt. All that excitement for nothing. Qin Lu scratched his head, a troubled expression on his face. The thought of still owing a hefty sum of nearly 300 spirit stones made his head ache. After pondering for a moment, Qin Lu came up with a plan. He'll head out early tomorrow to dodge the debt collectors and sell these talismans. That way I can buy myself a few more days. Selling talismans is quite profitable. A water shield costs 1 spirit stone to make but sells for a profit of 1. I can craft 4 a day, which means I can earn at least 4 spirit stones daily. As long as I don't eat, drink, gamble, or indulge in debauchery. I never indulged anyway. If I persist, I can clear my debts in 2 months. With that thought, Qin Lu's spirits revived and a radiant smile spread across his face, as if a beautiful life were waiting at him from just ahead. Hee. A long road lies ahead. Qin Lu put down his brush, rubbed his hands together, and stood up. Let's eat first. Under the oppressive gloom of a dim life, the successful sale of talismans felt like a ray of redemptive sunlight shining upon Qin Lu, giving him a direction to move forward. So for dinner that evening he broke his routine, and cooked 2 dishes, as a reward for his hard work. The mouth-watering spiritual rice paired with exquisite meat dishes whetted his appetite immensely. In no time, he had devoured every last bite. Truly a promising future. The outcome is uncertain. Any of us could be the dark horse. Just as he finished eating, and lay on the bed lamenting life, a strange sensation stirred in his stomach, making him sit up abruptly. Nature called. His memory flashed back, and without hesitation, he grabbed some toilet paper, and stepped out of the room. When the Wuji sect originally built the Wuji market, they had constructed several latrines in the slums to meet the living needs of rogue cultivators. However, due to a lack of maintenance, the latrines were in terrible condition, reeking with a pungent odor. Most people avoided them, opting instead to use chamber pots at home. This was why a foul stench perpetually hung over the slums. The original owner, who frequented gambling dens, didn't even own a chamber pot. Now, with a sudden urge, Qin Lu had no choice but to go out in search of a toilet. Cultivators who consumed spiritual water and rice rarely needed to relieve themselves. In the week since Qin Lu had arrived here, this was his first time. Soon Qin Lu found a spot. Enduring the foul odor, he entered the latrine and quickly took care of business. A moment later he emerged. Ugh! Damn, it stinks to high heaven! I have to move to the city center as soon as possible. Pinching his nose, as he walked out of the latrine, Qin Lu reaffirmed his resolve to relocate. As he walked a short distance away, a youthful voice suddenly sounded beside him. Hey! Qin Big Mouth! You here to take a dump too? Qin Lu turned his head, with a face full of black lines. The speaker was a chubby boy of 13 or 14 whose round cherubic face radiated an innocent charm. His plump frame hinted at a well-fed household. This child was Qin Lu's neighbor named Mo. From his memories, Qin Lu knew that the original owner had a fondness for this little fatty, often teasing him for amusement. It was one of the few joyful memories untainted by gambling. Mo naturally patted Qin Lu on the shoulder and greeted him with a grin. Hey, I've noticed a lot of people coming to your place lately. When did you make so many friends? Friends? Those are all creditors. Qin Lu felt a wave of exasperation inside. Glancing sideways at Mo's hand on his shoulder, his face showed even more helplessness. Hey, did you wash your hands before randomly patting me? Mo looked baffled. Wash? There's no water in the latrine, you know that. Besides, didn't you teach me this trick? Hee. Slap. Qin Lu smacked away Mo's little chubby hand, and calmly continued walking forward. I definitely need to wash my clothes. The boy's parents were beast hunters, formidable individuals, who often roamed the Eastern Ridge, with cultivation at the late Qi refining stage. This upbringing had shaped Mo's rebellious and mischievous nature. Seeing that Qin Lu didn't banter back, Mo looked a bit puzzled, but he quickly caught up with Qin Lu's pace, chattering away. Hey, old Qin, you still haven't told me when you made so many friends. Also, you promised to take me to the gambling den. Does that still count? Oh, and remember when we got caught peeping at Widow Lu bathing? In the end, I ratted you out as the mastermind. You're not mad, are you? Qin Lu sighed helplessly, brushing off Mo's questions with vague replies, as he quickened his pace toward home. All right. When I have some free time later, I'll take you for a couple of rounds. At the door, Qin Lu gave a vague response before pushing it open and stepping inside. Once inside, Qin Lu let out a soft breath, his body relaxing considerably. Facing the original owner's acquaintances always gave him a guilty, uneasy feeling, making him reluctant to engage in lengthy conversation. This included Chunwan and Mo. Is this the guilt of occupying someone else's body? Qin Lu shook his head, walked to the bucket to wash his hands, then took off his robe. After filling the bucket with water, he crouched down and began scrubbing it meticulously. After a full half-hour of hard work, he stretched his back and finished the washing. Hanging the clothes to dry, he sat back on the bed, and with a thought summoned his attribute panel. Name Qin Lu lifespan 35,102 years Cultivation Qi Refining Layer 265100 Cultivation Method Xian Yang Art Beginner 99100 Skills Spells Ignition Art Proficient 2600 Talisman Crafting Water Shield Beginner 26100 Talent None Gazing at the panel Qin Lu's thoughts raced. Now the proficiency cap for Ignition Art is 600 points. If I gain 100 points a day, it'll take 6 days to level up. And for Talisman crafting, a success adds 2 proficiency points, a failure adds 1. If I craft for a day, it'll take over 10 days to improve. As for talismans, it'll just focus on making water shield for now. The rest are useless. Spells on the other hand. Poof! Qin Lu raised his hand and flicked his finger, conjuring a fireball the size of a soccer ball between his fingertips. Feeling its heat, he murmured, "Seems like this power is enough, isn't it? Should I study other spells?" Hiss! Extinguishing the fireball casually, Qin Lu stood up and slowly walked to the redwood table. He stared at the book titled, Simple Spell Cultivation Methods, lying on it silent. After a moment, he sat down gently and opened the book. The simple spell cultivation method is said to have been freely written by a powerful figure to benefit the low-ranking cultivators of the cultivation world. It contains detailed records of various small spells that can be practiced during the Qi refinement stage. The entire book is divided into 3 volumes, lower, middle, and upper, corresponding to the early, middle, and late stages of the Qi refinement period. As a cultivator in the early Qi refinement stage, Qin Lu currently possesses the lower volume. His only combat skill, Ignition Technique, is the first registered skill. Ignition Technique, it can be used to ignite firewood and light a pipe, a necessary skill for anyone in the cultivation world. Method of usage: cultivate spiritual energy in the dantian and gather it to the fingertips. Qin Lu was already quite familiar with this skill, so he skipped ahead to read about other spells. After carefully flipping through the booklet, Qin Lu discovered that there were not many spells available for the early Qi refinement stage. Excluding those that were utterly useless, only 5 remained. 1. Flicking technique. A flick of the fingers can produce an effect. Once mastered, it can be used to hunt birds and small animals. Cultivators who often venture outdoors for hunting should practice this skill diligently. 2. Illumination technique can be cast at night to illuminate the surrounding environment, akin to lanterns and torches in the mundane world, useful for lighting the path while walking in the dark. 3. Cutting technique strengthens the Qi in the fingertips, can be used to trim hair and nails, and after sufficient practice, it can be wielded like a kitchen knife for cooking. 4. Voice enhancement technique amplifies one's voice, allowing for long-distance conversation and effective shouting, which can also scare off mundane beasts. 5. Gentle wind technique makes a person as light as a swallow. With a gentle push off the ground, one can easily leap several meters without effort. Looking at the 5 spells, Qin Lu habitually moved his left thumb back and forth beneath his lips, deep in thought. Currently, the available skills are too few, and these skills seem to be mere life skills with limited usefulness. It seems like only the gentle wind technique has some utility. He didn't need to think too much. At a glance, the gentle wind technique was indeed the skill he most needed to practice at present. After all, he already had the ignition technique as an offensive means, but lacked any form of defense. No. For a cautious and prudent young cultivator, lacking a rapid escape skill is unacceptable. With this thought in mind, Qin Lu began to study the method of using the gentle wind technique. The book stated that it was not very difficult. One only needed to extract the corresponding spiritual energy from the dantian and then distribute it throughout the body to reduce overall weight, which would enhance speed. However, saying it is easy does not make it so in practice. Qin Lu began to try within the room, striving to adjust the Qi for even distribution throughout his body. Bang! He accidentally knocked over the furniture in his house. Clang! A porcelain bowl fell to the ground and shattered. Thud! He directly fell over, landing in a heap. After a moment, Qin Lu stopped, wiping the fine sweat from his forehead. No. This place is too small. It's really difficult to practice the gentle wind technique. If only I had a yard, it would be much easier. With this form of practice, he simply could not master it. He also didn't dare to go practice outdoors. After all, it was dangerous out there. Spending time in the wild consuming Qi could attract the attention of malicious thugs, which could lead to dire consequences. "Sai, forget it, let's practice something else." Frustrated, Qin Lu returned to the table staring at the various spells in the booklet. Soon his gaze landed on one of the skills. Puff. A peculiar gust of wind suddenly shot out from Qin Lu's middle finger, striking the ground directly, and causing a gentle breeze to stir up a small amount of dust. It worked. Qin Lu's eyes lit up. After more than 10 attempts, he finally learned this move, flicking technique. However, upon seeing the effects of the flicking technique, his expression slightly fell. The power of this move could not harm a cultivator, let alone defeat a small chick standing in front of him. It was even less powerful than a slingshot. Such weak power, even if I reach the top level, it won't have much effect. Qin Lu shook his head helplessly. No wonder the booklet stated that only through more practice could it pose a threat to ordinary animals. The power was truly disappointing. Well, it's something, I'll practice it slowly. After a little self-encouragement, Qin Lu continued to cast the flicking technique. Puff. Puff. As he flicked, Qin Lu found this technique also served to clean the room. He got up and began to move around the house, flicking at the places where dust was abundant. Puff. 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 With the impact of the spiritual energy, the dust in the room continued to fly up. Seeing this, Qin Lu hurriedly opened the window and continued using the flicking technique to push all the dust outside, slowly drifting into the house of Chow Mo. After casting it more than 10 times and seeing his qi nearly depleted, he finally stopped. Glancing at the now significantly cleaner room, Qin Lu nodded in satisfaction, closed the window, and opened the attributes panel to check. A new piece of information appeared in the skills section. Flicking technique beginner 12,100. The proficiency increases by 1 point each time, just like the flicking technique. He'll practice for a few days and aim to reach the proficient level. Setting his training plan, Qin Lu's gaze returned to the cultivation method. After these few days of cultivation, the proficiency of Xianyangju had reached 99 points, about to level up. Tonight, I will attempt to break through the cultivation method and see what effects it will have. After pondering for a moment, Qin Lu no longer hesitated. He sat cross-legged back on the mat, arranged his hand seals, closed his eyes, and began to operate the cultivation method. Before long, a familiar warm current rose in his abdomen, and as he recited the incantation, it began to circulate throughout his body. Qin Lu was already accustomed to this, and began to enjoy the pleasant sensation. Time slowly passed. Just as he reached the halfway point of the cultivation method, he suddenly felt a significant surge in the spiritual energy within him, and the speed also increased abruptly. "It's coming." Qin Lu realized that this sudden change was due to the upgrade of Xianyangju. "Ah! This is too intense and fast, I can hardly bear it." The sudden change in spiritual energy made Qin Lu feel uncomfortable. The original pleasant sensation vanished, and his body began to ache unbearably. It felt as if someone was constantly pounding on his body. The pain intensified relentlessly, impacting his internal organs and meridians. His brow furrowed tightly. This sensation was somewhat akin to running. He usually trained his body with slow jogging. But now it suddenly turned into a sprint, and it felt as if his body had gained dozens of pounds, a feeling he simply could not endure. Qin Lu gritted his teeth, beads of cold sweat flowing down. "No! I must persevere. A prostitute cannot wait until she feels desire to entertain guests. A person cannot wait until they are in the right state to act." Since he had already begun the operation, he could not give up. Qin Lu maintained his posture, continuously operating the cultivation method. Fortunately, this feeling was not very long-lasting. After persevering for more than 10 minutes, the soreness and pain gradually receded, and his body began to adapt to this intensity. The familiar warm current sensation returned, but compared to before, the comfort had significantly diminished. After a moment, Qin Lu slowly opened his eyes, exhaled a long breath, and concluded this round of seated meditation. Looking at the panel, unsurprisingly, the proficiency of Xianyangju had reached the proficient level. His cultivation level had also increased by 2 points, reaching 67 points. This greatly exhilarated Qin Lu, dispelling much of his fatigue. The improvement of Xianyangju would speed up his cultivation, and at this rate, he was not far from reaching the 3rd layer of qi refinement. After a moment of reflection, Qin Lu saw that it was getting late. With the thought that as long as I don't die I'll push myself to the limit, he returned to the rosewood desk, spread out the talisman paper, and began to craft talismans. He planned to wake up early tomorrow to avoid his debts, so he couldn't afford to waste time tonight. Every talisman made counts. Money is never enough. In the dim and oppressive house, accompanied by the faint light, Qin Lu's hard work at the desk carving talismans formed a vivid tapestry of a laborer. A phrase seemed to flash through the room: lying flat is not an option, winning by lying down is impossible, striving is the right thing to do. Time flowed like water, and another 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Bang! Qin Lu lightly kicked Chow Imo on the backside, sending him tumbling out of the house, then swiftly shut the door. You Qin Big Mouth! You took my meat, and did nothing, and now you dare to kick me out. You'll have my father beat you to death. Smack! Smack! Open the door now! Inside the house, Qin Lu walked back to the mahogany table, with an indifferent expression, unmoved by Chow Mo's frantic pounding on the door. That brat must have taken some wrong medicine. He had been showing up punctually every day recently, and each time he insisted Qin Lu take him to some dubious places. Bawdy houses, bathhouses, gambling dens, alchemy chambers. It left Qin Lu utterly exasperated. He had never set foot in any of these places himself. He initially didn't want to let the kid in, but he simply couldn't resist the beast meat Chow Imo brought every visit. As a conscientious rogue cultivator in the cultivation world, he tacitly allowed this behavior to satisfy the miner's curiosity. Today, however, Chow Mo's incessant chattering drove him to distraction, leaving him unable to focus on crafting talismans. So he kicked the boy out of the house without a second thought. What a nuisance having no school around here! Qin Lu shook his aching head and glanced at his attribute panel. Over the past 5 days, his proficiency had been steadily increasing. First was Water Chi Shield. He could now successfully produce 4 talismans daily, gaining 8 proficiency points. In 5 days, he had accumulated 40 points. As for his new skill, Finger Snap Art, he had also found a way to practice it. That is, while setting up his stall to sell talismans each day, he would secretly snap his fingers to cast the spell, and after returning home at night, he would continue practicing. These days, he had successfully raised Finger Snap Art to proficient, and was on the verge of breaking through to mastery. As the skill level increased, its power naturally grew. The gentle breeze had turned into a strong gale, and when snapped toward the ground it could even carve a shallow pit into the dirt floor. Thanks to his daily output of talismans and successful sales, he had earned 40 spirit stones over the 5 days. After repaying 2 debts, he still had over 20 spirit stones in savings. Through the art of talismans, everything was gradually improving. Once I finish drawing this talisman, I'll head out to set up the stall today. Qin Lu took out a piece of talisman paper and placed it squarely in the center of the table. These days, he chose to leave the house at 11 in the morning, as the market stalls were more plentiful, and the crowd was at its peak. Calming his mind and focusing his spirit, Qin Lu grasped the talisman brush with his right hand, lightly dipped it in ink, and began to glide it across the smooth talisman paper. Through constant practice, he had become highly adept at crafting Water Chi Shield, achieving a 100% success rate. No one would believe such a feat if they heard of it. After all, for a cultivator at the 2nd level of Chi refining to have such a terrifying success rate in refining Water Chi Shield was simply impossible. Only Qin Lu himself understood that this was entirely due to the attribute panel. Through observation, he realized that the panel didn't necessarily require leveling up to cause a qualitative change. Rather, as proficiency increased, the skill became more familiar. That was the true reason for his high success rate. Time passed slowly. SSS. The talisman brush gently skimmed across the paper, producing a faint sound. Seeing that success was near, a hint of joy involuntarily spread across Qin Lu's face. Suddenly, bang, bang, bang! A violent pounding on the door erupted, startling him so much that the brush slipped, leaving a black streak across the talisman paper. Old Qin, open up! A shout came from outside the door. Qin Lu's expression tightened as he watched the spiritual energy dissipate from the talisman paper. He knew the talisman was now useless, and rage surged from the depths of his heart. That was 2 spirit stones. Gone in an instant. Why did he have to knock at this very moment, neither earlier nor later? Damn it! He recognized the voice as that of the original owner's disreputable friend, Qin Lu. Suppressing the urge to curse aloud, Qin Lu tossed aside the talisman brush and stormed angrily toward the door. He opened the door. Standing outside was none other than Qin Lu. His features were unchanged, but what was shocking was his right hand. It was drenched in blood, and upon closer inspection the entire palm was missing. Seeing him in such a state, Qin Lu felt a jolt of alarm, and most of his anger dissipated. Old Qin, I need your help urgently. Lend me 10 spirit stones, it's a matter of life and death. Qin Lu grabbed Qin Lu's shoulder with his left hand, shouting anxiously. Qin Lu asked in astonishment, "What happened to you? How? How did you lose your entire hand? Even the palm is gone." Terror flickered in Qin Lu's eyes, as he said in panic, "Alas, don't ask. I got into a conflict with someone at Yichuan court, and now he demands 30 spirit stones as compensation. If I can't come up with it, my life is at stake." Qin Lu's face stiffened. Yichuan court was a bawdy house in Wuji ward. From Qin Lu's words, it seemed he had stirred up trouble over a romantic rivalry there, ending up not only injured, but also forced to pay damages. Gazing at Qin Lu's severed hand, Qin Lu felt a pang of sorrow and consoled him. "Alas, you should have given up your lustful ways long ago. How could you visit a bawdy house every day? It's such a chaotic place. Oh, enough of that. Old Qin, just lend me 10 spirit stones to tide me over." Qin Lu's face fell, and he spread his hands in exasperation. "Where would I get the money? You know my situation. I'm still buried in debt. I can barely take care of myself. Alas, what am I to do now?" Qin Lu let out a string of sighs, his already pallid face growing even whiter. Qin Lu was at a loss for words, and could only watch him helplessly. "Then he'll ask someone else." With that, Qin Lu clutched his blood-soaked right hand and hurried away. Watching Qin Lu's retreating figure, Qin Lu's eyes grew complex. Truly, public security here was a grave issue. Chopping off hands at the drop of a hat was far too brutal. He would have to be even more cautious. Qin Lu looked down and noticed that the blood dripping from Qin Lu had formed a small pool at the doorstep. After a moment's thought, Qin Lu bent his middle finger, gathered force, and snapped it. Finger snap art. A gust of fierce wind shot from his fingertip, slammed into the ground, and blasted the bloodstain away, leaving a small pit in its place. Seeing no trace of blood left, Qin Lu turned back, closed the door, and sat down at the table again, letting out a soft sigh. "Alas, the pitiable often have their detestable aspects. I can't help much. I'd better look after myself first." The world was harsh, and the environment perilous. Ensuring his own safety was paramount. Qin Lu shook his head to dispel his worries, reached out to discard the ruined talisman paper, and took out a fresh piece, placing it squarely on the table. Just as he dipped the brush in talisman ink, another pounding came at the door. Bang! Bang! Back again! Qin Lu muttered in doubt, immediately setting down the brush and rising to head for the door. He opened the door. "You?" Qin Lu's expression tightened. Standing outside was not Qin Lu, but a burly, fierce-looking man, nearly 6 feet 5 inches tall, broad-shouldered, with a sword at his waist. Fang Hu. Who else could it be? Fang Hu snorted coldly, crossing his arms as he glared at Qin Lu. 10 days are up. There's nothing more to say. Pay up. Fine. Qin Lu, who had not forgotten the matter, nodded slightly. He took spirit stones from his bosom, counted them, and handed them to Fang Hu. Taking the spirit stones, Fang Hu counted them, then his face darkened and his eyes widened. "What do you mean by this?" Qin Lu looked perplexed. "What do you mean? Isn't this repaying your spirit stones? Have you forgotten what I said that day? You owe me 20 spirit stones now, not 15. Don't play dumb with me. Brother, who even usually isn't dumb like this. You said it was all written clearly in black and white. Back then you lent me 20 spirit stones, and I agreed to repay 35 after a month. I acknowledge that. So I paid you back 20 a while ago, and now returning 15 more should settle it right. Besides, the door you smashed cost me 5 spirit stones to fix so." Fang Hu stepped closer, his eyes fierce, as he stared at Qin Lu and growled in a low voice. "And what about the 10 days I waited?" Sensing the murderous aura emanating from Fang Hu, Qin Lu's heartbeat quickened. He moved his right hand slightly, but his face betrayed nothing as he said softly, "That wasn't written in the agreement, so it naturally doesn't count." "Bullshit!" Fang Hu roared in anger, swinging his right fist in a sudden punch. A wave of terror shot through Qin Lu's scalp, but he was mentally prepared. He clenched his fist, activating the talisman hidden in his palm. Whoosh! Spiritual energy blazed on the talisman paper, and an invisible force instantly enveloped Qin Lu, forming a pale blue circular shield. Water Qi Shield. Bang! Fang Hu's fist slammed into the water Qi Shield, causing ripples to spread across its surface. The impact pushed Qin Lu back 2 steps. Thanks to the shield's protection, Fang Hu's fist never actually struck Qin Lu, leaving him completely unharmed. Seeing Qin Lu counter with a talisman, Fang Hu let out a furious laugh. "Good kid, you've grown some nerve in the few days I haven't seen you. What cultivation level are you daring to clash with me?" With that, he immediately drew the broadsword from his waist, its blade gleaming with a cold light. At the sight of the sharp blade, Qin Lu's adrenaline spiked once more, and his breathing quickened involuntarily. He forced himself to stay calm. "I don't want to fight, I just want to reason with you." "Humph. Wait until I put this blade to your throat, and see what reasoning you have left. Die!" Fang Hu howled, charging at Qin Lu with his broadsword raised high. Fang Hu was supremely confident. As a Qi refining level 4 cultivator, subduing this pathetic Qi refining level 2 weakling would take no effort at all. But the next moment, he abruptly halted his charge, his face a mask of shock. He swung his broadsword downward in a flash. Shying! A fireball the size of a soccer ball was cleaved in 2 by the blade. The halves fell to the ground on either side, blasting 2 deep craters, with flames still licking at the edges. The immense force of the fireball sent Fang Hu stumbling back several steps. He looked down at his trembling sword arm, his face etched with disbelief. "How do you know the fireball art?" Fireball art was a common offensive technique for Qi refining cultivators, but due to the vast amount of spiritual energy required, it could only be learned at the late Qi refining stage. Fang Hu couldn't fathom how Qin Lu at Qi refining level 2 could unleash the fireball art. Qin Lu's heart was pounding with tension. He had no time to answer his question. Seeing the ignition art was effective, he quickly cast another one, hurling it at Fang Hu. Whoosh! Seeing another fireball appear, Fang Hu was deeply shocked, but his years of combat experience kicked in. He quickly took out a defensive talisman and activated it, shielding himself. Qin Lu's fireball was incredibly fast. The moment Fang Hu activated his talisman shield, the fireball was already upon him. Bang! The fireball slammed directly into the translucent shield. Before Fang Hu could react, he heard a cracking sound from the small shield in front of him. This discovery filled him with terror, and he immediately recoiled. Boom! The shield exploded. The defensive talisman was utterly unable to withstand the fireball's attack. The burning fireball, still wreathed in flame, struck Fang Hu directly. The immense force sent him spitting out a mouthful of blood. But he reacted swiftly, patting out the flames on his body while turning to flee. He beat a hasty retreat without a moment's hesitation. Huff! Huff! Qin Lu was panting heavily, his heart still racing. He glanced at Fang Hu's panicked retreating figure, then hurried over to close the door. Then, leaning against the door, his body went limp, and he slid to the ground, muttering to himself, "Damn, how did a fight suddenly break out?" He sat there for a while, slowly calming his turmoil. He stood up and walked back to the mahogany table. "That was close. Good thing I reacted fast, or he would have cut me down. I didn't expect the ignition art to be so powerful, but it seems he mistook it for the fireball art. I was too reckless. Why can't I control myself when it comes to spirit stones? I should have planned before acting." During the negotiation today, when Fang Hu tried to extort 5 more spirit stones, Qin Lu couldn't bear it any longer and talked back. He hadn't expected things to escalate into a fight in the blink of an eye. "He won't come back for revenge, will he? I really can't stay in this godforsaken place much longer." Qin Lu was tense. His memory of Fang Hu was hazy. He only knew he was at Qi refining level 4, often frequented gambling dens, but whether he had backing from any force he was unsure. Facing such an unknown adversary filled Qin Lu with only dread. Though the fight lasted only a moment, he was now gripped by a deep lingering fear. That had been a real fight with real weapons. One slip-up, and he could end up like Qin when losing a hand. Or worse, he could lose his life entirely. Sitting at the table, Qin Lu's mind raced with a torrent of chaotic thoughts. By the time he came to his senses, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. "I'd better go set up the stall." Qin Lu sighed, stood up, and picked up the 3 water chi shield talismans he had refined. He tidied up his stall items, opened the door, and stepped out. After cautiously glancing around and seeing no one was watching, he turned, locked the door, and quickly headed towards the market. The market square was as bustling and lively as ever. Mingling with the crowd, Qin Lu soon found a secluded stall and skillfully laid out his wares. Heavy-hearted Qin Lu hadn't been able to draw a 4th talisman. Today, he only had 3 water chi shield talismans for sale. There was no need for much hawking. The defensive water chi shield was an essential talisman for many early to mid-stage chi refining cultivators, especially those who frequented the eastern ridge to hunt demon beasts. While waiting for customers, Qin Lu hid his hand behind his back and discreetly practiced the flick finger art on the stone slab behind him. This stone slab, used by the Wuji sect to build the market, was made of an unknown, incredibly hard material. The flick finger art, which could normally blast deep craters into the ground, only left a faint white mark on this stone. It was perfect for secretly practicing the flick finger art. Boom! A sudden loud explosion startled Qin Lu, who quickly retracted his finger. The sound drew the attention of cultivators at nearby stalls, who turned to look. Qin Lu pretended nothing was wrong, gazing calmly at the crowd ahead, adopting an air of complete innocence. The curious onlookers glanced around, found nothing amiss, and turned their attention away. When no one was watching, Qin Lu covertly turned his head to look behind him. There on the stone slab was a fist-sized deep crater surrounded by jagged cracks with debris scattered everywhere. Qin Lu was stunned. So this is the power of a mastered level flick finger art. It's devastating. The 3 talismans did not take long to sell. Within less than an hour they were all purchased. Qin Lu packed up simply and rose to leave. He then went to a general store in the market, spending a caddy of gold to buy some cooking condiments, like oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Only then did he head home. He hurried back along the path, but as he reached a corner near his home, he suddenly shuddered in fright and immediately halted his steps. This instantly made Qin Lu's heart race. He swiftly retreated, hiding himself at the street corner. How could there be someone? At his door stood a middle-aged cultivator in blue robes, hands clasped behind his back, quietly waiting, as fawn who come for revenge. Nervous and cautious, Qin Lu peered out to look at the middle-aged cultivator. When he recognized the face, he was suddenly startled. He found the man somewhat familiar. It's him. After a brief recollection, Qin Lu retrieved information about this person from his memory. This man was named Lu Xiangshi, an outer disciple of the Wuji sect, and one of the stewards responsible for managing the slums. The original owner had interacted with him before. After identifying the man, Qin Lu immediately relaxed, stepped out from the corner, and walked forward slowly. Since it was the Wuji sect looking for him, there was no need to hide. Because on the turf of the Wuji sect, if they wanted to cause trouble, hiding was useless. It was better to face them openly. "Steward Lu, are you looking for me?" As he approached, Qin Lu raised his hand to greet him. Hearing the voice, Lu Xiangshi turned slightly, hand still behind his back, and looked at Qin Lu. His expression showed slight impatience, but he did not speak immediately. Only when Qin Lu reached his side did he say indifferently, "I came today, and you should know why, right?" Hearing this, Qin Lu's face froze, and his mind raced to decipher Lu Xiangshi's words. But before he could figure it out, a childish voice came from beside him. "Silly. Steward Lu wants you to pay the rent." As the words fell, a chubby boy ran out of the nearby house grinning, and squeezed up to Qin Lu with a wink. Ignoring Chao Mo's mischievous face, Qin Lu turned to Lu Xiangshi, and said with feigned realization, "I almost forgot. Yes, this month's rent is due. May I ask, Steward Lu, how many spirit stones is it this month?" Lu Xiangshi said flatly, 6. Right away. Qin Lu immediately took 6 spirit stones from his bosom and respectfully handed them to Lu Xiangshi. Though the slums were shabby, living there was not free. Every month one had to pay spirit stones to the Wuji sect, euphemistically called management and safety fees. For someone like Qin Lu living in a crude house on the edge of the slums, even though he built the house himself, he still had to pay 6 spirit stones in monthly rent. It seemed domineering, but it was a matter of mutual consent. In the cultivation world, all cultivators needed to absorb spiritual energy to train, and the density of spiritual energy indirectly determined their cultivation speed. Spiritual energy in the world was not evenly distributed. Some places had little, while others had much. Places with abundant spiritual energy were called spirit lands. Every spirit land was a coveted prize for major powers, and a desirable place for cultivators to train. The Wuji market was a fine spirit land with dense spiritual energy. Goods exchanged freely, safety was assured, luxury and pleasure abounded, and cultivation accelerated. These many reasons drew numerous rogue cultivators to gather and settle there. Lu Xiangshi took the spirit stones, waved his hand lightly, and the stones vanished from his palm. Qin Lu's eyes brightened. He knew that this miraculous technique of making objects disappear was due to the valuable storage pouch. After storing the spirit stones, Lu Xiangshi turned to leave without further ado. Qin Lu's eyes darted, and he quickly called out, "Wait! Steward Lu, wait!" "What is it?" Lu Xiangshi turned around. "Steward Lu, it's like this. I want to move. I want to live inside the market." "Oh!" Lu Xiangshi looked Qin Lu up and down, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Have you come into some money lately, kid?" He. Qin Lu rubbed his hands together and put on a smile. "I've made a bit of money recently." In truth, he had no money at all. All he had on him were 8 spirit stones. But there was no help for it. The slums were far too dangerous, especially after the fight with Fang Hu. He dared not stay there any longer. Lu Xiangshi nodded slightly and said slowly, "Moving is naturally allowed, but the market is fully occupied now. If you want to move in, you'll have to wait." "Ah, I have to wait for that too." Qin Lu was astonished. "Of course. The houses in the market are clean and orderly, and they've been full for a long time. If you want to move in, you need to pay a deposit of 2 spirit stones first. When a vacancy opens up, it'll notify you." "Yes, yes." Qin Lu quickly took out 2 spirit stones and handed them over. After a pause, he asked, "May I ask, Steward Lu, how long will it take?" Lu Xiangshi chuckled lightly. "That depends on whether anyone breaks the rules recently. If someone is expelled from the market, then it'll be your turn." "How long exactly?" Qin Lu pressed. At least half a month, at most 2 months. Just wait patiently." With that, Lu Xiangshi turned and left. Watching his retreating figure, Qin Lu sighed, realizing how difficult it was to secure residency in the market. It seemed that no matter the world, getting a local household registration in a big city was never easy. "Hey, Qin Big Mouth, why do you want to move away?" Chow Mo suddenly asked from the side. Qin Lu withdrew his gaze, looked at the chubby boy, and replied nonchalantly, "What else? I've made some money." "Made money? I still see your house as poor as a church mouse, and with that shabby look of yours you drool at the sight of beast meat. Doesn't look like you've struck it rich at all." Qin Lu's face reddened, and he quickly waved his hand. Go away, go away. What does a little brat like you know?" "Humph. I'm telling you, my dad's noticed the meat has been decreasing, and is getting suspicious. If you don't take me to the brothel, I'll tell him you tricked me into giving it to you, and he'll come and beat you to death." Chow Mo threatened in a low voice. Qin Lu was speechless, and was about to teach the chubby boy a lesson, but when he thought of the boy's fierce father, he held back. After a moment's thought, he said, all right, enough nonsense. On the day I move, I'll take you for a visit." "Great. You have to keep your word." Chow Mo laughed. Yeah. Qin Lu nodded perfunctorily, and then stepped forward to open the door. "Hey, let me come in and sit for a bit." Chow Mo hurried forward. No time. Qin Lu was quick. He blocked Chow Mo with his hand, slipped inside, and slammed the door shut. "Open up, you dead big mouth." Chow Mo raged impotently outside the door. With a satisfied burp, Qin Lu leaned back in his chair, a toothpick dangling from his lips. He clasped his hands behind his head and gazed up at the beam. A faint melancholy lingered on his face. Unbeknownst to him, half a month had already passed since he arrived in this world. During this fortnight, he had adhered to the principle, I won't trouble others unless they trouble me. If they do, he'll think twice, carefully lying low and developing himself. Yet today, on a sudden impulse, he ended up fighting that Fang Hu. This move had undoubtedly shattered his beginner's protection period, plunging him into a perilous situation. This filled Qin Lu with dread. After all, this world was far too dangerous. It felt like everyone had a violent streak, eager to outdo others, quick to fight, as if each person were a walking terrorist. And his own strength was far too meager, merely at the second layer of chi refining, utterly incapable of contending with other cultivators. Wait. A spark lit up in Qin Lu's eyes. Did I just drive off a mid-stage chi refining cultivator today? He spat out, the toothpick straightened up, and his gaze grew fervent. Today I nearly killed Fang Hu with just 2 ignite spells. Given my current spiritual energy reserves, I can cast over a dozen ignite spells at once, which means even if 4 or 5 people come at me, I can defeat them easily. Qin Lu's eyes widened. It dawned on him belatedly that his strength might not be as weak as he thought. But soon his expression shifted from slight delight to solemn seriousness. No, fights can't be calculated like that. If they swarm me, I might not even get off a second ignite before getting beaten to death. Qin Lu stroked his chin, his mind racing. Since I can't move into the market district immediately, I can't just sit and wait for death. Fang Hu is only at mid-stage chi refining. If I grow a bit stronger, I probably won't have to worry about him causing me trouble anymore. What can boost my strength now? As this thought crossed his mind, he focused his intent, and his status panel instantly materialized before him. Name: Qin Lu, lifespan 35,102 years, cultivation chi refining layer 280100, cultivation method Xian Yang art proficient 40200, skills spells ignite mastery 5600, finger snap mastery 1600, talisman crafting water shield beginner 66100, talent none. Glancing over it briefly, Qin Lu murmured to himself, the proficiency for both spells needs 600, too difficult. Their power should be enough for now, no need to upgrade. Whether it was ignite or finger snap, once they reached the mastery level, they seemed to undergo a qualitative transformation. Their powers skyrocketed exponentially. A single ignite could even shatter a defensive talisman. As for cultivation, the cultivation column currently showed 80 points, needing just 20 more to advance to chi refining layer 3. Cultivation points could only be increased through meditation. Based on Qin Lu's observations, every 5 meditation sessions used to yield 1 point. After Xian Yang art advanced to proficient, the same number of meditation sessions now yielded 1.5 points. Cultivation was also the slowest stat to improve. Qin Lu shook his head slowly. This won't work either. Each meditation takes 2 hours, and 10 hours only net 1.5 points. It's too slow. I'd need at least half a month to advance. Scanning further, his gaze settled on the talisman crafting column. With water shield, I can make 4 talismans a day now. If I skip practicing spells, I could probably make 7, so I could level up in 3 days. But defensive talismans don't seem very effective. Qin Lu shook his head again. In a duel, a talisman that only served defense couldn't directly boost his combat capability. Sigh. What am I going to do? Qin Lu let out a long sigh, clasped his hands behind his head again, leaned back, and let his eyes wander around the room, his expression troubled. Suddenly his gaze stopped on an object on the table, and a gleam of insight flashed in his eyes. It was a white porcelain bottle. Right. How could I forget about this? Qin Lu slapped his thigh, cursing himself inwardly, and quickly reached for the bottle, pulling out the cork. Instantly a fragrant scent burst forth, striking his nostrils. He tilted the bottle, and poured its contents into his palm. The objects were smooth, oval-shaped, and of verdant green, each no bigger than a pinky fingertip, emitting a faint spiritual energy. They were 2 pills. What kind of pills are these? Qin Lu closed his eyes, and searched his memory. After some rummaging, he recalled they were called chi-gathering pills, auxiliary pills, for chi refining cultivators during meditation. By swallowing the pill during meditation, one could accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy, indirectly speeding up cultivation. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember where he had gotten them. Let's see what effect they have first. Without hesitation, Qin Lu took a talisman paper from the table and began grinding ink, preparing to draw a talisman. After all, meditation could restore spiritual energy. Since his energy was currently full, it made more sense to use it up first before meditating. Qin Lu was already very familiar with the process of making water shield talismans. This time, with no one knocking on the door, he quickly crafted the talisman without a single mistake. With that done, he shifted his position and sat down on a meditation cushion. After assuming the lotus position, he didn't hesitate and tossed one of the fragrant qi-gathering pills into his mouth. The pill dissolved on his tongue. In an instant, Qin Lu felt a surge of potent medicinal energy explode in his mouth, flowing down his throat, like a rushing river racing toward his dantian. So potent. Startled, Qin Lu quickly composed himself, silently reciting the mantra and activating his cultivation method. As his method cycled, the spiritual energy within his body gradually stirred, merging with the vaporized medicinal energy, growing thicker and stronger. Then, like old friends, they joined hands and began to travel through the meridians of Qin Lu's body. Ah, so satisfying. Tech-enhanced stuff is something else. Qin Lu sighed inwardly, continuously cycling the spiritual energy. Time flew by in this manner. An hour later, Qin Lu opened his eyes right on schedule and immediately summoned his status panel. Upon seeing the information, joy lit up his eyes. The cultivation value, originally at 80 points, had now risen to 83. One pill had equaled 20 hours of meditation. Excellent. This way I can cut down the time needed to advance to Qi refining layer 3. Filled with renewed vigor, Qin Lu stood up and walked back to the table to begin crafting another talisman. He needed to deplete his newly restored spiritual energy before meditating again. In an instant, Qin Lu's relentless work ethic was rekindled, and he was brimming with motivation. Time slipped away quietly as the night curtain fell, and the morning sun gradually appeared on the horizon, its gentle radiance illuminating the entire land. Having unknowingly pulled an all-nighter, Qin Lu only now realized that dawn had broken. After a whole night, he had successfully raised his cultivation level to 87, and had even managed to refine 5 copies of the water qi shield. Truly maximizing efficiency. Qin Lu let out a long breath, swung his arms to loosen his sore shoulders, his face etched with exhaustion. As one ages, bodily functions begin to decline. If one indulges without restraint, like in youth, failing to control one's desires, it easily leads to major problems. For a middle-aged cultivator like him, already 35, just one night of indulgence left his entire body aching and sore, utterly incomparable to a young lad. Qin Lu supported his liver as he slowly stood up, walked lightly to the kitchen, and was about to draw water to wash his face and refresh himself, only to find the bucket completely empty. When misfortune strikes, it always comes in waves. Qin Lu muttered a curse under his breath, then resignedly picked up the bucket and headed out the door. He needed to fetch water. The place for drawing water was called Little Camel River. This river, flowing from west to east, was spiritually pure and clear, running almost through the entire Wuji district, nurturing the many cultivators who settled and lived there. The nearest stretch of Little Camel River to Qin Lu's home was less than 200 meters away. Carrying the bucket, he walked out the door and headed there, familiar with the path. In the early morning, many in the slums had already risen. Some squatted by their doorways, washing up and chatting. Others, like Qin Lu, carried large buckets and made their way toward the river. Clearly everyone needed to fetch water. A man's voice called out from the side, well, if it isn't Big Mouth Qin. Why are you up so early today? Qin Lu turned his head, his memory of this person vague. Hearing the greeting, he could only force an awkward smile. Yes. Early to bed, early to rise. Someone nearby immediately interrupted, laughing. Early to bed? Look at his face, all drained, like he's got kidney deficiency. He clearly didn't sleep a wink last night, probably just back from the gambling den. You're the one with kidney deficiency. I just have a sore liver. Qin Lu cursed inwardly, but on his face he wore an embarrassed smile and admitted honestly, please don't mock me, everyone. My gambling days are behind me. I was young and foolish back then. I've quit now. Uh-huh. You quit gambling. Then it'll quit eating rice. It'll quit my wife. Huh. You might quit your wife, but your wife won't quit you. Qin Lu's words drew laughter from several people, clearly not believing he had quit gambling. Qin Lu chuckled without explanation, quickening his pace as he walked to the riverbank. Little Camel River was only about 10 meters wide, its current extremely calm, the water so clear the riverbed was visible. On the bank a few middle-aged female cultivators were beating clothes with wooden clubs, their laughter and chatter occasionally drifting over, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Qin Lu had no impression of these women either, so he abandoned the thought of greeting them. He quickly walked to the river's edge and tossed the large bucket into the water. With a splash, he heaved it up, lifting the bucket now full of water. In his past life such a feat would have been impossible, but now, with this cultivator's body, he could easily lift this nearly 100-liter load. Adjusting his grip on the bucket, Qin Lu was about to head home when suddenly, "Hey, Big Mouth Qin. I recall you don't have a Dao partner yet, do you?" "Huh?" The sudden question nearly made Qin Lu spill the water. The speaker was an elderly female cultivator around 50, her makeup exaggerated and somewhat comical. "Not at the moment, no," Qin Lu quickly replied. "Then do you want a wife? If you do, Aunt Lee will introduce one to you to warm your bed." The elderly female cultivator winked her small eyes and chuckled. Why would Aunt Lee want to introduce a wife to him? That Big Mouth isn't a family man. Right, what future does a gambler have? Don't ruin our local girls, Auntie. Exactly. I've heard that once you're hooked on gambling, it's for life. You can quit a woman, but you can't quit gambling. The female cultivators washing clothes immediately chimed in, with teasing remarks, all criticizing Qin Lu's unreliability. Nonsense. Qin Lu retorted loudly upon hearing this, emphasizing, you ladies are wrong. I, Qin Lu, am not bad. I've quit gambling now. And besides, I think women are the hardest to quit. You quit gambling. The words drew suspicion from the group of female cultivators, who exchanged glances, their eyes full of disbelief. All except one, Aunt Lee. She glanced at Qin Lu and said cheerfully, what Big Mouth says might be true. Everyone lately, he's been going to the market to set up his stall on time, and he hasn't been to the gambling den for half a month. That's why I offered to introduce a wife to him. Hearing this, Qin Lu felt a wave of relief and immediately gave a thumbs up, praising Aunt Lee, your observation is spot on. So do you want a wife or not? Qin Lu's heart stirred slightly. He was indeed a bit tempted. After all, he was too lonely, sleeping alone every night, shivering from the cold. And whenever something came up, there was no one to discuss it with. He was always left to brood alone, and if this continued, it would eventually cause problems. If he had someone by his side, perhaps it would solve everything. But just as Qin Lu was about to open his mouth and agree, the thought of the attribute panel surfaced in his mind. Such a strange matter naturally couldn't be known to too many people. It was his ultimate trump card. Having someone around all day would certainly make it easy to slip up. Weighing the pros and cons, Qin Lu pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said seriously, I do. Annie, can you find me one? Done. With that word, it's enough. Aunt Lee agreed readily. In the end, amid the laughter of the women, Qin Lu carried his bucket and walked briskly back home. A 35-year-old man needed to release some pressure appropriately, or he'd be stifled. Back home, he set down the bucket, dropped in a prepared purifying water pill, and made the water even clearer. After a simple wash, feeling it was still too early to set up his stall, Qin Lu, filled with anticipation for the future, resumed his cultivation. Should I go buy a pillow later? She can't be too old, right? But since everyone's a cultivator, she probably can't be too ugly. In this world, do you need a bride price to get married? I don't have a flying artifact or a residence permit in the market. My specialty is talisman refining. Would that attract a girl? Lost in a whirl of thoughts, Qin Lu entered a meditative state. On the other side of the slums, Fang, who with bandages wrapped around his chest, knocked on the door of one of the houses. In a moment, the door opened, revealing a middle-aged man with triangular eyes. He glanced at Fang He's chest and asked in surprise, who, what's this all about? Fang Hu said tearfully, brother, I was beaten by someone. You have to avenge me. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the triangular-eyed man's eyes, as he growled, "Who dares to bully my brother like this?" "Humph. It's a gambling addict named Qin Lu." "Qin Lu." The triangular-eyed man muttered the name softly, then opened the door wide. "Come in, let's talk slowly." "All right." A few days later, in the bustling and lively market of wandering cultivators, Qin Lu sat before his stall munching on fresh fruit while watching the constant stream of cultivators passing by, waiting for a customer to approach. Through his covert inquiries over this period, he had gained a fair understanding of the market's rules. The entire market was under the jurisdiction of the Wuji sect, with their cultivators overseeing every main street to prevent any brawls or disturbances akin to the yamen of ancient times. The sea of wandering cultivators in the market was under the strictest surveillance. Disciples of the Wuji sect patrolled the entire perimeter of the market. At the first sign of a fight, they would intervene, directly expelling the troublemakers from the market and revoking their residency privileges within the bazaar. Their methods were brutally simple. Thus, setting up a stall in the market generally ensured a degree of safety. This was the reason for Qin Lu's current relaxed demeanor. The market was a cacophony of shouts and hawking. Even the two stallholders beside Qin Lu were yelling themselves hoarse, constantly vying for the attention of the scattered customers passing by their stalls. Yet Qin Lu remained silent, never taking the initiative to hawk his wares. First, he was not yet accustomed to shouting; it was a bit beneath his dignity. Second, and more importantly, his stall had far too few items, only talismans, making it truly embarrassing to call out for business. At this moment, a few talismans were scattered on his stall cloth. Aside from the familiar water chi shield, there was another talisman with a completely different symbolic pattern. It was the cleansing talisman. In the past few days, he had stayed indoors, continuously drawing talismans. He had finally elevated his water chi shield skill from beginner to proficient. After the upgrade, the speed of refining the water chi shield had significantly increased, and while its quality improved, the spiritual energy consumed had also decreased considerably. The progress was evident. To diversify the talismans for his stall, Qin Lu then began developing the cleansing talisman. With the experience from drawing the water chi shield, he mastered the basics of the cleansing talisman with almost no effort. So today he brought out the refined cleansing talismans along with the water chi shield talismans he had saved from previous days, officially setting up his stall. Crunching on cheap fruit bought with a few taels of gold, Qin Lu sat idly on the ground. In the past, he would have practiced the finger snap technique to while away the tedious hours. But since the finger snap technique had become far more powerful after its upgrade, he dared not practice it in the market anymore for fear that the Wuji sect would come knocking, demanding he pay for the repair of the stone pavement. Suddenly Qin Lu's eyes lit up. He tossed aside the fruit in his hand, looked at the young female cultivator standing before his stall, and said with fawning enthusiasm, "Esteemed Taoist, please take a look, take a look." After an hour of waiting, his first customer of the day had finally arrived. The female cultivator gave a cursory glance and said coldly, "What's there to see? Don't you only have two types of talismans?" Qin Lu scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, offering no rebuttal. The female cultivator picked up one of the talismans and asked casually, "What's so special about your water chi shield that you're charging 50 taels more than the others?" On the price tag, Qin Lu had raised the price of the water chi shield from its original 2 spirit stones to 2 spirit stones plus 50 taels of gold. "You have excellent taste, Taoist. This talisman has extraordinary defensive power. It was personally refined by my elder brother, who is at the late stage of chi refining, hence the slightly higher price." Qin Lu spun the lie without a flicker of embarrassment. As a youth from the new century, he deeply understood the importance of having a quality spokesperson for a brand. Given his own cultivation level, it was extremely difficult to sell his well-crafted talismans at a good price. So why not fabricate a so-called high-realm elder brother to elevate the prestige of his talismans? The female cultivator nodded slightly, and began to probe the talisman gently with her spiritual energy. Seeing that she had no suspicions, Qin Lu breathed a silent sigh of relief. After a moment, the female cultivator put down the talisman and said, "Your talismans are indeed well refined. How many do you have? I'll take them all." Hearing this, Qin Lu's eyes sparkled, and a look of ecstasy spread across his face. He had struck gold. He had set up his stall 7 or 8 times before, but this was the first time he had encountered such a generous cultivator. Excellent, excellent. I have 20 sheets here. Qin Lu immediately pulled all the talismans from his bag along with a few on the black cloth, and handed them all to the female cultivator in one go. After a careful inspection, she said indifferently, "A few are a bit lacking. How about 45 spirit stones for the lot?" That works, that works. Qin Lu agreed at once. One paid, the other delivered. The transaction was complete. Qin Lu's eyes gleamed as he looked at the small cloth pouch now containing over 40 spirit stones, his heart surging with excitement. This was the fruit of his hard labor. Tucking the pouch into his robes, Qin Lu glanced around, and noticed several gazes fixed on him, causing his heart to tighten instantly. The smile on his face quickly faded, replaced by a stern expression. Those looks seemed to carry ill intent. Eyeing the few scattered cleansing talismans on the black cloth, Qin Lu's gaze hardened, and he immediately began to pack up his stall. Time to call it a day. Swiftly packing his belongings, Qin Lu cautiously made his way toward the market's entrance. Weaving through the crowd and exiting the city gate, Qin Lu cast a wary glance behind him. Sensing nothing unusual, he then quickened his pace toward the slums. As he neared the edge of the slums, the number of pedestrians dwindled. Though it was only 3 or 4 in the afternoon, a cold sweat had unknowingly drenched Qin Lu's back, because he felt as if 2 people had been following him the entire way. Damn, looking for a robbery. His heart raced, his body stiffening slightly, as he involuntarily glanced at the houses lining the street. The doors on both sides were tightly shut with no one in sight. Maybe I'm mistaken. Qin Lu muttered to himself, then deliberately quickened his pace in an attempt to distance himself from the 2 behind him. As expected, the 2 also sped up immediately. So it's true. This discovery confirmed to Qin Lu that they were indeed after him. No good. The area around my home is sparsely populated. Going back there would be a death sentence. I can't go home. So what do I do? Right. I'll find Manager Lu. In a flash of frantic thought, Qin Lu found a solution. In this small patch of the shantytown, the Wuji sect members were the absolute rulers, and they naturally bore the responsibility of protecting their subjects. When in danger, seeking out the Wuji sect was undoubtedly the right move. With this in mind, Qin Lu immediately changed direction and sprinted toward Diviner Liu's house, relying on his memory. Hey! The kid spotted us! Get him! A shout rang out from behind, and the 2 men instantly gave chase. This sent a jolt of terror through Qin Lu, who bolted at his top speed. But as he rounded a corner, his face suddenly turned ashen, and his body froze in place. How can this be? There, blocking his path, stood Fang Hu and 2 other men, all wielding weapons with fierce expressions. Finally got you! Fang Hu pointed at Qin Lu and said viciously to the man with the slanted eyes beside him, "Big brother, this is him. Ambush ahead, pursuers behind." Qin Lu nervously waved his hands and said, Gentlemen, could there be some misunderstanding?" The man with the slanted eyes sneered, "Misunderstanding? You injured my brother. What misunderstanding could there be?" Just then the 2 men who had been chasing him caught up and shouted to the slanted-eyed man, "Big brother, this kid has at least 40 spirit stones on him." "Good." The slanted-eyed man chuckled lightly. "Looks like we've got a bit of a bonus today." This exchange made Qin Lu's heart sink. These 2 groups actually knew each other. The 2 behind him weren't random robbers, they were men sent by Fang Hu. This was a premeditated act of revenge. On the silent, deserted streets of the slums, the confrontation between the few present figures lent the air an unsettling, murderous tension. The man at the forefront with his triangular eyes stood relaxed, a long blade in his hand. He fixed a fierce glare on Qin Lu and barked, "Hey kid, are you coming with me willingly, or do I have to cripple you first and then drag you away?" Qin Lu's heart pounded with anxiety. He had known Fang Hu would seek revenge, but he had miscalculated the time and place. He had assumed Fang Hu would sneak into his home at night for a smash-and-grab retaliation, never imagining they'd dare attack him on the street in broad daylight. And to bring 5 men at once, they truly overestimated his strength. 3 ahead, 2 behind. Qin Lu's mind raced, replaying the combat methods he had rehearsed over the past few days. His entire body tensed, ready for battle. Boss, no need to waste words on this little punk. Just kill him and be done with it, Fong Hu said with a cruel grin. Fine. The triangular-eyed man narrowed his eyes, raised his right hand, and thrust it forward sharply, shouting, "Cripple this brat! Kill!" The moment the command was given, the two men behind Qin Lu drew their blades and charged. Cultivators moved with incredible speed. A casual sprint matched the top sprinting velocity of elite athletes from the previous life. In less than a breath, they closed the 20-meter distance, stopping just a few paces from Qin Lu. And at that very instant, whoosh! A soft sound. A fireball the size of a soccer ball erupted from Qin Lu's fingertip. Ignition art. Prepared for this moment, Qin Lu seized the opportunity and flicked the flame from his finger, hurling it at the charging duo. The sudden fireball made both men falter, their faces filled with shock. Boom! One of them, unable to dodge, was struck directly by the fireball. His forward momentum ceased abruptly, and the immense impact sent him flying backward. The fireball's power was enough to shatter shields. Taking the full brunt of the attack, the man crashed to the ground, coughing up blood, his body charred black. Clearly he was gravely wounded. This sight stunned the other assailant mid-charge. A fireball technique! How does he? Before the man could finish his thought, the triangular-eyed man bellowed, "This kid is a tough one. Charge with me!" His voice jolted the others back to action. Excluding the fallen rogue cultivator, the remaining four surged forward in a swarm toward Qin Lu. The scene set Qin Lu's heart racing to its limit, adrenaline flooding his brain. As a law-abiding citizen of the new era, his last fight in his previous life was probably a broom duel with a classmate in elementary school. A knife fight in the streets like this was something he had only ever seen in triad movies. Now, with enemies closing in from both sides, despite having mentally prepared for battle over the past 2 days, he still failed to react instantly. Sensing the man closest behind him, Qin Lu even felt the breath of death. Without a second thought, he shot both arms out straight, one forward and one back, forming a line. He curled his fingers and unleashed his skills. Whoosh! Whoosh! With rapid flicks of his fingers, two strange, powerful gusts of wind burst forth. Finger flick art. Bam! A fierce blast struck the man behind him. The finger flick art, potent enough to shatter market flagstones, tore a circular wound into his abdomen in an instant. Blood gushed from the deep wound, revealing the stark white of bone and internal organs within. This. The rogue cultivator stared in disbelief, glanced down at his stomach, then collapsed weakly to the ground, gasping heavily. In 2 exchanges, both men who had been trailing him lay severely wounded. The 3 charging ahead froze in their tracks. "Seventh brother!" The triangular-eyed man roared, staring at the 2 fallen cultivators behind Qin Lu, utter disbelief in his eyes. How the hell can a mere Qi refining layer 2 master such powerful techniques? Just then, the rogue cultivator beside the triangular-eyed man spoke nervously. "Boss, this kid's not right. We should retreat." He had sensed the attack's force earlier and only managed to deflect it, with his blade narrowly escaping. He hadn't expected seventh brother to be gravely wounded by the same strike. Such power was impossible for a Qi refining layer 2 cultivator. Seeing the 3 men hesitant to approach, Qin Lu gritted his teeth and conjured another fireball. Whoosh! He hurled it with all his might straight at the trio. The soccer ball-sized fireball was swift and fierce, forcing the 3 to scatter in panic to avoid being hit. This time they were prepared. The fireball struck the ground with a thunderous crash, causing no harm. "Boss, I'm not dying here. I'm out!" The rogue cultivator suddenly yelled, retreating rapidly, then fled at an astonishing speed without looking back. "Get back here, you coward!" Fong Hu shouted desperately after the fleeing figure. His cries were futile. Within moments, the man vanished around a street corner. With only 2 opponents left on the field, Qin Lu breathed a sigh of relief, though his gaze remained tense, fixed on Fong Hu and the triangular-eyed man. The triangular-eyed man suddenly barked. "How do you know the fireball technique?" Qin Lu retorted angrily. "None of your damn business." With that, he curled his fingers, aimed at the 2 standing men, and unleashed finger flick art once more. 2 fierce, swift gusts shot from his fingertips, forcing the men to scramble away, using their weapons to disperse the blasts. Their frantic movements betrayed their utter discomposure. No one would believe that two mid-stage Qi refining cultivators could be pushed to such humiliation by a mere Layer 2 rogue cultivator. Suddenly a flash of insight struck Fang, who had his eyes widened in shock. "Boss! That move of his! It looks like the finger flick art." "Bullshit! Do you think I don't know the finger flick art? It can barely flick a bug. How could this be the finger flick art?" the triangular-eyed man roared. "But? Shut up! This kid's trouble. Let's go!" The triangular-eyed man waved his hand and turned to flee. Fang, who cast a fearful glance at Qin Lu, then quickly followed his boss. The two disappeared around the corner in quick succession. Watching their retreating backs, Qin Lu's body sagged with relief. Good thing they didn't fight to the death. His spiritual energy was scarce enough for only a dozen or so skills. In the past half-minute, he had already used 6. If they had pressed on once his chi ran dry, he would have become a lamb to the slaughter, his life at their mercy. Phew! Qin Lu exhaled deeply, turning to look at the two rogue cultivators lying on the ground. To his shock, they were now motionless, eyes wide open, faces twisted in agony. They were already dead. At the sight, Qin Lu froze, his expression grim. "I killed someone. I killed 2 people. How could this happen?" Panic seized him, a wave of terror engulfing his mind. He glanced around, nervously relieved to find the area still deserted. "No one saw it was me. I have to get out of here." Qin Lu turned and fled, leaving the 2 corpses behind, sprinting all the way home. He ran even faster than when he had been escaping the fight. Like a frightened bird, he raced home without stopping. Only when he had shut the door did he collapse weakly to the floor, clutching his head in his hands, his face a mask of panic. Qin Lu lay prone on the desk, his head buried in his arms, as the images of the 2 dead figures relentlessly replayed in his mind. He had killed. Though he knew such a day would inevitably come in this cultivation world, it had arrived sooner than he ever imagined. Yet he had never anticipated it would happen so swiftly, and that he would take 2 lives in a single stroke. For a well-educated youth of the modern era, this was a truth difficult to accept. 2 living souls, and I snuffed them out with a mere flick of my finger. Qin Lu clutched his head, striving to come to terms with this reality. But if I hadn't killed them, they would have killed me. It's hardly my fault. Those people were certainly no saints. They must have committed murder themselves. By killing them, I might have even avenged someone else. Yes, it was pure self-defense. No one can blame me. A torrent of thoughts surged through Qin Lu's mind as he struggled to suppress the fear and unease churning within him. After a while, he rose to his feet, tossed his robe into a bucket of water, and crouched beside it. He began to scrub his already impeccably clean hands repeatedly. He scrubbed with fierce determination. A moment later, he halted, staring silently at his reflection in the water. Circumstances shape a person. In this godforsaken place, a saint won't last long. I must be decisive in killing. Yes. Hesitation is unbecoming. That fawn who escaped twice, and that's what caused all this trouble. If there's a next time, I must root out the problem entirely. Gazing at his reflection, Qin Lu's eyes grew resolute, his mind clear. Having watched countless dramas, he knew that villains often perish due to verbosity and indecisiveness. He couldn't afford such a foolish flaw. After all, even a lion uses its full strength against a rabbit, let alone a menace like Fang Hu. After a bout of frantic thoughts, Qin Lu's restless heart gradually calmed, and he returned to his seat. Lost in thought for a moment, he emptied all the spirit stones he had earned that day, over 40 pieces, onto the table. After staring at them briefly, he lifted his gaze to the debt list taped to the wall. The small debts are mostly paid off. Only the large gambling debt remains. But they've never come to collect. Through his recent efforts, the original debt of 300 spirit stones had been reduced to just 190. After settling 2 minor debts of 10 stones each, the only remaining obligation was a hefty sum of 170 stones owed to a shop named Jishan. Since Jishan hasn't pressed for payment, there's no rush. He'll pay off these 2 debts tomorrow. I should have enough for now. Qin Lu nodded slowly. The day's events had served as a stark reminder. In this place, combat prowess was paramount. Wealth was truly a worldly possession. Enhancing his own strength was the most pressing priority. Tonight I'll practice new skills. I'll set aside talisman crafting for now. Qin Lu sighed, a hint of impatience flickering across his face. His spiritual energy was far too meager to squander. For talisman crafting and skill practice, he could only choose one. After a moment's deliberation, Qin Lu picked up the book, Simple Spell Cultivation Methods, and began to study. In the early Qi refining stage, there were few spells to master. He had already learned Finger Flick and Ignition, leaving only 4 useful ones. These were Illumination, Severing, Amplified Sound, and Gentle Breeze. Qin Lu deliberated endlessly, growing increasingly frustrated until he finally decided to learn them all. Except for Gentle Breeze, which he couldn't properly execute, he began studying the other 3 skills. For the first 2, he achieved basic mastery within 2 hours, able to perform them simply. Illumination was quite straightforward. By raising his palm and channeling spiritual energy to his center, he could manifest a bright white light. However, the light was pitifully weak, no different from a cheap flashlight from his past life, barely useful in the dark. Severing was equally simple. By channeling spiritual energy to his index and middle fingers and pressing them together, he could execute the spell much like a scissor gesture. After mastering this skill, Qin Lu began trimming his beard and hair, which he had neglected for some time. The scissor hand moved comically across his face. The spell's power was comparable to a razor. Yet after this basic grooming, Qin Lu appeared several years younger, exuding the charm of a mature man. The first 2 skills were simple, but the last one, Amplified Sound, proved difficult to master. According to the manual, it required channeling spiritual energy to both the mouth and abdomen to produce sound in unison. After several futile attempts, Qin Lu gave up practicing. With a few simple exercises, his already limited spiritual energy was completely depleted. Without hesitation, he sat cross-legged and began to meditate. The familiar gentle spiritual energy stirred from his dantian, and as he chanted the incantation and activated the technique, the energy began to circulate through his body in a grand cycle. The spiritual energy coursed continuously, nourishing every organ. This was usually a soothing process, but this time something changed. The once docile energy grew restless and abruptly accelerated, racing through his body at more than double its usual speed. Sensing this strange phenomenon, Qin Lu's heart leaped with joy. This is a sign of breakthrough. According to the Qin Yan art manual, each advancement was accompanied by such anomalies. Coupled with the full progress bar on his attribute panel, he instantly knew this was his moment of ascension. The original owner couldn't advance an inch in over a decade, and I've managed a breakthrough in less than a month. Qin Lu's spirit soared. As the spiritual energy accelerated, he silently recited the mantra, letting the energy surge through him in a grand cycle. After 3 complete grand cycles, the energy gradually slowed, but though its speed diminished, its substance became denser and more profound. The circulation returned to normal. Suddenly, Qin Lu's entire body trembled, as a wave of heat surged from the soles of his feet, coursing through him and bursting through his crown. His mind grew clearer and more expansive. Success! Qin Lu rejoiced silently. He pressed his hands downward, concluding the meditation. He slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. Finally, I've advanced. It wasn't easy. His progress hadn't been this swift initially, but thanks to 2 spirit convergence pills, the original owner had somehow obtained his advancement had been greatly accelerated. With a thought, Qin Lu summoned his attribute panel. Name: Qin Lu. Lifespan: 35,107 years. Cultivation: Qi Refining Layer 3 1100. Technique: Xian Yang Art Proficient 48200. Skills: Spells: Ignition Mastered 7600. Finger Flick Mastered 5600. Illumination Beginner 5100. Severing Beginner 5100. Talisman Crafting. Water Shield Proficient 10200. Cleansing Talisman Beginner 5100. Talent None. Seeing his cultivation had reached Qi Refining Layer 3 and his lifespan had increased by 5 years, Qin Lu couldn't help but beam with a radiant smile. He could sense that his spiritual energy had increased by at least 3-fold. This surplus energy would greatly enhance his efficiency, whether in practicing spells or crafting talismans. After staring at the panel for a long while, Qin Lu stretched his limbs. The gloom in his heart had slightly dissipated. As expected of me. Early the next morning Qin Lu, who had spent a restless night, rose early. After a simple wash he feigned composure, and stepped out of his room. His first destination was the secluded path, where he had fought the previous day, to inspect the scene. When Qin Lu arrived, the two corpses that had lain in the middle of the road were gone, and the passing road cultivators showed no unusual discussion, as if nothing had ever happened. The bodies are gone. Whether the Wuji sect collected them, or Fang Hu and his men. Qin Lu let out a long sigh of relief, calming his nerves, then turned and left. After leaving the scene, Qin Lu did not head straight for the market. Instead, following his memory, he found a house in a remote part of the slums and banged on the door. Who the hell is it? Banging on the door at this hour? Before the door opened, a man's irate voice sounded from inside. It's me, Qin Lu. Bang! The door swung open. A disheveled young man appeared, saying impatiently, What do you want, you old bastard? Here to borrow money again. I told you no way. You still owe me from last time. No, I'm here to repay you. Qin Lu quickly explained, and took 10 spirit stones from his bosom and handed them to the young man. The young man looked quite surprised, holding the spirit stones with utter disbelief. Well, what's this? Has the sun risen from the west? You actually came to pay me back. Yes, thank you so much for your help before, Qin Lu said with a fawning smile. Heh, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. As long as you repay the debt, we're still good brothers. Of course. Let's have tea sometime, tea. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qin Lu cupped his hands in farewell and took his leave. He then went to the home of another debtor. In just over 10 minutes, he had repaid another small loan. The total external debt of 20 spirit stones was fully settled today, leaving only the 170 spirit stones he owed to the Jishan shop. With matters taken care of, Qin Lu strolled into the market square, but instead of heading to the bazaar, he went straight to the rice shop. Today, he wasn't out to set up a stall. He intended to buy some grain and go into seclusion for cultivation. The rice shop had few customers, as quiet as ever. The price of spirit rice remained unchanged, 1 spirit stone for 4 jin. Since Qin Lu planned to stay home for a month without going out, he bought over 30 jin of spirit rice, costing 8 spirit stones. With rice secured, he naturally needed meat and vegetables as well. Afterward, he went to the market and spent 7 spirit stones to buy a sufficient quantity of beast meat and vegetables. After nearly half an hour, Qin Lu had successfully purchased all sorts of daily necessities. With large and small bags in both hands, he walked out of the market thoroughly satisfied. This time, to be cautious, he wandered suspiciously around the market square for a long while, taking twists and turns, afraid of being followed. Only when he felt safe did he leave the market square and head home. After a tense journey back, he carefully stored away the supplies, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to take a drink of water, a knock came at the door. Dazue, open up, it's me, came Aunt Lee's voice from outside. Hearing this voice, Qin Lu's eyes lit up. He quickly set down his cup and rose to open the door. Could this be the delivery of a wife? He opened the door. Standing outside was the heavily made-up Aunt Lee, and beside her a round little fatty Chow Mo. Dazue, Auntie has finally found you a good match. As she spoke, Aunt Lee craned her neck to peer into the room behind Qin Lu, as if looking for something. Really? Qin Lu seemed a bit excited and quickly asked. Auntie, tell me quickly, what kind of good match is it? Aunt Lee's eyes darted around, then she looked at Qin Lu with a mysterious smile. Do you know Zhang Yangzi from the Pengbei district? Qin Lu shook his head repeatedly. No, I don't. He had arrived here with fragmented memories, and many things were unclear. He had no impression of any Zhang Yangzi from the Pengbei district. Oh, you've hit the jackpot this time. Zhang Yangzi is young and beautiful, only 26, extremely fair and lovely. She's a famous beauty around here. Aunt Lee blinked her small eyes and said with a giggle. Hearing this description, Qin Lu couldn't help but swallow his saliva. After a pause, he tested hesitantly. A beauty like that, would she even fancy me? I have no house, no carriage. No, I mean, I'm too poor, isn't it inappropriate? Under normal circumstances, you'd have no chance. But 2 months ago, Zhang Yang's stout partner died in the wild. Now she's a widow with a child and her family needs a man to support them. Let me tell you, I've spent ages convincing her that you've reformed and quit gambling, and only then did she agree to meet you. Ah. Qin Lu's smile gradually froze, shifting into utter astonishment. Anyway, are you saying she's a widow? With a kid? That's right. Adley nodded matter-of-factly, then paused, looking Qin Lu up and down with a frown. What? You old man, you dare to be picky. This isn't good. I can't accept it all at once, Qin Lu said with difficulty. He wasn't a chow-chow. Oh, you. Finding someone with Zhang Yang's looks is something you should be grinning about, yet you're still being choosy. All right. When Zhang Yangzi has time, he'll let you know to go meet her. With that, Adley turned and left without giving Qin Lu a chance to refuse. Qin Lu stared at her, retreating back, a look of helplessness on his face. He did want a wife, but suddenly getting a buy one get one free deal seemed a bit too generous. Tis Qin Dazue, at your age you're still this desperate. Even a widow won't escape your clutches. Fatty Chow Mo said with a lecherous grin, folding his arms. Shoo. What do you, a little brat, know? Go home and do your homework. Qin Lu waved him away. I definitely know, Chow Mo retorted immediately, but then paused, looking puzzled. Huh? What's homework? It's playing Honor of Kings. Who is Honor of Kings? How do I fight him? Sigh. Qin Lu looked up to the sky, speechless. After a moment of silence, he suddenly stepped back and slammed his door shut with a bang. Ah! You damn Dazue! You shut the door before I finish talking. Open up if you dare. I challenge you to a fight. Chow Mo cursed angrily. Qin Lu ignored Chow Mo's words, calmly sat back on his chair, picked up the untouched water, and took a gentle sip. The cool water flowed down his throat through his chest, eliciting an involuntary sigh from Qin Lu. Then unbidden, a pale, tender thigh appeared in his mind. He murmured softly to himself, a widow. For the following half-month, Qin Lu kept a low profile and rarely ventured outside, fearing an ambush by Fang Hu and his men. To prepare, he devised multiple combat strategies at home. He worried someone might seek revenge at his doorstep, but his fears proved unfounded. Fang Hu and his gang never appeared, as if they had vanished. Gradually he relaxed. During this time, he diligently practiced cutting technique and illumination technique at home, making rapid progress. Each practice session manifested as numerical increases on his attribute panel. Watching the rising numbers, Qin Lu felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. This fueled his motivation, almost addictive like gaming. Of course, when practice grew tedious, he would sketch a few talismans to pass the time. Overall, the half-month was incredibly fulfilling for Qin Lu. The only surprise was that Madame Zhang, introduced by Adley, had not followed up for reasons unknown. Today, an unexpected visitor arrived at his humble abode, Lu the fortune-teller. Manager Lu! Qin Lu exclaimed with delight. What brings you here today? Could it be? Lu the fortune-teller smiled faintly. You wanted to move into the market, didn't you? A house is available now. Are you still interested? Yes. Absolutely. Qin Lu agreed without hesitation, his heart leaping with joy. After nearly 20 days of waiting, he finally had the chance to live in the market. But I must warn you in advance, the rent in the market differs from the slums, and no arrears are allowed. If you're late by 3 days, you'll be evicted. Then, how many spirit stones is it exactly? Qin Lu asked cautiously. 15 spirit stones per month. Hearing this, Qin Lu was taken aback. The cost was more than double the slum rent. 15 spirit stones. He'd need to sell over a dozen water shield talismans to earn that. Outrageously expensive. If you wish to move in, you'll need to pay the first month's rent first, Lu the fortune-teller said calmly. Of course. Qin Lu smiled, sheepishly suppressing his reluctance as he pulled out his remaining spirit stones from his pocket. He counted 15 and handed them over. After paying, his small cloth pouch held only a single lonely spirit stone, a pitiful sight. Unfazed, Lu the fortune-teller pocketed the stones with a casual glance. All right, I'll take you to see the house today. Excellent. With a disciple of the Wuji sect as his guide, Qin Lu felt utterly secure, unafraid of anyone seeking trouble. Along the way, many rogue cultivators respectfully greeted Lu the fortune teller, making Qin Lu walking behind feel immensely proud. They entered the market. After a short stroll of over 10 minutes, they arrived before a courtyard. It lay in the northwestern corner of Wuji Market near the city wall, a somewhat remote location flanked by identical courtyards. Lu the fortune teller unlocked the gate with a key, and the two stepped inside. The courtyard was a two-section compound quite spacious. It comprised a main hall and a western wing with an imposing gate, a lofty foyer, stone corners, and arched windows, elegant yet understated. A peach tree stood in the yard with stone chairs and a table beneath it. Qin Lu took an instant liking to the place. Lu the fortune teller led him on a brief tour, offering simple introductions. "How is it? This courtyard satisfactory?" Lu the fortune teller asked with a smile. Qin Lu nodded, eagerly cupping his hands in gratitude. "Very much so. Am extremely pleased. Thank you for your efforts, Manager Lu. Heck, glad you're satisfied." Lu the fortune teller waved a hand nonchalantly. "All right, you need to move out of the slums quickly. We'll have to clear it out by the deadline." "Rest assured, Manager Lu. I'll bring all my belongings over tomorrow," Qin Lu declared, thumping his chest cheerfully. Lu the fortune teller nodded, left the key, and departed. Once alone, Qin Lu surveyed his new home, his excitement palpable. "With this open space, I can practice gentle breeze technique. Moving into the market means no more fear of retaliation. Hey, this is the life." He stood there lost in emotion, reveling for a good half-hour before finally stepping out of the courtyard. He locked the gate simply and headed back toward the slums. Today he would pack his belongings and officially move here tomorrow. The daytime Wuji market remained bustling. People in varied attire filled the air with noise, haggling inquiries, chatter, creating a lively scene. Having not been out for a while, Qin Lu was in high spirits. His gaze swept over the shops and passers-by, his heart light. Yet with an empty purse, he had no spirit stones to buy anything. After a quick glance, he exited the market. Whoosh! Just outside the market gate, he saw a cultivator activate a paper-like flying artifact shooting straight into the sky. Besides this one, many cultivators were coming and going. They maneuvered all sorts of bizarre flying artifacts, some landing, some taking off. The small market entrance resembled an exhibition of flying devices. "Sigh, when will I ever afford a flying artifact to see the sky?" Qin Lu gazed with envy. In this world, flying artifacts were akin to cars from his past life, useful for travel and a mark of status for cultivators. But their cost was exorbitant. The cheapest flying artifact required hundreds of spirit stones, far beyond the reach of Qin Lu, who still struggled on the poverty line. As Qin Lu mused, a stir arose among the crowd at the market gate. Many pointed at the sky. Curious, Qin Lu followed their gaze and looked up. In the distance, a handsome young man of about 16 or 17, with a cool expression, rode a dazzling flying sword as it sped toward them. His striking features and unique aura instantly captured everyone's attention. "So handsome! That's Wei Zimo, the prodigy of Wuji sect. Wow, I heard he's only 16 and already at the late chi refining stage. Truly monstrous. How does he cultivate?" The crowd's gazes held admiration, envy, awe, and fervor, all fixed on the handsome youth as he landed gracefully at the market gate. Seemingly accustomed to the attention, the youth ignored the murmurs and walked straight into the market without a pause. Qin Lu watched Wei Zimo's retreating figure, a complex expression in his eyes. "It's like a tall, handsome, rich kid driving a Lamborghini past me." He touched the single spirit stone in his pocket, and his earlier good mood soured. "Forget it. Rich kids will never understand the thrill of building from scratch. No need to pity them." Qin Lu quickly adjusted his mindset. He patted his worn-out robe, clasped his hands behind his back, straightened his posture, and strode toward his home in the slums. At 8 o'clock in the morning, on a street in Wuji Ward, Qin Lu was walking slowly, holding a redwood table with both hands. On the tabletop, many items were tied with a red rope. Upon closer inspection, one could see bedding pots and pans, grain books, and various materials piled on it. It was packed full. This scene made Qin Lu look like a moving van. "Ooh, someone's moving into the ward again. Who's that? A new face. Just some nobody." This kid sells talismans at the market. I've seen him a couple of times, but I don't know his name. Many people pointed at Qin Lu's back and gossiped about the newcomer's identity. He ignored the chatter, staring straight ahead as he carried his belongings toward his new home. However, while he remained unfazed, Qiao Mo behind him could not. At that moment, Qiao Mo was carrying a large water bucket on his shoulder, his head lowered as he followed slowly. Hearing the whispers around him, his face flushed red. In Qiao Mo's mind, carrying a water bucket was utterly shameful. A dignified cultivator moving house and taking all these cheap belongings, how disgraceful. Thus Qiao Mo kept his head down to avoid being recognized by acquaintances. Fortunately, after passing through the bustling street, the crowd thinned, and they soon reached the new residence. Qin Lu held the redwood table with one hand and opened the courtyard gate with the other, then strode inside. "Hey, little fatty, put my bucket over there. And take out the beast meat from the bucket and put it away properly. Hey, hurry up. Don't dawdle." Once inside, Qin Lu immediately began directing Qiao Mo. The two busied themselves with the old items decorating the new house. Qin Lu even took a small broom and swept every corner of the new home, making it spotless. After nearly half an hour, they finished all the work and sat down to rest on stone chairs under a peach tree. "What a nice environment here. I never thought a gambling addict like you could afford to move here." Qiao Mo's eyes were filled with envy. The air was fresh, and the house was quite a stark contrast to the harsh slums. Qin Lu also looked satisfied, clapping his hands and laughing. "No matter, the air of money makes the world go round, an eternal truth." "But? You still call me a gambling addict? Have you seen me at the gambling den lately?" Hearing this, Qiao Mo's eyes lit up, and he leaned forward eagerly. "That's true, come to think of it. I feel like you've changed recently, completely different from before." Qin Lu's expression flickered with panic, and he feigned concealment by touching his nose, mumbling, "People change, you know. Well, since you helped me move today, I'll keep my promise and take you to that place you've been longing for." "Great. I've been waiting for you to say that. But?" Qin Lu changed his tone, pointing to the stall tools in the corner. "I'm broke now, so I need to set up a stall and sell some talismans first. After all, you need money to have fun." "Fine. I'll go set up the stall with you." Qiao Mo agreed readily. During this time, while practicing his skills in seclusion, Qin Lu had also drawn many talismans. Counting them, there were over a dozen water chi shields. Of course, if he hadn't run out of talisman paper, he could have drawn even more. After packing up the stall tools, the two left the courtyard. Qin Lu's courtyard was not far from the market, only about a kilometer away. They arrived at the market, where many stalls were still empty because it was early. Drawing from past experience, Qin Lu found a good spot, set up his gear, and began business. Qiao Mo crouched beside him, his waist fat bunching up, watching the passing cultivators with shrewd, lively eyes. "Is this how you made all that money selling talismans?" Qiao Mo suddenly asked. "Yes," Qin Lu replied nonchalantly. "I've never seen you with this skill before. When did you learn it? I know a lot of things. What could a little brat like you understand? Just watch and learn. Can you teach me?" "Sure, call me Big Brother first." "Big Brother." During the stall, they chatted idly, and several hours passed quickly. To speed up sales, Qiao Mo helped shout and attract customers. With his help, over a dozen water chi shields were sold, earning them 30 spirit stones, and they packed up successfully. After tidying up, they headed toward an alley behind the market. The ward wasn't just home to fine dining restaurants, it also had small stalls selling simple food. Similar to a food street from a past life, most stalls were run by loose cultivators, offering a variety of cheap and affordable dishes, a favorite haunt for low-level cultivators. The small stall street in Wuji Ward was right behind the market. Since it was near mealtime, it was already bustling when Qin Lu and Qiao Mo arrived. Stalls lined both sides of the alley with vendors calling out to passers-by, the air thick with the lively aroma of cooking. "Big Brother, what are we eating?" Qiao Mo asked, looking around curiously. Qin Lu was also visiting for the first time, unsure what to choose from the many food stalls, so he replied casually, "I don't know. What do you want?" Qiao Mo looked left and right, then pointed at one stall. "Let's eat this." It was a noodle stall called Old Tan's Beef Noodles, with a few low tables and chairs set by the roadside. Several customers were eating heartily, creating a lively scene. "All right." Qin Lu didn't refuse, and led Chow Mo to the stall, sitting down casually. "Fellow Taoist, 2 bowls of your signature beef noodles. Coming right up." "Wait a moment." The stall owner, a lean man with a shrewd face, responded cheerfully and began working briskly. Qin Lu looked around and saw many cultivators sitting casually by the roadside, chatting and laughing in harmony, exuding a strong sense of everyday life. This was an eye-opening experience for him. Chow Mo, meanwhile, had picked up a pair of chopsticks and was eagerly awaiting the food. The stall owner was quick, and soon 2 steaming bowls of beef noodles were served. Having worked hard most of the day, both were hungry. Seeing the appetizing noodles, they dug in without a word. Soon they were full. Qin Lu paid the bill. The 2 bowls of beef noodles cost him 2 Jin of gold. In the cultivation word, gold, priceless in the mortal world, was merely the lowest currency used for small change in transactions. 1 low-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 7 or 8 Jin of gold, with 1 Jin equal to 16 liang. Street stall food like this typically cost 1 Jin of gold per serving, meaning 1 low-grade spirit stone could cover 7 or 8 cheap meals. Calculating 3 meals a day, eating out for 2 or 3 days would cost 1 spirit stone. After paying, the 2 stood up and headed toward another alley, the very place Chow Mo had been longing for, the pleasure district. The street was bustling with crowd shoulders brushing against each other. The red sun hung low in the west, casting a gentle light upon the streets of the marketplace, elongating everything in its glow, including the shadows of Qin Lu and Chow Mo. This was the famous entertainment street of the Wujifang, where a significant portion of the entertainment venues in the marketplace gathered. There were all sorts of entertainment venues, such as the Xianggu Pavilion, the Guilin chess rooms, tea houses, tile houses, bathhouses, beast fighting arenas, gambling houses, and alchemy rooms. Various shops stood in a row along the street, attracting numerous pleasure-seeking cultivators. Whether they were disciples living in the marketplace or down-and-out wandering cultivators from the slums, they were all frequent visitors here. As the saying goes, the marketplace makes money, and the marketplace spends it. Each wishes to take something home. This referred precisely to this place, which was also known as Joy Lane. At this moment, Chow Mo rubbed his chubby hands, his eyes scanning the surrounding shops with excitement, muttering to himself, "Big brother, shouldn't we be doing this at night? Did we come too early? By the way, how late are we staying tonight? I still want to go home, otherwise my parents won't let me off. I'm a bit nervous. Look at my sweaty hands. This is my first time. Wow, big brother, look at that woman. She's dressed so lightly. Isn't she cold?" Listening to Chow Mo's chattering anxiety, Qin Lu couldn't be bothered to respond, and instead took a keen interest in the shops lining both sides, observing them carefully. A familiar yet unfamiliar feeling surged within him. At this early hour, some less reputable shops were still closed, but it did nothing to dampen the lively atmosphere here. Cheer shouts and laughter rang out continuously, occasionally accompanied by the distant sound of singing, showcasing the prosperity of this place. Suddenly Qin Lu's heart stirred, and he couldn't help but gaze at a building ahead. At the entrance stood 2 flagpoles, each inscribed with the words "Small Bets, Big Wins," and "Win the World." The entrance was slightly obscured by a curtain, and on the walls flanking it were 2 large characters for gambling. Above hung a plaque that flamboyantly displayed the 3 words, "Jishan Shop." "This is a gambling house. My major creditor." Upon seeing the sign for Jishan Shop, Qin Lu's hand inexplicably itched uncontrollably. It felt as if a little figure had emerged in his mind, incessantly shouting in his ear, "Go in for a game, just one game." Qin Lu understood this was a habit from his previous life, and with a thought, he quickly suppressed this erroneous notion. Yet the next moment, a guilty thought arose in his mind, swiftly taking over his consciousness. Right, he still owes this shop over 100 spirit stones. How dare he linger in front of his creditor? If discovered, wouldn't today's troubles be immense? Quickly leave. Qin Lu reacted swiftly, glancing to the side, pretending to scratch his head to obscure his face, quickening his pace as he strode past the gambling house. Oblivious to the situation, Chow Mo was pulled away rapidly by him. However, Qin Lu did not notice that from the second-floor window of Jishan's shop a pair of eyes were fixated on his retreating figure filled with malice and resentment, only withdrawing their gaze when he vanished around the corner. After passing Jishan's shop, Qin Lu finally sighed in relief, beginning to slow his pace and examine the various brothels that occasionally appeared by the roadside. Beside him, Chao Imo was overwhelmed. He had never been to such a place before, now wide-eyed, inhaling the heavy scent of perfume and swallowing hard, appearing utterly inexperienced. Big brother, this brothel looks nice. I think that woman's skills should be great," Chao Imo suddenly remarked. Hearing this, Qin Lu glanced over, but upon seeing the woman at the door, his head immediately filled with a black line. "Hey, what is your type? How can you like someone so fat? Besides, that's the madam who recruits customers. Others don't accompany guests." "Huh? What does the madam do?" Chao Mo's face showed a look of regret. Qin Lu felt speechless, and his heart thawed for a moment, then said solemnly, "Kid, think carefully. The women in the brothels are the best at draining the marrow and sucking the soul. Someone like you, a little virgin, is most easily drained after a brief encounter." "What will happen if I get drained?" Chao Imo asked, panic appearing on his face. "What can happen? Your cultivation will plummet, and your realm will regress. If it gets worse, you might never be able to." Qin Lu glanced at Chao Mo's trousers, the meaning unspoken. "Ah." Chao Imo put his hands down, his face pale. "No way, why didn't you tell me this earlier?" "All right." Qin Lu patted Chao Mo's shoulder, leading him forward. "This kind of thing should wait until you come of age. Today I'll take you to another good place." "Ah, so comfortable." Qin Lu leaned against the wall, letting the waves push and pull him, eyes closed, enjoying this rare moment of bliss. Chao Imo was beside him, mimicking his pose, occasionally letting out a moan. Apart from the two of them, there were many others present, most of whom shared the same expressions, all of them men. And this place was the bathhouse. Ever since he crossed into this world, Qin Lu hadn't taken a proper bath, which was hard to accept for a cleanly young man. So today, taking advantage of Chao Mo's excuse, he specifically came to the bathhouse, intending to wash thoroughly. The bathhouse was not particularly lavishly decorated. However, below the bath pool some formation had been laid out that maintained the water at a suitable temperature, making it quite comfortable. In the hall, some cultivators working as back scrubbers were persistently asking customers if they needed a back scrub at the price of 3 pounds of gold. Leaning by the bath pool, Qin Lu suddenly recalled something, turning to Chao Imo and saying, "By the way, regarding my moving, Aunt Lee still doesn't know. If she comes looking for me, just tell her I've moved to live in the marketplace." Qin Lu had little interest in the young and beautiful widow Mrs. Zhang. However, he did not want to sever ties with someone like Aunt Lee, who was a warm-hearted neighborhood matchmaker. After all, this might be his only chance to find a partner here. "Got it," Chao Imo replied vaguely. Qin Lu nodded slightly, but then thought for a moment and continued, "Aside from Aunt Lee, if anyone else comes looking for me, keep it a secret, and don't casually tell others where I live." Qin Lu did not want to associate with the original owner's group of lonely friends. This was a new beginning, and he must learn to let go. "Okay," Chao Imo still responded softly. Seeing this, Qin Lu felt relieved, leaning against the edge of the bath pool, closing his eyes, and enjoying the long-lost feeling of relaxation. Happy times always passed quickly. When night fell, the two officially exited the bathhouse. In the raucous casino within the deliberately dim environment, a throng of cultivators gathered around the gaming table, shouting with excitement. "Come, come! Bet big to win big, bet small to win small. Once placed, no returns. 3-6 is a full house. All bets are off. Ha ha, I have the supreme treasure this round. Who can stop me?" Many cultivators, flushed with excitement, clutching their chips, fixated on the gambling tools on the table, continuously shouting with flushed necks. This was precisely the place Qin Lu used to love visiting the most, Jishan's shop. The entire shop was lively with everyone engaged in gambling. Yet there was one exception. Standing by the window, on the second floor, a tall figure over 1.90 m, playing with a chip in his hand, gazed gloomily at the crowd passing by outside. This person was Fang Hu. At that moment, a middle-aged cultivator with a small mustache approached Fang Hu, patted his shoulder, and cheerfully said, "Hey Huzi, what are you looking at? I've seen you since the afternoon. Your expression seems a bit off. What's wrong?" The mustached cultivator, known as He Liang, nicknamed He Lao Lu, was a thug at Jishan's shop, and was somewhat familiar with the regular customer Fang Hu. Fang Hu turned his head, slightly cupped his hands in greeting, and said, "Brother Lu, you flatter me. I happened to see an enemy passing by outside today, so my mood has been a bit off." "An enemy?" He Liang frowned, moved to stand beside Fang Hu, and curiously asked, "Have you offended someone important recently?" "No, just a small fry." Fang Hu slowly shook his head. He Liang stroked his chin and teased, "That's strange. With your temperament, you should repay any grudges right. Why are you sulking here instead of confronting him?" Mentioning this, Fang Hu couldn't help but recall the two brothers who had tragically died on the street that day, and his expression grew even darker. He never expected that the ambush that day would end with two of his side dead, while that Qin Lu emerged unscathed. It was truly bizarre. Qin Lu's inexplicable attack methods had frightened even his elder brother, leaving him with no thoughts of revenge. Seeing Fang Hu's ever-changing face, He Liang speculated, "What could it be that this kid has a high cultivation level? No, he only has the cultivation of the second layer of qi refining, but..." Fang Hu paused, his expression becoming somewhat awkward, lacking confidence, as he said, "I just don't know where he learned a few strange spells. Their power is a bit great, so he's a bit hard to deal with." "The second layer of qi refining." He Liang scanned Fang Hu's entire being with a skeptical gaze, saying, "No way, Huzi, are you really being troubled by such a small fry? How long has it been since you practiced?" Fang Hu scratched his head awkwardly, truly embarrassed. It was shameful to not be able to handle someone in the early stage of qi refining while being in the mid-stage. But Fang Hu paused, suddenly recalling something, and spoke. "By the way, you should know this person, Brother Lu. He used to come here often to gamble." "Oh, who is it?" "It's that Qin Lu known as the Devourer of Heaven." "Who?" He Liang exclaimed, uncontrollably, shock evident on his face. Fang Hu looked a bit bewildered, finding He Liang's reaction strange, stammering, Qin Lu." He Liang lowered his head, his expression fluctuating, thoughts racing in his mind. "This is impossible, it can't be." "What's wrong, Brother Lu?" Fang Hu asked curiously. At this moment, He Liang also quickly regained his composure, a smile immediately appearing on his face, as he patted Fang Hu's shoulder, saying, "It's nothing, right? I have something to attend to. You go ahead and play." After saying this, He Liang turned and left, leaving Fang Hu with a puzzled expression. On the third floor of Jishan's shop, in an internal room. The room was elegantly decorated with a large redwood desk in the center. A middle-aged man with an eagle-hooked nose sat at the desk, sketching on rice paper with a brush. At that moment, He Liang walked in from outside, closed the door behind him, and approached the eagle-hooked nose man, speaking earnestly. "Shopkeeper, I have a report to make." The eagle-hooked nose man set down his brush, looking directly at He Liang, and spoke calmly. "What is it?" He Liang hesitated and said, "Well, that Qin Zue who offended you some time ago has reappeared." "Reappeared?" The eagle-hooked nose man scrutinized He Liang with a glance, speaking softly. "What do you mean? Didn't you say that you had managed to sneak into his home and take care of him? How is it that he has appeared again?" "Right. I also find it strange. I distinctly remember I had choked him to death. But today someone said they saw him, and he's still alive and well." "Humph." The eagle-hooked nose man snorted coldly, speaking harshly. "Then what is there to discuss? It must be that you didn't handle it well that day, allowing him to escape a calamity. Lu Zi, your recent work has become increasingly careless. But I checked his breath after I struck, confirming he was dead before I left." He Liang's voice grew lower and lower, clearly lacking confidence in his explanation. "Enough." The eagle-hooked nose man interrupted He Liang, speaking coldly. "Just a brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. Since you didn't kill him cleanly, then kill him again. You handle this matter, and remember not to create any more trouble." "Yes." He Liang immediately bowed in agreement, his eyes filled with fierce, killing intent. Just as He Liang was about to leave the room, the eagle-hooked nose man suddenly remembered something, and quickly called out to stop He Liang. "Wait! What else does the shopkeeper have to instruct?" He Liang asked. "I almost forgot. Has a little thief appeared in the market recently?" "Yes, this little thief has been stealing things in the market every night, taking quite a number of spirit stones from various shops. Has the Wujifang been cracking down hard?" They have increased several teams, and the patrols at night have been significantly strengthened. In that case, the eagle-hooked nose man spoke in a low tone. Then you should not act rashly on this matter. If we get kicked out of the market because of this, it would be not worth the loss. What should we do then? The eagle-hooked nose man thought for a moment and asked, When you went to kill him that day, did he see your face? He Liang shook his head. No, I knocked him out with a smoke bomb before entering, so he doesn't know who made the move. Then good, this kid still owes us spirit stones. You can approach him with that excuse. If you can retrieve the money, then retrieve it. If not, find an opportunity to take care of him secretly. The eagle-hooked nose man slashed downward with his hand, his expression cold. Yes. He Liang immediately responded. In the dead of night, Qin Lu sat on a stone chair in the courtyard, half leaning against the stone table. He curled his right index finger and repeatedly flicked the flicking finger technique toward the sky. Puff! Puff! Streams of eerie force shot from his middle finger, each accompanied by a muffled sound dissipating into the night sky. After prolonged practice, his flicking finger technique had grown increasingly deft, the force more concentrated, and its power steadily amplified. By Qin Lu's estimation, this technique now rivaled the might of a handgun from his past life. Moreover, it was comparable to a desert eagle. His practice of the illumination technique and severing technique had also advanced rapidly, now reaching the proficient tier. Their power was no longer what it once was. A thought struck Qin Lu as he abruptly stood, left hand on his hip and right arm raised high with fingers spread, striking a pose reminiscent of the Statue of Liberty. He turned his head and closed his eyes. Illumination technique. A blinding white light suddenly burst from his palm, instantly illuminating the entire courtyard and casting it in a brilliant glow. At the beginner level, the illumination technique's brightness was akin to a faint flashlight. Now, however, it resembled a flashbang capable of robbing anyone of their sight in an instant. If I unleash this move suddenly, it will surely catch others off guard. Qin Lu lowered his hand, his mood lifting. Such minor spells, once elevated to the proficient tier, became lethally effective. After a pause, Qin Lu raised his index finger before his face and silently intoned, Severing technique. In the next instant, his finger was enveloped by a surge of spiritual energy, which extended from his fingertip to form a transparent slender line. The line measured half a meter in length. Qin Lu gently traced his finger across the ground. Shying. The solid ground was instantly carved into a straight, deep line by the hardened thread, as if tofu had been sliced by a sharp cleaver, leaving an exceptionally clear mark. The power is decent. It seems staying indoors for the past half-month was indeed the right choice. During this period, Qin Lu had elevated all 4 basic spells to the proficient level. He had also increased the proficiency of the ignition technique and flicking finger technique by over 500 each, bringing them close to advancement. Everything is gradually improving, truly a promising future ahead. Qin Lu clenched his fists in excitement, murmuring to himself. Yet when his gaze fell upon the new courtyard before him, the joy on his face slowly faded. A new problem presented itself: the rent. 15 spirit stones a month, isn't that a bit steep? His current situation was akin to a fresh graduate starting a small business, but leasing a luxurious suite in the city center. The rent pressure seemed rather heavy. Qin Lu began pacing back and forth in the courtyard, muttering incessantly to himself. Based on my appetite, a month's worth of spirit rice and demon beast meat would cost about 14 spirit stones. Add some fruit and snacks, and that would be 17 spirit stones. Then there's the purification pill. I need about 3 a month, costing 3 spirit stones. I also need to bathe frequently and eat out occasionally. All those miscellaneous expenses should add up to about 5 spirit stones. Including the rent, my monthly fixed expenses would total 40 spirit stones. Ignorance was bliss, but calculation brought shock. He was spending a staggering 40 spirit stones each month. Rubbing his aching head, Qin Lu rose and returned to his room, sitting at the mahogany table. He took out paper and pen, his mind racing. How much can I earn in a month? After deducting material costs, each water chi shield talisman should net me a little over 1 spirit stone. If I forego spell practice and reserve my spiritual energy solely for talisman crafting, given my current success rate, I can produce about 7 water chi shield talismans a day. That means I can earn 10 spirit stones a day. I can cover my monthly expenses by working hard for just 4 days. Qin Lu smiled with satisfaction, realizing that mastering talisman crafting had secured his survival here. Yet he knew that his smooth progress was largely due to his astonishingly high success rate in crafting. Generally, firefighting cultivators in the early stage had a low success rate. Succeeding twice out of 3 attempts was already considered decent. Someone like Qin Lu who achieved a perfect success rate was exceedingly rare. Calling him a talisman crafting prodigy was no exaggeration. Gazing at the paper before him, Qin Lu stroked his chin and muttered slowly, "I still owe the Jishan shop 170 spirit stones. If I work hard on talismans this month and avoid unnecessary spending, I can save up and pay off all my debts." After tallying the accounts, Qin Lu realized his situation was not so dire. His eyes gleamed with determination, and an aura of confidence radiated from him. "Let's do this." Without further ado, Qin Lu silently encouraged himself, took out a fresh talisman paper, and laid it neatly on the table. He then picked up a new ink block and began grinding it carefully. Once everything was ready, he steadied his mind, pressed the talisman paper with his left hand, and picked up the talisman brush with his right to begin the strokes. By now, crafting talismans had become muscle memory for him, especially after his recent advancement, making the process even more familiar. Now, even if someone suddenly knocked on the door while he was in the middle of crafting, he could suppress his distraction and complete the talisman first. The brush tip glided gently across the talisman paper as Qin Lu infused his spiritual energy into the patterns, imbuing them with power. Spiritual energy converged and light radiated. After a moment, the talisman was complete. Qin Lu wiped the fine sweat from his brow, set down the brush, and gazed at the yellow talisman paper emitting a faint spiritual aura. A smile crept across his face. Another spirit stone earned. After storing the completed water chi shield talisman, Qin Lu rose and walked to a cushion, sitting cross-legged. With a thought, he opened his status panel. Name: Qin Lu. Lifespan 35,107 years. Cultivation Chi Refining Layer 323100. Cultivation Method Xian Yang Art Skilled 182200. Skills Spells Ignition Technique Proficient 510600. Flicking Finger Technique Proficient 525600. Illumination Technique Proficient 32600. Severing Technique Proficient 31600. Talisman Crafting Water Chi Shield Skilled 42200. Cleansing Talisman Beginner 30100. Talent None. Seeing the steadily rising numbers, Qin Lu smiled with satisfaction. The Ignition Technique and Flicking Finger Technique were on the verge of upgrading. These 2 minor spells are already this formidable at the proficient level. If they advance 1 more tier, I dare not even imagine. Suppressing a chuckle, Qin Lu dismissed the status panel, closed his eyes, and naturally began circulating his cultivation technique, settling into meditation. Cultivate! Cultivate! Early the next morning, Qin Lu opened his eyes, punctually sat up on the bed, rubbed his face, and stretched slowly. Today was another brand new day. Since arriving in this world free from the torment of phones and computers, his daily habits had gradually become more disciplined. Aside from cultivation and talisman drawing, he found himself with little else to do. This had also fine-tuned his internal clock remarkably well, allowing him to wake up on time every day. After a quick wash and downing a large glass of warm water, Qin Lu stretched his limbs, leaned back in his chair, and prepared to begin the day's work. However, when he caught sight of the gray robe he was wearing, he was momentarily taken aback, then let out a sigh. He had been wearing this set of clothes for a whole month now. A man lives for his face, a tree lives for its bark. It seems I really need to save up some money to buy new clothes. Relying on cleaning talismans all the time is no solution. And boots too. The soles are nearly worn through. If danger strikes, I might not even be able to run fast. I need new ones. I also need to buy some powerful talismans for self-defense. This world is far too dangerous. And a few firefighting pills wouldn't hurt. Qin Lu pondered and realized that besides daily expenses, he still needed to purchase many supplies. The oppressive feeling of being short on money surged within him once more. At that moment a knock sounded at the door. Qin Lu turned his head, his expression turning curious. The knock didn't match Chow Mo's style at all. But aside from Chow Mo, who else could be looking for him? "Who is it?" he asked cautiously, standing up and raising his voice. "I'm your neighbor from next door. You're new here, Taoist, so I've come to pay a visit today." A deep voice came from outside. "Coming, coming." Qin Lu quickly replied, strode out of the room, and went to open the door. At the entrance stood a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a ruddy complexion, thick eyebrows, large eyes, a square face, dressed in a clean blue robe, and carrying a bag of fruit in his hand. The man exuded a gentle aura. Qin Lu dared not be negligent, and quickly cupped his hands in greeting. "Esteemed Taoist, I apologize for not welcoming you from afar. Please come in." No trouble at all." The blue-robed man chuckled lightly and followed Qin Lu into the courtyard, where they sat down at a stone table. After exchanging pleasantries, they soon learned each other's names. The blue-robed man was named Lu Xian, and he lived in the courtyard to the right of Qin Lu's. He had a family of 3, and had resided here for several years. Seeing a new neighbor move in today, he had brought a gift and come to pay a visit. "I didn't expect old Wang to be driven away just a short while ago, and for you Taoist Qin to move in right after. That was certainly swift." Lu Xian stroked his beard and sighed softly. Qin Lu asked curiously, "What did the previous tenant do to get expelled?" To be honest, old Wang was quite unlucky. After a few too many drinks, he insisted on starting a fight, and unfortunately a patrol from the Wuji sect caught him. That's how he lost his residency rights. So strict. Qin Lu's wariness instantly spiked. He hadn't expected that even a drunken brawl could lead to eviction. Having finally managed to move into the market district, he couldn't afford to be thrown out over something like that. "Anyway, enough about that." Lu Xian changed the subject and asked, "Taoist Qin, what sort of business do you usually engage in?" Qin Lu replied honestly, "I just set up a stall and sell a few talismans." Upon hearing this, the light in Lu Xian's eyes visibly dimmed. He let out a long "oh" and said flatly, "So you can draw talismans as well." Sensing the shift in Lu Xian's attitude, Qin Lu was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly realized that his new neighbor seemed to look down on his occupation. "I only know the basics of talisman drawing." Qin Lu paused, then took out 2 water shield talismans from his bosom and handed them to Lu Xian, forcing a smile as he said, "I truly apologize for today, Taoist. I should have been the one to visit you since I moved here, but I've been so busy that I lost track of things, leading you to come all this way. Please accept these 2 talismans as a token of my apology." Seeing the talismans, a flicker of delight passed through Lu Xian's eyes, and his tone became warm again. "Haha, no need to be so polite. We neighbors should look out for each other. You're too kind, Taoist Qin." Lu Xian accepted the talismans with a hearty laugh. "May I ask what you do in the market district, Taoist Lu?" Qin Lu seized the opportunity to inquire. Hearing this, a hint of pride appeared on Lu Xian's face. He said calmly, "Me? I don't do much. I work as an auctioneer at the Wanbao Pavilion. I happen to be off duty today, which is why I have the leisure to chat with you here." The Wanbao Pavilion was the auction house in Wuji Market, said to hold an auction every 3 months. Qin Lu had passed by the shop before, but had never entered due to his tight finances. He hadn't expected Lu Xian to work there. No wonder he seemed a bit proud. They continued their conversation, and Qin Lu learned from Lu Xian that his wife worked as a sales clerk at a magic artifact shop. Both of their jobs were considered respectable professions. They also had a son, but Lu Xian was reluctant to talk much about him. From their brief exchange, Qin Lu found Lu Xian to be rather straightforward and warm-hearted, though he had a tendency to boast about himself. Seeing this, Qin Lu quickly adopted a humble attitude, flattering him, and used the conversation as an opportunity to ask about various matters concerning the market. Learning that Qin Lu was new to the market and still quite ignorant, Lu Xian raised his chin and said with a proud smile, "Well, you've come to the right person. I've been around this market for years, and I know all the ins and outs. Let me enlighten you. First, there's the Wuji sect. They have a golden core ancestor with unparalleled power. They own 4 market districts, and Wuji Market is just one of them. Through Lu Xian's embellished tales, Qin Lu gradually came to understand the power structure of Wuji market. Besides the Foundation Establishment cultivators stationed by the Wuji sect, there were 5 other Foundation Establishment cultivators within the market. These 5 individuals represented the 5 major powers in the market: Qinshan sect, Xianyang sect, Luogu Valley, the Wei family, and the Yu family. These 5 powers controlled numerous shops and stores in Wuji market covering all aspects of a cultivator's life. The Wanbao Pavilion Auction House, where Lu Xian worked, was also a subsidiary of the Xianyang sect. In short, for a rogue cultivator trying to make a living here, there was one golden rule to remember: never provoke the 5 major powers. I never imagined there were so many intricacies within the market. Qin Lu sighed in amazement. Today's explanation had truly opened his eyes. Lu Xian stroked his beard and said cheerfully, "Just keep at it. If you catch the eye of a Foundation Establishment senior, you might never have to worry about food or drink for the rest of your life." Indeed, indeed. Qin Lu agreed casually, then suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, Taoist Lu, do you know the person living in the courtyard to the left?" "Oh, you mean that fellow Nifeng. He works as a guard for the Wei family. But he's quite aloof, I don't have much to do with him." "I see." Qin Lu nodded slowly, still pondering when he should pay a visit to that neighbor. Lu Xian suddenly stood up, cupped his hands, and said with a smile, "All right, Taoist Qin, let's call it a day here. I need to get back. Let's chat again when we have time." Of course, of course. Take care, Taoist." Qin Lu rose and saw Lu Xian out of the courtyard. Only after Lu Xian had walked far away did Qin Lu close the gate and return to sit on the stone bench. "It seems the neighbors here are of a higher caliber. At least they don't curse at the drop of a hat. Still, this tiny market has so many people with powerful backgrounds. I really need to tread carefully. If I accidentally offend someone, I might lose my life." After a moment of reflection, Qin Lu shook his head to dispel the useless thoughts, walked back into the house, and prepared to begin the day's talisman drawing work. He drew talismans, meditated, drew talismans, meditated. After repeating this routine several times, the day had reached afternoon. Having fully recovered his spiritual energy, Qin Lu stood up and stretched lazily. The once monotonous life of cultivation no longer seemed so dull thanks to the numerical displays on his attribute panel. Gazing at the courtyard outside the door, a thought suddenly struck Qin Lu. Since I have free time today, it's time to practice that gentle breeze art. Gentle breeze art could make one as light as a swallow, enhancing agility and speed. Among the many minor spells at the chi refining stage, it was the most practical. This was also the spell Qin Lu most wished to learn, but the house in the slums had been too small for practice. This new courtyard, however, seemed like the perfect training ground. Stepping onto the open ground of the yard, Qin Lu let his arms hang naturally and closed his eyes slightly. He concentrated his mind, allowing his body to relax. Following the description in the manual, he slowly dispersed the spiritual energy within his body to every corner. Sensing the moment was right, Qin Lu stamped his foot. Whoosh! In one step, he leaped 2 meters, his entire form becoming much lighter. Thump! He stamped the ground again, changing direction. His figure dashed towards another spot, exuding grace. Joy surged in Qin Lu's heart. The feeling of running with spiritual energy suffused throughout his body was entirely different from his previous runs. Not only was his speed greatly increased, but his control over his body was also much more effortless. Thump! 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 With each sound of his foot hitting the ground, Qin Lu's form began to run in a circle around the yard like a phantom. He ran for a full 10 minutes before stopping, panting heavily. He calmed his excitement slightly and took a deep breath. Qin Lu opened his attribute panel. There, under the spells section, Gentle Breeze Art had appeared with its proficiency displayed as 2. Seeing a new skill on the panel, Qin Lu couldn't help but show a satisfied smile. I must practice this technique often. It's a life-saving skill. Having made this silent resolve, Qin Lu continued his practice. 5 days later. At noon. After a simple lunch, Qin Lu picked up the water, chi shield talismans he had drawn over the past few days, packed up his stall tools, and headed out the door. Today was his day to set up a stall. Locking the courtyard gate, he made his way to the market with practiced ease. Upon arriving, he found that there were even more people than usual. Using his experience, he quickly found a spot in a corner and promptly set up his stall. Seeing the surge in foot traffic, Qin Lu couldn't help but ask an elderly rogue cultivator at the neighboring stall, "Senior, why does it seem so crowded today?" The old rogue cultivator, who looked to be in his 60s or 70s, wore a faded robe. His graying hair was tied up with an old hairpin, and his stall sold some tattered books. He had the look of a down-and-out cultivator. Hearing the question, he glanced at Qin Lu's stall and said calmly, "Today is the Wanbao Pavilion's quarterly auction. It's a famous event around here, so how could it not be crowded?" "I see." Qin Lu nodded with a glimmer of understanding. The Wanbao Pavilion was where Lucien worked. "This isn't even crowded. When the market arena tournament happens, that's when it's truly a sea of people," the old rogue cultivator said slowly, a look of reminiscence on his face. "What is the market arena tournament?" Qin Lu asked curiously. The old rogue cultivator glanced at him again, this time with a hint of disdain. "You look like you're 40, lad. At your age, how can you know so little?" Qin Lu's face reddened. He quickly explained, "I'm only 35. The old rogue cultivator ignored this and continued, "The market arena tournament is a martial competition organized by the Wuji sect. Many disciples from various sects come here to compete, and even we rogue cultivators can participate. It's the most bustling event in this region, held once every decade." Qin Lu's eyes lit up. "When is the competition?" "About half a year away. That's also when we stallholders can make a fortune," the old rogue cultivator said with pride. Qin Lu nodded slowly, but before he could speak, the old rogue cultivator's voice rang out again. "See that man in white robes? That's Patriarch Senior Yushio. He's at the Foundation establishment stage." The old rogue cultivator gestured with his chin, a trace of envy in his eyes. Qin Lu followed his gaze. In the crowd was an old cultivator in a white robe with white hair, but a youthful complexion. Surrounded by a group of people, he moved through the area smiling amiably. "So this is a Foundation establishment cultivator," Qin Lu murmured to himself. Previously, he had only interacted with qi refining cultivators. This was the first time he had seen a cultivator of a different realm. In the cultivation world, the training levels were divided into Qi Refining Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, and Spirit Severing. The Qi Refining stage was further divided into 10 layers, with the first 9 corresponding to the early, middle, and late phases. Reaching the 10th layer was also known as the Great Perfection. "You are truly knowledgeable, Senior. May I ask, is Foundation Establishment difficult?" Qin Lu inquired again. "TSK. You really know nothing, kid. Come buy a few of my books and read them carefully. They'll clear everything up for you." The old rogue cultivator seized the chance to promote his wares. Hearing this, Qin Lu felt tempted and couldn't help but look at the old rogue cultivator's stall. Truth be told, he didn't know much about this world, probably because he hadn't read enough. A knife not sharpened grows dull. A man who doesn't learn falls behind. Seeing Qin Lu's interest, the old rogue cultivator immediately changed his expression to one of fawning. He quickly picked up several books and introduced them. "This is an introduction to the scenery and culture of Luyan Prefecture. This is common knowledge in the cultivation world, and this is 30 things a Qi refining cultivator must know. These are all excellent books." Under the old rogue cultivator's eloquent recommendation, Qin Lu's heart was stirred. Before he knew it, he had spent 8 spirit stones to buy several books. Among them was a somewhat flashy mortal sword technique called the Gray Shadow Sword Art. The main reason he bought this sword art was that he had now learned the Gentle Breeze art. Practicing running empty-handed was rather boring, so he might as well practice some sword techniques. After the successful transaction, Qin Lu and the old rogue cultivator exchanged names. The old rogue cultivator's name was Li Gui. He lived in the slums and made a living by reselling books and storybooks. Thanks to the surge in foot traffic, Qin Lu's talisman business was doing better than usual. The 25 water Qi Shield talismans he had prepared over 5 days were sold one after another. Eventually, Qin Lu even took out the cleansing talismans he had intended for his own use and put them up for sale. As expected, there were buyers. Soon the sun began to set. All the talismans Qin Lu had brought were sold, netting him a total of 62 spirit stones. After a brief farewell to Li Gui, Qin Lu packed up his stall and left the market. He then went to a talisman shop, spent 30 spirit stones to buy a pile of talisman-making materials, and finally headed home feeling satisfied. As night descended, the moonlight spilled down from the heavens, like pure white silk, bathing the bustling and lively Wuji Square in its glow. The silvery radiance made the autumn night sky appear refreshingly cool. Qin Lu sat at the table in his home, burning the midnight oil by the faint light of an oil lamp, engrossed in intense study. The few books he had bought today from Li Gui's stall had captivated him instantly. Like an ignorant child, he continuously absorbed information about the outside world. Through his studies, he now had a clearer understanding of the entire world. First, this world was immensely vast. According to the books, the ancient chaos of the primordial era's gods had caused the universe to turn upside down, and the heavens and earth to reverse. After the war subsided, the ancient gods divided the world into 9 provinces based on mountains, rivers, and regions: Zhongzhou, Yunzhou, Lizhou, Laizhou, Chuzhou, Qinzhou, Jizhou, Qingzhou, and Liangzhou. The province where Qin Lu resided was called Lizhou. It was a remote island separated from the main continent, located in the southwest corner facing Chuzhou across the sea. Each province was extremely vast. For ease of administration, provinces were further divided into regions named after their localities, and beneath regions were numerous prefectures, forming a clear hierarchy. Qin Lu's exact location was Lizhou, Jiuzhen Domain, Luyan Prefecture. Within Luyan Prefecture, many powers coexisted, including various imperial dynasties and sects, among which was the Wuji sect. Wuji Square, where Qin Lu currently was, lay at the westernmost edge of the Wuji sect's territory, adjacent to the distant Dongtu Ridge Beast Forest. Besides the dominant Wuji sect, there were many other minor sect forces in the vicinity. It was said that disputes occasionally arose, but no major wars had been sparked for decades. Due to the proximity of the Beast Forest, which harbored numerous demonic beasts and evil spirits, very few mortals lived near Wuji Square. Within 1,000 li, there was no trace of human habitation. Without mortals to serve them, the cultivators of Wuji Square lived in poverty and distress. As for the scattered cultivators gathered here, most were attracted by the high-quality spiritual grounds that were superior for cultivation, converging from various places. Over time, this had given rise to the bustling and lively Wuji Square. Qin Lu put down the Introduction to the Human Landscapes of Luyan Prefecture, clicking his tongue in wonder, with admiration shining in his eyes. There seem to be many interesting places around here. Once I improve my strength, I must go and see them. After witnessing the vastness of this world, a whimsical desire to travel arose in Qin Lu's heart. With a slight sigh, he turned his gaze to another booklet on the table. Gray Shadow Sword Art. This sword art cost only a few jin of gold, much cheaper than other books. Such a cheap set of sword techniques naturally amounted to nothing impressive. Its author was merely a low-ranking chi condensation cultivator. It was unclear what confidence the author had in his swordsmanship to compile his understanding into this booklet. Let me take a look. Qin Lu picked up the booklet and casually flipped through a few pages. As he read, his brow furrowed involuntarily. This sword art contained no complex or intricate sword moves, nor any techniques driven by spiritual energy. It merely featured simplified illustrations of stick figures. Qin Lu skimmed through the sword art booklet. The first half described basic sword techniques and practice methods. The second half covered common responses in combat, along with some combat skills and swordplay tips. Interspersed throughout were drawings of stick figures wielding wooden sticks, most in various awkward poses and flashy movements. Seeing such a seemingly casual sword art, Qin Lu couldn't help but feel uncertain. If I practice this, will I go mad? After hesitating for a moment, Qin Lu shook his head. Forget it. One can never have too many skills. I'll just treat it as exercise. Comforting himself, he began to study it seriously. His fundamental reason for learning swordplay was simply to make practicing the gentle wind art less monotonous. Moreover, with his attribute panel, this weak sword art might, after leveling up, perhaps display extraordinary power. After a moment, Qin Lu closed the sword art booklet, nodded slightly, and stood up with confidence. He picked up the Shangqing sword, which had been leaning against the wall, and strode briskly into the courtyard. Standing in the center of the yard, he assumed a stance. Recalling the stick figure's sword-holding movements from the manual, he began to channel spiritual energy, and slowly wield the sword. He swung the sword in a rigid, methodical manner. Practicing under the moonlight seemed picturesque, but Qin Lu's clumsy movements, stiff posture, and sluggish form made everything appear utterly comical. It was laughable. After a short while, a fine sheen of sweat broke out on Qin Lu's forehead. His movements gradually slowed. Eventually his aching arms could no longer sustain the complete sequence of the sword art, forcing him to stop. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Qin Lu muttered to himself, "This original body is far too weak. I didn't notice it when practicing minor spells, but using spiritual energy for such large-scale sword movements leaves me gasping for breath in no time." Qin Lu looked at the flab around his waist, full of helplessness. The original owner had been an inveterate gambler, never exercising. Over time, thick layers of fat had hidden his 8-pack abs. After sitting in the courtyard for a while, Qin Lu gradually recovered his breathing, steadying. He picked up the gray shadow sword art beside him and continued reading. After a moment, he committed all the movement essentials to memory once again. Taking a deep breath, he picked up the Shangqing sword and rose to practice again. He was not a sword prodigy, his control of spiritual energy was still clumsy, and his physical condition was poor. All this made his progress in sword art excruciatingly slow. In no time, his stamina was depleted again. He still couldn't complete the full sequence of the sword art. But Qin Lu possessed an excellent quality of a modern gamer: persistence. Having set a goal, he would not give up easily, determined to exhaust every ounce of his effort. After a brief rest, he resumed practicing. Thus, after starting and stopping 3 or 4 times, until the dead of night, Qin Lu finally managed to execute the entire sequence of the gray shadow sword art. Though his movements were somewhat unsightly, he had indeed gone through the entire routine. Afterwards, drenched in sweat, Qin Lu sat on a stone chair to rest, and with a thought. He opened his attribute panel. As expected, the skills section now displayed a sword art entry. Gray Shadow Sword Art Beginner 1100. Closing the panel, Qin Lu looked at the pale blue Shangqing sword beside him, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Finally, this sword has found its use. The next morning, Qin Lu awoke from his slumber, his body aching. After stretching slightly, he picked up a bucket and, yawning, pushed open the courtyard gate. He was going to fetch water. However, as he stepped outside, he noticed that the courtyard to his left also had its gate open. A tall, robust young man was crouched by the doorway, holding a cup in one hand and a willow twig in the other, rinsing his mouth and brushing his teeth. Seeing this man, Qin Lu immediately realized he was Wujifang, the neighbor living next door. "Daoist Nia, a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Please take care of me." Qin Lu raised his left hand and greeted warmly. Wujifang glanced at Qin Lu, spat out the water in his mouth, and said indifferently, "New here?" "Yes, I just moved in recently. I am Qin Lu." Qin Lu set down the bucket, cupped his hands, and bowed in greeting. "Oh," Wujifang replied, then stood up, turned around, and walked back into his courtyard. Bang! He shut the door directly. Qin Lu remained standing with his fists clasped, staring at the tightly closed door, a look of astonishment on his face. Although he had heard from his neighbor Lu Xian that Wujifang was cold and aloof, not fond of interacting with others, he hadn't expected such a blatant disregard. A mere "oh," what was that supposed to mean? "I'll give you a punch later." Qin Lu put on a fierce expression and shook his fist at the courtyard gate. After a moment, he shook his head and consoled himself inwardly, forget it. I won't stoop to his level. That kid's probably just socially anxious." Unbothered, Qin Lu picked up the bucket and continued toward the river. Drawing talismans and cultivating. Time quickly passed into the afternoon. Just as Qin Lu finished inscribing a talisman, his small courtyard welcomed another visitor. It was Chow Emo, whom he hadn't seen for several days. Beside him followed Aunt Li, her face heavily adorned with exaggerated makeup. "Aunt Li, long time no see. Please come in, come in." Qin Lu's face lit up with pleasant surprise, and ripples stirred once more in his heart. Whenever he saw Aunt Li, it felt as though countless women were beckoning to him. In this ancient era where information exchange was difficult, Aunt Li's existence was like a dating app, an essential tool for a new life. Aunt Lee walked into the courtyard looking around and chuckling. Who would have thought, Big Mouth, that you'd have the money to move into the market district? This residence is quite nice, isn't it? Chow Mo followed proudly, adding, right. I told you he's different now. Indeed, he is different. Aunt Lee agreed with a smile. Not at all, not at all. There's nothing different. I just happened to earn a bit of money. Qin Lu smiled modestly, then paused, leaning in to ask tentatively, may I ask, Aunt Lee, what brings you here today? Haha, what else could I be here for? I'm here to introduce you to a good match. Aunt Lee sat down on a stone stool without waiting, her face beaming with joy. Qin Lu sat beside her, his expression expectant, and asked, is it that Lady Zhang from last time? Oh no, not her. At this, Aunt Lee's smile faltered, a helpless look spreading across her face. She shook her head and sighed, I forgot to tell you about Lady Zhang. There's no hope with her anymore. You'd better stop thinking about her. Very well. A trace of regret involuntarily surfaced on Qin Lu's face. As a modern youth, he deeply understood the true meaning of the saying, in youth, you don't appreciate the grace of an older woman, you mistake a young girl for a treasure. Only in middle age can one truly comprehend Chow Chow. Although he had no interest in widows, learning that it was truly hopeless still left him with a tinge of disappointment. Speaking of which, now that you're living in the market district, your status is different. Lady Zhang isn't really suitable for you anymore. Today I'm here to introduce you to someone even more charming. Aunt Lee changed the subject, speaking with a grin. Which family is it? It's definitely a good family. Come on. I'll take you to see her right now. Aunt Lee, decisive and swift, immediately stood up and pulled Qin Lu toward the door. Ah! Qin Lu's face showed bewilderment, and he quickly said, hey. Isn't this a bit too hasty? What's there to be hasty about? Matters like this need to be settled as soon as possible. Aunt Lee replied without a second thought. Well. And so Qin Lu followed Aunt Lee, who had been inside for less than 2 minutes, as they headed out of the market district. Along the way, under Aunt Lee's introduction, Qin Lu gradually learned about the family he was about to meet. It was said to be a young lady of 20, exceedingly delicate and pretty, who had reached the 3rd level of qi refining. She made a living with her elderly father by running a small food stall. To avoid any breach of etiquette during the visit, under Aunt Lee's guidance, Qin Lu spent 2 spirit stones to buy a handful of spiritual fruits. The 3 of them walked out of the market district and headed toward the slums. By the way, Brother Qin, someone went to your old home looking for you yesterday. Chow Mo suddenly said. Who? I don't know. That person also asked me if I knew where you went. Of course I didn't say a thing. Chow Mo's face was full of pride, as if urging Qin Lu to praise him. Oh, I see. Qin Lu replied, simply falling into thought. Someone was looking for him. Who could it be? Could it be some of the original owner's former hooligan friends coming to borrow money? Or perhaps his major creditor? After thinking for a moment, Qin Lu shook his head, casting aside these wild speculations. He patted Chow Mo's large head and praised him with a smile. Good job, you did well. Don't tell strangers where I live. Chow Mo blinked his small eyes and said smugly, You can count on me. Just as they were chatting softly, the sound of a quarrel suddenly came from ahead. Let go of my mother. You little brat. You're asking for death. Ah! Bang! Boom! The chaotic noise erupted from a house ahead, instantly causing Qin Lu and the others to exchange bewildered glances. The chaos of the slums was well known to all 3. Incidents like this occurred from time to time, but they hadn't expected to witness one so coincidentally. Adhering to the principle of caution, Qin Lu immediately grabbed Chow Mo's arm and said to Aunt Lee, Auntie, let's not meddle in other people's business. It's better to keep our distance. Such troublesome affairs were the easiest way to attract enemies. They couldn't afford to interfere carelessly. But when Aunt Lee saw the house, she cried out in alarm, Ah! That's Lady Zhang's home. With that, Aunt Lee moved swiftly and dashed toward the house. Ah! Qin Lu stared blankly at Aunt Lee's retreating figure, momentarily at a loss. Brother, let's go take a look too. Chow Mo tugged at Qin Lu's sleeve and shouted loudly. Seeing this, Qin Lu's mind raced. After a moment of silence, he replied, All right, let's go. The 2 ran forward. Aunt Lee reached the doorway and immediately pointed inside, shouting, "Chen ergo! What do you think you're doing? Let go of Lady Zhang right now. Get lost, you matchmaker Li. Scram, or I'll cripple you right here." A fierce male voice came from inside the house. By then Qin Lu had also reached the doorstep, standing shoulder to shoulder with Aunt Li. Looking up, he saw 3 burly men standing inside the house. A frail woman lay collapsed in the center of the room, and beside her stood a young boy of 3 or 4, spreading his arms to block the 3 men. Clearly these 3 were the ones bullying Lady Zhang. But when Qin Lu got a clear look at their faces, his expression froze slightly. He actually recognized one of them. The man standing in the middle had distinctive inverted triangular eyes. This was the same man, with the inverted triangular eyes, who had ambushed Qin Lu alongside Fang Hu some time ago. Enemies truly meet on a narrow road. The sudden appearance of Qin Lu and the others instantly attracted the attention of the 3 burly men in the room, who all turned their gazes towards them. It must be said that the fierce and intimidating glare from the 3 muscular men was quite oppressive. This imposing aura immediately startled Chow Mo, who quickly shrank behind Qin Lu, peeking out with half of his head visibly tense. Qin Lu also felt a jolt, his fingers hidden in his sleeves curling instinctively as spiritual energy began to gather. "You all must be courting death. How dare you disrupt my good fortune?" One of the burly men, with a buzz cut, rolled up his sleeves and angrily stepped out of the house to shout at Qin Lu and the others. "I'm telling you, don't act recklessly. Otherwise my old man won't spare you." Aunt Li pointed her finger at the buzz-cut man trying to intimidate him, but her arm trembled, and she kept retreating. It was clear that she was also very nervous. "What old man? Tell him to come here, I'll kick him to the ground." The buzz-cut man showed no fear, taking a step forward towards the 3. Seeing this scene, Qin Lu knew he could no longer hide. He stepped forward and immediately positioned himself in front of Aunt Li and Chow Mo. "Don't come any closer," Qin Lu shouted, raising his right hand parallel to the ground, his finger aimed at the buzz-cut man's head. The finger flick technique was already charged and ready. "What are you doing raising a finger? You think you're scaring me?" the buzz-cut man yelled angrily. As the buzz-cut man approached closer, Qin Lu gritted his teeth, just about to unleash the finger flick technique, when he suddenly heard a loud shout from ahead. "Come back!" The voice belonged to the man with the inverted triangle eyes inside the house. Upon hearing this shout, the buzz-cut man froze in place, while Qin Lu also halted his action to release the finger flick technique, warily watching the 3 men. At this moment, the man with inverted triangle eyes was feeling his heart race, cold sweat forming unknowingly. Among everyone present, only he understood what Qin Lu's action represented. That was an incredibly terrifying technique. One strike from it had previously sent his underling straight to his demise. "Big brother!" The buzz-cut man turned back, his face filled with confusion. The man with inverted triangle eyes looked tense and waved his hand, saying, "Don't go, don't go." "But big brother, I see this kid is merely at the early stage of chi refining. I can take him down with one hand." "Shut up!" the man with inverted triangle eyes shouted angrily, his tone serious. "Those who trust me should leave first." Saying this, he slowly walked out of the house. He slowly moved to the left, his gaze still fixed on Qin Lu's finger, fearing that it might flick at any moment. This bizarre scene left everyone dumbfounded, staring blankly at the man with inverted triangle eyes as he nervously moved. "Humph!" The buzz-cut man turned his head, glaring fiercely at Qin Lu before quickly following the steps of the man with inverted triangle eyes. The 3 burly men quickly left the house, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Qin Lu observed their retreating figures, realizing that they had left out a fear of his finger flick technique. Qin Lu lowered his finger, and after pondering for a moment, called out loudly to their backs, "Remember, don't come causing trouble again in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." As soon as these words were spoken, the gazes of Aunt Li and the others all landed on Qin Lu, their eyes wide with disbelief. Inside, Zhang Yangzi and her 2 sons looked equally astonished. Upon hearing this, the 3 burly men halted their steps. 2 of them attempted to turn back, but were stopped by the man with inverted triangle eyes. They did not respond and quickly walked away, soon disappearing around the corner of the street. Seeing this, Qin Lu and the others all sighed in relief. "Big brother, how did you scare them off?" Chow Mo's eyes lit up with excitement. Yeah, Big Mouth, why do I feel that Chinurgu was a bit afraid of you? Adley also asked curiously. Qin Lu scratched his head and casually fabricated an excuse. I'm not too sure, maybe he recognized the wrong person. At this moment Zhang Yangzi stood up and quickly walked in front of Qin Lu, and the others bending slightly and speaking with a sobbing tone. Thank you all for saving my life. Zhang Yangzi, with her ethereal beauty and graceful figure, wore a gray robe that accentuated her form exquisitely. Her features were like a painting, and her bright dark eyes looked stunning, now glistening with tears, adding to her allure. Such beauty made Qin Lu's heart flutter instantly. There's no need for such formality, Zhang Yangzi. Adley interrupted the formalities indignantly, saying, How could that scoundrel Chinurgu be so bold today, daring to come here and act like this? What on earth happened? Please come inside. Under Zhang Niang's guidance, the group entered the house and sat down at the table. Through her recounting, Qin Lu gradually learned the details of the incident. Zhang Niang's real name was Zhang Ming. Over 2 months ago, her partner had died unexpectedly while hunting in the beast forest. In order to ensure her son Xiao Ziyun could live comfortably and cultivate successfully, she entrusted Adley, hoping to find a reliable cultivator to band together in this harsh slum. However, while Adley was helping with the search, this matter somehow came to the attention of the notorious thug Chinurgu in the slum. That was the man with inverted triangle eyes. Chinurgu was at the 6th level of Qi refining, surrounded by a gang of so-called brothers, making him a force to be reckoned with in the slum. When he learned that Zhang Ming was looking for a partner, he approached her, claiming he would take good care of this widow and her child. He even intimidated Adley, warning her not to help Zhang Ming find a man. In order to avoid trouble, Adley ceased her efforts. However, Zhang Ming showed no interest in Chinurgu whatsoever, consistently refusing him. She had no desire to form a family with him. After being rejected multiple times, Chinurgu became enraged, and today brought 2 men with him to forcefully consummate their relationship. Fortunately, Qin Lu and the others happened to pass by, and came to their aid, allowing them to escape this calamity. I truly appreciate your help, Qin Daoyu and Adley. Zhang Ming expressed her gratitude again, then pulled her son Xiao Ziyun, who had a resolute expression, saying, Ziyun, quickly thank uncle. Xiao Ziyun performed a gesture of respect, his voice soft as he said, Thank you, uncle, for saving my mother's life. Hearing the term uncle, Qin Lu felt a wave of confusion wash over him. His soul was just that of a young man in his 20s, yet he had somehow become someone else's uncle. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. Waving his hand, Qin Lu quickly replied, There's no need for such formalities. You don't need to call me uncle, just call me brother. No, call me senior. Yes. Thank you, senior. Xiao Zi responded solemnly. At this moment, Adley, filled with righteous indignation, said, I never expected Chinurgu to be so shameless, daring to do such things. This matter must be reported to Manager Lu. I was thinking the same thing. Zhang Ming's expression turned resolute. Then, Big Mouth, I want to take you to see the Jiang today. I need to go with Zhang Yangzi to find Manager Lu. Yes, Adley, go ahead. I'm not in a hurry about this matter, Qin Lu quickly said. After speaking, he casually placed the bag of fruits on the table and added, These spirit fruits are for Zhang Yangzi Xiaopang, and I will take our leave now. You really don't have to be so courteous, Zhang Ming quickly protested. But before Zhang Ming could refuse, Qin Lu pulled along the curious Chao Imo and walked out of the house. They quickly left. On the way, Chao Imo excitedly asked, Big brother, how did you scare them off just now? Ahem, didn't you see? I just flicked my fingers, and they got scared. They wouldn't dare to challenge me. Flicking fingers. What's that technique? Qin Lu looked around, seeing no one else. He flicked his fingers towards the ground, gathering strength. Chop! 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 In the courtyard, the sound of a cleaver striking repeatedly echoed. Qin Lu stood before the chopping board in his kitchen, cleaver in hand, relentlessly bringing it down upon the large piece of demon beast meat before him. Demon beast meat differed from ordinary animal flesh. Not only was it heavier, but its muscle fibers were exceedingly tough. Even for a cultivator, chopping it required considerable effort. Qin Lu chopped off a palm-sized portion from the whole piece of demon beast meat, then placed the unused meat back into the clay jar and covered it. He then continued wielding the cleaver, cutting the palm-sized meat into thin slices of appropriate thickness, and marinated them simply with cooking wine, salt, and soy sauce. Once the preparations were nearly complete, Qin Lu cast a flame ignition art to light the firewood, then heated the wok and poured in oil. When the wok was hot, he immediately tossed the marinated meat slices in, using a spatula to stir-fry rapidly, adding minced ginger and garlic midway to release their fragrance. After the meat slices were cooked, he finally added clean spirit vegetables and various seasonings, continuing to stir-fry evenly. In no time, a simple dish of spirit vegetables stir-fried with meat was ready. Its rich aroma instantly permeated the entire kitchen, making one unable to resist swallowing eagerly. Had a simple meal once again. Qin Lu took the steamed spirit rice and the dish out to the stone table in the courtyard and set them down. He had been here for some time now. Aside from everything else, he was quite satisfied with the food in this world. His evaluation was just 2 words: delicious. Perhaps premium ingredients require only the simplest cooking methods. The demon beasts absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, resulting in superior quality meat. Regardless of whether the cooking method was pan-frying, deep-frying, stir-frying, braising, steaming, boiling, roasting, or grilling, the flavor was exceptionally delightful. Qin Lu sat on the stone stool, rubbing the chopsticks in his hands. Chef Qin, after half an hour of busy work, was about to start his meal. But just then an untimely knock came from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. Qin Lu put down his chopsticks and turned his head in confusion. The knocking didn't sound like Chao Imo or his neighbor Lu Xian, for the force was far too gentle, as if afraid of damaging the courtyard gate. Who is it? It's me. The voice was crisp and melodious like the song of a swallow. Qin Lu was momentarily stunned. Why was she here today? The voice belonged to the young widow he had met yesterday, Zhang Ming. Hearing her reply, Qin Lu didn't hesitate. He immediately stood up and walked quickly to the door. He opened the door. Zhang Ming was dressed in a simple gray long dress today, holding a bag of spirit fruits in her left hand. Her hair was coiled up, her features were cool and elegant, and she exuded a tranquil and demure aura. Daoist Zhang, why are you here? Qin Lu asked with some surprise. Daoist Qin, I came specifically today to thank you. Zhang Ming lifted the bag of spirit fruits in her hand, her gaze sincere and earnest. Such a small matter doesn't warrant repeated thanks. Qin Lu waved his hand dismissively with a smile. Zhang Ming tilted her head to glance inside the courtyard, then lowered her head and said softly, Daoist Qin, won't you welcome me in to sit for a while? Qin Lu's face flushed with embarrassment. He quickly stepped aside to make way, gesturing for her to enter. Of course I welcome you. Please, Daoist Zhang, come in. Sorry to trouble you. Zhang Ming smiled and nodded, stepping inside. The two of them went to the stone table and sat down. After they were seated, they faced each other, neither speaking first. After exchanging several glances, an awkward silence inexplicably settled between them. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Qin Lu's face. He had no idea what to say at that moment. Suddenly, being alone with a beautiful widow made his usually calm heart start to flutter uncontrollably. After a moment of distracted thoughts, Qin Lu tried to break the awkwardness by pointing at the steaming food on the table. Daoist Zhang, have you eaten? Would you like to join me for a bite? Sure. Zhang Ming's simple reply made Qin Lu's heart race. He had only asked out of politeness. How could she actually agree to eat together? What was going on? All right then. Qin Lu reacted quickly, immediately getting up and returning to the kitchen to fetch a set of bowls and chopsticks, placing them before Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming truly didn't stand on ceremony. She helped herself to a bowl of rice and began picking up the dishes to eat. However, the 2 blushes that unconsciously crept onto her cheeks revealed that her heart was far from calm. The 2 ate in silence, not uttering a word. An air of awkwardness permeated the atmosphere. This was the slowest and most uneasy meal Qin Lu had ever had since his transmigration. When they were nearly finished eating, Qin Lu finally thought of a topic and asked, By the way, about your visit to Steward Lu yesterday, what happened in the end? Alas. Hearing this, Zhang Ming sighed softly, gently put down her chopsticks, a hint of weariness in her eyes. She spoke slowly. Steward Lu said since no casualties occurred, he wouldn't get involved. He told us to resolve it on our own and only come to him if someone dies. Just as I expected. Qin Lu frowned, a look of helplessness on his face. In truth, he had anticipated this outcome. From his observations, although the Wuji sect was the master of this place, they didn't meddle in everything. To some extent, they largely left the rogue cultivators to fend for themselves. Unless some severe incident occurred that disrupted the market's management system or broke the rules, the Wuji sect would only then choose to strike with swift force. As for the vast majority of trivial matters, they stood by and paid no heed. Looking at Zhang Meng's worried face, Qin Lu couldn't help but feel a surge of pity. In the slums, cultivators without specialized skills had to risk their lives hunting beasts at East Ridge to earn some spirit stones. For a young widow like Zhang Meng, who had lost her Dao partner and possessed no particular craft, and who also had a child to care for, life was certainly not easy. Qin Lu pondered for a moment, then asked, "Then Steward Lu won't intervene? What do you plan to do from now on?" Zhang Meng paused at the question, then lowered her head and said slowly, "Even with your help, Chen Ergu with his rogue behavior certainly won't let things go easily. I'm alone and weak, and I don't want any dealings with someone like him. Right now all I want is to move." Move. Watching the hesitant Zhang Meng, a strange thought drifted through Qin Lu's mind. He swallowed hard and asked, after a moment's hesitation, "Where do you want to move to?" Zhang Meng suddenly looked up, meeting Qin Lu's eyes. Her face flushed crimson as she stammered, I want to move in and live with you, Taoist Qin." This sudden surprise caught Qin Lu off guard. This was only the second time he had met this beautiful woman. They had exchanged no more than 20 sentences in total, and now, in the middle of their conversation, they were already talking about living together. "Why me?" Qin Lu asked dumbly. "Adley said you've quit gambling, that you diligently draw talismans every day, that you're very motivated, and that you don't fool around with women. She said you're a man who can support a family. And yesterday you scared off Chen Ergu with a single move. From the first moment I saw you, I felt you were very reliable." As she spoke, Zhang Meng lowered her head. Hearing these words, Qin Lu couldn't help but straighten his back, a confident expression appearing on his face. What she said made sense. He was a quality catch. Zhang Meng nervously twisted her fingers together, pausing before continuing. "I think Chen Ergu won't let things rest. And Ziyun is still young. I really have nowhere else to go. So I came today to seek refuge with you, Taoist Qin, hoping to find a place to stay here and get through this difficult time. I just don't know if you, Taoist Qin, would be willing to take my son in the inn." Looking at the beautiful young woman before him, who was several times more gorgeous than many female celebrities from his past life, Qin Lu's heart stirred restlessly. After a moment of contemplation, he looked up and said seriously, "I am willing." Watching Zhang Meng's figure gradually receding into the distance, Qin Lu's expression remained somewhat dazed. "Was I too impulsive? I can't walk straight when I see a beauty, and the moment she mentioned living together I agreed right away. Then how will I practice my skills? Won't they get suspicious? The expenses for a family of 3 isn't that a bit much?" Before the meal, he was still a solitary bachelor with one person fed, and the whole family not hungry. But after the meal, he was suddenly going to live with a woman, and she even had a little boy. It was truly a supermarket promotion. Buy one, get one free. This is tricky." Qin Lu scratched his head, casually closed the courtyard gate, and sat back down on the chair. He glanced at the unwashed dishes on the table, paused, then lifted his head to look at the west wing of the courtyard. His courtyard had 2 rooms, one main hall and one west wing. Since moving in, he had always stayed in the main hall and rarely entered the west wing. "They're moving in tomorrow, so I need to help clean up today." Qin Lu acted immediately, stood up, and quickly tidied up the pots and bowls on the table. Then he picked up cleaning tools like a broom and a rag, walked into the west wing, and began a thorough cleanup. An hour later, looking at the completely refreshed west wing, Qin Lu clapped his hands in satisfaction, his eyes full of delight. This room would surely satisfy Lady Zhang. After washing his hands with some water, a flood of thoughts surged in Qin Lu's mind again. Should I go buy some daily necessities? Bedding and quilts too, right? Forget it. She might bring everything tomorrow. I shouldn't overthink this. Time to cultivate. Cultivate. Dismissing all distracting thoughts, Qin Lu took out the Shangqing sword, held it horizontally, and stood in the center of the courtyard. He calmed his mind and dispelled all desires and emotions. He intended to practice the Gray Shadow sword technique, and this time he planned to incorporate the gentle wind art into his sword practice. Such training would undoubtedly consume much more spiritual energy, but in turn the proficiency on the panel would also increase rapidly. Qin Lu focused his mind-channeled spiritual energy throughout his body to make it light and agile, and cast the gentle wind art. At the same time his mind recalled the stick figure motion images of the Gray Shadow sword technique. Bridging mind and body, he twisted his wrist. Swish! The long sword began to dance. His figure continuously darted and shifted across the courtyard, tracing out shadows of sword strikes. With the enhancement of the gentle wind art, his sword moves became exceptionally smooth and natural, no longer bearing the stiffness of last night. Moreover, each movement was subtly reinforced by spiritual energy, greatly boosting both lethality and speed. This is true swordsmanship. Qin Lu's heart surged with ecstasy. Only by wielding the sword like this could his passion for cultivation be ignited. Time slipped away, and the spiritual energy within him gradually waned. Soon, thud! Qin Lu stumbled as his spiritual energy dissipated, and he collapsed onto the ground with a dull thud. Even the Shangqing sword slipped from his grip, clattering nearby. Huff! Huff! Lying on the ground, Qin Lu spread his arms and gasped heavily. Every muscle in his body ached with soreness, and his inner shirt was soaked through with sweat. If I train like this, that one pack of abs is going to become 8 soon. Qin Lu rubbed his round belly and mused inwardly. With the addition of the gentle wind art, the sword technique flowed more smoothly, and the intensity of training was unlike before. After just 2 rounds, he was drenched in sweat. He lay on the ground for a while, carefully recalling the sensation of practicing the sword, then finally stood up. He returned to the room and drank a large bowl of cold boiled water. When his chest felt somewhat relieved, he stripped off all his soaked clothes. Stepping out into the courtyard, he fetched some water, and completely naked crouched down to rinse himself. A quick bath. After bathing, Qin Lu changed into a fresh inner shirt and sat cross-legged on a cushion in the main hall. He naturally began circulating the Xianyang art. He started recovering his spiritual energy. After advancing to the 3rd layer of Qi, refining his spiritual energy reserves had increased significantly. Where he could only cast the ignition art 12 times before, he could now cast it 15 or 16 times in a row. This made skill practice very convenient for Qin Lu. Moreover, the increase in spiritual energy reserves did not extend the meditation time needed for recovery. It still took only 2 hours of meditation to fully restore his spiritual energy. As he recited the oral formula and activated the technique, the invisible and intangible spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to seep into his body through the pores of his skin. Like a sponge, he voraciously absorbed the surrounding primordial energy. When enough energy had been taken in, the slender thread of spiritual energy in his dantian gradually awakened. After the technique's upgrade, this thread of spiritual energy had thickened considerably, resembling a newborn serpent. It emerged from the dantian, began circulating through the meridians within his body, roaming everywhere and nourishing his physique. Suddenly the spiritual serpent expanded, in an instant its speed surging wildly. A wave of pain assaulted Qin Lu's mind. Not again! This sensation was all too familiar to Qin Lu. It was exactly the anomaly that had occurred during the technique's upgrade some time ago. Clearly, after this period of arduous cultivation, the Xianyang art had achieved another breakthrough. Having experienced this once before, Qin Lu didn't overthink. He clenched his teeth tightly, enduring the fierce impact of pain. Sweat slowly seeped out, soaking his freshly changed inner shirt once more. The pain intensified steadily, but Qin Lu maintained his cross-legged posture, his body utterly still. 20 minutes later the pain rapidly receded, and a warm sensation gradually returned. His brow slowly relaxed. A moment later the meditation ended. Qin Lu opened his eyes, and exhaled a breath of turbid qi. Focusing his mind, he opened the attribute panel. Name Qin Lu. Lifespan 36,107 years. Cultivation Qi Refining Layer 334100. Techniques Xian Yang Art Proficient 1600. Skills Spells Ignition Art Proficient 525600. Flick Finger Art Proficient 540600. Illumination Art Proficient 32600. Severing Art Proficient 31600. Gentle Wind Art Beginner 46100. Talisman Crafting Water Shield Skilled 110200. Cleansing Talisman Beginner 30100. Sword Arts Gray Shadow Sword Technique Beginner 8100. Talents None. Looking at the various skills on the panel, Qin Lu smiled in satisfaction. Compared to a month ago, his current strength could already be considered that of a qualified rogue cultivator. Just then his gaze suddenly landed on the age column. Lifespan 36,107 years. I've gotten a year older. When did my birthday pass? Qin Lu stared at the number 36, and his mind involuntarily recalled Xiao Ziyan's address of him as uncle. Sigh. He shook his head, slowly letting out a helpless sigh. I have to admit this age is getting a bit old. It's just like an old woman celebrating the new year, each year worse than the last. Early the next morning, Zhang Meng arrived at Qin Lu's courtyard laden with bundles of luggage, accompanied by a bewildered young child, Xiao Ziyan. Qin Lu opened the door. Greetings, senior. The little Xiao Ziyan immediately bowed and shouted loudly. Oh, what a good child, Qin Lu said, patting Xiao Ziyan's head with a beaming smile. However, when he saw Zhang Meng standing nearby with a hint of restraint, his tone faltered and he stammered. Pete, please come in. A trace of embarrassment flickered across Qin Lu's face as he hastily invited Zhang Meng and the child inside, turning to lead the way. Zhang Meng's cheeks were also slightly flushed as she clutched several bundles and followed Qin Lu in silence. Xiao Ziyan, full of curiosity, kept glancing around the new residence, his eyes brimming with childlike innocence. They walked all the way to the door of the western wing, where Qin Lu pushed open the wooden door. The room was not large, about 20 square meters. It was impeccably clean, furnished with tables, chairs, a bed, and bedding with some odds and ends in the corner, exuding an air of simplicity. Daoist Zhang, you will stay here from now on. Thank you for the trouble, Daoist Qin. Zhang Ming performed a respectful bow to express her gratitude. Then let's leave it at that. You can settle in, and if you need anything, just call for me. Qin Lu bowed and withdrew from the room. Wait. Zhang Meng called out hastily, quickly setting down her bundles. She crouched down to rummage through them, and soon produced an embroidered pouch. She hurried over to Qin Lu. Daoist Qin, I am deeply grateful that you have allowed me to live in the market far from those ruffians. Please, you must accept these spirit stones. This is not. Qin Lu was about to decline, but when he saw the resolute look in Zhang Meng's eyes, he knew he could not refuse these spirit stones. After a moment's thought, he said with a smile, All right, I'll accept them. He took the pouch, and by its weight, he could tell it contained at least 10 spirit stones. This was likely most of Zhang Meng's savings. Thank you, Zhang Meng said, revealing a bright smile. Accepting the spirit stones eased the awkwardness between them. Then you two should rest for a while. At noon I'll prepare a meal to welcome you properly, Qin Lu said with a smile. Hearing this, Zhang Meng quickly replied, There's no need to trouble you, Daoist Qin. I'll cook myself later, so you can try my skills. I have some confidence in this area. Then, all right. Qin Lu did not refuse, and agreed with a smile. He was not particularly skilled at cooking, only able to make simple stir-fried spirit vegetables with meat. Though beast meat was delicious, he had grown a bit tired of it after eating it for so many days. Mother, this place is so big, Xiao Ziyan suddenly said in a childish voice. Ziyan, be good. From now on, this is our new home. Zhang Meng bent down and whispered softly in Xiao Ziyan's ear. Witnessing this scene, Qin Lu silently withdrew from the room and gently closed the door behind him. At noon, after tidying up the room, Zhang Meng went into the kitchen and began bustling about. Qin Lu sat in the courtyard amusing Xiao Ziyan. Xiao Ziyan was still young, not yet at the age to test his spiritual root, so he had not yet drawn spiritual energy into his body. For now, he was an ordinary mortal. In Wuji Market, not everyone was a cultivator. There were also a few scattered mortals. These mortals were usually the close relatives of cultivators brought along when the cultivators came to live here. Others like Zhang Meng had come to the market, and then given birth to children after marrying another cultivator. Mortals existed, but they were exceedingly rare. Just as Qin Lu was happily playing with the child, Zhang Meng had finished cooking and began calling them to eat. Qin Lu carried Xiaozian to the dining table. Since it was a welcoming feast, Qin Lu had asked Zhang Meng to prepare 2 extra dishes, so there were 3 dishes and a soup quite sumptuous. The 3 of them sat around the table and began to eat. Admittedly, Zhang Meng's culinary skills far surpassed Qin Lu's, making the already delicious beast meat even more savory. During the meal, Qin Lu and Zhang Meng chatted casually, and the atmosphere gradually became harmonious. It almost felt like a real family of 3. As they talked, Zhang Meng suddenly spoke in a low voice. "Daoist Qin, now that we are settled, I would like to find some work to start anew. You are well-traveled and knowledgeable. Do you know of any suitable tasks?" Hearing this, Qin Lu was momentarily taken aback. After a moment's thought, he asked, "What kind of work did you do before?" Zhang Meng's face flushed slightly. "To my shame, because Ziyun is still young, I have been taking care of him these past few years and haven't worked." Qin Lu glanced at Xiaozian, who was eating with relish, and a look of understanding crossed his face. Xiaozian was only a little over 3 years old, an age that required constant care. Zhang Meng had likely been a stay-at-home mother all this time. Qin Lu pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "I usually just set up a stall to sell talismans, so am not very aware of other livelihood opportunities. But rest assured, I will keep an eye out for you." "Thank you, Daoist Qin." They chatted as they ate, and soon the 3 dishes and a soup were finished. After the meal, Zhang Meng virtuously began to clear the tableware. As Qin Lu watched her retreating figure, a sudden idea struck him, and he walked towards the door. Opening the courtyard gate, he walked about a dozen meters to the right, and arrived in another courtyard. This was Lu Xian's residence. Qin Lu raised his hand and knocked. Bang! 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 Soon the courtyard gate opened. To Qin Lu's surprise, the one who opened the door was not Lu Xian, but a young man of about 18 or 19. His skin was fair, his features delicate, with a hint of handsomeness, and his deep brown eyes were clear yet carried a trace of aloofness. "Who are you?" he asked indifferently. Seeing the young man, Qin Lu's expression faltered, but he quickly realized that this must be Lu Xian's son, Lu Anshan. "I'm looking for your father," Qin Lu stated directly. "He's not here. Not here. When will he be back?" "I don't know." "All right." Qin Lu was a bit disappointed, but then changed the subject. "When your father returns, tell him that Qin Lu from next door is looking for him." "Oh." Lu Anshan looked Qin Lu up and down, then said calmly, "So you're the new neighbor. No wonder you have such a big mouth. What do you want with my father?" Qin Lu was speechless. Had his big mouth become his defining characteristic? "I just wanted to ask your father if there's any suitable work in the market for a woman. I was hoping he could recommend something." "Oh, that's it. All right, you'll let him know." Lu Anshan agreed. "Good, I'll be going then." Qin Lu took his leave. But after taking a few steps, Lu Anshan called him back. "By the way, I saw the Yuelu Tower was hiring a couple of days ago. You could tell that woman to check it out." Hearing this, Qin Lu's face lit up with joy. He turned around and quickly said, "Great, thank you." Lu Anshan did not reply, but simply swung his hand and slammed the courtyard gate shut with a bang. Staring at the gate, Qin Lu couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself, "This kid seems cold on the outside but warm at heart." Returning to his own courtyard, he immediately found Zhang Meng and told her about it, advising her to go and check it out tomorrow. This earned him another round of thanks from Zhang Meng. After a bit more casual conversation, they parted ways to attend to their own affairs. And so began the first day of their shared residence. Zhang Meng was very proactive about finding a job. After learning of a place that was hiring, she left early the next day to head to the so-called Yuelu Tower for an interview. This left Qin Lu and Xiaozian at home. With nothing to do, Qin Lu practiced his swordsmanship in the courtyard. Enhanced by the gentle wind art, every movement he made exuded an ethereal grace. These dashing movements immediately caught Xiaozian's attention. Finding a twig somewhere, he began mimicking the forms with earnest though clumsy imitation. After Qin Lu had practiced his sword forms once and refined 2 talismans, Zhang Ming finally returned. Upon inquiry, it was revealed she had successfully secured the position, officially becoming a member of the Yuelu Tower. The so-called Yuelu Tower was in fact a tavern. Zhang Ming's job was reportedly as a helper handling various chores. The pay was 20 spirit stones a month. Seeing Zhang Ming find a livelihood so quickly, Qin Lu was happy for her. He added 2 extra dishes to the evening meal to celebrate. The 3 of them shared a warm and harmonious time. And so it went. Zhang Ming went to work every day, while Qin Lu stayed home to look after the child. Each day Qin Lu either practiced his swordsmanship or drew talismans, living a very fulfilling life. In this manner over 10 days passed in a flash. One day after finishing dinner, Qin Lu briefly excused himself to Zhang Ming and walked out of the courtyard. He headed out of the market town. The setting sun cast its glow, bathing the earth in colorful twilight. Within the market, a few scattered pedestrians strolled along the streets. A gentle breeze carried a faint floral fragrance, refreshing the mind and heart. At the market entrance, many rogue cultivators were queuing to leave the city. At this hour everyone was heading home for dinner and rest. Qin Lu followed the crowd, walking slowly. Leaving the market, he strode towards the periphery of the slums. The entire slum was built encircling the Wuji market, forming a ring that tightly surrounded the marketplace. Beyond the edge of the slums lay uninhabited wilderness. As the surrounding houses gradually thinned, the environment quickly turned desolate, overgrown with weeds and sparsely populated. Qin Lu walked along a small dirt path trodden by human feet, his gaze constantly scanning the surroundings. In all his time in this world, this was his first time venturing beyond the market's bounds. Leaving the market meant the possibility of encountering demonic beasts. Encountering demonic beasts also meant the risk of perishing. Thus one must be extremely cautious when venturing into the wild. These past days his skill proficiency had been steadily increasing. Especially the ignition art and flick art, which he had been secretly practicing. Both had reached 599 proficiency, needing just one more use to level up. Therefore Qin Lu could no longer suppress his restless urge. Today he planned to go to the wilderness to test the power of his new skills. As he walked, Qin Lu suddenly spotted 2 cultivators. Both walked slowly from a distance, their faces etched with exhaustion. Their robes were stained with blood and covered in dust, and they carried the corpse of an unknown demonic beast between them. They must be rogue cultivators who hunt beasts for a living. Sensing the killing intent in their eyes, and the fierce aura around them, Qin Lu became wary. He tightened his grip on the Shangqing sword at his waist, his demeanor tense. Both parties regarded each other with caution as they slowly passed by. Their figures gradually receded into the distance. Luckily no conflict started. Qin Lu breathed a sigh of relief and continued down the small path. Soon he arrived at a small, dense forest. The grass here was thick, trees were everywhere, and the dense leaves blotted out the sun, creating an eerie feeling. Occasionally the screams of wild beasts echoed from deep within the woods, sending chills down one's spine. Qin Lu moved forward slowly, with a serious expression, his nerves taut, maintaining a vigilant posture, observing all directions and listening keenly. An invisible force suddenly burst from Qin Lu's fingertip. The powerful impact immediately blasted a menacing patterned snake hanging from a tree into 2 pieces, causing it to fall straight to the ground. Moreover, the momentum of the force didn't wane, blasting a large hole in the tree behind the snake. Qin Lu looked down at the colorful snake corpse before him, his heart tightening. A snake this colorful must be poisonous. The wild is truly dangerous. I need to test my skills and get back quickly. Encountering this snake put Qin Lu on high alert. He quickly pulled out a water shield talisman and slapped it onto his body. A light blue translucent barrier enveloped his entire body, faintly radiating spiritual energy fluctuations. With the talisman protecting him, he felt somewhat more at ease. Soon he stopped and looked at a thick tree 2 arms spans wide 10 meters away. Time to test the upgraded flick art. He extended one hand, level curled his middle finger, and aimed at the tree in front of him. Who? Qin Lu took a deep breath, his expression solemn, and flicked his finger. A powerful gust of wind shot straight from his finger. The immense recoil force even shook Qin Lu's body slightly backward. Boom! The wind force struck the large tree, directly piercing through 2/3 of its trunk. The leaves rustled violently from the impact. Having lost its foundation, the trunk could no longer support the weight of the tree above. With a creak, the entire tree fell with a resounding crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. Such formidable power! Joy surged in Qin Lu's heart. If the previous flick art was like a Desert Eagle pistol, then this upgraded flick art was comparable to a cannonball. Looking at the fallen tree, a thought crossed Qin Lu's mind. He raised his head and scanned his surroundings. After a pause, he raised his hand again and aimed at another large tree 100 meters away. The gust of wind burst forth again, hitting the tree with pinpoint accuracy. Struck by the immense force, the entire tree trembled and leaves showered down. Tisk. After the upgrade, not only has the power greatly increased, but the accuracy is also much better. Qin Lu withdrew his finger and sprinted towards the tree 100 meters away. Upon reaching it, he saw that the trunk now had a large hole blasted through it, with wood chips scattered everywhere, as if hit at close range by a heavy sniper rifle. It seems the lethality of flick art decreases significantly with distance. Still, this power is sufficient. Tisk, if this were used against a cultivator. Truly, terrifyingly formidable. Qin Lu couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from turning up. The power of this spell finally gave him a means of self-preservation. Slightly suppressing his excited mood, Qin Lu stood still, focused his mind, raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers. With a snap, a fireball the size of a soccer ball appeared above his fingers, radiating blazing light. With a casual flick of his finger, Qin Lu reabsorbed the fireball, completing a spell practice. With a thought, he glanced at his status panel. Both skills had now changed: Ignition Art Grandmaster 13,000, Flick Art Grandmaster 23,000. Come on, Grandmaster level Ignition Art! Qin Lu murmured, his body tense, his heart pounding with anticipation, his eyes full of expectation. Snap! He snapped his fingers again. A warm surge of spiritual energy instantly enveloped Qin Lu's fist. Looking closely, blazing flames were now roaring around his fist. Pale yellow flames flickered ceaselessly, radiating a scorching light. Qin Lu felt no burn on his fist, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. Looking at a large boulder beside him, he swung his right hand forward with force. Whoosh! A massive streak of fire erupted from his fist, carrying immense explosive power, and smashed fiercely into the giant rock. Boom! The giant rock emitted a puff of white smoke and a sizzling sound. As the smoke slowly dissipated, a huge crater appeared in the center of the rock face. Stone fragments were broken and scattered on the ground, and the edges of the crater were charred black. Qin Lu stared blankly at the shattered boulder before him. Slowly raising his right hand, he looked at his fist and exclaimed in shock. Am I? Ace the Fire Fist. The two upgraded spells left Qin Lu thoroughly satisfied with their power. He then practiced a few other skills in the forest, fumbling about for over half an hour before heading back toward the market. On the road, as various rogue cultivators often passed through the vicinity, the surrounding fierce beasts had long been cleared out, leaving no large wild creatures daring to approach. He returned in complete tranquility. By now the sky had darkened, a full moon rose from the east, casting its silvery light upon the ground, making the night exceptionally serene. Gazing at the faint lights of Wujifang Market in the distance, Qin Lu felt a surge of excitement. This wilderness expedition had been on the whole uneventful and without danger. Apart from wasting a water chi shield out of timidity, he had suffered no other losses. Upon sighting the market, Qin Lu couldn't help but quicken his pace, breaking into a sprint. As he ran, he even activated the gentle wind art, boosting his speed by another 20%. He moved far faster than Bolt at his peak, covering 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Sensing this extraordinary physical prowess, Qin Lu felt a rush of exhilaration in his chest, and couldn't help but roar heroically. I'm a Superman! Ha ha ha! The sound drew the attention of a distant rogue cultivator, who turned his head and sneered. What a lunatic shouting and raving like that! Not until he neared the market entrance did Qin Lu stop running, panting heavily. After a brief moment to steady his breath, he walked slowly toward his home. The market was as lively as ever after dinner. Various rogue cultivators had ventured out once more, indulging in the vibrant nightlife of Wuji Market. Qin Lu had no desire for amusement and hurried back home. To his surprise, aside from Zhang Ming and her son, there was another person present. Qiao Mo. He was seated conversing with Zhang Ming. "Hey little fatty, what brings you here?" Qin Lu greeted upon entering. Qiao Mo grew excited at Qin Lu's return, quickly rising and rushing over, saying urgently, "Brother, you're back. What do you need from me today?" Qin Lu asked with a smile. Qiao Mo hesitated, then said hastily, "Can you lend me some spirit stones?" Qin Lu glanced at him, a smile playing on his lips. He ambled over to the stone table, took a big gulp of water, and chuckled. "What, do I look like a sucker to you?" Qiao Mo, the chubby little fellow, was sharp and mischievous, his head full of frivolous ideas. Qin Lu dared not lend him spirit stones casually. If he lent money for Qiao Mo to indulge in brothels and lose his virginity, casting away his virtue, Qin Lu would surely blame himself. "No, I really have a serious matter." Qiao Mo's face twisted with distress, and a faint sob crept into his voice. His reaction made Qin Lu's smile gradually fade. Seeing Qiao Mo no longer joking, Qin Lu set down his cup and asked with a frown, "What's the matter? How many spirit stones do you need to borrow?" "I want to borrow 100 spirit stones." "What?" Qin Lu immediately stood up, astonished. "What do you need 100 spirit stones for?" Qiao Mo lowered his head and said slowly, "I want to borrow them to buy a pill." "What pill?" "A healing pill. My mother is injured." "Huh?" Qin Lu was taken aback, showing some surprise. He sat back down and frowned. "Tell me exactly what happened." "All right." As Qiao Mo recounted the story, Qin Lu gradually understood the situation. It turned out that when Qiao Mo's parents were hunting beasts at East Ridge, they were discovered by a second-grade demon beast. After a desperate struggle, they barely escaped. However, Qiao Mo's mother was severely injured and on the verge of death. Back home, they spent all their savings on healing pills, but her condition remained critical. Thus Qiao Mo had come to Qin Lu hoping to borrow spirit stones to buy a high-grade healing pill to save his mother's life. "So that's it." After hearing the tale, Qin Lu murmured to himself, instinctively touching the small pouch at his chest. The pouch contained over 20 spirit stones, his entire fortune. This amount fell far short of the 100-odd stones Qiao Mo wished to borrow. Seeing Qin Lu's troubled expression, Qiao Mo asked nervously, "Brother, I'm truly at my wit's end. Do you have any spare cash on hand lately?" Qin Lu pondered for a moment, then suddenly broke into a smile and waved his hand magnanimously. "Of course. Why wouldn't I be? A mere 100-odd spirit stones is nothing." "Really?" Qiao Mo's face lit up with joy. "Absolutely. Come on, I'll take you to buy the pill right now." Qin Lu rose and walked into the main room, gathering all the talismans from the rosewood table into his hands before stepping out of the courtyard. "Brother Qin, this." Zhang Ming looked at Qin Lu, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. Over their time together, their forms of address had also changed. "There's no help for it. Since little Fatty's mother is in such trouble, I can't stand by and do nothing. You stay home, he'll be back soon." Qin Lu replied briefly, then led Qiao Mo out of the courtyard. The two headed toward the talisman shop in the market. With only over 20 spirit stones to his name, Qin Lu couldn't afford the pill. To buy the costly medicine, he would have to sell all the talismans he had recently drawn. And now that he was in urgent need of money, he couldn't waste time setting up a stall. He had to sell them in one go at a shop. Soon they arrived at a talisman store. This was also the shop where Qin Lu often bought talisman-making materials. Qin Lu stepped forward and asked politely, "Shopkeeper, do you purchase talismans here?" "Of course. What kind of talismans do you want to sell?" The shopkeeper glanced at the two and replied casually. Qin Lu took a stack of talismans from his chest and placed them on the counter, saying, "I want to sell water chi shields. What price can you offer?" "Water chi shields." A flicker of disappointment passed through the shopkeeper's eyes. He picked up a talisman casually and said flatly, "Alas, these early chi condensation defensive talismans are generally of poor quality and hard to fetch a good price." As he spoke, his tone suddenly faltered. Wait, the strokes on this talisman are of moderate force, the ink flows smoothly, and the spiritual energy is abundant. This is no work of an early Qi condensation cultivator. Qin Lu cupped his hands in praise. You have a keen eye, shopkeeper. These are high-quality defensive talismans crafted by my elder brother, who is at the late Qi condensation stage. Top-notch quality. Hearing the explanation, the shopkeeper nodded with an expression of understanding. Only a late Qi condensation cultivator could produce such superior water Qi shields. Beside them, Chao Mo wore a peculiar expression. He knew full well that Qin Lu had drawn these talismans himself. There was no such elder brother. He wondered why Qin Lu had fabricated this story. Despite his confusion, he kept his doubts to himself, and quietly observed the conversation between Qin Lu and the shopkeeper. These talismans are decent. I'll take them at market price, 2 spirit stones each, the shopkeeper said flatly. Hearing this, Qin Lu's heart sank. He grimaced and said, Come on, shopkeeper. If I set up a stall with these talismans, I could get at least 2 spirit stones and 60 taels of gold each. Your price. The shopkeeper shook his head and said with a smile, Sorry, fellow cultivator, I run a small business and need to make a profit. How about this? I'll add another caddy of gold per talisman. What do you say? 1 caddy of gold equaled 16 taels. So the buying price came to 2 spirit stones and 16 taels of gold. But when Qin Lu sold at the market stall, he usually added over 50 taels. This price was indeed quite low. Qin Lu wavered inwardly. However, when he saw the anxious look on Chao Mo's face, his heart softened. After a moment's thought, he said directly to the shopkeeper, Deal. After trading talismans, Qin Lu sold 42 water Qi shields, ultimately earning 90 spirit stones. With the spirit stones in hand, the two set off towards the pill shop. Having mingled in the market for nearly 2 months, Qin Lu was well aware of the rarity of medicinal pills. Like talismans, there are a total of 9 grades of medicinal pills. The first grade is the lowest, while the 9th grade is the highest. Although they share the same grade, the price difference between talismans and medicinal pills is quite significant. Some low-grade first-grade talismans can generally be purchased for just 1 or 2 spirit stones, making them exceedingly cheap. However, for medicinal pills, even the cheapest starts at 20 spirit stones. For instance, the spirit-gathering pill that Qin Lu consumed last time cost 35 spirit stones each. The root cause of the high price of medicinal pills lies in the scarcity of alchemists. Cultivating an alchemist is extremely difficult. Not only must the cultivator possess a high talent for alchemy, but they must also invest heavily in fire control training. Over time, one can become a qualified alchemist. Ordinary loose cultivators are simply unable to support the expensive materials needed for alchemy, nor can they cope with the extremely low success rate of refining pills. Thus, even if one has talent, they can still be defeated by the harsh realities of life. Statistically, out of 1,000 cultivators, perhaps 100 can become talisman makers, 10 can become weapon refiners. But it is unlikely that even one alchemist can emerge. On the way, after inquiring, Qin Lu learned from Chao Mo that he wished to purchase a life restoration pill to help his mother heal. The life restoration pill possesses a powerful restorative ability capable of healing the wounds of those on the brink of death, making it highly effective. Among first-grade pills, it can be considered a top-tier pill. Soon the two arrived in front of one of the few medicinal shops in Wujifang. The shop is located on the most bustling street, quite spacious, formed by connecting 2 storefronts named Divine Pill Shop. At that moment, many cultivators were inside selecting pills, creating a lively atmosphere. Casually glancing around, Qin Lu confidently walked in. Welcome, welcome. May I ask what medicinal pill you are looking to purchase tonight? As soon as they entered, a young shop assistant approached them enthusiastically. Without any hesitation, Qin Lu directly asked, Friend, how much is your life restoration pill? The young shop assistant's eyes lit up, and he slightly bowed, saying, Currently our life restoration pill is priced at 108 spirit stones. Upon hearing this price, Qin Lu felt a sharp pain in his heart. This medicinal pill was indeed outrageously expensive. However, in front of Chao Mo, he did not hesitate, and immediately took out the spirit stones from his pocket. After counting the number of spirit stones, he handed them over to the shop assistant. Then please give me 1. The young shop assistant did not expect this customer to be so generous, paying without even haggling, which made him secretly delighted. He hurriedly accepted the spirit stones and replied, "All right. Please wait a moment." Qin Lu responded lightly. The shop assistant turned and walked to the counter to retrieve the pill. Meanwhile, Qin Lu stood there with his hands behind his back, appearing indifferent, with a hint of arrogance, resembling a wealthy lord. As if over 100 spirit stones were nothing to him. This demeanor instantly attracted the attention of several cultivators present, who began to whisper among themselves about him. This made Qin Lu stand even taller. After all, it was a rare occasion to show off, so how could he not embellish it a bit? Next to him, Chao Mo silently watched Qin Lu, filled with gratitude. Before long, Qin Lu received the medicinal pill, and then exited the market, quickly making his way towards Chao Mo's home. Upon returning to the slum, the familiar stench of urine hit him once again. It still smelled the same. The two walked the 2 or 3 kilometers back home in less than 10 minutes. At this time, Qin Lu noticed that there was actually light coming from his old house. "Has someone moved into this house?" he asked curiously. "Yes, someone came a few days ago," an old man Chao Mo replied. Qin Lu nodded lightly, not caring much, and stepped inside Chao Mo's home with him. Chao Mo's modest house was significantly larger than Qin Lu's old one, divided into 2 rooms. Chao Mo pushed open one of the doors. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Upon entering the room, Qin Lu looked up and saw a woman lying on the bed, deeply asleep, her face pale, looking as if she was on the verge of death. Beside the bed were several blood-stained cloth strips. Sitting next to her was a tall, bearded man, his fierce face now filled with bitterness and fatigue, devoid of any vitality. They were indeed Chao Mo's parents, Chao Yunxi and Qi Xiaofeng. "Ado, where have you been just now? And you, Qin Dazue, why are you here?" Chao Yunxi said weakly while sitting in a chair. Qin Lu remained silent, but Chao Mo quickly interjected, "Dad, I just borrowed some spirit stones from Brother Qin, and have already bought the life restoration pill. You must give it to Mom quickly." "What?" Chao Yunxi suddenly stood up, looking at Qin Lu in disbelief. In his mind, Qin Dazue was merely a good-for-nothing who had achieved nothing, always immersed in gambling, completely a hopeless case. Moreover, he was quite shameless and uneducated. To prevent Chao Mo from following in his footsteps, he had publicly reprimanded Qin Lu several times, and had intense arguments with him, leading to a not-so-harmonious relationship. Recently, he had heard Chao Mo mention that Qin Dazue had undergone a significant change, yet he remained unconvinced. To his surprise today, Qin Dazue actually put aside past grievances and borrowed spirit stones to buy the life restoration pill. Where did he get the spirit stones? What is going on? Chao Yunxi's mind was filled with questions, but when he received the small box containing the life restoration pill, he instantly cast all those questions aside. He quickly took out the pill and gently placed it in Qi Xiaofeng's mouth, feeding her a bit of water to help her swallow. The life restoration pill showed effects quite swiftly. Within minutes, Qi Xiaofeng's originally pale face regained a hint of color, and her furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Seeing this scene, both Chao Yunxi and his son let out a sigh of relief simultaneously. "Great. Mom is finally okay," Chao Mo murmured to himself. At once, Chao Yunxi turned around and solemnly bowed to Qin Lu, saying, "Brother Qin, thank you for not holding past grievances and saving my wife's life today. I will definitely repay this spirit stone." "No need to be so formal, Brother Chao," Qin Lu said, scratching his nose and waving his hand with a smile. "We were neighbors once. After all, it's only right to help each other, and that little grudge is nothing. I didn't take it to heart at all." Qin Lu indeed did not take it to heart, as the conflicts with Chao Yunxi were not even his experiences. He could easily let bygones be bygones. His indifferent demeanor made Chao Yunxi feel even more ashamed, and he immediately said, "Brother Qin, you are truly magnanimous. If you ever have a request, just ask me. Old Chao will go through fire and water to assist you." "Ha ha, having Brother Chao say that is enough." Qin Lu laughed in response. Chao Yunxi was indeed a tough character, who often roamed around Dongtu Ridge, and his cultivation had reached the later stages of qi refinement. His promise of assistance might indeed come in handy in the future. After chatting a bit longer, Qin Lu suggested leaving so as not to disturb Qi Xiaofeng's rest. The Chow family, filled with gratitude, accompanied Qin Lu to the door before parting ways. Qin Lu began to return to the market. The feeling of helping others made him quite joyful, and even his steps were noticeably lighter. However, when he reached a dark corner, he suddenly heard a chilling male voice from behind. "Tian, to a python you really know how to hide, finding you is not easy." That ominous tone sent shivers down Qin Lu's spine. He abruptly turned around. There in the street corner stood a figure fiddling with a small dagger, the blade shimmering with a faint silver light as spiritual energy coursed through it. The surrounding light was too dim for Qin Lu to make out the figure's appearance. "Who are you?" he shouted nervously, his heart racing. You can't even recognize my voice." The shadow paused slightly in its dagger fiddling, seemingly taken aback. Qin Lu's memories of his predecessor were fragmented. There were many things he could not recall without deeper thought. At this moment, he couldn't remember the voice at all. Is this person an enemy of my predecessor? Or perhaps a friend? Or someone he recently provoked? Various thoughts flashed through Qin Lu's mind as he pondered. Seeing Qin Lu speechless, the eerie voice echoed again. "It seems you really don't remember me. How about you come a bit closer to take a look?" The strange figure, the chilling voice, and the fiddling dagger all left Qin Lu feeling uneasy. Rushing in without understanding the situation would surely be a death sentence. But suddenly a flash of inspiration struck Qin Lu. "It's just a trick. Show your true form." He placed his left hand on his waist, raised his right hand high with fingers spread wide, pointing at the shadow in the corner. Spiritual energy instantly gathered at his palm, warming slightly, and a powerful white light immediately burst forth. Illumination spell. The white light exploded, illuminating the surroundings in an instant, revealing the figure's appearance clearly. He appeared to be in his 30s, with a small mustache on his lip and unremarkable features. At this moment his fierce face was filled with confusion. The mustached cultivator let out a scream, quickly turning his head to shield his eyes. The bright light had left him momentarily blinded. However, in that brief moment, Qin Lu immediately recalled who this person was. "It's He Liang from the Jishan shop." "Oh, so you came here to collect a debt?" Upon seeing He Liang, Qin Lu instantly understood the situation, and his body involuntarily relaxed a bit. This person wasn't really an enemy but a creditor. He Liang was still screaming loudly, the intense white light causing pain in his eyes, and tears streamed down his face. Seeing this, Qin Lu felt embarrassed and momentarily didn't know how to react. This was a bit of unintended harm. Turns out it's you, sixth brother," Qin Lu awkwardly said. "Damn. What have you done? I will definitely kill you next time." He Liang wiped his tears, gripping the dagger tightly, and shouted fiercely. Hearing He Liang's threatening words, Qin Lu wasn't particularly concerned. He still owed Jishan shop 170 spirit stones. If he killed He Liang, who would pay back the debt? "Sorry, sixth brother, I made a mistake." Qin Lu apologized again. He Liang remained silent, and after about 10 seconds the pain from the white light began to fade. He tightly gripped his dagger, staring at Qin Lu, a murderous intent rising in his heart. Just then, "Who is it?" a loud voice suddenly rang out from the sky. Both He Liang and Qin Lu looked up. They saw a bird-shaped flying magical tool rapidly descending from the air, with a young cultivator in a blue robe standing atop. Upon seeing this person, He Liang immediately sheathed his dagger, the fierce look on his face disappearing instantly. Qin Lu also straightened up, watching the blue-robed young cultivator slowly descend. With just one glance, both knew that this person was a cultivator from the Wuji sect. The blue-robed youth landed between them, glanced at both, and said indifferently, "State your names." "Jishan shop employee He Liang," He Liang respectfully replied. Qin Lu thought for a moment, and followed suit, cupping his hands. "Lu's cultivator Qin Lu." The blue-robed youth took out a notebook and quickly jotted down some notes before asking again, "What are you doing here? Why did a white light flash earlier?" In response, "This Qin Lu owes my shop over 100 spirit stones. I came here today to seek repayment, and the white light was produced by him." He Liang glanced at Qin Lu as he finished. Upon hearing this, the blue-robed youth shifted his gaze to Qin Lu. Seeing this, Qin Lu thought for a moment and explained, "It's like this. Just now, sixth brother, he suddenly appeared and I thought someone was plotting against me, so I nervously activated a flash talisman. Who would have known I mistook the wrong person? The blue-robed youth stared intently at Qin Lu. A flash talisman is worth 10 spirit stones. You, a mere early stage, refining loose cultivator, actually possess such wealth. 10 spirit stones just like that. I am naturally cautious. Qin Lu replied nervously. Upon hearing this answer, the blue-robed youth scrutinized Qin Lu with suspicion in his eyes. However, his gaze quickly shifted away, as if he didn't take the matter to heart, and he continued in a loud voice. I am the patrol guard captain of the market in pursuit of a thief. Have you seen a female thief dressed in black? A female thief? Qin Lu was slightly taken aback, and then suddenly realized. He had heard about this. It was said that a thief named Mother Big Bud had appeared in the market frequently stealing from shops, and no one knew who she was as she had never been caught. Because of this, Wuji Market had strengthened its patrols. Unexpectedly, that Mother Big Bug had struck again tonight. Neither Qin Lu nor He Liang had ever seen the female thief, and both immediately shook their heads. Seeing this, the blue-robed youth put away his notebook and controlled the flying magical tool to slowly rise, loudly declaring, If you see this thief, remember to inform the patrol team. After saying this, he maneuvered the flying magical tool and gradually departed. After the blue-robed youth left, only Qin Lu and He Liang remained. Qin Lu pondered for a moment, cupping his hands towards He Liang, and said sincerely, Sixth brother, I apologize, but I am currently strapped for cash. I will repay the spirit stones to your esteemed shop after some time. How does that sound? He Liang slowly sheathed his dagger and said coldly, After some time. Your after some time is probably a lifetime, right? No, give me half a month. After half a month, I will definitely bring the spirit stones to you. He Liang looked slightly surprised. Really? More real than pearls? He Liang snorted coldly, his tone stern. You are quite the slippery one. If I hadn't come looking for you, I wouldn't have known you moved. With your ever-changing whereabouts, how can I trust your words? Qin Lu's expression faltered, then he forced a smile. Sixth brother, that's because I earned some spirit stones, so I've moved into the market. I simply forgot to notify you. Moreover, you see, I can casually use a flash talisman. I've indeed recently found a way to make money. I will definitely repay you in half a month. How does that sound? He Liang pondered for a moment and then said, Half a month isn't too long for me to wait, but since your whereabouts are uncertain, I need to know your new address. This. Qin Lu showed an expression of difficulty. What? You unwilling? Well, that's fine. Qin Lu knew he couldn't evade this, and could only nod in agreement. The two then started walking towards the market. After arriving at the courtyard, they stood at the door. Come, let me see you open the door. He Liang crossed his arms and said blandly. Seeing this, Qin Lu could only helplessly knock on the door. After a while, Zhang Ming opened the door from inside and said softly, Brother Qin, you're back, come in quickly. Qin Lu did not respond but looked at He Liang, gesturing with both hands. Is this okay? He Liang nodded, slightly glanced at Zhang Ming and sneered. I didn't expect you to have a beautiful girl living with you. Truly unexpected. I will remember this location. After speaking, He Liang turned around and left. Brother Qin, who is this person? Zhang Ming asked curiously. It's nothing, just a friend. Qin Lu casually replied, turning to look at He Liang's departing figure, a sense of vigilance rising within him like never before. Brother Qin, how is Chao Mo's mother? In the courtyard, Zhang Ming asked, while pouring water. With the pills worth over 100 spirit stones, even the most severe injuries can be healed. Judging by her appearance, she should be fine now. Qin Lu raised his cup, took a sip of water, and replied with a smile. Over 100. That expensive? Zhang Ming's face showed shock. This was no small sum. Qin Lu nodded slightly, then took out the money pouch from his bosom and poured all the spirit stones onto the table. After buying the pills, only these few stones are left. Zhang Ming stared at the scattered 7 spirit stones, hesitation flickering across her face. She asked curiously, Brother Qin, you didn't even know Chao Mo's mother, did you? Why would you spend so many spirit stones to help her? Zhang Ming found it hard to understand Qin Lu's actions. In the slums, everyone minded their own business, each sweeping the snow from their own doorstep. No one was so generous to strangers, turning a blind eye to those in need was the norm. Zhang Meng had never seen, nor even heard of, anyone like Qin Lu spending so many spirit stones to help others. Ah, that kid Xiao Mo is somewhat to my liking. Besides, one helps in emergencies, not in poverty. Matters of life and death, if I can help, I will. This. Zhang Meng paused briefly, as if wanting to say something but holding back. Seeing Zhang Meng's expression, Qin Lu's mind turned. After a moment he said, "Are you worried that with only these few spirit stones, we won't be able to get by and life will become hard?" "Yes." Zhang Meng nodded softly, admitting it. 7 or 8 spirit stones converted into ordinary food might only sustain the 3 of them for 5 or 6 days. Without any other income from spirit stones, even with the food in the kitchen, they would go hungry in at most 10 days. Ha ha! Qin Lu laughed heartily, waved his hand, and comforted her with a smile. "These stones aren't enough, but don't worry. I'll spend this time drawing talismans to sell. Rest assured we won't go hungry." "Mom." Zhang Ming nodded again, but the worry on her face did not diminish. "All right, don't fret. Leave everything to me. Get some rest early." Qin Lu stood up with a smile. "Okay." After a brief farewell, each returned to their own room. Sitting at the mahogany table, Qin Lu shook his head with a wry smile. He knew what Zhang Meng was worried about. Through their recent interactions, he had come to understand her character quite well. Zhang Meng was strong-willed, able to endure hardship, and possessed an unyielding tenacity. Her most precious treasure was her beloved son. Perhaps because she had experienced hunger before, she was very sensitive about spirit stones, and extremely frugal in daily life. As Qin Lu knew, the 10 spirit stones she had given that day were indeed her entire savings. This also made Qin Lu understand why she had been so proactive that day, requesting to move in together. After all, 10 spirit stones wouldn't last long. During this time, Zhang Meng had been very sensible and proactive, not only taking over cooking but also handling all the household chores herself. This gave Qin Lu more time to practice spells and draw talismans. Life was quite pleasant. However, as time passed, Qin Lu no longer felt any lustful desires toward Zhang Meng. In daily life, he had always been courteous and respectful, never crossing the line. Forget it. I won't think about this anymore. Drawing talismans is what matters most." Qin Lu shook his head, casting aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, and looked at the 2 remaining talisman papers on the table. "Only 2 left. Looks like you'll need to buy some tomorrow." Drawing talismans was a meticulous task. Aside from various preparatory steps, the hardest part was depicting the extremely complex lines and characters. When drawing, not a single stroke could afford to be wrong. It severely tested a cultivator's concentration and control over spiritual energy, making it very time-consuming and mentally exhausting. But for Qin Lu, these were no longer problems. 2 days ago, his proficiency in drawing the water Qi Shield talisman had reached the mastery level. After the upgrade, the quality of the talismans improved significantly, and the spiritual energy and time consumed were greatly reduced. Most importantly, he had developed muscle memory for drawing talismans. Now, even with his eyes closed, he could perfectly draw the water Qi Shield talisman. It was truly miraculous. He no longer had to worry about making mistakes. After a moment of thought, Qin Lu took out a talisman paper, laid it flat on the table, picked up the talisman brush, and set his face with determination. "Come on! Let's draw!" At the same time, the joyful alley of the Wuji market was filled with continuous laughter and lively chatter, the atmosphere extremely heated. Yet in a room on the 3rd floor of the Jishan shop, it was rather quiet. "Are you saying you found Qin Dazue?" The man with the hawk nose who was writing spoke with a casual tone. He Liang stood straight with a serious expression. "Yes. Tonight, when I was returning to the market from the slums, I happened to see him on the road." "Oh, and after you saw him, did you kill him?" "No." Later, a cultivator from the Wuji sect appeared. Hearing this, the hawk-nose man frowned, put down his brush, and said softly, "Are you saying he's found the Wuji sect as his backing?" No. That cultivator was just patrolling by. He wasn't specifically there to help Qin Dazue." "Oh." Then after the patrolling cultivator left, you could have killed him. Did you do it? He Liang stammered. I didn't dare to act. Didn't dare. The hawk-nosed man looked at Yi Liang with suspicion and asked, You're a Qi refining 6th layer cultivator. Why wouldn't you dare to strike at someone in the 2nd layer? No, judging by his appearance, he should be at the 3rd layer now. Humph. The hawk-nosed man snorted coldly displeased. 2nd layer or 3rd layer, aren't they both in the early Qi refining stage? What difference does it make? No, it's not about cultivation level. It's that I felt that kid. Yi Liang paused, hesitating. He seemed a bit strange, so I held back. What's strange about him? Earlier I heard from Fong Hu that this kid knows a few strange spells, so I was cautious, planning to catch him off guard and kill him. But unexpectedly, he was very alert and suddenly used a strange technique. It emitted a burst of blinding white light, making it impossible for me to see anything. Yi Liang spoke slowly, still shaken. He knew that he had lost his sight for several seconds. If Qin Lu had attacked him at that moment, he would surely have been in great danger. White light. The hawk-nosed man frowned deeply. What kind of white light? It was just a strong flash. I don't know what it was. Yi Liang paused, suddenly recalling something, and continued. Oh, and it was that white light that attracted the patrol. Later that kid lied to the Wujifang cultivator, claiming it was a flash talisman. I saw it very clearly. There's no way it was a talisman. So that's how it is. It seems this kid really does have some secrets. The hawk-nosed man leaned back in his chair and asked in a low voice. And then what happened? Afterward, he said he was willing to repay the debt. Within 15 days, he would personally deliver the over 100 spirit stones he owes us. The hawk-nosed man thought for a moment and asked, Did you find out his exact address? Yes. That kid has even moved into the market. A fierce glint flashed in Yi Liang's eyes. Boss, how about I gather a few brothers and go over tonight to finish him off? Humph. Not so fast. The hawk-nosed man sat up slightly. Why waste these spirit stones? Let him pay us back first, then we'll make our move. Yes. What should we do then? The hawk-nosed man pondered for a moment, then said slowly, When he comes to pay, you will do this. In the room, the two began to discuss the specifics of their plan. With only 7 spirit stones to his name, Qin Lu still ensured that Zhang Ming and her child did not go hungry. The next morning he took the 2 water shield talismans he had drawn and set up a stall to sell them. After a successful sale, he purchased more talisman paper and ink, then returned home to continue drawing talismans. He devoted himself entirely to the craft, even setting aside the minor spells he usually practiced. Drawing talismans, selling them at the stall, buying materials. After a few days of this routine, his spirit stones gradually accumulated. The cycle repeated itself. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. In his room, Qin Lu gazed at the small mountain of spirit stones before him and let out a deep sigh of relief. He had just counted them, over 180 stones, enough to repay the debt of 170 spirit stones owed to Jishan shop. The process of selling talismans over the past half-month had been a tumultuous journey full of twists and turns. Originally, according to his plan, drawing 8 water shield talismans a day coupled with their superior quality should have netted him over 300 spirit stones in 15 days. After deducting costs for materials like talisman ink and paper, he expected to save around 190 spirit stones. Excluding the debt to Jishan shop, the remaining 20-odd stones would easily cover daily expenses like food and water. But unexpectedly, as time went on, he couldn't sell all his talismans. Each stall session left a few unsold. Forced to lower prices, the improvement was minimal. Just as Qin Lu found himself at a loss, a turning point arrived. Chow Yunqi and his family of 3 suddenly visited to express gratitude for the pills given earlier, returning 30 spirit stones. This alleviated Qin Lu's immediate crisis. But before he could catch his breath, the steward of Wujifang sect, who managed the market area, came knocking. Rent was due. Under the steward's cold gaze, Qin Lu had no choice but to hand over 15 spirit stones. Thus his spirit stones still fell short of repaying the debt. As he pondered how to convince Jishan shop to let him pay in installments, a customer suddenly appeared at his stall. This man, a sect disciple adorned with fine magical artifacts, was exceedingly generous. After some smooth talk from Qin Lu, he bought the entire stock of water shield talismans. Finally today, he had gathered all the spirit stones. Time to go. Packing 170 spirit stones, Qin Lu rose and left the room. In the courtyard, Xiaoxian was joyfully running, with a wooden sword chasing a fluttering butterfly. Spotting Qin Lu, he abandoned the chase and hurried over, exclaiming excitedly, "Senior!" Qin Lu crouched down and grasped Xiaoxian's shoulder. "Be good, Ziyun. Uncle needs to go out for a while. Stay home immediately, okay?" "Okay." Xiaoxian agreed immediately. During the day, Zhang Meng worked at Yuelu restaurant, so Qin Lu usually looked after the child, even taking him along when setting up the stall. But today, heading to the gambling den to repay the debt, a place teeming with all sorts, was no place for a child. Qin Lu could only instruct Xiaoxian to stay home alone. After repeating his instructions, Qin Lu stepped out of the courtyard and locked the gate to prevent Xiaoxian from opening it and running out. Tightening the money pouch at his chest, he headed toward Joy Alley. Though Joy Alley lacked the fervent bustle of night, it was still crowded and lively during the day. The clinking of drinks from taverns, the melodies of opera from theaters, and the laughter from brothels painted a vivid picture of prosperity. Walking and observing, Qin Lu soon arrived at the entrance of Jishan's shop. Gazing at the familiar sign and storefront, he exhaled heavily before stepping inside with confidence. As soon as he entered, a clamor of noise greeted him. The vast gambling hall was filled with tables around which many cultivators shouted loudly, their faces flushed with excitement. Seeing this familiar scene, Qin Lu's heart leaped. His predecessor had spent countless days and nights here struggling. Even with a changed soul, the addictive pull was still strong and his hands itched involuntarily. Steady. Steady. Qin Lu quickly suppressed these errant thoughts. After calming down, he scanned the crowd. To his surprise, he spotted many of his former creditors still battling fiercely at various tables. Well, well. If it isn't the devouring python. Long time no see. Still can't keep that mouth of yours small, huh? Suddenly someone stepped forward and warmly patted Qin Lu on the shoulder. Yeah. Qin Lu chuckled awkwardly. Their exchange drew the attention of many. Oh, it really is Big Mouth Qin. I thought you were dead, staying away so long without a gamble. Hey, Big Mouth, where have you been making a fortune? Not sharing with your old buddy. Haha, here to play a few rounds today. Familiar faces kept greeting Qin Lu. In response, Qin Lu could only force a smile to deal with these gambling addicts, though inwardly he felt nothing but disdain. A smile on his face, curses in his heart. After a few perfunctory replies, he headed for the stairs. The second floor housed private rooms hidden from view. Qin Lu glanced briefly and proceeded to the third floor. In his memory, the third floor contained the inner chambers of Jishan's shop, as well as the manager's office. The manager Wu Hao was said to have reached the 7th layer of qi refining. He was known as the Smiling Tiger of Joy Alley. From his memories, Qin Lu recalled that his predecessor had offended Wu Hao, living in fear for a time, dreading retaliation. But nothing ever came of it, and his predecessor eventually relaxed. What's your business? A guard at the door raised a hand, blocking Qin Lu's path. Qin Lu shook the money pouch in his hand. Here to repay spirit stones. The guard nodded, turned, and knocked softly on the door. After a moment, he gestured for Qin Lu to enter. Carrying the pouch, Qin Lu stepped inside. Immediately, he saw Wu Hao seated in the center with He Liang, whom he had met half a month ago, standing nearby. Brother Qin, those 100-odd spirit stones were quite a chase. Wu Hao teased softly. My apologies, Manager Wu. I've been having difficulties which caused the delay. Qin Lu placed the pouch on the table and bowed slightly. Manager Wu, here are 170 spirit stones. I present them to you now. Ha, Brother Qin has struck it rich. Just a small fortune. Qin Lu replied vaguely. Wu Hao laughed heartily, tapping the table lightly with his finger. He Liang, quick-witted, stepped forward, picked up the pouch, and carefully counted. After a moment, he bowed and whispered, All correct. Excellent. Wu Hao laughed, his eyes gleaming as he fixed them on Qin Lu. Brother Qin, you're a man of your word. You're always welcome to come and enjoy yourself here. Ah ha ha, it'll come if I have time. Qin Lu brushed it off, then paused. Since the debt is settled ill, take my leave now. No rush, wait a moment. Wu Hao smiled, his eyes narrowing. Qin Lu had long heard of Wu Hao's reputation as a smiling tiger, and seeing his genial expression now his heart tightened. Ahem. He cleared his throat, straightened his back, and clasped his fists. May I ask what advice Manager Wu has for me? Advice? Nothing much. It's just that you brother Qin have returned so many spirit stones at once, dealing with sincerity. How could I Wu not show my appreciation? Wu Hao chuckled lightly, then raised his right hand and waved it gently. Behind him, He Liang immediately stepped forward and placed 5 round copper coins with square holes before Qin Lu. These chips are a gift for you, brother Qin. Consider it a small token. Take them and have some fun. Qin Lu was taken aback, not expecting Wu Hao to be so generous. These copper coins were the standard chips used in the Jishan establishment. According to the exchange rate, 1 coin was worth 1 spirit stone. Qin Lu glanced at the coins, thought for a moment, and said directly, Sorry, manager, but I've quit gambling. I don't play anymore. Thank you for your kindness. His words left both Wu Hao and He Liang stunned, clearly not anticipating such a response. Wu Hao recovered first, forcing a chuckle. Why quit gambling? Life is short. Eat, drink, and enjoy yourself. A little gamble is just for fun. Why be so hard on yourself? So I'd rather keep my spirit stones for food and drink, Qin Lu said earnestly. These chips are a gift, not really gambling. Just place them randomly and be done with it. You have a point. Qin Lu nodded slightly, then smiled. Then I'll just exchange these chips directly. That's 5 spirit stones after all. Wu Hao's expression froze again. This big-mouthed Qin was full of surprises today. He knew that Qin Lu used to get easily hooked on gambling, addicted to it. Otherwise the shop wouldn't have lent him over 100 spirit stones. He hadn't expected the man to have changed so completely in such a short time. Wu Hao suddenly put on a stern face. Brother Qin, you wouldn't want to break the shop's rules, would you? Do me a favor. Play at least a few rounds before exchanging them. Qin Lu's heart pounded. He felt something was off about Wu Hao. Why was he so eager to give away spirit stones? But since he had already said so, Qin Lu didn't overthink it, and simply picked up the chips from the table. All right, I'll go down and play a bit. I'll take my leave now. With that he turned and walked away. As Qin Lu's figure disappeared, a sinister look crossed Wu Hao's face. This kid has definitely changed. But since he's willing to gamble, I don't believe he won't get hooked again. Is everything ready? Rest assured, manager. Everything is set. That brat will die here today. He Liang replied with a fierce grin, his face full of malice. Qin Lu returned to the first floor. Gazing at the smoky, chaotic gambling den, he tossed the few copper coins in his hand, his mind stirring, and headed toward one of the tables. It was a dice-guessing table. A semicircular setup with a croupier shaking dice at the front. The table was surrounded by people constantly placing their copper coins on the canvas before them. Qin Lu glanced at it. The canvas was marked with betting areas like big, small, all same, odd, even, and specific numbers. Big mouth. What's the play this round? A young gambler sidled up to him cheerfully. Not wanting to gamble, Qin Lu didn't think twice and tossed his 5 copper coins onto the small space. Small. Got it. I've been losing all day. I'll follow your lead. The gambler casually threw down a few coins of his own. Bets placed, hands off. The croupier called out loudly, then picked up the dice cup and began to shake it, the dice clattering incessantly. The dice cup was specially designed, even with spiritual sense one couldn't see inside. After a moment the shaking stopped. Open! The croupier slowly lifted the cup, revealing the dice. 233. Small. The young gambler's eyes lit up with surprise and delight. Not bad, big mouth. Trusting you was the right call. I actually won. Qin Lu remained silent. The house paid out, and Qin Lu received 10 copper coins. Hey, big mouth, what's the next bet? Qin Lu glance felt a surge of impulse, and threw all 10 coins onto the all-same section. The young gambler was taken aback. Big Mouth, you threw it wrong. That's all same. Rolling all same was rare, so the payout was as high as 24 times. No one would stake their entire fortune on all same. No mistake. It's all same. If not now, when? Qin Lu said indifferently, his confident demeanor suggesting he couldn't care less about the spirit stones. But no one noticed that his peripheral vision was scanning the casino's thugs. He noticed several of them closing in, and the discovery sent a cold sweat down his back. He didn't know what was happening, but his instinct screamed that something was wrong today. "Aw, forget it. I've been losing all day. I'll follow you one more time." The young gambler gritted his teeth and tossed in a few more coins. "Bets placed, hands off." The croupier shouted again, his eyes darting cautiously toward Qin Lu. With a clatter after another shake, the croupier revealed the result under the expectant gazes of the crowd. 555. All same. Wow. It really is all same. Heavens, this Qin Big Mouth has incredible luck. The scene immediately drew a crowd of gamblers. The most excited was naturally the young gambler, who had followed the bet. He howled with joy, his face bursting with excitement. The croupier remained expressionless as if expecting this and began the payout. Qin Lu's 10 copper bet had turned into over 200 coins piled into a small mountain. But he showed no smile. A flash of insight struck him, and his expression turned grave. Something's wrong. In the back alley of the Jishan establishment, 5 burly men with drawn blades stood ready. Leading them was Yi Liang. "Be careful. This kid is acting strange. When he comes out, cut him down on sight. I've set up a soundproofing array here. The Wujifang won't find out." "Got it." Yi Liang brandished his sharp blade, emphasizing his words in a low voice. "Yes." The others responded in unison. Inside the casino, Wu Hao watched from a distance, discreetly signaling his men to prepare. As long as Qin Lu placed another bet, he was guaranteed to win. And if he won again, they would rush and accuse him of cheating, drag him to the back alley, and hack him to death. The soundproofing array in the back alley was already in place. Even a fight wouldn't cause a stir. This way they wouldn't alert the gamblers inside or attract the Wujifang's investigation. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Having hit all same, Qin Lu drew everyone's attention. Many urged him to bet again so they could follow. As the crowd waited for Qin Lu's next move, "Everyone!" Qin Lu suddenly stood up, raising all his copper coins high. Under the gaze of the crowd, he stuffed them all into the pocket of the young gambler beside him. "From today onward, I, Qin Lu, will never gamble again. I leave my final bit of luck at this table to this young brother who believed in me." His proclamation silenced the entire hall. A moment later, chaos erupted. "Hey! Big Mouth, think this through. That's over 200 spirit stones. You're just giving them away. I told you Big Mouth has really come into money. Why else would he look down on these stones? Damn it, Big Mouth, throw some my way." Exclamations rang out across the room, and the looks directed at Qin Lu were filled with shock. Having given away the coins, Qin Lu didn't linger. He immediately strode purposefully toward the main door. The casino thugs poised to act were stunned by his move. They quickly glanced back at Wu Hao for instructions. Wu Hao's face was ashen. Seeing this, he could only shake his head slightly, signaling them to stand down. As Qin Lu was about to step out of the casino, he felt a wave of relief. After a moment's thought, he suddenly turned around and raised his arm, shouting, "I will never be reconciled with gambling and drugs." Qin Lu sprinted all the way back to his own courtyard. Seated in the yard, he gulped down large mouthfuls of plain boiled water, and it took a full half-hour before he finally calmed down. What had happened today at the Jishan shop was far too bizarre. Whether it was Wu Hao's insistence on giving away chips or the uncanny probability of winning, it all pointed to a setup. Conspiracy. There must be something wrong. But why target me? I repay my debts on time. Why mess with me? Bang! Qin Lu slammed his fist on the table in fury. Though he didn't understand what was happening, one thing was certain: Wu Hao was out to harm him. No matter what, I need to be extra careful lately. I'd better stay indoors as much as possible. It's too dangerous outside. I also need to guard against them coming to my door looking for trouble. I should buy some warning talismans. My cultivation also needs urgent improvement. Being only at the 3rd layer of qi refining is far too weak. Zhang Ming and her child, won't they get into trouble because of me? A jumble of chaotic thoughts churned through Qin Lu's mind, furrowing his brow deeply. An intense sense of crisis surged within him. He sat in the courtyard, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, as he pondered countermeasures, sinking into deep thought. It wasn't until Zhang Ming returned from outside the yard that he was jolted awake. Brother Qin, what were you thinking about just now? Zhang Ming carried a bag of fruit and sat down across from Qin Lu. Nothing, just random thoughts. Qin Lu forced a faint smile, signaling that everything was fine. After a pause, he asked curiously, By the way, why are you off work so early today? Usually Zhang Ming got off work around 6 in the evening, but now it was only 3 or 4 in the afternoon, much earlier than usual. Zhang Ming took out a spirit fruit, peeling it as she said softly with a smile. Tonight the 2nd young master of the Wei family is throwing a grand banquet at the tavern. They'd booked the entire place, so the shop didn't need so many hands, and sent us back early. Qin Lu nodded slightly in understanding. The Wei family was one of the 5 major powers in the market town, possessing the financial strength to host such an exclusive event. Oh! And today a rogue cultivator dining at the tavern had a funny incident. Zhang Ming ate her spirit fruit, while cheerfully recounting amusing tales from her shift at the restaurant. Through their recent interactions, Zhang Ming had clearly grown much more at ease around Qin Lu. The two often chatted and laughed together, their bond growing close. Qin Lu chatted idly with her, and seeing the smile on her face, he couldn't help but laugh himself. The tension that had gripped him earlier began to ease in that moment. A man truly needs a home. Living with Zhang Ming felt perfectly natural. He was content now. In the monotonous life of cultivation without someone to talk to, he would surely go mad. Ever since Zhang Ming and her child arrived, he had felt much lighter, as if he had found a shred of solace in this world. Brother Qin. Zhang Ming suddenly spoke in a soft voice. At her words, Qin Lu snapped back to reality and looked at her. What's wrong? You were staring at me just now. Zhang Ming lowered her head, blushing shyly. Ah. Qin Lu then realized he had been captivated by her stunning smile, losing himself for a moment. Aye. Qin Lu found himself at a loss for words. Zhang Ming suddenly smiled gracefully, stood up and said, I'll go cook now. Once Ian wakes up we can eat. Mom. Qin Lu replied softly. Zhang Ming turned and headed toward the kitchen. Qin Lu remained seated, unable to help stealing glances at her graceful figure. Wow, what a figure! If I could just touch. Hey! What am I thinking? This thought startled Qin Lu, and he quickly averted his gaze, looking up at the peach tree overhead. A faint flush crept onto his face. Is it because I've paid off my debts that I feel so relaxed? Full stomach, lustful thoughts. No, no. Women will only slow down my sword. Strengthening my cultivation is what truly matters. Qin Lu hastily suppressed his carnal urges. After a pause, he silently summoned his attribute panel, which materialized before him. Name: Qin Lu. Lifespan 36,107 years. Cultivation: Qi Refining Layer 385100. Cultivation Technique: Xian Yang. Art Proficient 307600. Skills: Spells: Ignition Art Grandmaster 23,000. Finger Flick Art Grandmaster 33,000. Illumination Art Proficient 32600. Severing Art Proficient 31600. Gentle Breeze Art Beginner 90100. Talisman Crafting Water Qi Shield Proficient 242600. Cleansing Talisman Beginner 46100. Sword Art Gray Shadows Sword Art Beginner 99100. Talent None. Qin Lu stroked his chin, his thoughts beginning to flow. I've been focusing on talisman crafting lately, so I haven't practiced my spell proficiency at all. Progress is too slow. Still, my sword art is about to level up. And my cultivation is almost there. I need to save up for a pill to break through to the 4th layer of Qi Refining. Sigh. From today on, all my debts are cleared. Every coin I earn from now on is mine. Qin Lu clenched his fist, gazing at Zhang Ming busy in the kitchen, and Xiao Ziyan sleeping in the room, a surge of ambition rising in his heart. His current little life was quite pleasant. He was content, and didn't want to disrupt it. After a moment's thought, Qin Lu picked up the Shangqing sword from the corner and began practicing the long-neglected gray shadow sword art. His swordsmanship remained fluid and graceful. However, midway through his practice, his movements suddenly froze, as if stuck, uncertain how to execute the next move. His posture grew stiff, but within 10 seconds, his entire body flowed smoothly again. Without a doubt, this hiccup was due to the skills upgrade. The upgraded gray shadow sword art had clearly reached a new level. It became not only more ethereal, but also exponentially more lethal. Each swing and stroke now bore the hallmark of a master swordsman. Late at night, Qin Lu sat at his desk, brush in hand, sketching out his plans. He intended to list his next goals clearly. He would draft a work plan and then strictly follow it. But as he was writing halfway, a knock came at the door. Qin Lu rose to answer the door. Standing outside was Zhang Ming. Seeing her, Qin Lu was visibly taken aback, for her attire was rather revealing and thin. Her sleeves were pushed back slightly, revealing a bare shoulder. The front of her robe was loosely fastened, exposing a hint of her bosom, her lovely figure tantalizingly visible. At this sight, Qin Lu swallowed hard and stammered, "Zhang Ming, what? What's the matter? Brother Qin, what are you doing?" Zhang Ming asked softly. "Nothing much." Qin Lu watched her demeanor, his breathing quickening and his body stiffening. "See, can I come in and sit for a while?" Zhang Ming kept her head down, twisting the hem of her clothes with her fingers, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. If one looked closely, they would see a flush of shy pink spreading across her face. "Ahem." Qin Lu coughed loudly, his words stumbling. "Of course you can. Then I'll come in and take a look." Zhang Ming stepped lightly into the room, casting a shy and alluring glance at Qin Lu, her eyes brimming with temptation. This? Could happiness be coming so suddenly? Qin Lu's heart pounded wildly. He glanced outside the door, quickly closed it, and dizzily followed Zhang Ming toward the bed. "Brother Qin, I've been with a man before. I hope you won't despise me." Zhang Ming's chest heaved violently, a blend of coquettish charm and pure innocence in her demeanor. "I won't." That night was utterly exquisite. The next morning, the enchanting Zhang Ming lay in Qin Lu's arms, the two of them whispering sweet nothings, the atmosphere thick with ambiguity. After chatting for a while, Zhang Ming, her face flushed from his teasing, quickly got up to wash. Qin Lu rested his head on his hands, leaning against the bed, watching her retreating figure, a faint reminiscent smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Heh. Quite the experience. In his past life, Qin Lu had 2 girlfriends, and with the tutelage of Japanese films, he was quite seasoned in such matters. As for the original owner, though he was addicted to gambling, he also knew how to enjoy life. Winning money, and then going to the brothels to aid fallen female cultivators, was a common occurrence. With abundant combat experience from both flesh and soul, coupled with Zhang Ming's involuntary cooperation, their night had been quite harmonious. A union of yin and yang. It completely dispelled Qin Lu's initial tension. The vigor of the Jianan era still remains. The legacy of Emperor Wu of Wei endures forever. In the end, I've become a Chow Chow. Qin Lu sighed softly, yet he felt no regret in his heart. He was old for this life, already 36. If calculated by ancient marriageable age, he could easily be the father of an 18-year-old girl. Finding another 18-year-old would truly be improper. Zhang Ming was 26, beautiful, and had a good personality. She was just right for Qin Lu. Though she was a widow, Qin Lu didn't care. After all, in his past life, he had often seen people with children remarrying. Besides, in this precarious world of the common folk, huddling together for warmth was the norm, just getting by. It wasn't until Zhang Ming left for work that Qin Lu got up to wash. After a simple breakfast with Xiaoziyun, he sat down again at the mahogany table. He began writing the work plan he hadn't finished the night before. The situation at Jishan's shop yesterday had served as another reminder. His strength was far too weak. Although he had 2 impressive minor spells, if he were to face a cultivator in the late Qi refining stage, he probably couldn't even hit them. After all, as one's cultivation level increased, their reaction time and agility greatly improved. So increasing his cultivation was the priority now. That said, Qin Lu was quite disciplined in his training. At first, it might have been the stimulation of the attribute panel data that drove him to relentless effort. But after 2 months, The excitement faded, yet his discipline remained. The daily monotonous meditation never ceased. Through his observations, Qin Lu also noticed that many rogue cultivators felt no urgency about cultivation. Many remained at the same realm for years, or even decades without advancing. It was common to see them living a life of mediocrity. Zhang Meng, for example, was at the second layer of qi refining. She had no plan for cultivation, she just did as she pleased. She went to work at the tavern during the day, played with Xiaozian after work, and then washed up, and went to sleep later. She never cultivated at all during the day. Only when she had nothing else to do would she meditate. Her situation was as common as grains of sand in the slums. Most rogue cultivators were the same, busy with the business of living. So a cultivator like Qin Lu, who meditated 5 times a day, was truly rare. He scribbled and drew, letting his mind wander. Antly, it's been a while. Qin Lu with Xiaozian in tow arrived at Antly's house for a visit. Antly, still wearing her garish makeup, was pleasantly surprised to see Qin Lu. "Oh, it's Big Mouth. What brings you here today? Don't tell me you." "I'm here today to thank you, Antly." Qin Lu cheerfully lifted the spirit fruits in his hand. Having nothing to do in the afternoon, he bought some spirit fruits and gifts to visit Antly, who had played matchmaker. After all, if not for her, he wouldn't be with Zhang Ming. "Oh, you shouldn't have brought anything," Antly said, her eyes beaming with a smile. It's only right, it's only right." Qin Lu laughed heartily, placing the things on the table. As soon as he sat down, Antly began asking about his recent situation. Qin Lu didn't hide anything. He briefly explained his relationship with Zhang Ming and expressed his sincere gratitude to Antly. After some small talk, he left 5 spirit stones as a thank you gift and took his leave. He headed towards the market with Xiaozian. "Uncle Qin, look. Someone's flying in the sky." Xiaozian suddenly pointed upward, shouting excitedly. Hearing this, Qin Lu looked up and his eyes lit up. The dark silhouette in the sky wasn't on a common flying tool, it was a person flying through the air. That's a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Ever since discovering his lack of knowledge, Qin Lu had been buying books to study. After reading, he had a better understanding of some common knowledge in the cultivation world. The books clearly stated that qi refining cultivators could only fly using magical tools, while Foundation Establishment cultivators could soar through the air unaided. Soaring through the sky is truly a human dream. I wonder when he'll be able to establish my foundation. Staring at the black figure in the sky, a myriad of emotions stirred within Qin Lu. But as he watched, his expression grew increasingly grim. That dark shadow was flying directly towards him. Holy crap! Could he be coming for me? Qin Lu quickly pulled Xiaozian into a street corner, nervously watching the Foundation Establishment cultivator as he dove down. Fortunately, the Foundation Establishment cultivator wasn't coming for him. The man swooped down and came to a hover in midair above a house in the slums. He was a man of about 50, tall and burly, with a cold, expressionless face with sharp, hard lines. Hovering in the air, he bellowed at the house below. "You two have some nerve daring to lay a hand on my grandson. No more words, come out and accept your death." Hearing this, Qin Lu was stunned. Had someone offended a Foundation Establishment cultivator? Ha ha ha. 2 figures leaped out from the house, both men in their 30s. "Ridiculous. Your grandson attacked us in the Demon Beast Forest. We fought back to survive, and now you, a Foundation Establishment cultivator, come to bully us with your power." One of the men shouted angrily, his face full of fury. The Foundation Establishment cultivator's expression was icy as he retorted, "Even if he fought with you, you shouldn't have severely wounded him. If I hadn't left him a defensive artifact, he would have died at your hands. There's no rule in the world that says one cannot fight back when attacked." The other male cultivator immediately roared, "Does the Qinshan sect think it can kill people with impunity, but we cannot defend ourselves?" "Exactly. If he attacks, he must be prepared to die." The other followed up. The argument between the 3 quickly drew many rogue cultivators out of their homes. In no time, a large crowd had gathered. This surprised Qin Lu, as he hadn't realized this usually quiet street could hold so many people. A dense murmur of discussion arose. The Foundation Establishment cultivator's face was livid with rage. "2 sharp-tongued brats. You dared to harm my grandson, so I will not forgive you." With that he moved and charged towards the courtyard. The Qinshan sect is abusing its power. Do you dare to disregard the Wuji sect? The two men hadn't expected the Foundation establishment cultivator to actually attack in public. They cried out in terror, but their voices were cut short. A flash of light, and two heads fell to the ground. The entire crowd of rogue cultivators fell silent, many with looks of panic on their faces. Swoosh. With a soft whoosh, the Foundation establishment cultivator shot up from the house, grabbing the two headless bodies, and flew at tremendous speed towards the market. After a moment of silence, the crowd began to murmur. The Sun brothers, they made a living hunting beasts, and were always amiable. Who would have thought they'd meet such a fate? Alas, the Qinshan sect is truly overbearing. What can be done? Humph. It must have been his grandson who tried to kill them, and the Sun brothers were forced to retaliate. And now they're in the wrong. How pitiful. Everyone be careful. Qin Lu looked at the two heads on the ground, a shiver running down his spine. A chill rose from the depths of his heart, and a sense of tension once again enveloped his entire being. A life snuffed out over a single disagreement. There was no reason to it. SSSHH. A sword light flashed, emitting a faint ripple of spiritual energy. In the courtyard, Qin Lu, bare-chested and wearing only a pair of shorts, was practicing his swordsmanship. The Supreme Purity sword danced and cast shadows in his hands, the blade hissing like a white serpent, uncoiling its tongue, slicing through the wind, and gliding like a swimming dragon, weaving through the surroundings. It possessed an ethereal quality. Ever since he witnessed a Foundation establishment cultivator kill someone with his own hands in the slums 7 days ago, he had returned and been relentlessly training his sword skills. He strived to increase his sword technique proficiency and enhance his combat abilities. After raising the two minor spells, Ignition Technique and Finger Flick Technique, to the master level, the proficiency requirements increased dramatically, requiring a full 3,000 points, causing Qin Lu to temporarily set them aside. He began to tackle other spells. Through this period of intense practice, both the Shadow Sword Technique and Gentle Breeze Technique had risen to the proficient level. What excited Qin Lu the most was that his cultivation base had reached 99 points of proficiency. He was only one step away from a breakthrough. After a moment, Qin Lu stopped. He sat on a stone chair, panting heavily, sweat dripping continuously. "Uncle Qin, are you tired?" Xiao Ziyan, holding a wooden sword, rushed to Qin Lu's side and asked with wide eyes. "Yes, Uncle won't practice now. You practice on your own." Qin Lu ruffled Xiao Ziyan's head, a hint of a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Then wipe your sweat." Xiao Ziyan handed Qin Lu a towel with both hands. "All right." Qin Lu took it, casually wiped away his sweat, and looked at the little one before him, his eyes filled with affection. Although Xiao Ziyan was only 3 or 4 years old, he lacked the terrible temper of a brat from his past life. Instead, he was very obedient and extremely endearing. Most importantly, he had great talent for swordsmanship. He usually stayed in the courtyard watching the practice, and over time, he picked up a wooden sword and practiced alongside them. Now his swordsmanship had actually become quite impressive. This greatly surprised Qin Lu. It was hard to imagine a child under 4 years old wielding a sword so fluidly, which once made Qin Lu suspect he was a reincarnation of some sword god. When his breathing steadied, Qin Lu returned indoors and sat cross-legged on a cushion. He crossed his left and right feet, formed a hand seal, closed his eyes, and silently recited a mantra. He began to meditate and cultivate. Now he aimed to break through to the 4th layer of Qi refining. As he activated the technique, the white serpent of spiritual energy within his body slowly awakened and began to circulate. The spiritual energy flowed smoothly. Half an hour passed like this when suddenly the serpent of spiritual energy became restless and began to accelerate, giving rise to the phenomenon of advancement. Having experienced this once before, Qin Lu was not alarmed. He calmed his mind and continued to circulate the spiritual energy. Soon a surge of heat rose from beneath his feet, rushing straight to the crown of his head. Then it slowly dissipated. Qin Lu opened his eyes, pressed his hands downward, expelled a mouthful of turbid qi, and ended his meditation. He glanced at the panel. As expected, his cultivation had reached the 4th layer of qi refining. "So this is the 4th layer of qi refining?" Qin Lu extended his fist before him, clenching his fingers tightly, feeling the changes throughout his body. The middle stage of qi refining is indeed different. Qin Lu's face lit up with surprise. He could clearly feel that his spiritual energy reserves had increased by nearly 50%. This meant his efficiency in practicing spells, drawing talismans, or training with the sword would all improve by half. Qin Lu eagerly left the room and went to the courtyard. Then, under Xiao Ziyan's puzzled gaze, he began a series of strange actions, moving stone tables, standing long jumps, shuttle runs, broad jumps, and throwing stones into the air. After a moment, Qin Lu stopped his physical fitness tests, sat on the stone chair, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. After the advancement, his physical condition had been greatly enhanced. He felt like a completely new person. If his previous abilities were comparable to those of top athletes from his past life, now he had reached a level beyond human. After all, a person who could jump over 3 meters in a standing jump would certainly be taken in for detailed study in his past life. Just as Qin Lu was inwardly excited, the fat man Xiao Mo suddenly came to visit. "Why are you here?" Qin Lu, in high spirits after his breakthrough, asked cheerfully. "I'm just bored at home alone." Xiao Mo waved his hand helplessly. "Is your mother's injury healed?" "It's been fine for a while. Today she and my father went to Dongtu Ridge and might not be back for a couple of days, so I came to find you to play." "I see." Qin Lu patted his shoulder, stood up, and said cheerfully, "You came at the right time. I've drawn some talismans these past few days that haven't been sold yet. Come with me to set up a stall and help me shout a bit." "Sure, that works." Xiao Mo agreed immediately, then pointed to Xiao Ziyun, who was blinking his big eyes. "And him." "Ziyun?" Qin Lu looked at Xiao Ziyun, smiled, and asked, "Uncle is going out to set up a stall. Do you want to come along?" Xiao Ziyun shook his head repeatedly and said childishly, "No, I want to practice with my sword at home." "All right, then just don't run around." After giving a few simple instructions, Qin Lu changed his clothes, gathered his stall tools and talismans, and headed toward the market with Xiao Mo. On the way, Xiao Mo suddenly leaned in with a lecherous look. "Big brother, how about we go tonight?" Qin Lu glanced at him and said flatly, "Go where?" "To the pleasure house to find some women," Xiao Mo said, as if it were the most natural thing. "Oh, what, you're not afraid of those courtesans' ability to drain your marrow and suck your essence? Don't you want your manhood anymore?" "Tisk, big brother, stop trying to fool me. I've already asked around. The pleasure house isn't like that at all. It's a place of ultimate enjoyment." A look of longing appeared on Xiao Mo's chubby face. Qin Lu put his hands behind his head and said lazily, "I'm not going to those places. I have a woman. If you want to go by yourself. I could go alone, but—" Xiao Mo leaned in with a fawning expression, rubbing his 2 fingers together, signaling a certain request. "Huh?" Qin Lu waved his hand and said coldly, "Haven't you heard the saying? Debt shouldn't be for gambling, and treating shouldn't be for whoring. Borrowing money for whoring will bring terrible luck. Then I want borrow money from you." Xiao Mo quickly waved his hands to explain, then paused and changed his tune. "Could you just give it to me?" "Get lost." The two arrived at the market. Since it was around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, many stalls were vacant. Qin Lu casually found a spot, laid out a black cloth, placed the talismans and other items, and finally put up a price sign in the most conspicuous place of the stall. Water Chi Shield, 3 spirit stones each, no haggling. Through his stall activities during this period, Qin Lu had accumulated quite a few repeat customers and made several loose cultivator acquaintances. Because the quality of the Water Chi Shield was getting better and better, he had directly raised the price to 3 spirit stones. With good quality and a higher price, his stall had gradually gained some renown. Over the 7 days, he had drawn talismans in his spare time, totaling 25. After setting everything up, Qin Lu sat down on the ground and gently tapped the back of Xiao Mo's head. This action seemed to flip a switch in Xiao Mo, who immediately shouted, "Everyone come take a look. Premium Water Chi Shield. Incredible defensive power. Only available here at Wuji Market. Don't miss out." Accompanied by Xiao Mo's hoarse shouts, time slowly passed. They sold from a little past 4 in the afternoon until after 10 at night. In the end of the 25 talismans, only 3 remained unsold, netting over 60 spirit stones. Seeing that it was getting late, Qin Lu packed up his stall items, patted Qiao Mo on the back, and said with a raised eyebrow and a smile, "You worked hard today. As a reward, I'll take you out for a stroll." Upon hearing this, a gleam of light shone in Qiao Mo's eyes. On Market Street, Qiao Mo trudged behind Qin Lu, lugging a large bundle, his face etched with misery. "Big brother, you said you'd take me out for some fun, and this is what you call fun, buying talismans and clothes." Qiao Mo was utterly disheartened. He had imagined Qin Lu would take him to a brothel or some other place of amusement. Instead, they had spent an hour wandering the streets, purchasing a pile of utterly trivial items. Worst of all, not a single thing among the haul belonged to him. Seeing Qiao Mo's pitiful expression, Qin Lu couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, now that we've got everything, let's head to Joy Alley." Hearing this, Qiao Mo perked up instantly, asking excitedly, "So which brothel are we going to? Ichuan Court, Quail House, or the newly opened Wujifang Court? You seem to know quite a bit." "Of course, I've been quietly inquiring. Which one are we going to?" Qin Lu gave a mysterious smile. "We're going to the bathhouse." "Ah." Qiao Mo's face fell, his spirits instantly deflating. But Qin Lu paid him no mind, striding forward with his hands clasped behind his back. Nighttime in Joy Alley was far more bustling than the day. Large red lanterns hung high, their soft pink glow exuding an air of ambiguity. Elegant female cultivators appearing by the roadside from time to time made one's heart race uncontrollably. Qiao Mo drooled, his gaze frequently sweeping over the scantily clad female cultivators standing at the brothel doors. A smile also played on Qin Lu's face as he took in the surroundings with interest, appreciating the vibrant nightlife of the cultivation world. To avoid passing by the Jishan shop and causing unnecessary trouble, Qin Lu had chosen a new route this time. Just as they were walking, a young female cultivator suddenly approached, grabbing Qin Lu's arm and exclaiming in feigned surprise, "Oh my, isn't this fellow Daoist Qin? It's been so long since you visited our establishment. You must come in for a cup of spiritual tea tonight." The sudden incident left Qin Lu momentarily stunned. The young female cultivator was dressed extremely provocatively, her full bosom largely exposed to the air, her skin fair and delicate. With her beautiful features and exquisite makeup, she exuded a unique allure. Her distinctive aura made it clear at a glance that she was a fallen female cultivator. "A fellow Taoist, you." "What? Don't you remember me, fellow Taoist Qin? Could it be you found a new flame and forgotten your little sister?" The young female cultivator pretended to cry, her acting somewhat exaggerated. Sensing Qiao Mo's stunned and bewildered expression, Qin Lu couldn't help but blush. He quickly withdrew his arm from where it was wedged between her ample breasts. "Sorry, you've mistaken me for someone else." With that, he grabbed Qiao Mo and hurried away. But the young female cultivator refused to let it go, shouting pitifully from where she stood, "Fellow Taoist Qin is so heartless, how could I mistake you? We've shared the clouds and rain together. Your big mouth made me. Quick, let's go." Qin Lu urged repeatedly. Under Qiao Mo's amused gaze, the two arrived at the bathhouse. Perhaps because it was close to midnight, the bathhouse was much less crowded. The fee was 1 spirit stone per person, with no time limit for soaking. Having been there once before, Qin Lu knew the drill. He quickly paid and completed the formalities at the counter, then stripped down to a loincloth and entered the bathing pool. A dozen or so cultivators were scattered around the pool. Qin Lu took a brief look around, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He saw a familiar face there. Lu Xian. He was leaning against the edge of the pool, head tilted back, eyes closed, wearing a look of pure bliss. "Hey, old Lu." Qin Lu led Qiao Mo over to Lu Xian and greeted him heartily. "Ah." The sound startled Lu Xian from his doze. He snapped his eyes open and looked around in panic. Only when he saw it was Qin Lu did he heave a heavy sigh of relief. "You scared me to death. It's you, brother Qin." After living next door to each other for over a month, the two had become quite familiar. Qin Lu stepped into the pool, asking with a puzzled look, "What's going on, old Lu? Why are you so jumpy? Could it be you have an enemy here?" He. Lu Xian chuckled sheepishly. "I have no enemies. I was afraid my wife had come looking for me." "Oh," Qin Lu drew out the sound signaling his understanding. Lu Xian's wife was strong-willed, hot-tempered, and highly opinionated, effectively the head of the Lu household. Most importantly, her cultivation base was far higher than Lu Xian's. In their daily life, Lu Xian was very henpecked, a classic case of being under the thumb. "What, does your wife even restrict you from taking a bath?" Qin Lu asked in surprise, as it seemed like a trivial matter. "Alas, every family has its own troubles, brother Qin." Lu Xian sighed softly. Qin Lu studied him for a moment, then ventured a guess. "It wouldn't be that she caught you saving fallen female cultivators at a brothel, would it?" Lu Xian's expression stiffened, a flash of embarrassment crossing his face, as he quickly denied it. "Nonsense! I am a man of integrity. I would never go to such a place. I love my wife very much. Ha ha, I believe you." Qin Lu laughed heartily, then pointed at Lu Xian and said to Qiao Mo, "Hey, you wanted to go to a brothel, didn't you? You should ask your Uncle Lu here. Look at how alert he is. He's definitely a seasoned hand." Qiao Mo's eyes lit up. He quickly leaned in close to Lu Xian and asked in a low, excited voice, "Uncle Lu, I'm still a virgin. Can you tell me which brothel in Joy Alley is the best?" "How would I know? I've never been," Lu Xian declared loudly and seriously. At this, Qin Lu and Qiao Mo fell silent, staring at him with disbelief. Seeing this, Lu Xian cleared his throat softly, looking a bit embarrassed. After glancing at them both, he suddenly lowered his voice. "If you ask me, it's definitely Wujifang Court. The female cultivators there are innately seductive." Two men and a boy began whispering furtively by the edge of the pool. After their bath, the three emerged from the bathhouse. Having enjoyed their conversation, Lu Xian later treated them both to a body scrub and massage, which quickly brought them closer. All three now looked refreshed and spirited. Qin Lu rolled his shoulders and said to Qiao Mo, "All right, it's getting late. I'll walk you back." The slums were a mixed bag, and it was still somewhat dangerous for a boy under 15 to go home alone late at night. To his surprise, Qiao Mo refused outright. "No need, I can go back on my own. Lately there have been a lot more patrols outside the market. Hardly anyone dares to cause trouble. I'll be fine alone." Qin Lu nodded in agreement. Recently the female thief known as the Tigress had grown bolder, and it was said she had even stolen from the Yu family one of the 5 major powers. This had enraged Yu Xiu, the patriarch of the Yu family, who ordered her capture at all costs. As a result, patrols were now searching everywhere in the market, leading to an unprecedented level of public safety. "All right, then be careful," Qin Lu reminded him. "Don't worry, big brother." Qiao Mo bid his farewell and turned to leave alone. Meanwhile, Qin Lu and Lu Xian walked home together. It was already 1 in the morning. Once they left the lively Joy Alley, the streets became empty and desolate. Especially near where they lived, close to the city wall, in a remote corner of the market, the surroundings grew more and more desolate the closer they got to home. The two chatted and laughed as they made their way back. Little did they know on the road they had to take, a group of people was waiting at a street corner holding knives, their faces twisted with murderous intent. Night. For furtive figures crouched at a street corner, clutching gleaming broadswords, whispering among themselves. "He Lao Lu," a tall cultivator said in a deep voice. "When exactly is that brat coming?" "We've been waiting 2 hours. He Liang's face twisted with embarrassment as he quickly explained. "I don't know either. Usually I see him return around the 3rd quarter of the high hour. Maybe he went out with that chubby kid today, which is why he's late." "Humph." The tall cultivator hugged his sword to his chest and sneered. "I'll wait another half hour. If he doesn't show, him going back to sleep." "How can you do that? Our shopkeeper paid you 50 spirit stones. You can't take the money and not do the job," He Liang snapped. "Humph, I don't care. Half an hour, and if he's not here, I'm leaving," the tall cultivator said indifferently. "You?" He Liang, furious, pointed a finger at the tall cultivator, but stopped short and lowered his hand. He dared not do anything to this cultivator, because this man's cultivation had reached the 7th layer of qi refining. He was the one the shopkeeper had specially hired to deal with that brat Qin Lu. Ever since the shopkeeper learned that Qin Lu's techniques were quite peculiar, he had gone to the black market to hire a latest cheap refining cultivator to ensure nothing went wrong. To avoid any mishaps. He just hadn't expected this man to have such a foul temper, ready to quit at the slightest disagreement. Just as Liang was thinking of how to persuade him to wait a little longer, he heard the excited voice of his underling beside him. "Sixth brother, he's here." This immediately caught everyone's attention. They all craned their necks to look toward the far end of the street. In the darkness, two middle-aged men were walking slowly, both with cheerful smiles on their faces. The man on the left was their target, Qin Lu. Among the four men in black, three were hired thugs from the Jishan shop, and one was a professional killer with a set price from the black market. The moment they saw their target appear, they all fell silent in unison and drew their broadswords. They began to wait quietly. Watching Qin Lu and his companion draw near, Liang's heart suddenly began to pound. After a moment's thought, he whispered a warning. "Make sure you remember what I said. That brat has a move that emits a bright light. If he raises his hand, you must close your eyes." "Enough blabbering. Shut up," the tall cultivator growled in a low voice. Liang fell silent, not daring to say another word. The men gripped their magical artifacts, remaining silent. Just as Qin Lu and his companion drew near, the tall cultivator moved, charging out with his sword. At this movement, the three behind him reacted swiftly, following in a rush. As he charged, a thought flashed through Liang's mind. As expected of a professional, moving without a sound. But when Qin Lu suddenly saw four men in black wielding swords rushing out from the roadside, he was utterly dumbfounded. Even his smile froze on his face. The distance between them was no more than 30 meters. "Who goes there?" Lu Xian reacted quickly, letting out a furious roar as his entire body tensed. Fortunately, hearing the roar, snapped Qin Lu back to his senses. He immediately dropped the large bundle in his hands, curled the fingers of his right hand, and gathered his spiritual energy. "Trouble!" Lu Xian quickly pulled a beast-skin talisman from his bosom, activated it with his spiritual energy, and flung it with force. The glowing talisman shot forward at high speed. Bang! The talisman exploded mid-flight, spewing a cloud of white smoke. In an instant, the area was thick with dense fog. "That's a smoke talisman!" A voice came from within the smoke. Hearing it, a flicker of rage passed through Qin Lu's eyes. This voice was all too familiar. It was Liang's voice. "Jishan shop. Since you want me dead, then all of you will die." A ruthless determination seized Qin Lu. He raised his arm and began snapping his fingers repeatedly into the smoke ahead. 3 consecutive finger snap technique at the master level shot into the smoke with fierce gales, the powerful wind dispersing much of the haze. "Ah!" A blood-curdling scream came from within the smoke. This gave Qin Lu a surge of joy. One of his finger snap technique strikes must have hit an enemy. But before he could savor it for 2 seconds, the white mist in front of him was suddenly slashed open by a broadsword, and a burly cultivator charged out. At this point, the distance between them was no more than 3 meters. The tall cultivator hesitated not a moment, planting his foot and charging straight at Qin Lu, completely ignoring Lu Xian beside him. He raised his broadsword high and brought it down at Qin Lu. Bang! Driven purely by a fierce instinct for survival, Qin Lu didn't think. He stomped his foot hard on the ground. Gentle wind art. The technique was executed naturally. In an instant, his speed increased by 2 levels as he retreated rapidly. But the speed difference between them was too great. Even with the gentle wind art, he couldn't widen the gap. In a flash, the tall cultivator was already upon him. In that fleeting moment, the broadsword came crashing down. Qin Lu could only watch helplessly as the blade swept before his eyes. Swish! The spiritual energy carried by the blade's edge struck his chest with brutal force, sending a piercing pain through his body, making him shudder. Though the blade itself didn't cut him, the powerful spiritual attack still caused blood to gush from his chest. The front of his robes was instantly soaked in blood. "Brother Qin!" Lu Xian cried out in alarm, his face filled with panic. The man's ruthlessness was beyond his expectation, striking to kill without a single word. Thud! Qin Lu, gravely wounded, collapsed to the ground. Seeing his target fall, the tall cultivator remained silent, his cold eyes fixed intently on Qin Lu. With another step, he charged forward again, the tip of his blade aimed straight at Qin Lu's brow. He was clearly intent on finishing Qin Lu off on the spot. Watching the tall cultivator rush at him, perhaps adrenaline surged through Qin Lu, suppressing his fear. In that moment, he felt no dread, instead his mind was remarkably clear. He quickly raised his finger, gathering power for a strike. Boom! The finger snap technique at close range was terrifying. Even though the tall cultivator managed to block the attack with his sword at the last moment, he was sent staggering backward. Qin to mouth! Die! At that moment, another cultivator, with a small mustache, charged from the side, wielding a long blade, his eyes brimming with manic bloodlust. This man was none other than Yi Liang. Seeing him, a surge of ferocity rose in Qin Lu's eyes. He raised his arm, quickly aiming at Yi Liang's head. A powerful gust of wind shot from his fingertip, moving so fast that Yi Liang had no time to react. Bang! The wind struck his protective spiritual light, causing the shield to tremble violently. How is this possible? Yi Liang's face was filled with shock as he stared at the trembling light shield, his forward momentum unconsciously coming to a halt. Protective shield couldn't even withstand a casual strike from this brat. Ignoring the searing pain in his body, Qin Lu snapped his fingers again, the blast striking Yi Liang directly. Crack! With a crisp sound, Yi Liang's protective light shield shattered, leaving Yi Liang completely exposed and unprotected. Terror finally dawned in his eyes, and his whole body trembled as he stumbled backward. Die! Qin Lu glared at him, a furious roar tearing from his throat. Bang! The fierce wind blasted through, and Yi Liang's head burst like a watermelon, splattering white and red across the ground like a thick paste. Gazing at Yi Liang's corpse, Qin Lu felt nothing in his heart. Brother Qin, be careful! A panicked warning from Lu Xian suddenly came from beside him. Qin Lu didn't need his reminder to know that the towering cultivator had charged at him again. He now felt as if he had entered bullet time, perceiving everything around him with crystal clarity. He abruptly raised his right hand, spreading his 5 fingers. The spiritual energy within his body surged rapidly, instantly drawn from his dantian and converging into his palm. In an instant, a blinding white light burst from Qin Lu's palm, illuminating the surroundings with a sudden flash. He really has it! The towering cultivator exclaimed in surprise, hastily tilting his head to avoid the dazzling radiance. Though he felt disdain for so many people ganging up on a qi refining early-stage cultivator, he had still heeded Yi Liang's earlier suggestion. Thus, upon seeing Qin Lu assume this stance, he immediately turned his head to dodge. But just as he evaded the intense light, a feeling of dread surged from his heart, and he acted without hesitation. He shut his eyes tightly and swung his great sword forward. Shine! A fireball the size of a boulder was cleaved in two. Boom! The 2 halves of the fireball crashed to the ground, instantly gouging out 2 deep pits with flames blazing around them. A Grandmaster-level fireball art. That's impossible. The towering cultivator's eyes were wide with shock. Such a massive fireball would require at least the qi refining late stage to conjure. And he was only at the 4th layer of qi refining. Damn it! Seeing that this move had failed to harm his opponent, Qin Lu was furious. This was a combined attack he had painstakingly researched for so long. Illumination art combined with ignition art. He hadn't expected it to fail on its first use. Qin Lu had now risen to his feet. The slash on his chest had wounded him, but was not a severe injury. He cast a glance toward the other side of the battlefield. Lu Xian was locked in a fierce stalemate with another black-robed figure, neither able to gain the upper hand. Qin Lu and the towering cultivator stared at each other warily. The latter's arm was now trembling slightly. The blow that had split the fireball had taken its toll on him. After a moment's thought, he laughed loudly and said, "Hey kid, since you've got such powerful skills, how about..." Bang! Before he could finish, Qin Lu had already flicked his finger. Having witnessed the power of this technique, the towering cultivator's heart tightened, and he hastily sidestepped to evade. But from such close range, even as a qi refining latest-stage cultivator, he couldn't completely avoid it. The eerie invisible gust of wind struck him squarely in the abdomen. Clang! A crisp sound rang out from the towering cultivator's abdomen, accompanied by a flash of golden light. A defensive artifact. This attack sent a wave of panic across the cultivator's face. This kid's attack could actually shake his defensive artifact. Hey! Wait! The towering cultivator raised his hand in alarm, shouting hastily. Bang! 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 But Qin Lu paid no heed to his words, unleashing flick finger art repeatedly like a heavy sniper rifle firing at the enemy. The towering cultivator's expression shifted dramatically. As he dodged, he quickly produced a golden defensive talisman and slapped it onto himself. A shimmering golden shield began to encircle his body. But before he could relax for a few seconds, the barrage of flick finger art came again. Bang, bang, bang. Crack! After 3 consecutive strikes, the golden shield shattered. With his shield broken, the towering cultivator finally showed terror on his face. He twisted his body and began to flee. But how could Qin Lu let him go so easily? Gritting his teeth against the pain in his chest, he gave chase, continuously firing flick finger art. 2 more strikes shattered the towering cultivator's personal defensive artifact. Struck heavily, the towering cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground in disgrace. Turning to see Qin Lu charging at him, he raised his hand and pleaded urgently. Brother, stop! I'm from the black market's Ju Ming Pavilion. Bang! Before he could finish, his head exploded. The entire battle, long or short, lasted only about a minute. Huff! Huff! Qin Lu gasped heavily. After confirming the towering cultivator was dead, he immediately turned and ran toward Lu Xian, who was still in the midst of a fierce fight. But just as he approached, "Don't kill me! I surrender! Spare my life!" The last black-robed man let out a desperate roar, begging for mercy. Thump! With a single flick finger art, Qin Lu struck down the terrified black-robed man on the spot. As the smoke cleared, all 4 black-robed men lay dead, not one left alive. The street fell silent once more. At that moment, Qin Lu's legs gave way, and he slumped uncontrollably to the ground, his face pale, as he gasped for air. Brother Qin, are you all right? Lu Xian hurried over to help him up. Qin Lu shook his head slightly, indicating he was fine. He knew that his weakness and exhaustion were due to his injuries and the sudden depletion of spiritual energy within his body. Lu Xian glanced at the gruesome corpses, swallowed hard, and couldn't help asking, Brother Qin, how did you kill these people? Qin Lu gave a bitter smile. I'll explain later. Lu Xian nodded slightly, then snapped back to reality and said urgently, We need to leave quickly. If the Wuji sect finds out about the killings, we'll definitely be banished from the market or even executed. Qin Lu thought for a moment and said softly, In that case, we should eliminate the evidence. Let's dispose of these bodies first. How? I have a fire technique. Once my spiritual energy recovers a bit, I can burn them all to ashes. All right. I'll follow your lead. Unconsciously, Lu Xian had begun to defer to Qin Lu. Then go pile the bodies together. Got it. Lu Xian, uninjured in the fight, was still full of energy and excited expression on his face. He worked swiftly, and soon piled the 4 mutilated corpses together. He also stripped them of all their valuables. These were all spoils of war. Humph. Staring at the heap of bodies, Qin Lu's eyes turned ruthless. With a thought, he unleashed ignition art. A massive fireball crashed directly into the pile of corpses, and roaring flames rose up. The fire's temperature was so intense that soon the lifeless bodies were all reduced to ashes. After finishing, Qin Lu picked up the large bundle from the ground, and supported by Lu Xian, hurried home. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Xian pounded on the door. After a moment, rustling sounds came from the courtyard, followed by Zhang Ming's voice. Who is it? Xiao Ming, it's me. Qin Lu responded weakly. Creak. The door opened, revealing Zhang Ming's figure. When she saw Qin Lu's bloodstained chest, her expression changed drastically. Thighs. Brother Qin, what happened to you? She rushed forward to support him, her whole body trembling with tension. Sister Zhang. Don't worry, Brother Qin only suffered a minor injury. He'll recover after some rest. Lu Xian reassured her. Senior Lu, what exactly happened? Zhang Ming asked urgently. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Lu Xian helped Qin Lu over to Zhang Ming and said, Brother Qin'll come visit you tomorrow. All right, Qin Lu replied weakly. Lu Xian turned and went back to his own courtyard. Zhang Ming closed the gate and helped Qin Lu into his room. Zhang Ming began to help Qin Lu take off his robe. Her hands trembled uncontrollably as she peeled off each garment. Soon tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing Zhang Ming so anxious, Qin Lu felt a warmth in his heart. In this world, having someone who genuinely cares for you is true happiness. After removing the bloody clothes and seeing the wound, Zhang Ming's tears flowed again. She then fetched some medicinal powder to treat the injury and carefully wiped away the blood stains around it. She tended to him with devoted care. Exhausted, Qin Lu soon fell into a deep slumber. At noon, in the marketplace, the joyful loft stood. As mealtime arrived, this premier grand luxury restaurant in the Wuji quarter was already bustling with vibrant activity. Numerous diners occupied the main hall, private seats and chambers constantly raising their cups and toasts, filling the five-star establishment with an exuberant atmosphere. The sounds of eating, conversation, and laughter never ceased. Patrons savored the exquisite dishes prepared by skilled chefs. The ground floor hall was packed with honored guests. Zhang Ming, clad in the uniform of the joyful loft, carried a square tray and swiftly wove through the tables scattered across the hall. She hurried to a table, set several beautifully presented dishes upon it, and bowed with a slight smile. Please enjoy your meal. Then she respectfully collected her tray and turned to leave. After more than a month working at the restaurant, she had grown quite familiar with the flow of duties. Her primary tasks at the joyful loft involved delivering and serving dishes along with miscellaneous chores, commonly known as being a waitress. After finishing her service, she returned to a small room just outside the kitchen. Several other attendants in similar attire sat there awaiting the next call for service. Zhang Ming found a seat. At that moment, her warm and gentle smile gradually faded, replaced by a look of deep worry. The previous night, Qin Lu had returned injured in the dead of night, startling her so much that she could not sleep soundly. Though his complexion had improved by morning, her heart remained uneasy. She had initially planned to request a day off from the restaurant to care for him. But Qin Lu, claiming he was fully recovered, had coaxed and persuaded her to come to work. Even now, she was still in the dark about what had happened last night. Alas! Zhang Ming let out a melancholy sigh. The sigh caught the attention of a young girl beside her. She turned and asked in a light, airy voice, Sister Ming, why have you been so troubled all day? Has something happened? The girl was about 16 or 17, with skin fairer than snow, and eyes like a clear spring, exuding the pure innocence and youthful vitality of her age. She too was a waitress at the joyful loft named Ning Ning. Zhang Ming looked at her, forced a smile, and said helplessly, It's nothing, just some troubles at home that have me a bit worried. Oh, is it that brother Qin who's so kind to you? Ning Ning blinked as she asked. Mim, he got injured. Zhang Ming nodded lightly, confirming it. Didn't you say he rarely goes out? Besides setting up a stall, he just stays at home, so low-key. How could he get hurt? Ning Ning asked curiously, quite intrigued by the brother Qin her sister often mentioned. I don't know. Yesterday, after he came back from his stall, he was injured, pretty badly too. I still have no idea what caused it. Then ask him again tonight, Mum. Zhang Ming nodded lightly, her eyes still clouded with worry. Just then the chef, who had been vigorously wielding his spatula in the kitchen, suddenly called out, Dish ready, coming out. At these words, Zhang Ming and Ning Ning, who had been chatting, immediately rose and entered the kitchen. Everyone resumed their bustling work. As night gradually fell at the entrance of the joyful loft, Zhang Ming said, All right, you'll be off then. After exchanging a few brief words with the attendant on the night shift, she took her leave, officially ending her day's shift. As a large establishment, the joyful loft operated around the clock, divided into day and night shifts. The night shift required working through the night, and was quite arduous. Yet for some reason, ever since Zhang Ming started here, she had always been on the day shift, never once assigned to the night. All right, Sister Ming, I need to go back and cultivate too. See you tomorrow. Ning Ning raised her hand in greeting, her smile radiant. See you tomorrow. Zhang Ming waved back. Watching Ning Ning's figure gradually disappear into the distance, she patted the money pouch at her chest for a moment, and then headed toward a medicine pill shop. Inside the shop, Zhang Meng asked softly, "Shopkeeper, do you have any pills that treat blade wounds?" "Pills?" The shopkeeper glanced at Zhang Meng, noticing her shabby clothes, and said casually while picking at his nails, "Esteemed female cultivator, are you sure you can afford pills?" Zhang Meng's face flushed with embarrassment. She clutched the money pouch tightly, which contained the 20 spirit stones she had just been paid a few days ago. "I think I might be able to." Unsure of the prices, she paused and continued, "How many spirit stones would a pill for blade wounds cost?" "There aren't any pills specifically for blade or sword wounds." The shopkeeper shook his head helplessly, then held up 2 fingers and explained, "For injuries, I only have 2 types here, the blood recovery pill and the qi nourishing pill. One treats external wounds, the other internal injuries." "Which one do you want?" "The one for external injuries." "All right." The shopkeeper's 2 fingers instantly became 5, and he said flatly, "The blood recovery pill costs 50 spirit stones." "Huh?" Zhang Meng's face froze in shock as she stood rooted to the spot. She had never imagined the price of pills could be so exorbitant. Seeing her expression, the shopkeeper shook his head again. "All right, it's clear you're not the type who can afford pills." As he spoke, he pointed to some bottles and jars in the corner and continued, "There's some discarded pill residue here, leftovers from failed alchemy attempts. It's cheap. Do you want it?" Zhang Meng glanced at the bottles in the corner and asked, "Is it effective?" "Isn't that obvious?" "It has some effect, of course, but compared to finished pills it's like heaven and earth apart." "How many spirit stones does it cost?" 5 spirit stones per bottle." Hearing this price, Zhang Meng nodded slightly. It was within her means. She promptly took out her money pouch, counted out 5 spirit stones, and handed them to the shopkeeper. "It'll take 1 bottle." When Zhang Meng returned home with the pill residue, she found Qin Lu already up sitting in the courtyard, with Lu Xian, his body wrapped in white cloth stained with traces of blood. "Brother Qin, are you feeling better?" She immediately approached and asked. "Much better, but I don't have the strength to cook right now. I might have to trouble you," Qin Lu said with a faint smile. Just rest well. Leave it to me. Oh, and there's this." Zhang Meng took out the bottle of pill residue from her bosom and asked Lu Xian, "Senior Lu, I bought this pill residue earlier. Could you check if it can treat blade wounds?" "Oh, you bought pill residue? Let me take a look." Lu Xian took the bottle, opened it, sniffed it, and then nodded lightly. "No problem. This residue is just right for Brother Qin's injuries. But it's not for oral use, just pour it onto the wound." "That's good." Zhang Meng let out a sigh of relief. Seeing this, a warm current surged through Qin Lu's heart, and he said with a note of apology, "I've made you worry for my sake. I just hope you won't get hurt again." Zhang Meng's eyes were tender. "Xiao Ming." Qin Lu was deeply moved and couldn't help but reach for her hand, about to speak. "Ahem." Lu Xian's cough immediately cut him off. Should I make myself scarce? I feel like I'm just extra here." At these words, Zhang Meng's face flushed crimson, and she quickly pulled her hand away, turning to head toward the kitchen. "I got a bit carried away." Qin Lu scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face. "No worries, perfectly understandable." Lu Xian chuckled softly, then picked up his teacup and took a sip. After a pause, he said slowly, "Let's get to business. What exactly happened with those people last night? What exactly was the situation with those people last night?" Qin Lu fell silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. "I only recognized one of them, a thug from the Jishan shop. I had dealings with him before." "Jishan shop? The gambling den? How did you get involved with him?" Lu Xian asked, somewhat surprised. "Alas." Qin Lu sighed and shook his head. "It was a mistake from my reckless youth. Back then, I was addicted to gambling and had borrowed over 100 spirit stones from their establishment." Outwardly, Qin Lu spoke of this with a look of helplessness. But inwardly, he was cursing his predecessor vehemently. It was precisely because of such trivial matters that he had courted mortal danger. "I never would have guessed, Brother Qin, that you had a fondness for gambling." Lu Xian was slightly taken aback. In his memory, Qin Lu was a very honest cultivator who preferred staying at home and spoke with a gentle demeanor, hardly the type to be a gambling addict. Indeed, indeed. Just old stories from the past, Qin Lu reluctantly admitted. So they came for you because you didn't repay the debt. No, I've already cleared all my debts with them. Paid. If you paid, why would they still try to take your life? Exactly, Qin Lu said indignantly. But then another thought struck him, and he frowned. Come to think of it, when I went to repay the money, I also encountered something. Qin Lu concealed nothing, and recounted the ambush he had faced at the Jishan shop that day. After hearing the tale, Lu Xian nodded slowly and speculated. It must be that manager who wants you dead. That's what I think too. I just don't understand. I have no grudge against him. Why does he insist on killing me? Think carefully. When you gambled at the den before, did anything else happen? What enmity could I possibly have with him? Before he could finish, a flash of insight struck Qin Lu's mind, and a memory surfaced from the depths of his consciousness. Wait! I once insulted him. Oh! What happened? It seems I was drunk at the time. At the gambling table, I cursed him out, and even insulted his parents and relatives. As he spoke, Qin Lu's voice lowered in embarrassment. His predecessor truly had a death wish. A mere insignificant lackey, after downing a few cups of cheap wine, had dared to be so arrogant. What was your cultivation level then? Was your strength the same as now? Lu Xian pondered for a moment before asking. No, back then, I was only at the second layer of qi refinement, far weaker than I am now. That doesn't add up. Someone of his stature wouldn't have tolerated losing face in front of you for long. Why would he wait until now to retaliate? Hearing this, Qin Lu's eyes widened instantly. His thoughts immediately flashed back to the moment he had first transmigrated. That day he had awakened in bed, and discovered that his neck was terribly sore with red swollen ligature marks. All of this indicated that the original owner's death was not a natural one. The original owner had died mysteriously, and now there had been multiple schemes to end his life. Piecing it all together, Qin Lu suddenly understood the full story. The original owner must have been killed on Wu Hao's orders. No wonder the Jishan shop had never come to collect the debt of 170 spirit stones. In their eyes, Qin Lu was already a dead man. A single reminder from Lu Xian brought Qin Lu to a sudden realization. Brother Qin, what's wrong? You look unwell, Lu Xian asked with concern. I'm fine, Qin Lu said after a moment of silence, his mind racing. By the way, old Lu, how much do you know about the Jishan shop? As for that, Lu Xian paused and said frankly, as far as I know, it's just an ordinary gambling den, nothing special. But manager Wu Hao is known as a smiling tiger because of his personality, which has earned him some notoriety. Do they have any backing? Qin Lu asked worriedly. In the market town, one must never provoke the 5 major powers. If a foundation establishment cultivator were to intervene, everything would be lost. Let me think, Lu Xian recalled slowly. I remember that Wu Hao has some connection with the Qishan sect. Apparently he's related to one of its elders. But I don't know the specifics. I see. Qin Lu sighed, his expression turning grim. If Wu Hao is tied to the Qishan sect, then dealing with him would require weighing the sect's influence. Seeing Qin Lu's dejected look, Lu Xian couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry so much. Just be careful in your daily affairs. Their little gambling den doesn't have absolute power. If they go too far, the Wuji sect won't let them off. Alas, it's the constant vigilance that's so draining, always watching for thieves. There's no helping it. In this market town, who doesn't have enemies? Besides, with your strength, why fear them? What strength do I have? I'm only at the 4th layer of qi refinement, Qin Lu said helplessly. Nonsense. Lu Xian's eyes glittered with sharp light as he said excitedly. Last night, I clearly saw you dispatch those men in just a few moves. And that burly man in black, he must have been at the 7th layer of qi refinement, yet you killed him in a few moves too. How can that be the strength of a 4-layer cultivator? Oh, that's all an illusion. The man was too nervous. If he had been serious, I doubt I would have been a match, Qin Lu said evasively. That doesn't make sense. I've been in this market town for years, and have never seen such a formidable four-layer cultivator. Lu Xian said, his eyes filled with suspicion. Ahem. Qin Lu coughed lightly, then after a moment's thought said softly, Actually, I stumbled upon a stroke of fortune and learned a few powerful techniques. The rest is nothing worth mentioning. Oh, I see. Hearing the word fortune, Lu Xian asked no further. In the cultivation world, prying into another's secrets or fortunes was considered highly disrespectful. Changing the subject, the two began discussing other matters in the courtyard. Mostly it was about strategies to deal with retaliation from the Jishan shop. Lu Xian, who had seen much of the world and spent years in the market town, offered Qin Lu many sound suggestions, leaving the final decisions to him. They talked for a full hour, only stopping when Zhang Ming came to announce that dinner was ready. Old Lu, stay and have a meal with us tonight. Qin Lu immediately invited. No. My wife is waiting for me at home. Hey, you know I dare not. Lu Xian gave a knowing wink. Qin Lu nodded in understanding. All right then. When you have time, I'll treat you to a grand feast at the tavern. Deal. Lu Xian laughed heartily. With a wave of his hand, several dark shadows flew from his sleeve and landed steadily on the ground. These are the spoils from last night. I've roughly divided them. See if it's fair. Qin Lu looked down and saw several magical artifacts and 2 money pouches on the ground. They were the belongings of the men in black from the previous night. After a brief glance, Qin Lu immediately looked up and said seriously, If you hadn't thrown that smoke talisman last night, I'd be dead by now. There's no need to check, divide it as you see fit. Brother Qin is generous. Very well, I'll take my leave then. Lu Xian cupped his hands and rose to depart. After Lu Xian left the courtyard, Qin Lu gazed at the array of items on the ground, lost in thought. In this world one must indeed be cautious, ever so cautious. By the dining table, Qin Lu, Zhang Ming, and Xiao Ziyan sat around it, upon which lay 3 exquisite dishes and a soup emitting an enticing aroma. Due to his frequent sword practice, Xiao Ziyan's appetite had grown considerably, and he was currently burying his head in his meal. Meanwhile, Qin Lu and Zhang Ming ate while chatting. Qin Lu did not conceal anything. He recounted the conflict between him and the Jishan shop in full detail. This included the reason for his injury the previous night. Alas! After hearing this, Zhang Ming let out a long sigh, her face full of worry. I never expected those people to be so petty. Brother Qin, we must take good care of Ziyun. Rest assured, I will look after Ziyun. You must also be careful in your daily affairs, Qin Lu advised. Zhang Ming nodded gently, but the worry in her eyes did not diminish in the slightest. After the meal, Qin Lu brought out a large bundle he had bought the previous night. It contained numerous pieces of clothing and footwear, as well as a few talismans and some toys and other odds and ends. Xiao Ming, the weather has been getting colder lately, so I deliberately bought some clothes, including winter garments. You and Ziyun should try them on and see if they fit. Autumn had passed, and the cold winter winds had begun to assail the market town. It was time to add layers. Seeing the new clothes, Zhang Ming was quite delighted, and hurriedly began having the excited Xiao Ziyan try them on. It had been a long time since they had bought new clothes. Watching the joyful mother and son, a warmth stirred in Qin Lu's heart. After a moment's thought, he picked up the 2 talismans from the bundle and went out to the courtyard's outer wall. The talismans were called warning talismans. Worth 5 spirit stones, they were a simple type of defensive talisman, true to their name, possessing the function of warning against enemies. Qin Lu looked around, searching for suitable places to place the warning talismans. Every courtyard in the market town was equipped with an array to isolate aura. It could not only guard against spiritual energy probes from cultivators, but would also emit a sound if someone attempted to force their way in. Qin Lu's courtyard was no exception. However, he felt this array was not secure enough, and had bought 2 warning talismans, intending to place them outside the courtyard as a precaution. Having found 2 suitable spots, Qin Lu activated the talismans and concealed them in inconspicuous places. After doing this, he clapped his hands and walked back into the courtyard. Brother Qin, you should also try this garment. Zhang Ming held a set of men's robes, a smile on her face. All right. Although they were just ordinary clothes, not Dharma robes, they still brought great joy to the three of them for a good while. Late at night, after Zhang Ming carefully applied the healing pill liquid to Qin Lu's wounds, they each returned to their own rooms. Although the two had confirmed their relationship because Xiao Ziyan was still very young, Zhang Ming would still go to accompany him at night. Due to his injuries, Qin Lu soon fell into a deep sleep. The courtyard was located in a remote part of the market town, so at night, aside from the occasional barking of dogs, there were no other sounds exuding a profound loneliness. But tonight it suddenly became lively. Da-da-da. After her. Haphazard footsteps echoed from the end of the street, interspersed with the roars of men. The commotion caused lights to come on in many previously dark houses. Some bold cultivators even opened their courtyard gates to peek out. However, the shouting from afar was too distant to affect Qin Lu. Yet suddenly, he was jolted awake from his deep sleep by a feeling of dread. He sat up abruptly, all drowsiness gone. This feeling of dread was exactly the signal from the linked warning talismans. Someone had broken into the courtyard. With a vigilant expression, Qin Lu slowly got out of bed. He picked up the Shangqing sword lying beside the bed and crept towards the door. His heart was filled with trepidation and a hint of nervousness, but his arms no longer trembled as violently as before. Having experienced 2 life-and-death struggles, his mental fortitude had improved considerably. Qin Lu gripped the longsword tightly and slowly opened the door. Shing! A flash of sword light. The longsword appeared out of nowhere, thrusting towards him with lightning speed. Before Qin Lu could react, the sword's tip was already pressed against his throat. This. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. He quickly lowered his sword and stammered nervously. Fellow Taoists, stay calm. This person's speed far exceeded that of an ordinary Lei Qi refining cultivator. He had no means of resistance. Don't speak and you'll live. A cold, emotionless female voice came from beside the door. A woman. Qin Lu couldn't help but swallow his saliva, his whole body tense. Feeling the chill at his throat, he immediately shut his mouth. Before long, a series of hurried footsteps approached from afar. We must catch her tonight. After her, all of you. Listen for the sound of the array breaking. Cultivators kept shouting, their voices drawing near, and then slowly fading into the distance. Hearing these shouts, Qin Lu instantly understood that those people were definitely pursuing this woman. Wait. Qin Lu's expression suddenly turned grim. In the dead of night, only the patrol team of Wuji Market would dare to chase someone so loudly. And this person fleeing with a sword was a woman. Could it be the Tigress? This person was the infamous Tigress, who had recently made a name for herself. Qin Lu couldn't help but sneak a curious glance sideways. She was clad entirely in black form-fitting attire, her figure extremely sexy and curvaceous. Her hair and face were wrapped in black cloth, revealing only a pair of frowning eyes, their gaze filled with wariness. Shing! The black-clad woman withdrew her long sword and sheathed it. With the thread of the blade gone from his neck, Qin Lu breathed a sigh of relief and cautiously began to size her up. A strange thought crossed his mind logically. When she broke into the courtyard, she should have triggered the breath-concealing array and made a sound. Yet Qin Lu had only felt the palpitation from the warning talisman. The array had made no sound at all, providing no warning. You are quite vigilant to have detected me. Sensing that the patrol team had gradually moved away, the black-clad woman's posture relaxed considerably, and her voice was no longer so harsh. Might you be the Tigress? Qin Lu probed. Humph. The black-clad woman suddenly let out a cold snort. Shut up. I don't like that nickname. Hearing this, Qin Lu's heartbeat quickened. This person really was the Tigress who had thrown Wuji Market into chaos. Upon learning her true identity, Qin Lu's fighting spirit instantly vanished. He had no will to resist. Because, as was known, the Tigress had managed to escape unscathed from so many patrol teams in the market town, evading capture for over a month. Her cultivation base was at least at the Lei Qi refining stage, or perhaps even the Great Perfection realm. As a mere 4th-layer Qi refining cultivator, he was no match for her. How did you discover me? The Tigress asked again, genuinely curious about this. I buried some warning talismans outside the courtyard. You must have touched one, which is how I sensed someone breaking in, Qin Lu said cautiously. I see. The Tigress' posture visibly relaxed, a hint of joy in her voice. That's a relief my magical artifact isn't malfunctioning. Qin Lu remained silent. She was likely referring to the artifact that allowed her to silently bypass the breath-concealing array. All right, I was just borrowing your courtyard to take cover. Am leaving. With a flicker of movement, the tigress leaped directly out of the courtyard, her form extremely graceful and free. In no time at all, she vanished into the night sky. Qin Lu watched her disappear into the distance. Then he turned around and closed the door. A look of helplessness crossed his face. What a mess this is! Early the next morning, Zhang Meng rose at dawn, prepared breakfast, and then headed off to her duties at Yuelu restaurant. This left Qin Lu sighing, inwardly marveling at how the capitalists of this cultivation world were even more relentless than those in his past life. Here they worked every single day without rest. After watching Xiaozian finish his breakfast, Qin Lu handed him some toys to occupy himself. He then returned to the rosewood desk. On the desk lay 2 money pouches and 3 magical artifacts. These were his spoils of war. With a surge of excitement, Qin Lu tore open the pouches and spilled all the spirit stones onto the table. With a clatter, the spirit stones struck the tabletop, producing a peculiar melody. Thumb's-eye stones piled up into a small mound. A glint of joy flashed in Qin Lu's eyes as he reached out and began counting them. After a moment, a smile spread across Qin Lu's face. The pile amounted to 187 spirit stones, a veritable fortune for him. Crime pays while virtue starves. How true that saying is, he murmured. Pausing briefly in his reflection, he turned his gaze to the 3 magical artifacts. 2 of them were the weapons the black-clad man had wielded in battle, ghost-headed sabers. 1 blade bore fine cracks, and nicks, clearly a cheap inferior item. The 3rd artifact was a short crimson dagger, exquisitely crafted and gleaming. It measured about a dozen centimeters in length, its blade razor-sharp. Beside them lay a small white round stone. Drawing on his memories, Qin Lu picked up the stone and slowly infused it with his spiritual energy. The moment his chi touched the stone, the dagger's hilt blazed with a piercing red light. With a soft hum, the dagger levitated with a sharp click. Gazing at the hovering dark crimson blade, Qin Lu's eyes brimmed with ecstasy. Now this is a real magical artifact. The Shengqing sword can't even compare. When infused with spiritual energy, the Shengqing sword merely sharpened slightly, offering no other abilities. This dagger, however, could even float. With a mere thought, Qin Lu sent the dagger whizzing through the air, weaving and circling around the room with a faint buzzing hum. So this little stone is the controller. Guided by his mind, Qin Lu made the dagger spin in loops above his head. The dark crimson blade resembled a remote-controlled drone from his past life. Wielding the controller allowed him to command its flight, its speed, and direction, answering to his will alone. After playing for nearly half an hour, Qin Lu finally stopped. He looked at the spirit stones and artifacts on the table, a smile curling on his lips. With such wealth, he wouldn't need to venture out to earn money for a while. Staying indoors also meant safety. Feeling the wound on his chest, which had stopped seeping blood, Qin Lu let out a slow breath. It seemed the discarded alchemical residue still held some healing properties. At this rate, his injuries would fully mend within 5 days. He'll just lie low at home for now, no going out, Qin Lu muttered to himself. Time flowed gently, and half a month slipped by. During these 10-odd days, Qin Lu remained indoors, never stepping out. As expected, by the 4th day, his wounds had completely healed. From then on, he resumed his relentless grind for proficiency. Meditation was non-negotiable, 6 sessions daily without fail. He tirelessly absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. His cultivation realm progressed swiftly, gaining a full 45 points. The proficiency of the Xianyang art also rose steadily, inching closer to the Grandmaster level. As for the Gray Shadow sword art, Qin Lu practiced it 3 times a day, at noon, dusk, and night. Progress was commendable. He had already amassed over 100 proficiency points, nearing the threshold for mastery. He rarely practiced spells, only occasionally honing the illumination art and cutting art in his spare time. During idle moments, he also used up all the remaining talisman paper and ink at home. In total, he crafted 35 water shield talismans. His days were filled with a profoundly fulfilling domestic routine. Qin Lu willed his attribute panel open. Name Qin Lu. Lifespan 36,112 years. Cultivation Qi Refining Layer 4 46,100. Cultivation Method Xian Yang Art Proficient 529600. Skills Spells Ignition Art Grandmaster 43,000. Finger Snap Art Grandmaster 153000. Illumination Art Proficient 121600. Cutting Art Proficient 122600. Gentle Breeze Art Skilled 144200. Talisman Crafting Water Shield Proficient 462,600. Cleansing Talisman Beginner 46100. Sword Art Gray Shadow Sword Art Skilled 148200. Talent None. With a quick glance, Qin Lu closed the interface. He stood up stretched and surveyed the cluttered work desk, tidying it absently. Well, I'm out of talisman paper and ink. Maybe I should head out today. Qin Lu stroked his chin in contemplation. Spiritual rice is running low too. I need to stock up on food. I'll take a stroll today and sell these talismans while I'm at it. Having made up his mind, Qin Lu changed into a thicker set of clothes, gathered all his stall supplies, and tucked the Shangqing sword into his belt. Only then did he step out of his room. In the courtyard, Xiaoziyun was swinging a wooden sword, his movements fluid and commanding, bearing the air of a grandmaster. The ground was littered with crushed peach blossoms, and the remains of various insects and butterflies, clear evidence of his sword practice. Lately Qin Lu had grown increasingly unsettled, his gaze toward Xiaoziyun turning more and more peculiar. The boy's progress in swordsmanship was unnaturally swift, nothing like a normal child. Moreover, he was utterly addicted, spending entire days swinging his sword in the yard, never engaging in the foolish antics typical of his age. Imagine a child barely old enough for kindergarten, wielding a wooden sword and executing a series of elegant lethal strikes. Anyone who witnessed it would be astonished. Standing there for a while, Qin Lu already knew the answer, but still asked, "Ziyun, your uncle is going out for a bit. Want to come with me?" "I'll stay home," Xiaoziyun replied, pausing his movements with a childish lisp. "All right." The answer was expected. After a few brief instructions, Qin Lu stepped out of the yard and headed toward the market. The cold weather did nothing to dampen the bustling market. At noon the streets were thronged with people, the cacophony of haggling rising and falling. Qin Lu clutched his bundle tightly, weaving carefully through the crowd in search of a suitable vacant stall. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Among the many vendors, he spotted a familiar face. He immediately changed direction and headed over. Drawing near, Qin Lu crouched beside the man and said cheerfully, "Brotherly, long time no see." This was Li Gui, the old rogue cultivator, who had sold him books and sword arts before. "Ah, fellow Taoist Qin. Long time. What brings you here today, looking to patronize my humble business?" Li Gui gestured at the array of tattered books on his stall, hinting that Qin Lu should buy a couple. Qin Lu chuckled softly, swiftly spreading a black cloth on the ground. With a raised eyebrow, he grinned, "Buy books? Not today. I'm here to set up my own stall. There's no space left, so scoot over and make room." Before Li Gui could protest, Qin Lu had already laid out his black cloth and with practiced ease arranged his talismans and price tags. Seeing this, Li Gui could only sigh helplessly, shifting his stall slightly to free up half a spot. The two of them squeezed together in the cramped space. "Oh, very well. Chatting with you while selling might help pass the time," Li Gui said, stroking his beard with a gentle laugh, his demeanor amiable. Qin Lu's eyes darted, and he asked abruptly, "So do you want to buy a water shield talisman?" Li Gui's expression froze, his smile fading, as he turned his head and replied coldly, "No." In the dead of winter, a sudden chill wind swept through, piercing into one's garments and sending a shiver to the heart. Qin Lu and Li Gui, seated on the ground, instinctively tightened their clothes. "This damned weather is getting colder by the day. In a few more days, there will be plenty of empty stalls at the market," Li Gui muttered in a low voice, rubbing his hands together for warmth as he exhaled a puff of cold air. Qin Lu nodded in deep agreement. The weather in this region was bitterly cold, not to be underestimated even by cultivators, as there had been incidents of rogue cultivators freezing to death by the roadside. Some impoverished rogue cultivators, lacking spirit stones to purchase robes that could ward off the cold, could only stay indoors to endure the harsh winter. After all, ordinary cotton garments were hardly sufficient to resist the eerie, bone-piercing wind. Qin Lu and Li Gui sat side by side, their stalls nearly touching. Yet their customer traffic was vastly different. Qin Lu's water chi shield had already earned a reputation, and since he had not set up his stall for over 10 days, many cultivators gathered around as soon as he spread out his black cloth. He was immediately kept busy. In contrast, Li Gui's book stall attracted few customers. Occasionally a cultivator would approach, take a glance, and then walk away. This left Li Gui looking at Qin Lu with envy every time. "Your water chi shield is indeed sturdy. No wonder you sell them for 3 spirit stones each. If it weren't for your talismans, I might have died at Dongtu Ridge a couple of days ago." "Ha ha, fellow cultivator, you are blessed with fortune, surely you won't perish young," Qin Lu replied. "Right. Am a man destined to reach foundation establishment? How could I die so easily? Alright, give me 2 more water chi shields. Coming right up." The transaction was completed. Seeing off the burly man of the 3rd layer of chi refining, Qin Lu leaned against the curb and let out a slight sigh of relief. This wave of customers had been dealt with for now. TSK, Li Gui said with envy. "Fellow cultivator Qin, your talisman business is truly thriving." "Haha, it's just so-so," Qin Lu replied with a hint of pride, then glanced at Li Gui's bookstall and said cheerfully, "Since I've made some money today, I might as well support your business. What new books have you come across lately?" Li Gui's face lit up with joy, his wrinkles spreading like a blooming chrysanthemum. "Come, fellow cultivator Qin, take a look at this 9 True Langya ranking, a record of the many geniuses in the 9 True domain. And this immortal sect monthly a must-read if you want to learn about sect powers." Li Gui unleashed his silver tongue, enthusiastically introducing the books to Qin Lu. Ordinary books in the cultivation world were not expensive, usually costing only 1 or 2 spirit stones, and some common ones could even be bought with a few caddies of gold. With his debts fully repaid, the pressure on Qin Lu's spirit stones had vanished. Coupled with the stones he had scavenged and the talismans he now sold, his total wealth had exceeded 300 spirit stones. He had successfully crossed the threshold of subsistence. Thus, he was not stingy at all, and within a short time he spent 10 spirit stones to buy 5 or 6 books. Putting the books into his bundle, a thought suddenly struck Qin Lu, and he asked, "By the way, do you have the middle volume of Simple Spell Cultivation Methods? Fellow cultivator Qin wants that book." Li Gui was slightly taken aback. "Yes." Qin Lu nodded eagerly. The lower volume of Simple Spell Cultivation Methods only recorded some life skills. These included Finger Snap Art, Ignition Art, and others. Back when Qin Lu was in the early stage of chi refining, he could only practice such spells. Now that he had advanced to the middle stage of chi refining, it was only natural for him to seek new spells to learn. "The middle volume." Li Gui murmured the book's name while searching through his stall. But after a moment, he shrugged helplessly. "I'm sorry, this one is out of stock." "Alright then. But don't worry, fellow cultivator Qin, I can find this book for you quickly. Leave me your address and I'll deliver it to your door." Li Gui never missed an opportunity for a potential deal. Seeing this, Qin Lu didn't mind and told Li Gui the address of his courtyard. Li Gui repeated it twice to memorize it. "I'll visit you with the book in a few days. By the way, fellow cultivator Qin, what do you think of this book? This is a premium book I've kept as my hidden treasure." Li Gui suddenly lowered his voice and quickly slipped a book into Qin Lu's hand. Seeing Li Gui's lecherous expression, Qin Lu grew suspicious and couldn't help but glance down at the cover. Soon his eyes lit up. For on the cover were clearly written 4 large characters, "The Amorous History of Immortal Mountains." "This is an erotic book," Qin Lu whispered in surprise. "Hee." Li Gui chuckled slyly, raising his eyebrows suggestively. "This is utterly scandalous." Qin Lu's face suddenly darkened, and he barked sternly. "My idol is Lord Guan. How could I read such a book? I read the Spring and Autumn Annals." "Huh? What Lord Guan? And Spring and Autumn Annals?" Seeing Qin Lu's change in expression, Li Gui was startled and asked nervously, "So, do you want it or not?" "Humph." Qin Lu snorted, then looked around, lowered his voice, and asked, "How much?" Having successfully struck a deal, both men wore satisfied smiles. As dusk fell, more than half of the 35 talismans Qin Lu had brought remained unsold. The market crowd was gradually thinning. After some thought, Qin Lu decided it would be hard to make more sales that day and began packing up. Just as he was about to bid Li Gui farewell, a new customer arrived at his stall. The man wore an exquisite black and white patterned silk robe and appeared to be in his 50s, with a heroic air about his brows and a vigorous demeanor.
"Fellow cultivator, do you still have water chi shields?"
he asked with a smile.
"Of course. How many would you like?"
Qin Lu stopped packing and looked up to reply. The middle-aged man chuckled.
"All of them. All of them."
Qin Lu was slightly surprised, then said after a pause,
"I still have about 20 talismans here." "Are you sure?" "Absolutely sure,"
the man replied with a smile.
20 or so is nothing. I could buy even more."
Qin Lu studied him for a moment. From his attire, it was clear he was no rogue cultivator, and the quality of his robe indicated he was undoubtedly wealthy or noble. After a moment's thought, Qin Lu cupped his hands and asked,
"May I ask your name?" "I am Yin Shao, the steward of the Celestial Book Pavilion." "The Celestial Book Pavilion."
Qin Lu's heart skipped a beat. As a rogue cultivator making a living by crafting talismans in the market, he naturally knew of this shop. It was the largest talisman store in Wuji Market.
"Steward Yin, what brings you here today?"
Qin Lu asked. Yin Shao crouched down to meet Qin Lu's eyes at the same level, and said with a grin,
"Nothing much. I just think your talismans are well made and wanted to discuss a business deal with you."
Joyful Lane, Southern State Tea House. At a table by the window, on the second floor, Qin Lu and Yin Shao sat facing each other.
"Come, fellow Taoist Qin, try this establishment's spirit tea. It is a small mountain tea variety called bamboo leaf clear tea, known for its effects of refreshing the mind and clearing the eyes."
Yin Shao smiled as he introduced it, pouring a cup for Qin Lu.
"You are too kind, Manager Yin."
Qin Lu responded, picking up the teacup to examine it closely. Within the tea, faint strands of spiritual energy seemed to drift playfully. Having spent most of his time in this world living below the poverty line, Qin Lu had never tasted spirit tea before. He gave the tea a simple sniff, blew on the steam, and downed it in one gulp. Immediately a succession of bitter, astringent, and sweet flavors washed over him. Qin Lu smacked his lips, unable to discern much from the taste. Setting down the cup, he cut straight to the point.
"Manager Yin, you mentioned earlier that your establishment wishes to purchase my water shield talisman on a long-term basis." "Indeed, fellow Taoist Qin. We have tested the water shield talisman you crafted. Its defensive power is excellent, and its duration is long. It is truly of the highest grade. Even most latest-stage chi refining cultivators might struggle to produce such quality."
As he spoke, Yin Shao's gaze toward Qin Lu carried a hint of admiration. This man was truly a talisman-drawing prodigy, able to create a water shield talisman rivaling that of a great perfection chi refining cultivator despite being only at the mid-stage. It was truly remarkable.
"And what price would Manager Yin offer for them?"
Qin Lu asked the most crucial question. Yin Shao took a light sip of tea, smiled gently, and then named a price that Qin Lu could not refuse.
3 spirit stones,"
Qin Lu explained in surprise.
"Is that true?" "Of course. From now on, whenever fellow Taoist Qin finishes a water shield talisman, you may bring it to our Heavenly Writings Pavilion for sale. As long as the quality passes, we will conclude the transaction at 3 spirit stones,"
Yin Shao said leisurely. Hearing this, joy spread across Qin Lu's face, but after a moment's thought his expression turned serious.
"Manager Yin, 3 spirit stones for the water shield talisman. Isn't that the top market price? Acquiring them at this rate, can your shop still turn a profit? That is not something fellow Taoist Qin need worry about. Simply bring them in,"
Yin Shao said cheerfully. Qin Lu slowly nodded after hearing this. Indeed, it was not his concern. Since the Heavenly Writings Pavilion was willing to buy at 3 spirit stones, he might as well sell them all in one go. No more wasting time setting up a stall, saving both time and effort.
"That's settled. When I've finished drawing the talismans, I'll pay a visit. Have pleasure doing business."
Yin Shao revealed a warm smile.
"Good. Since that matter is concluded, I shall take my leave."
Qin Lu began to stand.
"Fellow Taoist Qin, please wait."
Yin Shao raised a hand to stop him, pausing for a moment before speaking cheerfully.
"Patience, there is one more thing I wish to inform you." Please, Manager Yin, go ahead. Hey, it's nothing major. Our shop has recently been vigorously acquiring defensive talismans. Aside from the water shield talisman craftable by early stage Qi refining cultivators, there are also the mid-stage body protection shield and the latest stage golden light talisman. If fellow Taoist Qin knows how to craft these two talismans, feel free to bring them to the shop for sale. I will surely offer you a satisfactory price.
Hearing this, Qin Lu readily agreed.
No problem.
Exiting the Southern State Tea House, Qin Lu did not head straight home. Instead, he began a massive shopping spree in the market. Spirit rice, demon beast meat, spirit vegetables, talisman crafting materials, cleansing pills, winter quilts, and various other daily necessities. This shopping trip took over an hour, and it cost over 90 spirit stones. With his purchases made, Qin Lu headed home. He carried large and small bundles in both hands, with 2 quilts strapped to his back, a sight that made him look somewhat comical and absurd.
Damn it, I must get myself a storage pouch.
Noticing the surprised and mocking glances from passers-by, Qin Lu silently resolved. Back home, Zhang Ming had already returned from work. Seeing Qin Lu carrying so many things, the mother and son hurried over to help unload. After organizing all the supplies, Qin Lu washed his hands and began eating the steaming hot meal. The three of them shared a harmonious atmosphere. After the meal, Qin Lu rested briefly, then sat back at the rosewood desk and picked up the Longenred.
Introduction to Talisman Crafting. It's time to study the mid-stage talismans.
The manual recorded that due to their limited ability to control spiritual energy, early stage Qi refining cultivators could only craft 3 types of low-grade talismans: the water shield talisman, cleansing talisman, and soundproofing talisman. Upon reaching the mid-stage of Qi refining, the number of craftable talismans increased by 5. They were Repair Talisman, Exorcism Talisman, Swift Step Talisman, Body Protection Shield, Blazing Fire Talisman. Looking at the talisman descriptions in the book, Qin Lu fell into thought. Though options were plentiful, his energy was limited. He could not learn them all. He had to specialize in 1 or 2 talismans, or else he would end up spreading himself too thin and mastering none.
The Heavenly Writings Pavilion specifically requested the Body Protection Shield, so that one is a must-learn. As for the others, the Swift Step Talisman is worth considering. The Exorcism Talisman. It's specifically for dealing with ghosts and monsters, probably not needed. As for the Blazing Fire Talisman, I already have the ignition spell. Forget it, I'll focus on the Body Protection Shield first.
After a moment of deliberation, Qin Lu shook his head to clear the distracting thoughts and began studying the introduction to crafting the Body Protection Shield. The talisman crafting process was largely similar. However, the speed and force of spiritual energy flow during inscription, the talisman patterns to be drawn, and the required spiritual energy differed considerably from the water shield talisman.
Whoosh!
Qin Lu let out a soft breath, committing the specific talisman patterns and crafting techniques to memory. Then he took out a talisman paper and began to draw. He channeled spiritual energy from his body through his right hand into the talisman brush, dipped the brush tip in some talisman ink, pressed the paper down with his left hand, and began tracing the chaotic, seemingly disordered talisman patterns. With ample experience in drawing the water shield talisman, his movements were fluid and graceful, steady and smooth. Moments later, poof! A soft sound suddenly came from the talisman paper, startling Qin Lu into quickly letting go and leaning back slightly.
Whoosh!
The talisman paper ignited without fire, instantly turning to ash. The first attempt failed. Qin Lu shook his head slightly, waiting for his spiritual energy to recover somewhat. He continued drawing. Time flew by swiftly. Poof! Poof! 2 more talisman papers self-immolated. Fortunately, after 3 consecutive failures, Qin Lu finally succeeded in crafting 1 body protection shield. New data appeared on his panel. Body Protection Shield Beginner 1100. This filled Qin Lu with excitement. But just as his joy peaked, a knock came at the door.
Enter!
To avoid disturbing his talisman drawing and meditation, Qin Lu had established a rule that one must knock before entering. Even Zhang Ming was not exempt. Zhang Ming pushed the door open, then turned and gently locked it. This action made Qin Lu raise an eyebrow slightly. Zhang Ming walked slowly to Qin Lu's side. Her face was flushed crimson like a shy maiden. Her eyes brimmed with tender affection, and her breathing was a little rapid. Qin Lu was momentarily stunned and looked down, and saw a book in her hand.
The Amorous History of Immortal Mountains.
Seeing this, Qin Lu's heartbeat quickened abruptly. He stood up, wrapped an arm around her supple, willowy waist, and stared directly into her evasive eyes. Zhang Ming dared not meet his gaze. She turned her head, and gently rested it on Qin Lu's shoulder.
How did you come to read this book? I saw it lying there, so I...
Zhang Ming whispered softly.
And is it good?
Qin Lu asked with a light chuckle.
That's good.
Then let's put theory into practice. Qin Lu scooped up the beautiful woman in his arms, and strode toward the bed. In the biting wind, snow drifted down from the sky like fine rain. A gust swept through, sending it dancing wildly once more, and within a single morning the entire market was transformed into a realm of ice and snow. At the hour of the rabbit, just before dawn, the sky was barely light. Qin Lu gazed at the falling snow outside the window, then looked at Zhang Ming, who was about to leave. His heart ached as he said,
Why don't you resign from your position at Yuman Tower? It's too much hardship to go to work in such freezing weather.
Hearing this, Zhang Ming paused in the act of wrapping her scarf, then smiled gently.
It's fine. The establishment is equipped with formations, so the entire restaurant is quite warm. Don't worry. But you'll still be cold on the way there. On days like this, you should be tucked up in bed. Just quit,
Qin Lu urged.
What? That's 20 spirit stones a month.
Zhang Ming hesitated. Qin Lu sighed in exasperation.
I've told you, we have plenty of spirit stones at home now. A mere 20 is nothing to fret over. Listen to me. Go there today and resign. All right. I'll listen to you. But let me finish this month first. If I leave early, the steward will find a reason to dock my pay. How many days are left? Today is the 14th, so 2 more days.
Zhang Ming replied after a moment's thought. Hearing this, Qin Lu didn't press further, nodding slightly.
Fine, then work those 2 days.
They exchanged a few more words before Zhang Ming, fully dressed, stepped out the door. It had been over 10 days since the cooperation agreement with the Heavenly Scroll Pavilion was struck. During this time, having purchased ample daily supplies, Qin Lu again shut himself away, refusing to leave the house, and devoted himself to secluded cultivation at home. The progress from this seclusion was gratifying. Through planned breakthroughs, he had successfully elevated 2 skills to the Grandmaster level. These were the cultivation technique Mystic Yang Art and the talisman Aqua Shield. After the upgrade, Qin Lu's comprehension of this art reached new heights. While meditating, he could absorb increasingly more spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Compared to before, it felt as if he had activated a double-speed boost, with spiritual energy flowing into his body in an endless stream. With such abundant spiritual energy, naturally his cultivation speed increased significantly. It had now risen from the previous 2 points per day to 3 points per day. This filled Qin Lu with elation. At this rate, in just 33 days, he could advance to a minor realm. His current cultivation progress had reached 76, meaning in only 8 days, he could ascend to the 5th layer of Qi refining. And after Aqua Shield reached the Grandmaster level, its quality elevated another tier. Qin Lu had once tested it. A Grandmaster level Aqua Shield could withstand a close-range finger snap art. This defensive power was nearly comparable to a mid-grade protective barrier. As for sword techniques and minor spells, each had seen its own improvement. When the sky was fully bright, Qin Lu stretched lazily, rose, and walked toward the door. He strolled to the western wing room and pushed the door open. In the center of the room sat a brazier, its charcoal burning with a faint, gentle warmth. Xiao Ziyun was bundled in a thick quilt, fast asleep on the bed. Beside him lay his treasured little wooden sword. Xiao Ziyun had not yet undergone spiritual energy induction, and was still a mere mortal. In this bitter cold, which even cultivators dreaded, he could only spend the entire winter cooped up in a warm room. Qin Lu added some charcoal to the brazier, cracked the window open slightly for ventilation, then activated ignition art, letting flames dance in his hand. The blazing fire in his palm flickered continuously. Before long, the heat from the flames filled every corner of the room, making it even warmer. After setting up the heating, Qin Lu left the western wing room. He headed to the kitchen intending to cook a pot of hot congee to warm his stomach. But he suddenly stopped looking toward the corner of the kitchen, where the firewood was nearly gone.
The firewood is out. I'll go out and buy some and sell off the talismans while I'm at it.
In the freezing weather the streets were much quieter, with fewer pedestrians giving them a desolate feel. After advancing to the mid-stage of Qi refining, Qin Lu's physical constitution had improved greatly. Though the weather was bitterly cold, it was still within his limits of endurance. Bracing against the falling snow, Qin Lu pressed forward, and soon arrived before the Heavenly Scroll Pavilion. The Heavenly Scroll Pavilion was a towering structure over 10 meters high with bronze bells hanging from every eave. A gentle breeze set them chiming melodiously. Its yellow tiles layered intricately, exuding an imposing grandeur. Even amid the heavy snowfall, a graceful female cultivator, with a warm smile, stood at the shop entrance greeting and seeing off customers, inspiring goodwill in all who passed.
Honored guest, what kind of talismans are you looking to purchase?
The welcoming female cultivator, seeing Qin Lu approach, immediately stepped forward and asked sincerely. Qin Lu pondered for a moment, then spoke.
I have an agreement with manager Yan Xiao of your establishment. I've come today to sell talismans. Very well, this way please.
The welcoming female cultivator turned and led the way. Qin Lu followed. As he walked, he surveyed the shop's layout. The store was divided into sections based on talisman functions. There were sections for attack, defense, speed enhancement, utility, daily life, and so on. Several large upright shelves stood in the middle of the shop where numerous cultivators browsed and selected. The female cultivator led Qin Lu into a private room, then respectfully withdrew. It wasn't long before Yan Xiao, his face beaming with satisfaction, pushed the door open and entered.
Daoist Qin. A rare guest. Manager Yan.
Qin Lu smiled faintly and returned the greeting. After exchanging pleasantries, they got straight to the point.
Are you here to sell talismans today, Daoist Qin? Indeed.
Qin Lu took a stack of talismans from his robe and laid them on the table.
These are the aqua shields I've crafted recently, 68 in total. Take a look. Such efficiency, Daoist. In just over 10 days you've produced more than 60.
Yan Xiao exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment.
You flatter me. I'm simply diligent.
Qin Lu said modestly, though inwardly he was chuckling. This was hardly fast. With the aid of his panel, every talisman he made was a guaranteed success. If he devoted all his time to talisman crafting, he could produce 10 in a single day. In over 10 days, he could have turned out over 100. These were merely 60-odd, truly making a mountain out of a molehill.
Let me examine them.
As he spoke, Yan Xiao began inspecting the talismans, while Qin Lu remained silent, watching him flip through them one by one. After a moment, Yan Xiao set the talismans down and said with sincere admiration,
These are all of superior quality. Truly, Daoist Qin, you are a prodigy. You're too kind, Manager Yan.
Qin Lu chuckled, then paused and probed.
Shall we proceed with the price we agreed upon earlier? Of course. 3 spirit stones each.
Yan Xiao waved his hand, and spirit stones flew from his sleeve, landing steadily on the table.
That's 204 spirit stones, Daoist Qin. Please verify. Excellent.
After the transaction of talismans, with the Tianshu Pavilion, Qin Lu's savings officially surpassed 400 spirit stones, as if he had achieved financial freedom. Feeling the large bag of spirit stones in his arms, Qin Lu no longer hesitated and stepped into a large shop on the street.
What kind of magical tools would you like to purchase, esteemed guest?
As soon as he entered, a young and beautiful female cultivator approached to greet him, asking enthusiastically. This shop was indeed a magical tool store.
Do you have any recommendations for the storage bags?
Qin Lu casually inquired. Hearing this, the young female cultivator's eyes lit up, and she quickly replied.
Please, esteemed guest, this way, the storage bags are over here.
Under the guidance of the female cultivator, Qin Lu arrived at a shelf. On it were 3 reddish-brown coarse fabric bags, unremarkable in appearance, with 2 ties at the opening.
Please take a look. We currently have 3 types of storage bags with storage capacities of 6, 8, and 10 squares. Which one would you like? What are the prices? The 6 square bag is 180 spirit stones, the 8 square is 240 spirit stones, and the 10 square is 300 spirit stones.
Looking at the small bags in front of him, Qin Lu pondered for a moment, and then said,
"I'll take the 8 square one." "All right."
Struggling to part with 240 spirit stones, Qin Lu finally obtained the long-desired storage bag. Looking at the unassuming small bag in his hand, he couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Just a while ago, he was still distressed over owing 300 spirit stones. To think that after just over 3 months, he could now splurge over 200 spirit stones on a magical tool. The speed at which his financial situation had changed was truly astonishing. After reflecting for a moment, Qin Lu immediately asked the shop assistant about the specific methods for operating the storage bag. With the assistant's careful guidance, he quickly grasped its intricacies. It was quite simple. All he needed to do was input spiritual energy into the bag and lock onto the item he wished to retrieve. To store items, one would need to activate the storage bag with qi and connect it with the item, allowing absorption to occur. It was very magical. On the spot, Qin Lu gathered all his possessions and stored them into the storage bag, leaving the magical tool store feeling quite satisfied. Afterward, he went to a familiar talisman shop and bought 50 spirit stones worth of materials for talisman making, then headed towards the market. On the way, Qin Lu's thoughts flowed.
The materials for making talismans to create the protective shield might yield greater profits. The cost of 50 spirit stones for the talisman materials should produce 50 water shields priced at 3 spirit stones, each yielding a total of 150 spirit stones, with a net profit of 100 spirit stones. If I use them to make the protective shield. The protective shield has a more complex pattern and lettering, so these materials should yield around 30 or so shields. And the market price is generally 5 spirit stones each. In that case, the income could be around 170 spirit stones, slightly more profit than the water shields. Then I will make the protective shield with its high defense. I can use it with peace of mind.
Soon Qin Lu arrived at the market. He went to the usual spot, where he bought firewood, but found that there were no stalls set up today.
"Ah, fellow cultivator, where are the scattered cultivators who usually sell firewood?"
Qin Lu immediately asked a nearby stall owner.
"In this cold weather they certainly won't be chopping wood. They're at home sleeping."
The stall owner rubbed his shoulders to warm himself and rolled his eyes at Qin Lu. Qin Lu curiously asked,
"Why aren't they doing business? You need to have the life to do so. In this weather, chopping wood could freeze them to death. If they die out in the wild, are you going to compensate? Then where should I buy firewood?"
Qin Lu was taken aback.
"Where to buy? Go chop it yourself."
The stall owner mocked disdainfully.
"It's already close to winter. Why didn't you prepare firewood earlier? Now you come asking who has firewood to sell you."
Qin Lu's face stiffened slightly, feeling displeased with the person's tone, but he still cupped his hands and said,
"Thank you for the clarification, fellow cultivator."
He then turned to leave the market. He really had forgotten about the firewood matter. Now the scattered cultivators, who usually sold firewood, were all at home, avoiding the cold, leading to an immediate shortage of firewood. Although he could use the fire spell to cook, it consumed spiritual energy, and was quite cumbersome, definitely not as convenient as using firewood. As Qin Lu walked, he ultimately had no choice but to head outside the market to gather some firewood himself. Snow continued to fall, gently covering the market in a silver cloak. The scattered cultivators, who were usually seen wandering the streets, had all vanished. Other than a few wealthy cultivators dressed in warm robes, only a handful of strong scattered cultivators passed by, burdened and looking down in haste. Qin Lu tightened his clothes and walked slowly out of the market. Before long he arrived in the slums. To Qin Lu's surprise, the usual stench of urine that permeated the slums was now covered by the snow, and the foul smell had completely vanished, leaving the air refreshingly rare. As he walked along, Qin Lu suddenly saw a corpse lying by the roadside. The person was bare-chested, lying there stiffly, with a smile on his face, looking peaceful, with a wine flask beside him. It was clear that he had frozen to death after getting drunk by the roadside. Upon seeing this, Qin Lu couldn't help but sigh and shook his head, quickly leaving. In the market, people could roughly be divided into several categories. The first were the disciples, or followers of the Wuji workshop, and the 5 major factions, who held noble statuses, and were cared for by foundation establishment cultivators, often looking down on others living lavishly every day. The second were cultivators hired by the 5 major factions engaged in various important jobs around the Wuji workshop. They had stable incomes, lacked for nothing, and enjoyed a certain degree of fame and status. Yin Xiao and the market patrol team belonged to this category. The third were mid to late stage cultivators with formidable strength, who dared to hunt beasts in the eastern ridge. These cultivators lived a somewhat comfortable life, thriving on the edge of danger. Qianlu's parents were of this type. The fourth were those who made a living through their skills. They typically had a particular talent, such as selling talismans, auctioning, or various low-level jobs in shops. Qin Lu, Zhongmeng, and Lu Xian all belonged to this group. The fifth group comprised the lowest tier of the market. They had no cultivation, no skills, no jobs, and no courage. They could only gather herbs, chop wood, sell books, or do odd jobs in the market, living the most difficult lives. Most of these people were low-level scattered cultivators residing in the slums. Upon arriving in the outer forest, Qin Lu discovered he was not the only one who forgot to prepare firewood in advance. There were several other scattered cultivators dressed warmly, wielding either magical tools or ordinary axes, laboriously chopping down trees. All of them wore wary expressions. They kept a considerable distance from each other, while chopping wood, ensuring not to stand too close together, all silently working away. Qin Lu did not dare to be careless, and specifically found a spot with fewer people to start his own wood-gathering work. However, unlike others, he used his finger as a tool for chopping wood rather than a magical tool or an ordinary axe. The cutting technique enveloped his fingertip in spiritual energy, rapidly extending it. In less than 2 seconds, it transformed into a long and extremely sharp line. Like a futuristic warrior's laser sword, the upgraded cutting technique was powerful and consumed little spiritual energy, making it just right for chopping wood. Swish! Qin Lu gently sliced through a tree trunk the size of a bowl in an instant. Not bad. Qin Lu nodded lightly and began to cut the trees, dividing them into suitable lengths before storing them into the storage bag. Just as he was busy and enjoying himself, the sounds of chopping suddenly echoed from behind him. Kill! 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 Cut him down, damn it! You're asking for death. The brutal cries of battle stirred the wandering cultivators, who were chopping wood, and they all looked up. On the distant wilderness, about 20 people were locked in combat. Small flying swords darted swiftly through the air, various magical artifacts emitted a riot of colors, and a barrage of battle talismans created a cacophony of sounds. It painted a scene of utter chaos. Seeing this, the 5 or 6 woodcutters immediately stopped their work. They distanced themselves from the battlefield and instinctively gathered together. Qin Lu was no exception. He quickly joined the others. Once assembled, their anxious hearts eased somewhat, and they began discussing the distant battle from hundreds of meters away. Tisk tisk, aren't those 2 groups the White Brow Gang and the Tiger Gang? That's right, it's them. They've been causing quite a stir lately. Their feud isn't new, but I wonder why they're fighting today. I heard it's about the charcoal business. In this weather, whoever has charcoal strikes it rich. The 5 or 6 cultivators buzzed with chatter. Qin Lu listened for a while, and soon grasped the gist of the matter. Both the White Brow Gang and the Tiger Gang were organizations founded by low-level wandering cultivators. Initially, they aimed to band together for mutual support and coexist in the market, much like a neighborhood committee in his past life. But as time passed, their nature gradually shifted. Under the leader's direction, they began seizing business, claiming territory, engaging in brutal brawls, and oppressing other wandering cultivators. They had now become gangs with criminal tendencies. Today, it seemed a dispute over the charcoal trade in the market had led the 2 gangs to assemble their forces for a large-scale military operation in the wild. Hey, hey! Look! 3 heroes against Lu Bu! A wandering cultivator suddenly pointed into the distance, joking. Hearing the familiar phrase, Qin Lu's heart trembled, and he quickly followed the finger. Where? Where? Over there! That's Lu Bu, the Tiger Gang leader! The cultivator pointed again. When Qin Lu saw the scene clearly, he was instantly covered in exasperation. It was clearly 3 women battling a single man. What he called 3 heroes against Lu Bu was actually 3 against Lu Bu. Qin Lu The group laughed and chatted while in the distant battlefield bloodshed and screams were unending. Qin Lu watched silently. After months of hardship, he had grown accustomed to such carnage. But as he watched, he spotted a familiar face. The man about 30 had a vicious look. He wielded a long blade fiercely holding his own against two opponents.
It's him!
A flash of ruthlessness crossed Qin Lu's eyes. Back when he first set up a stall at the market, this very man had kicked him away and stolen his spot. Qin Lu had memorized that face and vowed, "Don't bully the middle-aged poor." He never expected to meet him here. Seeing the man, Qin Lu quickly asked a nearby cultivator,
"Fellow cultivator, who is that? The one fighting two at once." "Oh, that's the white-browed gang leader Meng Chao."
The cultivator replied blandly.
"Meng Chao."
Qin Lu murmured, committing the name to memory, then asked curiously,
"But why call it the white-browed gang? Meng Chao's brows aren't white." "That was his brother's alias. After White-Brow died, Meng Chao took over." Qin Lu nodded slightly, and was about to ask more. Hey, the Tiger Gang is about to lose. Time to clear out."
A sudden warning came from beside him. Qin Lu looked closely, and saw the tide of battle had turned. The Tiger Gang was retreating step by step, and many cultivators, sensing the shift, had already fled. It seemed the battle was nearing its end.
"Let's go! Let's go!"
The woodcutting cultivators, sensing danger, grabbed their firewood and bolted. Qin Lu glanced around and, deciding it was unwise to linger, quickly followed them. It was best not to get involved. Qin Lu, using the gentle wind art, moved far faster than the others, soon overtaking them all.
"Fellow cultivator, no need to be so scared. They're not here yet. Haha, this kid even used a swift step talisman. He didn't even grab his wood. Haha, what a coward."
Laughter and teasing rang out behind him. Qin Lu ignored them, hurrying toward the market. He made his way back. When he reached his doorstep, he found a tall cultivator in a blue robe standing there. A Wujifang cultivator. That blue-belted robe was exclusive to Wujifang cultivators in the market. Qin Lu saw that it was Zhao Yan, the district overseer.
"Manager Zhao, what brings you here today?"
Qin Lu greeted with a smile. Zhao Yan stood with his hands behind his back, a faint smile on his lips.
"Fellow Qin, it's time for the rent payment."
Qin Lu slapped his forehead in regret.
"Oh, I nearly forgot about that."
With a flick of his wrist, he took 15 spirit stones from his storage pouch and handed them to Zhao Yan. Since his talisman drawing had become profitable, this rent was no burden. He even considered moving to Wanlu Street, the city center, where the 5 major powers' disciples lived. That was the affluent district, expensive but safe. Zhao Yan took the stones, but didn't leave smiling at Qin Lu.
Manager Zhao, is there something else?"
Qin Lu asked cautiously.
"Well, the sect's senior uncle said the rent is now collected quarterly. So, fellow Qin, you still owe 2 months' rent."
Zhao Yan said with a forced smile.
"Is that so?"
Qin Lu's heart pounded as he noticed Zhao Yan's odd expression. Without overthinking, he flicked his wrist again and produced 32 spirit stones.
Yes, sorry to trouble you with this trip, Manager Zhao."
Qin Lu forced a smile.
"Easy enough."
Zhao Yan glanced at the 2 extra stones, pocketed them, naturally exchanged a few pleasantries, and turned to leave. Qin Lu watched him go, then stepped into the courtyard. He went to the kitchen to store the firewood. Then, he cooked a pot of meat porridge himself. As he busied himself, Li Gui suddenly showed up.
"Fellow Li, it's so cold. Why aren't you wearing more?"
Seeing Li Gui's thin clothes, Qin Lu asked in surprise.
"It's fine, I'll be home soon. Hey, raise the middle volume of the technique you wanted. I searched far and wide for it,"
Li Gui said, shivering. Watching Li Gui's nose run, Qin Lu felt helpless. He paused and asked,
"How much?"
3 spirit stones, Li Gui said cautiously.
"Wait a moment."
Qin Lu went inside, grabbed a set of padded clothes, then took 3 spirit stones from his storage pouch and returned to the door.
"Here are the stones, and a set of clothes, all for you. Fellow Li, you must keep warm. This weather can kill,"
Qin Lu advised. Li Gui was only an early Qi refining cultivator, far less resilient than a mid-stage one. Taking the clothes, Li Gui's eyes filled with gratitude. He quickly said,
"Fellow Qin, you're truly a good man." No, no. As they say, good men die young, villains live long. Being called good isn't praise. Go on, get back to your fire.
Seeing Li Gui's misery, Qin Lu waved him home. Li Gui bowed, then turned and hurried away. Watching Li Gui's hunched figure fade into the white snow, Qin Lu shook his head and muttered a curse.
Damn this winter! Damn this snow!
After returning from chopping firewood, Qin Lu stayed indoors, resuming his reclusive lifestyle. Following his persuasion, Zhang Meng quit her job at Yuelu Tower 2 days later, and they both remained behind closed doors from then on. Spending all day at home, their prolonged companionship grew increasingly intimate. After all, minor squabbles served as the catalyst to deepen affection. After several days of heavy snowfall in the market town, the temperature stabilized, no longer plummeting as before. True to his routine cultivation, Qin Lu advanced to the 5th layer of qi refining on the 8th day. In the realm of cultivation, every breakthrough in cultivation layers comes with bottlenecks. Some bottlenecks trap countless cultivators for a lifetime, leading them to a bitter end. Yet possessing the attribute panel, Qin Lu faced no such barriers. As long as his proficiency reached the required level, he naturally ascended. This was a tremendous advantage for him. That night, after their passionate encounter, Qin Lu slept soundly with one arm wrapped around Zhang Meng. Suddenly a jolt of dread surged from his heart, jolting him awake. The warning talisman. He snapped to alertness, swiftly moving to slide off the bed. Someone was approaching the courtyard. Zhang Meng stirred drowsily, opening her eyes. What? Before she could finish, Qin Lu pressed a finger to her lips. Shoo. Then, amidst Zhang Meng's panicked gaze, Qin Lu grabbed the Shangqing sword by the bedside and strode quickly to the door. He gently opened it. A blast of frigid wind rushed in, chilling him to the bone and making him shiver. Bracing against the cold, he stepped softly into the courtyard, straining his ears to catch any sound. Soon he detected faint noises from beyond the courtyard wall. There were indeed intruders. But before he could act, a dull thud echoed from the corner. Bang! The breath-concealing formation trembled, a crack splitting open. Whoosh! A figure leaped through the gap. However, upon spotting Qin Lu, the intruder froze in utter astonishment. SSHH. A flash of sword light. The Shangqing sword cleaved off his head, his body crashed to the ground as the head rolled away. The gray shadow sword technique, now at the mastery level, wielded unprecedented power. Qin Lu's eyes blazed with ferocity. He knew without a doubt these were sent by the Jishan shop. This was an unbearable outrage. Thud. Another figure vaulted into the yard, landing on the edge of the wall. Seeing the corpse and Qin Lu below, his face contorted in shock. He was about to shout. A sinister gust of wind shot forth. Bang! The man's head exploded instantly, his body collapsing limply backward. Hey! What's going on? Brother Wang. Panicked cries came from outside as the corpse fell. Hearing this, Qin Lu's eyes hardened, and he dashed toward the gate. They all must die. He flung open the courtyard door, leaping out, and immediately spotted 3 black-clad figures crouching by the wall. A glowing magical artifact stood beside them. Clearly it was this artifact that had easily breached the breath-concealing formation. Gritting his teeth, Qin Lu raised his left hand, gathering spiritual energy to snap his fingers in rapid succession. Several attacks shot forth instantly, blasting one slow-reacting black-clad figure into 2 halves. The other 2, sensing danger, hastily slapped defensive talismans onto themselves. These were the gleaming golden light talismans. Qin Lu stomped the ground, activating the gentle wind spell, and charged straight at them with the Shangqing sword raised. Mid-stride, he flicked 3 more shots from his fingers. The finger snap spell struck one man's golden shield, shattering it. After advancing to the 5th layer of qi refining, his spiritual energy reserves had increased, allowing him to unleash 30 minor spells at once. You bastard! One of them pulled out a talisman, ready to activate it for an attack. Seeing this, Qin Lu raised his left hand, channeling his spiritual energy within. The illumination spell. A blinding white light erupted, flooding the surroundings with brilliance, dazzlingly bright against the pitch-black night sky. Ah! The 2 cultivators caught in the blast clapped their hands to their eyes, collapsing to the ground, as tears streamed uncontrollably, letting out anguished screams.
Qin Lu closed in swiftly, and struck with his sword. SSHH. The black-clad figure, now shieldless, had his throat pierced clean through, blood gushing out. He clutched his neck, and crumpled to the ground, his cries fading. Qin Lu turned to the other writhing figure, snapping his fingers to shatter his shield. Since you dared to come, you must pay the price. Qin Lu's eyes gleamed with ruthlessness as he slashed his long sword twice. SSHH. SSHH. The black-clad man's arms were severed from his shoulders, blood spurting out. His scream ceased abruptly as the searing pain sent him into shock and unconsciousness. Huff. 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 Qin Lu stared at the blood-soaked ground littered with heads and flesh, his chest heaving with rapid breaths. Without a moment's hesitation, he sheathed his sword and tossed all the corpses and remains into the courtyard. He quickly cleaned up the traces of battle and bloodstains. Then, he hurriedly shut the door and returned to the yard. By now Zhang Meng stood at the main door, her face as pale as snow at the sight of the scattered remains and the murderous Qin Lu. This. Qin Lu cut her off before she could speak. Go fetch the elixir liquid from last time. Hearing this, Zhang Meng rushed away in a fluster. Soon she returned with a blue porcelain bottle and handed it to Qin Lu. What happened? She asked, trembling with fear. These are likely avengers sent by the Jishan shop, Qin Lu replied tersely, pulling out the wooden stopper and pouring the elixir liquid over the black-clad man's shoulder to staunch the bleeding. What do we do now? Zhang Meng, having never witnessed such a scene, was at a loss. Leave it to me. You don't need to worry. Qin Lu pondered for a moment and instructed, go watch over Ziyun. Don't wake him and keep him from seeing any of this. All right. Hearing this, Zhang Meng quickly entered the western side room and shut the door. Qin Lu sat alone in the courtyard, slowly calming his emotions. After a while, he fetched some water and splashed it onto the black-clad man's face to revive him. Ah! The man gasped in terror as he opened his eyes, the horrific scene from before leaving a deep impression on him. Shut up. Qin Lu pressed his long sword against the man's neck, drawing a thin line of blood. Fellow cultivator, please don't kill me. I was just trying to earn some money to get through winter. The black-clad man trembled all over, cold sweat pouring down as he begged in a low voice. Who are you? Who sent you? Answer correctly, and you might live. Qin Lu snarled. It's Manager Wu from the Jishan shop. As I thought. Qin Lu's face twisted with fury, veins bulging on his hands as rage and resentment churned within him. He had endured enough of the Jishan shop's relentless assassinations. He stayed home every day, never stirring up trouble, never stepping outside, yet they insisted on driving him to death. Even a clay Buddha has a temper. How could they bully him so flagrantly? We're honest folks, not human. To hell with the Qinshan sect. That Wu Hao must die. Qin Lu growled through gritted teeth. Where is he now? If I tell you, can you spare me? The black-clad man whimpered. Qin Lu pressed the sword harder, bellowing, speak now, or die this instant. Seeing the terror in Qin Lu's eyes, the man's lips quivered uncontrollably as he stammered out an address. Qin Lu then fired off a few more questions, which the man answered in fear. After answering, the man seemed to sense his impending doom and began to plead desperately. Please, fellow cultivator, show mercy. My arms are already severed. I want to seek revenge. Let me live. Qin Lu let out a soft sigh, turning his head away from the man's pitiful gaze. You shouldn't have come. Bang. A single finger snap spell ended his life. If you don't uproot the weeds, the spring breeze will bring them back to life. This damned world. Does it force a man to become an outlaw? Qin Lu sat in the courtyard, sword in hand. After a moment, he glanced down at the black garments on the corpses, mind racing. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Lu crouched down and began to search each corpse, stripping them of all valuables, talismans, artifacts, pills, and the like. Without a second glance, he stored them directly into his storage pouch. After a brief thought, he selected a corpse of similar build and stripped off its black robe. He threw it on haphazardly and tore a strip of black cloth to mask his face. Checking himself, Qin Lu murmured, "This should be enough to confuse them." Then, glancing at the chaotic courtyard, he set to work immediately. He used the ignition art to burn every last trace. The corpses, the flesh, the clothes,
until all was reduced to ashes. As everything turned to ash, Qin Lu let out a breath and looked up at the west wing where no light had ever shone.
Forget it, no need to worry her.
With a long sword in hand and a resolute gaze, he turned and strode out the gate without a moment's hesitation. A translucent gray veil of cloud shrouded the moon, blurring its light. The night market lay desolate, with only the howling wind dancing tirelessly in the void. Clad in black, Qin Lu moved swiftly through the shadows of the street, his footsteps light and rapid. According to the black-clad man's account, Wu Hao was waiting in his own mansion for their successful assassination to collect the final payment. That mansion wasn't in Joy Lane, but on a street 4 blocks away from Qin Lu's home. In the bitter cold of the dead of night, there were scarcely any pedestrians. Even when he spotted someone, Qin Lu carefully avoided them to evade notice. At last he found the mansion without incident. Peeking from a street corner 100 meters away, Qin Lu surveyed the situation, wary of an ambush. He observed silently for over 10 minutes, but detected nothing unusual. Thump, thump, thump. Qin Lu's heart pounded like a drum, and the arm gripping his sword trembled uncontrollably. It wasn't fear. It was the surging of blood from a rush of adrenaline, a sign of overwhelming excitement.
Steady. Steady. It's nothing.
Qin Lu pressed a hand to his chest, calming his emotions and bringing himself back to composure. After a moment, he peered out again at the unchanged, desolate street, gritted his teeth, and darted forward. He hurried to the mansion's door and raised his hand to knock. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking rang out starkly in the quiet of the night. Qin Lu dared not make a sound, his sword held tight, waiting for the door to open. Footsteps gradually sounded from within the courtyard, growing closer. The door creaked open, revealing a female cultivator, who looked like a middle-aged woman. Seeing her, Qin Lu froze, 2 thoughts flashing through his mind.
Did that man give a false address? Is this not Wu Hao's mansion?
Just as Qin Lu's heart raced in speechless shock, the middle-aged female cultivator spoke.
Why are you back alone? Where are Old Wang and the others?
Hearing this, Qin Lu's heart tightened. He quickly grasped the situation and let out a cold, silent laugh. With a flash of sword light, the blade pierced straight into the woman's neck. A single strike to the throat. At such close range, the female cultivator had no time to react. Her face twisted in shock, eyes bulging wide, hands clutching her neck. Her mouth open, trying to emit a sound, but only a gurgling of blood escaped. With a soft thud, Qin Lu caught her collapsing body and gently laid it by the door. Then, gritting his teeth, he charged straight into the courtyard. Wu Hao's mansion differed slightly from Qin Lu's home, boasting 3 rooms. Qin Lu took a quick look and dashed straight toward the room still lit with lamplight. Before entering, he drew a talisman and slapped it onto himself. A silvery spiritual energy shield enveloped him, a precaution just in case. The door creaked open. From inside, Wu Hao's voice immediately rang out.
The final payment's been made right.
Qin Lu said nothing, stepping into the room, with 2 strides, his eyes locking onto Wu Hao lying on the bed.
You?
Seeing the black-clad intruder, Wu Hao cried out in terror and scrambled to roll off the bed. But Qin Lu wouldn't give him a chance to flee. The moment Wu Hao shouted, he unleashed the finger snap art like a storm of rapid strikes. Bam, bam, bam. Wu Hao reacted swiftly, pulling a defensive talisman from a hidden spot and activating it. Alas, his shield was like paper before the relentless finger snap art, which fired without cooldown. Bam. 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 Over a dozen consecutive finger snap art strikes vented the fury Qin Lu had pent up. Under the barrage of overwhelming power, Wu Hao's shield shattered and burst apart. Then his body was blasted clean in 2, legs severed from the torso. Between them, a gruesome paste of intestines and blood reeked with a thick stench. Qin Lu let out a cold snort. He wouldn't give Wu Hao a chance to stall with dying words. With an opportunity for a swift kill, he struck like thunder, nipping all instability in the bud. Striding forward, Qin Lu twisted his wrist and drove his sword straight through Wu Hao's brow, then gave it a sharp turn, churning the brain into pulp. Ensuring Wu Hao was dead beyond any doubt, Qin Lu spat coldly.
Never saw this coming, you bastard.
He then raised his head, quickly scanning the room. Spotting Wu Hao's robe by the bed, he stepped over and began searching it. He hoped to find Wu Hao's storage pouch, but unfortunately it wasn't there. Frustrated, he rose swiftly and looked around. Time was short, so he grabbed a few seemingly valuable items and stuffed them into his own storage pouch.
Can't stay any longer. If a patrol finds me...
With a thought, Qin Lu leaped up, dashed out of the courtyard, and vanished into the night. The sky remained pitch black. Qin Lu quickly stripped off the blood-stained black robe and the face cloth, then burned them to ashes with the ignition art, erasing every trace. Done, he hurried home. On the way, he spotted two drunken young cultivators rambling in their stupor. To avoid conflict, Qin Lu took a detour through another street. He moved swiftly, and at last reached his doorstep without incident. But when he saw the slender figure standing at the door, he paused, his pace slowing. Zhang Meng's eyes were red, her body leaning against the doorframe, as if she had been waiting for an eternity. As Qin Lu approached, she choked out,
"You're back!"
A warmth surged in Qin Lu's heart. He gently pulled her into his arms and comforted her.
"Don't worry, it's all over now."
The two returned to the courtyard. The tense, thrilling night had finally come to an end. Qin Lu remained at home for several days, his heart a tumultuous sea of anxiety and dread. More than once, he was tempted to return to the scene to scour for any overlooked evidence from that fateful night. Yet, in the end, he restrained himself. His greatest fear now was the Qinshan sect if they were to intervene on Wu Hao's behalf and launch a thorough investigation. Then, he would be perilously close to exposure. The consequences of such a revelation were too dire to contemplate. The image of the Qinshan sect's elder dispatching two cultivators in the slums within seconds was still seared into his memory. That elder showed no mercy, nor did he care if his victims were battle-hardened Qi refining cultivators. With a single strike, he could claim a life within moments, then vanish without a trace. The chasm between Qi refining and Foundation establishment was simply too vast. For a cultivator at the fifth layer of Qi refining, like Qin Lu, being targeted by a Foundation establishment cultivator meant only one thing: waiting for death with open hands. There was no other recourse. Yet after several days of silence with no news spreading, he began to breathe a little easier. Qin Lu took inventory of the spoils from that night. To be honest, it was a meager haul. The spirit stones from the black-clad men totaled barely over 100, a paltry sum. There were a few magical artifacts, and 2 medicinal pills, all of inferior quality. The most valuable item was likely the disc-shaped artifact that could deactivate the breath-concealing formation. However, Qin Lu had no intention of selling it. He planned to keep it for himself. This artifact might prove useful in the future. As for the other magical artifacts, they were utterly useless to him. He decided to wait until the dust settled, then unload them all at an artifact shop. In recent days, the weather had finally warmed considerably. Qin Lu estimated the temperature to be around -10 degrees Celsius, no longer the bone-chilling cold of earlier times. Though thick winter clothes were still necessary, it no longer hampered a cultivator's movements. Xiao Ziyan had also risen from his sickbed, often running into the courtyard to practice his increasingly refined swordsmanship. With a wooden sword in hand, Xiao Ziyan danced, and weaved, his youthful face etched with earnest concentration. Qin Lu pulled up a chair, sat by the door, and sipped slowly from a cup of warm water. The water was steeped with goji berries and red dates. Ever since Zhang Meng had stopped working, their intimacy had deepened, prompting Qin Lu to pay more attention to his kidney health. As he drank his health-preserving warm water, he offered guidance on Xiao Ziyan's sword forms. But as he watched, Qin Lu couldn't help but sigh, recalling what Zhang Meng had told him a couple of days ago. The little one was now 4 years old, the age for testing spiritual roots. Soon they would take him to be tested to determine if he possessed the potential for cultivation. The outcome would dictate 2 very different paths. If Xiao Ziyan had spiritual roots and a chance to walk the immortal path, Zhang Meng would save up to buy a suitable cultivation method for him, and they would become cultivators together. But if he had no spiritual roots, Zhang Meng had confessed, she would leave the market town with a merchant caravan, taking Xiao Ziyan to a mortal kingdom where they could live a life of comfort and luxury. Zhang Meng had already abandoned her own aspirations for the great Tao. Now her only concern was Xiao Ziyan's future.
Defying the heavens, seeking immortality.
Qin Lu murmured to himself, neither endorsing nor opposing Zhang Meng's plan to leave the market town. Yet through the trials of recent days, a Tao heart had unknowingly taken root within him. Returning to a mortal world barren of spiritual energy would drastically slow his cultivation progress, likely leading to a life of bitter frustration. This was an outcome Qin Lu was unwilling to accept. Therefore, he fervently hoped that Xiao Ziyun would test positive for spiritual roots, allowing them to remain together in the market town. With this thought, Qin Lu stirred his mind and called up his status panel. Name Qin Lu, lifespan 36,117 years, cultivation Qi, refining layer 514100, cultivation method Xian Yang Art, Grandmaster 213. 3000, skills spells ignition art, Grandmaster 353000, finger snap art, Grandmaster 503000, illumination art, Master 584600, severing art, Master 586600, gentle breeze art, Master 62600, spirit shield art, initiate 41100, heavenly eye art, initiate 25100, talisman crafting water Qi shield, Grandmaster 23,000, cleansing talisman, initiate 48100, protective aura, initiate 75,100, swift step talisman, initiate 2,100, sword arts, gray shadow sword art, Master 60600, talents none. 2 new spells had appeared on the panel. He had learned them from the Simplified Spell Cultivation Methods Volume 2. This volume contained a plethora of spells, mostly offensive ones, like water arrow art, wine strike art, freezing art, and so on. However, Qin Lu deemed his Grandmaster level finger snap art sufficiently powerful, and thus chose not to study offensive spells. Instead, he selected a defensive spell, spirit shield art. This technique required only a single palm thrust forward, channeling spiritual energy to manifest a shield of Qi before the user, capable of blocking attacks. At its current initiate level, the shield was minuscule, barely larger than a palm, and of little practical use. But Qin Lu was not worried. He knew its efficacy would grow as his proficiency increased. Thus he practiced spirit shield art whenever possible, aiming to first elevate its proficiency to the master level. The other spell was called Heavenly Eye Art. According to the manual, it allowed one to perceive a cultivator's exact cultivation realm, serving as an investigative technique. Upon discovering this skill, Qin Lu wasted no time in beginning its study. In the market town, he feared encountering cultivators who feigned weakness. Those who were truly powerful but pretended to be weak, inviting others to bully them only to rise up and shock everyone with a dramatic revelation, a tiresome and foolish act. In Qin Lu's eyes, this was idiotic behavior. By mastering Heavenly Eye Art, he could steer clear of these pretentious fools and avoid them altogether. As for talismans, after much deliberation, Qin Lu ultimately chose the Swift Step talisman for its speed-enhancing property. After all, the swiftest runner often lives the longest. Devoting oneself entirely to offensive spells and attack talismans would inevitably breed a combative spirit, potentially leading to a violent death in the streets one day. Qin Lu gazed at his status panel, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. This level of power far exceeded that of an ordinary 5th-layer Qi refining cultivator. Just as he was basking in self-satisfaction, Zhang Meng suddenly emerged from the room. She was bundled up warmly, a scarf around her neck, clearly dressed to go out.
"Are you going out?"
Qin Lu asked, puzzled.
"Yes."
Zhang Meng smiled faintly, her gaze falling on Xiao Ziyun, a warmth coloring her face.
"Isn't tomorrow the New Year? I'm going out to buy some New Year's goods." "New Year?"
Qin Lu's eyes widened. He set down his cup and asked, somewhat bewildered,
"Do we celebrate the New Year here?"
Zhang Meng shot him a strange look.
"What kind of talk is that? Of course we must bid farewell to the old and welcome the new. All right, I'm off."
Seeing this, Qin Lu quickly asked,
"Did you bring any spirit stones? Do you need to take the storage pouch?" "No need. It's not much, I can carry it back. I've already brought the spirit stones."
Zhang Meng waved her hand.
"Be careful out there." "Oh, did you take the dark red dagger?" Don't worry. It's right here in my bosom."
Zhang Meng replied with a smile as she opened the courtyard gate and walked out slowly. Watching her leave, Qin Lu leaned back in his chair, tilted his head to gaze at the azure sky, a look of reminiscence spreading across his face.
"Unknowingly, I've been here for 4 months, and it's already almost the New Year."
On the day of New Year's Eve at 5 in the afternoon, The small courtyard had been transformed by Zhang Ming's deft hands, appearing entirely renewed. The courtyard gate was adorned with civil and military door gods and couplets, the peach tree hung with red silk ribbons, and even the interior of the home had been enriched with many new items. A festive atmosphere pervaded. With a crisp crack, a firecracker sounded softly in the yard. Xiao Ziyun, clad in new clothes, was setting off firecrackers, his face brimming with excitement and joy. Even his beloved little wooden sword, which he usually adored, was set aside. Amidst the crackling firecrackers, the old year passed, and the warm spring breeze ushered in the new year. Qin Lu sat by the stone table munching on fruits, while casually flipping through a newly purchased calendar. He murmured, "I must start cooking now, or it will be too late." Suddenly Zhang Ming rushed out of the main house, with a look of urgency, holding a rag and a bucket. She had been cleaning the main room just moments before. Hearing her words, Qin Lu quickly set down the calendar and looked up with a smile. "No need to cook tonight. Let's go out for a nice meal." Zhang Ming paused mid-step, turning with slight hesitation. "Are we going out for the New Year's Eve dinner?" "Exactly," Qin Lu replied. Standing up, he said cheerfully, "Didn't you mention that the Joyful Tower would be open on New Year's Eve? So let's skip cooking and eat out instead." "Ah, but the Joyful Tower is quite expensive. No matter the cost, we can afford it. Besides, isn't today a special occasion? After a year of hard work, shouldn't we treat ourselves? Mother, I want to go out and play too." Xiao Ziyun suddenly spoke up, his voice tinged with anticipation. Seeing this, Zhang Ming set down the bucket and rag, nodding slightly. "That works too." After a brief tidy-up, the three stepped out of the courtyard and headed toward the Joyful Tower. The snow by the roadside had begun to melt, leaving the entire street damp, yet this did little to dampen the spirits of passers-by. With the weather warming and the spring festival approaching, the fine days and festive mood brought smiles to many faces. They exchanged nods and smiles, and some even returned greetings with cupped hands, painting a picture of a harmonious society. The atmosphere was far gentler than usual. Witnessing this, Qin Lu's spirits soared. "This is how it should be. Why must there be constant fighting and bloodshed? People ought to coexist peacefully and reduce conflict. Abandon the bad habit of the cultivation world, where disagreements lead to battles, and foster a spirit of mutual assistance and harmony. If everyone could get along harmoniously, he wouldn't have to stay cooped up at home every day practicing cultivation monotonously." "By the way," Zhang Ming suddenly recalled something, "when we head back, we need to buy some beast meat. Your appetite has grown so much lately, the meat at home won't last." Qin Lu was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and nodded. Ever since he had elevated his swordsmanship to the proficient level, not only had his sword techniques grown immensely powerful, but his body had also undergone subtle changes. After more than 2 months of intense training, the layer of belly fat had vanished and his physique had become exceptionally well-proportioned and toned. His craving for meat had also surged dramatically, sometimes consuming 4 or 5 jin in a single day. This had led to a rapid depletion of the beast meat stored at home. The two chatted as they walked, while Xiao Ziyun gazed around with wide eyes, his face full of curiosity. The marketplace was adorned with red lanterns and ribbons, bustling with people, exuding a strong festive atmosphere. Soon the three arrived at the Joyful Tower. Qin Lu was no stranger to this five-star establishment, having passed by it often though he had never entered. Guided by Zhang Ming, they entered the restaurant, and soon took a seat in the main hall. As they entered, many cultivators greeted Zhang Ming warmly, and she responded with cheerful smiles. These were her former colleagues. The main hall was abuzz with lively chatter, and the clatter of dining creating a scene of vibrant activity. "What would you like to eat?" Zhang Ming suddenly asked. Qin Lu, who was surveying the restaurant's decor, replied casually, "I'm easy, anything works." Hearing this, Zhang Ming didn't hesitate and ordered several signature dishes from the attendant. After placing the order, the attendant headed to the kitchen to announce the dishes. Zhang Ming began to recount the restaurant's details and her time working there. Qin Lu listened with a smile, occasionally interjecting with questions. As they chatted happily, a young female cultivator approached from the side. "I thought that silhouette looked familiar. It really is Sister Ming." Zhang Ming turned to look, and upon seeing the young woman beamed. "It's Xiao Ning. Long time no see.
Are you working tonight?
The young woman was indeed Ning Ning. Holding a tray, she replied with a grin.
Yes. My father went out to set up his stall, and I was bored at home, so I came to help at the restaurant. You two are truly diligent.
Zhang Ming laughed.
If one isn't diligent, everything falls apart.
Ning Ning then turned her gaze to Qin Lu, who was smiling calmly, and giggled.
Is this the brother Qin that Sister Ming often mentions? Yes.
Zhang Ming confirmed, introducing her to Qin Lu.
This is Ning Ning, a friend of mine from when I worked at the restaurant. Daoist Ning.
Qin Lu greeted with a cupped hand.
Pleased to meet you. I heard you're quite timid, uncle.
Ning Ning asked playfully.
Hearing this, the smile on Qin Lu's face froze.
He didn't mind being called timid, but being called uncle stung a bit. He could only accept that from a little kid like Xiaoziyun. A young man with a soul in his 20s being called uncle by a girl a few years his junior.
Yes, yes.
Qin Lu laughed awkwardly.
Xiao Ning.
Zhang Ming, blushing, quickly pushed her away.
Go serve the dishes. I'm off.
Ning Ning waved and hurried away with a laugh.
Don't listen to her nonsense. I never said you were timid.
Zhang Ming said helplessly.
It's fine, it's fine. Kids say whatever comes to mind. A good spanking usually fixes that habit.
Qin Lu smiled faintly. Zhang Ming. After this brief interlude, their ordered dishes soon arrived in full. Qin Lu began to savor his first New Year's Eve dinner in the cultivation world. He had to admit the dishes prepared by professional chefs were far superior to their own cooking. The delicious food stirred another wave of emotion in Qin Lu. The culinary delights of this world were truly not to be wasted. No matter how many spirit stones this meal cost, it was worth it. The entire restaurant was filled with laughter and joy, and time slipped away quickly as everyone feasted heartily. And thus the new year began. Yet no one could have foreseen that a colossal storm poised to engulf all cultivators of the Wuji market was on the verge of eruption. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Qin Lu took Xiaoziyun to set off firecrackers in the courtyard, celebrating the joy and festivity of the new year as they bid farewell to the old and welcomed the new. Afterward, Zhang Ming led Xiaoziyun to pay homage to an ancestor named Fazhen Jinju, in her demeanor exceedingly devout. During the ritual, Zhang Ming invited Qin Lu to join, but he politely declined, feeling indifferent to the practice. Once the worship ceremony concluded, Qin Lu took a protective talisman and some New Year gifts, and accompanied by Zhang Ming and her son, knocked on Lu Xian's courtyard door. Through their recent interactions, the two families had grown closer. As the saying goes, a close neighbor is better than a distant relative, and a neighbor across the hall is better than one far away. In the treacherous marketplace, neighbors who knew each other well were far more reliable than many relatives. Especially Qin Lu and Lu Xian, whose bond had deepened after fighting side by side. When Lu Xian saw Qin Lu arriving with gifts, his face lit up with a broad smile.
Brother Qin, you shouldn't have brought so many things. Please come in. Happy New Year, old Lu. A small token of my respect.
Qin Lu replied cheerfully. Lu Xian invited the trio to sit in the courtyard.
Oh, Sister Zhang is here too.
Just then a beautiful young woman emerged from the house, greeting Zhang Ming with a beaming smile. The woman was Lu Xian's wife, Qin Lu.
Happy New Year, sister-in-law.
Zhang Ming responded with a smile. Qin Lu brought over a plate of washed spirit fruits and quickly sat down beside them, warmly urging,
Come, everyone, try these fruits. These are 5-year-old white spirit fruits, absolutely delicious. Have a taste. All right.
After a round of pleasantries, they chatted about interesting news from the marketplace, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. A while later, Lu Anshan, still looking half asleep, walked out of his room. With a drowsy expression, he said nothing, simply sat down beside them and began eating the spirit fruits without a word.
Oh, you child, why didn't you brush your teeth? You're getting lazier and lazier.
His behavior immediately drew a scolding from Lu Xian and Qin Lu. But their words had no effect on Lu Anshan. He continued to smile faintly, eating the fruit as he pleased. Seeing this, a trace of embarrassment flickered across Lu Xian's face. He turned and said,
My son is a bit unruly, Brother Qin. Please don't mind him.
Qin Lu waved his hand dismissively and laughed.
I understand. All boys his age are like this.
Just as he finished speaking, Lu Anchen suddenly looked at Zhang Ming and asked, "I heard you're not working at Yuman Lu anymore, right?"
Yes, is something the matter?"
Zhang Ming looked puzzled, surprised the topic had turned to her.
"Oh, nothing much. I asked my brother to look out for you, but I don't know if he did,"
Lu Anchen said casually.
"Look out."
Zhang Ming was taken aback, then realization dawned.
"So I never had to work night shifts because someone was looking out for me." "No night shifts."
Lu Anchen spat out a pit and shrugged.
"Who knows? Maybe. I see. Then I truly must thank you,"
Zhang Ming said with a grateful smile.
"It's nothing."
Lu Anchen waved dismissively. Seeing this, Qin Lu asked curiously,
"Qiao Lu, what do you usually do? How do you know people from Yuman Lu?"
Hearing this, Lu Xian and his wife both looked uncomfortable. Lu Xian shook his head repeatedly and said,
"Bah! What can that kid do? He just loafs around all day. I don't even want to talk about him." Is that so?"
Qin Lu found it hard to believe. Lu Anchen spread his hands, looking indifferent.
"That's right, I just loaf around." "All right."
Seeing that they were reluctant to elaborate, Qin Lu didn't press further and tactfully ended the topic. Soon the New Year's visit ended, and Qin Lu, Zhang Ming, and Xiao Zi returned to their own courtyard. Just as Qin Lu was pondering Lu Anchen's actual occupation, Xiao Imo and his family came to pay a visit.
"Quick, please sit. Xiao Ming, brew some tea."
Qin Lu hurriedly invited the Qiao family to sit by the fire. After they settled, they exchanged pleasantries, then drank tea, ate fruits, warmed themselves by the fire, and chatted. After a while, Qiao Yunqi took a pouch from his bosom and handed it to Qin Lu.
"Brother Qin, here are 50 spirit stones. I'll pay you back these first. I'll return the remaining 30 later. Is that all right?"
"Of course.
There's no rush. Pay me back whenever it's convenient, Brother Qiao."
Qin Lu accepted the pouch with great readiness. Nowadays, a few dozen spirit stones meant little to him.
"Brother Qin is truly a magnanimous man."
Qiao Imo flattered him in a scholarly tone.
"Haha, you're the only one who knows how to talk."
Qin Lu laughed. Putting away the spirit stones, a question arose in Qin Lu's mind. He asked,
"Brother Qiao, given your income, you could easily afford to live in the marketplace. Why do you still stay in the slums?"
Qiao Yunqi smiled faintly and replied,
"We're used to living there. Besides, it's more convenient for us to go in and out of the East Ridge. Living in the marketplace would actually make us feel a bit constrained." "I see."
Qin Lu nodded slightly, then chuckled.
"The slums are fine too. At least the rent is cheaper." "Bah! Don't even mention it."
Qi Xiufeng suddenly interjected, cursing angrily.
"That fortune teller Lu came to collect rent the other day and demanded 3 months' worth of spirit stones at once. We've lived in the slums for so long and never heard of paying 3 months' rent at a time. I bet that Lu pocketed it himself." "What?"
Qin Lu's expression stiffened.
"That can't be right. The steward Xiao, who collects my rent, also took 3 months' worth from me." "Oh, so it's the same for you, Brother Qin?"
Qi Xiufeng frowned.
"Yes."
Speaking of this, Qin Lu recalled something else and added,
"By the way, when that steward Xiao came to collect rent, his expression seemed off, as if there was something he didn't dare say."
Qiao Yunqi stroked his chin slowly and said,
"Actually, I've heard some rumors about the Wuji sect lately. I'm not sure if they're true. But for them to suddenly raise the rent at this critical juncture, perhaps there really is something going on." "Rumors about the Wuji sect?"
Qin Lu asked curiously.
"What are they?" "It's about Sun Jing." "Sun Jing?"
Qin Lu's expression instantly turned grave. Having spent so much time in the marketplace, that name was already thunderous to his ears. This man was the Foundation establishment cultivator stationed here by the Wuji sect, the supreme authority of Wuji Market. The local tyrant.
"What's the rumor about him?"
Qiao Yunqi looked around cautiously, leaned in, and lowered his voice.
"It's said that he hasn't shown up for a long time. Some speculate that he might have died."
Ever since hearing from Qiao Yunqi about the rumors of a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Wuji sect, Qin Lu had become extremely sensitive. He felt these rumors were not groundless, and coupled with Zhao Yan's somewhat peculiar behavior, that day his suspicions grew even more steadfast.
If Sun Jing were to die, the Wuji market would surely descend into chaos. Turmoil meant that even staying within the market was unsafe. Under such mounting pressure, Qin Lu grew even more urgent. He immediately cut down his sleep time, devoting all his energy to cultivation, accelerating his efforts to enhance his own strength. As time passed, the festive atmosphere gradually faded. After the Lantern Festival, the new year was considered over. Today, Qin Lu packed a few personal belongings, exchanged a brief greeting with Zhang Ming, and stepped out of the courtyard. To avoid drawing attention, he deliberately carried a bundle filled with odds and ends, concealing the existence of his storage pouch. After all, he understood the principle of not flaunting one's wealth. The passers-by are growing increasingly wary. It seems the market is indeed becoming more chaotic. Qin Lu glanced at the pedestrians brushing past him and reached this conclusion. The friendly faces of the passers-by he had seen on New Year's Eve had vanished, replaced now by hostile and antagonistic glares. As news spread, details about Sun Jing gradually leaked out, and the Wuji sect's refusal to offer any explanation left the many cultivators in the market feeling unsettled. As he walked, Qin Lu rested his right hand on the hilt of the Shangqing sword at his waist, ready to strike at any moment. A small temple harbors great winds, a shallow pond breeds many turtles. When venturing out, one must always be cautious. After months of training, he now exuded a hint of a formidable aura, his figure upright, and his spirit radiant. Apart from his slightly large mouth affecting his appearance, he had no other flaws. Having experienced several life-and-death battles, he now carried a fierce edge some weaker rogue cultivators dared not even meet his gaze. The journey was uneventful. Before long he arrived at his destination, the Heavenly Book Pavilion. The shop was bustling with activity, with many cultivators inside selecting talismans. Qin Lu approached the female receptionist cultivator and stated that he was looking for Yin Xiao. "I'm terribly sorry, sir, but our manager Yin is not in the shop at the moment." The female cultivator replied with a faint smile. "Not here. When will he return?" "He might be back by noon." "Is there something you need, sir?" "I'm here to trade protective barrier talismans. I mentioned this to manager Yin before." "Ah. So you are fellow Taoist Qin. Manager Yin informed me about this. Please follow me." The female cultivator's face lit up with understanding, and she immediately turned to lead the way. Passing through the main hall, Qin Lu arrived at the familiar small private room. He did not wait long before an elderly female cultivator came up to conduct the transaction with him. Since the price was already fixed, the transaction went smoothly without any complications. For the 30 or so protective barrier talismans, the agreed price was 170 spirit stones. With the deal concluded, Qin Lu left the Heavenly Book Pavilion feeling satisfied. But as he walked along the street, a commotion suddenly erupted ahead. "Get out of the way! You're blocking my path! Don't you know who we are?" Hearing this, Qin Lu couldn't help but look up. Not far down the street, a crowd of people surged forward, at least 7 or 8 cultivators. They monopolized the entire street as they walked, shoving aside anyone who stood in their way, behaving as if they ruled the roost. "Looks like another new gang." Witnessing this, Qin Lu was not surprised. Lately, for some unknown reason, the market patrols had inexplicably disappeared. This had caused many once underground evil forces to surface, and now the market was rife with gangs locked in endless conflict. They had brought the chaos that once only plagued the slums into the market itself. Seeing this group, Qin Lu immediately turned around to avoid trouble. But unexpectedly he heard a shout. "Hey, old Qin!" At these words, Qin Lu paused mid-step and turned to look. He saw a middle-aged cultivator with a simple, honest face walking out from the group, striding quickly toward him with an excited expression. This man was none other than the original owner's disreputable friend, Chunwen. Qin Lu looked at Chunwen, who now appeared quite smug and showed a surprised expression. "So, don't I look different now?" Chunwen flicked the sleeves of his Dharma robe, a proud smirk on his face. "Indeed you do." Qin Lu glanced at Chunwen's empty right palm, paused, and asked curiously, "How did you come into money recently?" "Hee. I joined the Sanwan gang." Chunwen leaned in and whispered, "This Dharma robe is a spoil I got from our last fight." The Sanwan gang, a gang formed by rogue cultivators. It was similar to the Baimei gang and the Menghu gang that Qin Lu had encountered before.
With the market in chaos and the system lax, these factions had emerged one after another, frantically recruiting members in an attempt to carve out a piece of the market for themselves.
With your disabled arm, you dare to risk life and death in battle?
Qin Lu asked.
Why wouldn't I dare? I figured it out. I've got nothing to lose anyway. Minor ailments I treat, major ones I die from. Who cares? I'll enjoy life while I can. A few fights earn me more spirit stones than I'd make in a year. Just worry that you might have the money but no life to spend it. No worries. Now that I have money, I go to the brothels to have fun, live each day to the fullest. Hee hee.
A lecherous grin curled at the corner of Chen Wen's mouth, his eyes filled with lust. Seeing Chen Wen still so obsessed with women, Qin Lu shook his head helplessly.
You really are an insatiable lecher. Tisk, don't talk nonsense.
Chen Wen paused, then laughed.
I came to find you today to invite you to join our gang.
Hearing this, Qin Lu immediately shook his head and refused.
Forget it, I have no intention of joining any gang right now. Huh? Why not? Our gang is growing fast. If you join, you could become a high-ranking member. Then you'll have spirit stones in abundance. You can gamble all you want. No thanks for the offer, but I have things to do. I'm off.
Qin Lu quickly waved his hand and immediately took his leave. No way. He wouldn't get mixed up in such a mess or head end up dead without knowing how. Never wallow in the mire with fools.
Old Qin, think it over. Don't say I didn't offer you a hand.
Chen Wen still shouted from behind. But Qin Lu pretended not to hear and hurried away. Hurrying off, Qin Lu did not head straight home, but instead entered a magic tool shop. In a private room, he sold off all the magical tools he had acquired during this period. He had checked them. None of these tools were suitable for his use. The only higher grade one he had given to Zhang Ming for self-defense. So today he intended to get rid of all these illicit goods. Since they were stolen items, Qin Lu didn't haggle. In the end, 7 or 8 low-grade magical tools netted him 320 spirit stones. This instantly made him wealthy again. Then he spent 180 spirit stones to buy 2 Dharma robes inscribed with formation patterns. After leaving the magic tool shop, he went to purchase 100 spirit stones worth of talisman-making materials. Finally, he made his way back home. The Dharma robe, a type of magical artifact, is a garment refined by artificers, the second most lucrative profession in the realm of cultivation. Magical artifacts can be broadly categorized into combat weapons, flying artifacts, Dharma robes, array tools, and daily utensils, encompassing nearly every aspect of a cultivator's life. They are divided into 9 tiers, with the first being the lowest and the 9th the highest. Each tier is further subdivided into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower. The 2 Dharma robes Qin Lu brought back today were of the first tier, middle grade. Though their rank was modest, each robe cost 90 spirit stones, a testament to the preciousness of such artifacts. Inside the room, he exclaimed,
Not bad, not bad. It fits perfectly.
Watching Zhang Ming clad in a brand new pale white Dharma robe, Qin Lu couldn't help but clap and praise, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Zhang Ming, her face flushed with shyness, walked awkwardly, fidgeting with the hem of the robe.
This Dharma robe. Isn't it too flashy? It's fine. Middle grade Dharma robes are usually like this,
Qin Lu said with a smile.
Middle grade?
Zhang Ming was stunned, involuntarily reaching out to touch the fabric.
This must be expensive. Why are you wasting money like this? It's nothing much.
Qin Lu rose and walked to her side, pointing at a small pattern on the sleeve.
This is a miniature array. Use your spiritual energy to activate it, and it will unlock the robe's special functions.
Under Qin Lu's guidance, Zhang Ming quickly mastered the robe's usage. The garment was inscribed with 2 small functional arrays. They were Gentle Breeze and Constant Warmth. Gentle Breeze could transform a headwind into a mild draft, reducing air resistance when sprinting. Constant Warmth kept the wearer in a comfortable temperature, cool in summer and warm in winter. Donning the Dharma robe for the first time, the pair found it fascinating, examining it closely in the room, their laughter and chatter occasionally spilling out. But soon the sound of a bed creaking echoed from within. Afterwards, Zhang Ming, her eyes languid and alluring, left the room to prepare dinner in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Qin Lu, feeling refreshed, sat at the mahogany table and waved his hand, retrieving all the spirit stones from his storage pouch.
Tisk tisk, I've actually saved this many without realizing it.
Gazing at the pile of silvery stones covering the table, a flicker of delight passed through Qin Lu's eyes. This was the sum total of all his hard-earned savings. What an ordeal! After a moment of self-satisfied reflection, he began to count them one by one. Soon, leaning back in his chair with his hands behind his head, a grin spread uncontrollably across his face.
A full 506 spirit stones. And with the talisman materials, if I refine them into talismans to sell, I could earn at least 300 more. With so much money, how should I spend it? Buy a new artifact to replace the Supreme Purity Sword. Or perhaps a flying artifact to see the skies. Or should I purchase some elixirs to boost my cultivation speed? So many choices.
Qin Lu happily pondered how to allocate his spirit stones. Just then a sudden knock came at the courtyard gate.
Bang, bang, bang.
Someone looking for him. Qin Lu waved his hand, stowing all the stones back into his storage pouch, and rose to head outside.
Who is it?
He called out cautiously.
It's me, Wujifang.
A puzzled look crossed Qin Lu's face. The visitor was his neighbor Wujifang. Though he had lived here for over 3 months, Qin Lu rarely met Wujifang, and their exchanges could be counted on one hand. Moreover, Wujifang was aloof and taciturn. All Qin Lu knew was that Wujifang worked as a guard for the Wei family, one of the 5 major powers. Beyond that he knew nothing. What could he want today? With questions in his mind, Qin Lu cautiously opened the courtyard gate. Outside stood Wujifang, a burly figure with a stern expression.
Daoist Nye, what brings you here today?
Qin Lu asked.
I have a matter to discuss with you. Is there a private place?
Wujifang glanced behind him.
No,
Qin Lu replied bluntly. The answer made Wujifang frown slightly, but he then took out a talisman from his robe and activated it. Instantly, a thin shimmering barrier enveloped them both. It was a sound-silencing talisman, which confined their voices within the dome, preventing eavesdropping. Having spent days drawing talismans, Qin Lu naturally recognized it. Seeing Wujifang's caution, he asked,
Daoist Nye, what exactly is the matter? I've come to invite you to join the Wei family's guard force,
Wujifang said solemnly.
Join the Wei family.
Qin Lu's heart skipped a beat. Wujifang was inviting him into one of the 5 major powers. After all, in Wuji Market, the most comfortable life belonged to the cultivators of these 5 powers. With their formidable backing, they lacked for nothing. Moreover, if one gained the favor of a foundation establishment cultivator, they could practically swagger through the market. Gangs like the Sanlong Baimei and Minghu would have to step aside.
This.
Qin Lu suppressed his inner excitement and asked softly,
Why would you seek me out to join the Wei family?
Wujifang replied calmly.
Are you aware of the current situation in the market? You mean Sun Jing's matter? Exactly. Sun Jing hasn't been seen for months, and the market has fallen into chaos. Even the major foundation establishment forces are affected. The Wei family is recruiting to bolster our defenses and prepare for potential conflicts. So today I came to invite you to join us and strengthen our combat power.
Qin Lu was taken aback. After a pause, he asked in surprise,
Why me? I'm merely a Qi refining 5th layer cultivator.
Hearing this, Wujifang's gaze turned peculiar, as he looked at Qin Lu and slowly said,
I saw everything that night. Which night?
Qin Lu's heart suddenly raced.
The night you killed those 5 black-clad men. That night, I happened to see those men trying to sneak into your courtyard. And you managed to slay all 5 in just a dozen or so breaths. I could tell that one of them was at the Qi refining 7th layer, yet he fell to your blade in an instant. Your strength is beyond imagination.
After hearing this, Qin Lu's face turned ashen. He had believed no one knew about that night, only to realize Wujifang had witnessed everything. This also meant his handling of the situation had not been thorough enough.
So you saw it all?
Qin Lu said in a low voice. Wujifang said unhurriedly,
Yes. Don't blame me for not warning you that night. After all, no one wants to invite trouble.
Qin Lu remained silent. Wujifang was right. If he had raised an alarm over such a break-in, he might have drawn danger upon himself and lost his life. Seeing Qin Lu's silence, Wujifang pondered for a moment and said,
Oh, I forgot to mention joining grants you 300 spirit stones, 2 elixirs, 20 talismans, and 1 magical artifact. If you perform well, there are additional rewards.
Wujifang listed the benefits, slowly confident that no rogue cultivator could resist such generous compensation. Especially someone like Qin Lu, a low-level rogue cultivator scraping by selling talismans. He paused and pressed on.
So what do you say? Will you join?
But to Wujifang's surprise, Qin Lu answered almost without hesitation.
No, I refuse.
While joining the Wei family offered many benefits, the accompanying risks skyrocketed. In such conflicts among Foundation establishment forces, even if Qin Lu had hidden a few powerful skills, it would likely be of no avail. He had no reason to get involved for mere petty gains. Seeing Qin Lu's refusal, Wujifang said no more, and with a hint of surprise turned and left. But Wujifang's visit only confirmed Qin Lu's conviction that the market had recently become treacherous. He grew immediately anxious. During the meal, he earnestly instructed Zhang Meng not to go out casually, and to stay safely at home. First, he would weather this chaotic period. To ensure ample food at home, Qin Lu went out alone after the meal, heading to the market to buy plenty of supplies. He even spent 8 spirit stones to purchase an ice talisman. Back home, he converted a small wooden box into a simple miniature refrigerator for preserving beast meat and spiritual vegetables. After all, he held the most basic sense of caution. A stocked home eases the mind. As time swiftly passed, the market indeed began to descend into chaos. More and more rogue cultivators banded together for protection, forming scattered groups everywhere. Even within the market, sounds of skirmishes echoed through the night from time to time. Once a battle even erupted right outside Qin Lu's door. Over a dozen cultivators clashed with spells, exchanging blows, leaving behind a few corpses before drifting away. This left Qin Lu deeply unsettled. The flames of war had reached his very doorstep.
No, I must raise my cultivation.
Qin Lu glanced at his attribute panel, pondering inwardly. After several days of breakthroughs, his cultivation had reached Qi refining layer 580,100. The only way to rapidly advance now was to take pills.
He'll buy a few pills and break through to Qi refining layer 6.
With his mind made up, Qin Lu grabbed his storage pouch, briefly informed Zhang Meng, and strode quickly out of the courtyard. However, the moment he stepped out, he saw Lu Xian returning in haste. Lu Xian's face was slightly pale, his expression flustered. Upon seeing Qin Lu, he hurried over and called out,
"Brother Qin, are you going out now?" "Yes, I feel I've hit a bottleneck and plan to buy a pill to break through my realm,"
Qin Lu said half-truthfully.
"Listen, I'm telling you, don't go out casually these days. After today, the market will fall into chaos,"
Lu Xian whispered tensely.
"Any news?"
Qin Lu probed quietly.
"The news about Sun Jing of the Wuji sect has been confirmed." "What?"
Qin Lu pressed urgently.
"What really happened?"
Lu Xian shook his head and sighed softly.
"It said that Sun Jing was out exploring the mountains and got into a conflict with a young man in black named Han. That guy had concealed his cultivation and directly ambushed and killed Sun Jing. Now the Wuji sect is organizing cultivators to hunt him down. He's really dead."
Qin Lu was stunned.
"Yes."
Lu Xian's eyes flickered with vigilance.
"Now the market is leaderless. The 5 major powers are stirring recruiting troops to vie for territory in shops. A bloody storm is about to break out."
Qin Lu swallowed hard and quickly asked,
"Won't the Wuji sect send someone to manage this? Right now, they're all busy chasing that Han youth and can't spare attention for the market. Even if they do step in, it'll be a while. If the 5 powers secure their territories now, even when a new Foundation establishment cultivator is stationed, it'll be a done deal. So, Brother Qin, the market's territories will be redrawn soon and chaos is inevitable. Better stay indoors to avoid disaster from the heavens."
After offering his kind advice, Lu Xian turned and entered his own courtyard. Qin Lu watched his retreating figure, then looked at the now eerily quiet street, murmuring to himself,
"A new storm is brewing."
At the Tianshu Pavilion Talisman Shop, Qin Lu delivered 64 protective barrier talismans, Tian Shao earning over 300 spirit stones on the spot. After a brief exchange, he took his leave and made his way toward the pill shop. The Shenong Pill Shop. Qin Lu entered the store, gave the layout a quick glance, and walked straight to the counter.
Shopkeeper, how much for your chi-gathering pill? 40 spirit stones, the shopkeeper replied flatly.
Hearing the price, Qin Lu was taken aback.
Isn't it usually 35? Why has it risen so much?
The shopkeeper turned his nose up and said coldly,
Don't you see the current situation? This price is already a bargain, and you still find it expensive. Well?
Qin Lu gritted his teeth.
Give me 3.
3 chi-gathering pills would be enough to quickly elevate him to chi refining layer 6. After paying 120 spirit stones, Qin Lu received the 3 precious pills. As he turned to leave, his eyes inadvertently fell on a pile of small bottles and jars stacked in the corner. This made him halt in his tracks.
These should be discarded pill residues.
A thought flashed rapidly through his mind.
The market is about to erupt into chaos and prices are rising. If I stock up on pill residues now and sell them later.
At this thought, his heart began to race, as a scheme for arbitrage took root in his mind. He then recalled what Yan Xiao had told him earlier.
Our shop is currently purchasing defensive talismans in bulk. Fellow Taoist Qin, if you can craft these 2 types, feel free to bring them for sale.
A glint of sharp light flashed in Qin Lu's eyes. Had the Tianshu Pavilion foreseen today's situation by aggressively stockpiling defensive talismans? In the market, many rogue cultivators treasured their lives deeply. When battle erupted, their first instinct was to activate a protective talisman. This made defensive talismans far easier to sell than offensive ones. Similarly, healing pills were in high demand. Having a few pills on hand gave cultivators more confidence in a fight. But for rogue cultivators with limited funds, pill residues were their first choice. This was a golden opportunity to get rich. Qin Lu made a snap decision, turned around, and quickly asked,
Shopkeeper, how much for a bottle of healing pill residue? This.
The shopkeeper's eyes shifted.
6 spirit stones. I'll take them all,
Qin Lu declared with a grand wave of his hand. He immediately pulled out over 100 spirit stones, pocketing more than 20 bottles of healing pill residue, then hurried out of the shop. After a moment's thought outside the door, he turned and headed for the next pill shop. He bought up pill residues in bulk. Soon Qin Lu had spent all of his 600-plus spirit stones, acquiring over 100 bottles of pill residue in total. Feeling the weight of the numerous bottles in his storage pouch, Qin Lu's spirits soared as he slowly suppressed his excitement.
Once the market factions start fighting, I'm bound to make a tidy profit. This is far faster than the painstaking work of drawing talismans.
Glancing around, he noticed many eyes on the street fixed on him. This sent a jolt of tension through him. Gripping the long sword at his waist, he put on a fierce expression and began walking home. Qin Lu made his way back, reaching a spot near the city wall on the western side of the market. Suddenly, a faint sound emerged from the street corner ahead. Qin Lu's heart tightened, and he immediately halted, warily glancing toward the corner.
Did you steal something and still think you could get away? Surround him!
A shout rang out from the corner, and 3 figures leapt out, blocking Qin Lu's path. Immediately, footsteps sounded behind him, and 2 men and a woman disguised as passers-by rushed out from the roadside. They surrounded Qin Lu from both sides.
You little brat stole my elixir, hand it over!
The leader, a burly man dressed in a coat of tiger skin, pointed at Qin Lu and shouted angrily. The sudden scene startled the passers-by, who quickly distanced themselves and stood at a safe distance to watch. Meanwhile, Qin Lu frowned deeply and said in a low voice,
Friend, please do not speak falsely. I have never seen you. When have I taken your elixir? Don't pretend. All the elixirs I just bought have gone missing, and you were the only one near me. Who else could it be if not you?
The burly man barked.
You have some nerve. How dare you lay your hands on our Feiyun gang? Hand over all your valuables or you'll die right here. Exactly. Hand over all your spirit stones and elixirs.
The 2 men beside the burly man also shouted threats, and the 6 of them eyed Qin Lu menacingly. Qin Lu sneered inwardly, and the spiritual energy within him stirred, flowing to his eyes, and making them gleam slightly. Heavenly Eye Technique.
1 at the 7th level of Chi Refinement, 2 at the 6th level, and 3 at the 5th level.
In an instant, this information appeared in Qin Lu's mind. After a period of intensive training, he had already mastered the Heavenly Eye Technique to the proficient level. With the upgrade, the ability of the Heavenly Eye technique had greatly increased. Even though Qin Lu was currently only at the 5th level of Qi refinement, with careful observation, he could clearly see the exact cultivation level of those at the later stages of Qi refinement. Seeing this information, Qin Lu spread his hands and spoke loudly.
Everyone, I have not stolen anything from your Feiyun gang. You are mistaken. Shut up. If you don't hand over the money, you'll die immediately.
The burly man drew his weapon and shouted angrily. Upon hearing this, a fierce glint flashed in Qin Lu's eyes, as he said in a deep voice,
I think it's you who wants to die. Bold. Kill him.
The burly man suddenly swung his knife forward. The other 5 drew their weapons and charged at Qin Lu.
Then let's see.
Qin Lu, already prepared, pinched his fingers and crushed a protective shield.
Whoosh!
A layer of silver spiritual energy shield instantly enveloped his body.
Bang!
Qin Lu stepped forward, activating gentle wind technique to narrowly evade 2 beams of attack.
Bang!
He leaped up, reaching a height of 5 to 6 meters, his fists igniting spontaneously, and he swung powerfully at the 3 rushing toward him. A massive fireball, like a giant boulder, erupted from his fist.
Fire fist!
The fireball, 3 to 4 meters in diameter, crashed down with astonishing speed akin to a small truck.
Boom!
A tremendous roar erupted, and the terrifying destructive force shattered the protective shields of the 2 opponents in an instant, claiming their lives. Only the burly man at the 7th level of Qi refinement narrowly escaped due to his quick reflexes.
What kind of monster is that? Is that fireball technique? Impossible! How can the fireball technique be this large?
This scene stunned all the cultivators present, especially the scattered cultivators watching from a distance, who were left dumbfounded. They had never seen such a powerful fireball technique.
Bang!
As Qin Lu landed back on the ground, he felt his body jolt, unable to help but stagger, as if pushed forcefully from behind. The transparent shield around him shook. Turning back, Qin Lu saw a beautiful female cultivator in the distance, holding a weapon, anxiously watching him. That last attack had come from her.
Humph!
A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Qin Lu's eyes, as he turned and pointed his finger straight at her.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
3 successive attacks using finger flick technique. The precise gust of wind struck directly at the protective shield of the beautiful female cultivator. The first 2 strikes breached her shield, and the final strike obliterated half of her head. She weakened and collapsed to the ground. In just a few breaths, 3 of the 6 attackers had been brutally killed.
Keep going. He can't stir up much trouble alone.
The burly man shouted in anger. The remaining 3 men, all seasoned killers, who had experienced many life-and-death battles, instantly reacted to the burly man's reminder. Brandishing swords and knives, they immediately closed in on Qin Lu. Seeing them quickly approach, Qin Lu suddenly drew the Shangqing sword from his waist. He tilted his head to evade an attack from a glowing weapon, sneering,
Come on!
Since upgrading his swordsmanship to the proficient level, his sword techniques had transcended the ordinary, each move exuding a masterful grace.
Clang!
Qin Lu raised his sword to block the burly man's heavy blade attack. The strength of a 7th level Qi refinement cultivator was immense, and a typical 5th level Qi refinement cultivator would not withstand such a blow. But Qin Lu's bones shifted slightly, as he utilized the stretching of his muscles to dissipate this enormous force with an extremely subtle technique.
What is this?
This scene stunned the burly man momentarily. But Qin Lu had no intention of explaining. He twisted his body, and the enhanced speed from gentle wind technique immediately manifested, evading the attacks from the 2 men behind him. Then he thrust out his sword.
Whoosh!
The tip of the sword plunged directly into one man's forehead, claiming his life.
Aw! You dog!
The nearby man, seeing his companion die, shouted in madness, and his weapon slammed down onto Qin Lu.
Bang!
The weapon struck the shield, causing it to tremble. However, the protective shield Qin Lu produced was of excellent quality. Although its color had dimmed considerably, it remained sturdy. Seeing this, Qin Lu swung his sword with great force, carving an arc through the air.
Clang!
The protective shield of this man also blocked Qin Lu's attack. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief,
bang! Bang!
Qin Lu flicked his fingers twice, immediately shattering his shield. He then thrust his sword forcefully into the man's throat. In less than a few breaths, he had taken the lives of 2 more men. Seeing the burly man as the last opponent standing, Qin Lu felt a surge of confidence and suddenly turned around. To his surprise, the burly man showed a look of fear and attempted to flee. But Qin Lu would not let him escape. Stepping forward, he pursued with speed beyond that of an ordinary 5th-level Qi refinement cultivator. Along the way, he used finger flick technique again, knocking the burly man to the ground. Please spare me." He frantically waved his hands in terror, his fear rendering his movements clumsy. However, since Qin Lu had already taken action, he would show no mercy. Bang! He expressionlessly blew the burly man's head apart. After killing him, Qin Lu looked around, his vigilant demeanor unchanged. Perhaps the scattered cultivators were too cautious, as none dared to approach. They all stood at a distance, staring wide-eyed at Qin Lu. After considering for a moment, he squatted down and began to search the bodies. In no time, Qin Lu collected all valuable items into his storage bag and then left quickly without looking back. Inside the house, gazing at the plunder spread across the table, Qin Lu's heart pounded uncontrollably. The wealth of these intruders far surpassed that of the black-clad men who had stormed his door before. There were 6 offensive artifacts alone, 4 of the low-grade 1st rank, and 2 of the mid-grade 1st rank. At market prices, their second-hand value should exceed 200 spirit stones. Adding the spirit stones and talismans, Qin Lu's earnings from this haul amounted to over 400 spirit stones. No man grows rich without a windfall, no horse grows fat without night grass. The ancients never deceived me. These spirit stones swelled Qin Lu's once depleted money pouch once more. Stowing everything into his storage pouch, he began to calculate his next moves. He'll keep these spirit stones untouched as a reserve fund. As for the artifacts, with the market and chaos, prices are likely low. He'll wait for stability before selling. In a few days, he'll set up a stall to sell alchemical liquids, timing it for the peak of the conflict to maximize profits. The food at home will last another month, so there's no rush. He'll stop drawing talismans for now and focus entirely on breaking through to the 6th layer of Qi refinement. With his mind made up, Qin Lu sat on a cushion, flipped his palm, and retrieved a pill from his storage pouch. Eyeing the 3 cyan green pills before him, Qin Lu hesitated no more. He picked one up and tossed it into his mouth, then began to circulate his qi in meditation. The mystic yang art upgraded to the Grandmaster level greatly accelerated Qin Lu's cultivation speed. 12 hours of meditation daily added 3 points to his progress. Originally, the 20-point gap would have required 7 days to bridge. But the 3 qi-gathering pills doubled his pace, and on the 3rd day of meditation, he smoothly advanced to the 6th layer of qi refinement. With a soft exhale, Qin Lu released a stream of turbid air, pressed his hands down, and slowly opened his eyes. The fatigue from continuous meditation was swept away by the warm currents following his breakthrough. He clenched his fists, feeling a surge of power coursing through him, a significant leap from the 5th layer. Glancing at his attribute panel, the lifespan column had increased by another 5 years, now reaching 122. It seems each layer grants an additional 5 years of life. The breakthrough feels substantial, but not as pronounced as the jump from the 3rd to the 4th layer. Is it due to the differences between the early, middle, and late stages? I've heard that each major realm's advancement is arduous. I wonder what the later stages of qi refinement will bring. Qin Lu sat in contemplation, his thoughts wandering. A sudden knock at the door jolted him back to reality. "What is it?" Qin Lu asked. "We've run out of water. Should I fetch some?" Came Zhang Ming's soft inquiry from outside. "No need, let me handle it." Qin Lu rose immediately and opened the door. Given the chaos in the market, he had instructed Zhang Ming not to venture out for her safety. Even fetching water was a task Qin Lu undertook himself. Taking the large bucket from Zhang Ming, he exchanged a few words, strapped on the Supreme Purity sword, and stepped out of the courtyard. The streets remained desolate, with most people staying indoors. The usual sight of cultivators chatting at street corners had vanished. Sun Jing's untimely death had plunged the entire Wuji market into turmoil, disrupting everyone's daily life. The major factions were locked in covert struggles, while minor powers stirred restlessly, each seeking to profit from the brief chaos. Qin Lu glanced around warily before heading toward the river. Few pedestrians were about, and those he saw moved hastily, their expressions tense. As he walked, Qin Lu noticed a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Passers-by forced smiles and greeted him warmly. Beneath their smiles there was even a hint of fawning. Daoist Qin. Fetching water today, Daoist Qin. The market is in chaos. Hope you can lend a hand when needed. You're looking spirited lately, Daoist Qin. The greeters were all neighbors from nearby. Puzzled by this strange turn, Qin Lu wondered why the usually aloof residents were suddenly so amiable. Could it be the aftermath of the fight a few days ago? Though uncertain, Qin Lu returned each smile, knowing better than to snub a friendly face. He quickly reached the river, filled a bucket, and headed home. But before he had gone far, a thunderous explosion roared across the sky. The sound drew Qin Lu's gaze upward. One look left him stunned. 3 figures were locked in combat, midair, explosions erupting around them. They were fighting. And crucially, none of them stood on flying artifacts. They were flying unassisted. 3 Foundation establishment cultivators. Qin Lu gaped, staring fixedly at the sky. Deafening clashes rang out as 2 figures ganged up on the third. Artifacts and talismans wove a dazzling tapestry of colorful attacks. It's him. Qin Lu's pupils contracted as he recognized the besieged cultivator. It was Yu Xiu, whom he had seen at the market, the head of the Yu family, one of the 5 major powers. Why is Yu Xiu fighting? Who are these 2? Qin Lu's expression shifted. Before he could ponder further, the trio streaked away, battling as they sped toward the wilderness. Not lingering, Qin Lu hurried home. The fierce clash had caught many cultivators' attention, with people emerging from their homes to gossip. As Qin Lu neared his house, he saw Lu Xian at his door with Qin. Brother Qin, did you see that? 3 Foundation establishment cultivators fighting. Qin Lu set down his bucket and asked urgently, Brother Lu, what's happening? I thought I saw the Yu family head. Lu Xian lowered his voice. You're right. That's Yu Xiu. The attackers are Foundation establishment cultivators from the Wei family and Sunset Valley. Qin Lu's face hardened. The 5 major powers are truly at war. As expected, Lu Xian said. Yu Xiu likely won't escape today. Qianli chimed in. This is good. The bigger the chaos, the sooner the Wuji sect will send someone. Let's hope so. Qin Lu chatted briefly with the couple before taking his leave. Back home, he explained the events to the oblivious Zhang Ming. After hearing him out, Zhang Ming shook her head with a sigh. I hope a new Foundation establishment cultivator arrives soon. Indeed. Qin Lu nodded in agreement. Without the Wuji sect station cultivator to maintain order, the market had descended into utter chaos. As he mused, Qin Lu thought of the fate of the Yu family head, still uncertain. He let out a long sigh. Such turmoil. Night had fallen. Shortly after Qin Lu drifted off to sleep, the sounds of clashing and slaughter suddenly erupted from beyond the courtyard. Startled, he scrambled out of bed and stood in the yard on high alert. He feared these people might break into his home. Fortunately, the fighting did not reach him. However, to his surprise, the clamor of battle echoed through the entire night, only gradually fading as dawn approached. Sensing that the conflict had ended, Qin Lu, who had not slept a wink, hurried to Lu Xian's home to inquire about the situation. From Lu Xian, he learned a shocking yet expected piece of news. Yu Xiu had fallen in battle. The Yu family's influence, which had dominated Wuji market for over a decade, collapsed overnight. Their various shops were instantly divided among the remaining 4 Foundation establishment forces, and the sounds of slaughter from the previous night were the very process of that struggle. The turmoil in the market escalated to a new level. Just as Qin Lu worried things might worsen, he heard the patrolling sounds of the guard squad. The patrol team, absent for nearly half a month, reappeared in the market. They beat, scolded, arrested, and killed, thoroughly purging the cultivators who were causing trouble on the streets. With such swift and decisive measures, order in the market was immediately restored. Witnessing this state of the patrol, the remaining 4 major powers unanimously ceased their conflicts. For they could all sense that the Foundation establishment cultivators of Wuji sect were about to arrive. Seizing this opportune moment, Qin Lu quickly gathered his 100+ bottles of medicinal liquid and formally set out. Stepping onto the street,
In just a single night, the market seemed to have endured a massive war. Everywhere he looked were traces of battle, bloodstains, corpses, severed limbs, flames, collapsed houses, and intermittent sobbing. All of this testified to the many fierce battles that had occurred the night before. But thankfully, due to the patrol's constant back-and-forth rounds, there were no longer sounds of fighting on the streets. Many bold cultivators dared to step out of their courtyards. Arriving at the bustling heart of the market, Qin Lu found that the damage there was minimal, and many cultivators even wore faint smiles. They gathered in small groups, eagerly discussing the events of the previous night, as if it had nothing to do with them.
It seems I must move here to live. It's the safest and most secure option,
Qin Lu silently resolved. Most shops on the street were closed, with only a few large establishments still operating normally. The shops that once belonged to the Yu family now bore new signs, having changed owners overnight. Qin Lu entered a medicine shop and inquired about the price of discarded medicinal liquid. When he learned that the price of the liquid had risen to 15 spirit stones, his heart leaped with ecstasy. He had guessed correctly. The price of medicinal liquid had indeed skyrocketed. His chance to get rich had arrived. Pretending to be unable to afford it, Qin Lu turned and left the medicine shop, then quickly strode toward the market. The once bustling market had lost its former clamor, with many stalls standing empty. Only a few rogue cultivators were still setting up stalls. Without exception, these were mid to late qi refining cultivators. After all, only the most formidable cultivators dared to venture out and sell. Qin Lu made a brief round and found that no one was selling medicinal liquid, which delighted him even more. He quickly found a good spot, spread a black cloth on the ground, and placed several bottles of blood recovery liquid and qi nourishing liquid on it. Then he took out a price sign, thought for a moment, and rewrote the prices with ink powder.
Emergency healing medicinal liquid, 12 spirit stones per bottle.
When Qin Lu had acquired the liquid, the average price was 6 spirit stones. Now selling at 12, his profit had doubled. This meant that if he sold all the liquid in his possession, he would net over 600 spirit stones. That profit was equivalent to 2 months of his arduous talisman drawing. Not long after setting up his stall, the first customer approached. It was a middle-aged, down-and-out female cultivator, her face etched with urgency. After glancing at the stall, she quickly asked,
"Taoist, do you have any blood recovery liquid?" "Of course, here it is."
Qin Lu picked up a small porcelain bottle.
"Excellent."
The middle-aged woman's face lit up, but when she saw the price, her expression turned troubled.
"Taoist, why is your medicinal liquid so expensive? Isn't it usually 5 spirit stones? Ordinary days are ordinary days, today is today. This is my price. Do you want it or not?"
The middle-aged woman hesitated for a moment, then finally gritted her teeth and pulled out spirit stones.
"Give me 1 bottle."
The transaction concluded. Watching the middle-aged woman walk away, Qin Lu stowed away the spirit stones, thought for a moment, then picked up the ink powder and added another line to the price sign.
"No haggling."
With the first customer served, a second soon arrived. The recent turmoil had left many cultivators more or less injured. If left untreated, their wounds could easily worsen. But ordinary cultivators could not afford expensive pills, and typically had to rely on cheap discarded medicinal liquid for healing. Seeing the patrol appear, many cultivators breathed a sigh of relief and rushed out to buy medicinal liquid for treatment. However, when they saw the price of 15 spirit stones at the medicine shop, their faces were filled with disbelief. Thanks to the contrast, Qin Lu's medicinal liquid, priced at 12 spirit stones, sold extremely well. Through word of mouth from some cultivators, the crowd around his stall grew larger and larger.
"Taoist, can you lower the price a bit? Taoist, I only have 10 spirit stones today. Could you lend me a bottle? I'll repay the remaining 2 spirit stones soon. Taoist, my father at home is severely injured and urgently needs a life-saving bottle." Isn't this the devouring python? How come you're selling medicinal liquid now?"
A cacophony of noise rose and fell the crowd around Qin Lu's stall, chattering noisily. Many completely ignored the "no haggling" sign on the price board.
"No haggling. No haggling. This is the price. Those without money make way for those behind. Don't block the way."
Qin Lu shouted hoarsely, struggling to maintain order at his stall, but with little effect. Out of the corner of his
He suddenly drew his Shangqing sword and thrust it forward with force. Shh! The long sword pierced straight into the shoulder of a rogue cultivator crouching beside the stall. Blood gushed instantly.
Kid, I suggest you don't try anything funny with my goods.
Qin Lu glared at the young rogue cultivator, his voice icy cold, his entire body exuding a thick killing intent. The man was stealthily holding a bottle of medicinal liquid.
Brother! Mistake! Mistake!
The young rogue cultivator's face turned deathly pale in an instant. He quickly put down the porcelain bottle and begged for mercy, covering his face.
If it weren't for the patrol today, your life would be forfeit. Get lost.
Qin Lu growled at him, sheathing his sword. Seeing this, the young rogue cultivator could only clutch his bleeding shoulder, push through the crowd, and slink away. This sudden scene silenced the entire crowd. The gazes directed at Qin Lu now held a measure of awe. That sword strike just now, few had been able to react to it. They could barely even see it clearly. It was precisely because of this strike that the previously noisy haggling abruptly ceased, and the chaotic crowd began to fall into orderly lines. With this show of force, Qin Lu's medicinal liquid business began to operate normally. In the slums, as the snow melted and the temperature warmed, the ever-present stench of urine once again permeated the air. Chao Yunqi, his face covered in a thick beard, returned home and placed the unsold beast meat in a corner of the room. He strode over to the table, lifted a kettle, and gulped down a large mouthful of water. At that moment, Qi Xiaofeng, who was sitting at the table doing needlework, casually asked,
"You're back. How was business today?"
Chao Yunqi sat down beside her, wiped the water from his mouth, and replied with a smile.
"Not bad. After the patrol showed up, the market quieted down a lot. There are still very few people setting up stalls, only a couple of meat sellers, so there wasn't much competition today." "That's good. If this beast meat doesn't sell soon, it might go bad."
Qi Xiaofeng breathed a sigh of relief. Because it contains spiritual energy, beast meat has a longer shelf life than ordinary wild or domestic animal meat. But it still can't last forever. If not sold in time, it will spoil and rot, becoming inedible.
"If I set up a stall again tomorrow, I should be able to sell it all. By the way, where is Ada?"
Chao Yunqi looked around, but didn't see Chao Mo's figure.
"He's sleeping in the room. A few days ago, fellow Taoist Qin taught him how to draw talismans. He's been practicing ever since. Just now, he exhausted his spiritual energy, so I told him to rest for a while." "Fellow Taoist Qin."
Chao Yunqi seemed to recall something and let out a soft chuckle.
"Speaking of which, I ran into him while I was at my stall. Guess what he was selling?" "Selling what? Doesn't he usually just sell talismans?"
Qi Xiaofeng put down her needlework and asked curiously.
"He's selling liquid medicine."
Chao Yunxi's expression turned reminiscent, and he clicked his tongue in wonder.
"His mind is really sharp. Who would have thought to buy up liquid medicine and then sell it now? Do you know how much he sells a bottle for?" "How much?" 12 spirit stones. And even at that price, plenty of people are buying from him. I reckon he's going to make a killing this time. That's amazing."
Qi Xiaofeng showed a look of envy, paused for a moment, and then said thoughtfully,
"It seems like ever since he quit gambling, he's become a completely different person, so much sharper. He really does seem like a changed man. And his cultivation is advancing quickly. I think he's reached the 6th layer of Qi refining now." "The 6th layer of Qi refining?"
Qi Xiaofeng looked utterly incredulous.
"Wasn't he at the 3rd layer just a few months ago? How did he get to the 6th layer so quickly?" "I don't know, but I'm sure about his cultivation level. I wonder what kind of opportunity he stumbled upon to advance so fast. So why can't such fortune ever fall on us?"
Qi Xiaofeng pouted helplessly.
"Haha, don't dwell on it. The weather is warming up, so we should prepare to go to Dongtu Ridge. Don't forget we still owe him 30 spirit stones. Speaking of which, I think after we pay him back, we should consider moving into the market. Last time I saw his courtyard, it seemed really nice. That's an option too. Let's go hunt a giant ape beast then. The meat from that sells for a higher price. We'll need to prepare thoroughly for that. That beast is quite ferocious."
The couple chatted on, beginning to discuss their plans for the future. Inside the market at the Wei family courtyard, on the vast training grounds, over 30 cultivators in uniform stood. Their faces were filled with excitement as they gazed at the middle-aged man standing in the center. The man wore a purple robe embroidered with green lines. He was imposing with a handsome face and a faint smile on his lips. This man was the Wei family patriarch, Wujifang.
Everyone!
Wujifang pressed his hands down and declared in a clear voice.
Senior son Jing suffered a great calamity, plunging the market into chaos. Thanks to all of you for your help, my Wei family was able to remain independent and unharmed. Moreover, you all helped me deal with that ruthless old bastard Yushio. I Wujifang on behalf of the Wei family thank you all here. Senior Wei, you are too kind. It is our honor to contribute our meager strength for Patriarch Wei. That's right. Senior Wei is truly wise and heroic. Yes. Yushio deserved to die.
Wujifang's words immediately drew flattery from the cultivators below, and the atmosphere became extremely lively. Wujifang smiled radiantly, taking in all the words. He then raised his right hand to signal for silence, and said with a gentle laugh,
Since you all have helped my Wei family, I will not be stingy with your rewards. Besides the various bonuses already promised today, I will give each of you an extra 50 spirit stones. Thank you, Senior Wei. How generous, Senior. We will continue to contribute to the Wei family in the future.
Another round of flattery erupted from the cultivators. Following Wujifang's arrangement, several maidservants entered the courtyard to lead the 30-odd cultivators to receive their rewards. Soon only Wujifang and a trusted confidant remained in the courtyard. This cold-faced young aide was none other than Qin Lu's neighbor, Wujifang.
Wujifang, you did well this time recruiting so many latest-stage Qi refining cultivators to help me achieve my great plan.
Wujifang sat in a pavilion and praised Wujifang, who stood at attention.
You flatter me, Patriarch. I didn't do much. I simply informed them of the compensation, and they all agreed immediately.
Wujifang humbly replied, then paused and asked curiously,
But I don't understand, Patriarch. Why did you reward them an extra 50 spirit stones each?
After all, there were 36 cultivators recruited this time. At 50 spirit stones each, that's 1,800 spirit stones. That was no small sum.
Ha ha!
Wujifang laughed heartily, picked up the spiritual tea on the table, took a light sip, and then said cheerfully,
Don't worry about such a small amount of money. They really put in a lot of effort to help us seize so many of the Yu family shops. These spirit stones will be earned back in no time. And just over 1,000 stones to buy the loyalty of these people is worth it. The Patriarch is far-sighted. I am in awe.
Wujifang chuckled softly, then suddenly remembered something.
Oh, by the way, make sure to visit the families of the rogue cultivators who died fighting for our Wei family. Don't let it reflect poorly on us. Yes.
Wujifang acknowledged. By the time Wujifang finished all the condolence visits and returned home, it was already the dead of night. When he saw the dimly lit courtyard next door, his expression froze for a moment, and he slowed his pace. That was the courtyard of the talisman seller.
Devouring Heaven Python. He managed to come out unscathed from an attack by 6 cultivators, and even counter-killed them. What kind of strength is that? If I were to face him, I'm afraid I'd also.
Wujifang couldn't help but let this thought cross his mind. He had already heard about Qin Lu wiping out the entire Flying Cloud gang on the street a few days ago. It was said that 6 cultivators, all at the mid to late stages, had attacked him. One of them had even reached the 7th layer of Qi refining. But unexpectedly, this group was all killed by the Devouring Heaven Python, who was at the 5th layer within a dozen breaths. The immensely powerful fireball technique, the strange and eerie wind strike, and the ethereal swordsmanship. Such strength had naturally sparked discussions among the neighbors. Even though Wujifang was at the 8th layer of Qi refining, after hearing about the fight that day, he felt he had no sure chance of victory against Qin Lu.
Could this guy really be a genius? Or has he been hiding his true strength all along? No matter what, avoiding a conflict with him shouldn't be wrong.
Wujifang let out a soft sigh, shook his head, opened the door, and walked into his house. Another new night had fallen. The reappearance of the patrols finally restored the usual tranquility to Wuji Market, which had been in a state of chaos. And everyone was waiting for the arrival of a new foundation establishment cultivator. Qin Lu's elixir business progressed with remarkable smoothness. Within less than 3 days, all 100-odd bottles of elixir he had acquired were sold out, netting him a profit of over 600 spirit stones. Such a conspicuous display of success naturally drew the attention of many cultivators, and even several pharmacy owners came to probe for information. This made Qin Lu somewhat uneasy. Yet this time his stance was resolute. The long sword at his waist never left his side. Coupled with his assertive sword drawing on the first day, no one dared to cause trouble at his stall. Finally, having earned a substantial amount of spirit stones, Qin Lu went to a talisman shop to purchase 100 spirit stones worth of talisman-making materials, before hastily returning home to lie low. But unexpectedly, on the second day after his return, the long-awaited Foundation establishment cultivator stationed by the Wuji sect finally arrived. As soon as he reached Wuji Market, he made a highly conspicuous flight across the market sky to assert his identity. He was a young cultivator who appeared to be in his 30s. Through inquiries, Qin Lu learned that this man was named Li Qingdu, a mid-Foundation establishment cultivator. After Li Qingdu's arrival, the market patrol grew far more aggressive, dealing with rogue cultivators through beatings and scoldings. This brought unprecedented order to the market. However, Li Qingdu soon began imposing various new regulations, which caused widespread resentment among the cultivators. The first issue was the matter of rent. Rent had to be paid anew. The previously submitted 3 months' rent was completely invalidated, as it had been collected under Sun Jing's orders and had nothing to do with Li Qingdu. Beyond rent, new rules were set for street vending. Henceforth, all vendors had to pay a stall fee of 1 catty of gold each time. No payment meant no vending. Finally, the taxes on market shops were increased by 10% over the previous rate. The imposition of these harsh regulations naturally sparked opposition from many. Some even went so far as to loudly denounce Li Qingdu in taverns. But amid the rising turmoil, Li Qingdu acted with lightning speed, killing a shopkeeper who had spoken recklessly right on the street. After that, the outcry subsided considerably. Though the people were furious, they were powerless. Gradually, they were forced to accept the various rules. In short, Wuji Market had changed hands. Qin Lu, whose purse had grown considerably, was not overly affected. After all, the vending fees were now just a drop in the bucket for him. Now, as he walked through the bustling market streets, watching the flowing crowds, a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Regardless of everything, Li Qingdu's arrival had revived the market's vitality. Qin Lu strolled leisurely until he arrived at a shop called Sanbao Hall. It was an artifact store, and he was no stranger to it. The last time he had come here was to sell stolen goods.
"Fellow Taoist, is shopkeeper Zhou in?"
Qin Lu greeted the attendant at the door.
"He is. Please follow me."
The attendant turned and led him to a reception room. The room contained 2 meditation cushions and a black table at the center. A faint, subtle fragrance lingered in the air, and the elegant decor instantly evoked a sense of pleasure. A refined chamber indeed. After waiting about the time it takes to finish a cup of tea, shopkeeper Zhou pushed the door open.
"Fellow Taoist Qin, it's been a while. Has shopkeeper Zhou, you look as distinguished as ever."
After exchanging pleasantries for a moment, they got down to business. With a wave of his hand, Qin Lu controlled 6 artifacts to fly out and neatly arranged themselves on the table.
"Shopkeeper Zhou, please take a look. Would your shop be interested in acquiring these artifacts? Let me examine them."
Shopkeeper Zhou responded, then approached the table and began picking up each artifact for appraisal. As an artifact shop, Sanbao Hall not only sold various artifacts, but also offered services such as recycling, repair, inspection, grading, and valuation, making it highly versatile. After a while, shopkeeper Zhou looked up and spoke slowly.
"Fellow Taoist Qin, these 6 artifacts each have varying degrees of damage. The tiger head blade is the most severely damaged, and this one. After a comprehensive assessment, the price our shop can offer for these 6 artifacts is 210 spirit stones."
Qin Lu nodded slowly. This price was within his expectations. Recently, due to the constant battles in the market, artifact trading had become more frequent, causing prices to drop slightly compared to before.
"Deal. Fellow Taoist Qin is most decisive."
A flicker of joy passed through shopkeeper Zhou's eyes. With a grand wave of his sleeve, spirit stones streamed forth continuously. They arranged themselves neatly on the table. Qin Lu made a rough count to confirm the number, then stored them all into his storage pouch.
"A pleasure doing business. I hope you'll bring more artifacts to our shop next time.
Shopkeeper Zhou stood up with a smile, his tone carrying a subtle hint of farewell.
Certainly.
Qin Lu also rose to his feet, glanced toward the door, and smiled.
Shopkeeper Zhou, might I ask if you have any flying artifacts to recommend?
Hearing this, Shopkeeper Zhou's face lit up.
Naturally. Fellow Taoist Qin, please follow me. Excellent.
With the spirit stones from selling elixirs and disposing of stolen goods, Qin Lu's wealth had surpassed 1,000 stones. For the flying artifact he had long coveted, he no longer hesitated. After all, humanity harbors an inexplicable persistent yearning for flight. Qin Lu followed Shopkeeper Zhou to the second floor, where they stopped before a shelf. On it were 6 or 7 exquisite toy-like objects, each emitting a faint spiritual glow and arranged in pleasing disarray. Their shapes varied: bird-shaped, crane-shaped, flying boat-shaped, paper-shaped, and so on.
Fellow Taoist Qin, these are our shop's flying artifacts. Which one catches your fancy?
Shopkeeper Zhou introduced cheerfully. Gazing at the palm-sized toys before him, Qin Lu felt no surprise. Every flying artifact came with an intrinsic array, the enlarge or shrink formation. Though they seemed unassuming, once activated with spiritual energy, they could expand enormously to accommodate several people.
What are their prices? And how far can they travel?
Qin Lu inquired.
Look at this one, the flying cloud paper. It's a top-grade first-tier artifact priced at 500 spirit stones. It can carry 3 or 4 people. This is the wind-riding crane, a second-tier low-grade artifact priced at 1,000 spirit stones. It's larger, able to carry 5 or 6 people. And here is.
Shopkeeper Zhou pointed at each delicate item, introducing them one by one. Having long heard about the prices of flying artifacts, Qin Lu was not surprised. After a moment, Shopkeeper Zhou finished his introduction.
So, fellow Taoist Qin, which of these flying artifacts do you prefer?
Qin Lu pondered for a moment, then pointed at the small paper piece.
I'll take this one.
The flying cloud paper, priced at 500 spirit stones. It was also the cheapest flying artifact in the shop. Unfortunately, the others were far too expensive. Even with over 1,000 spirit stones in his possession, Qin Lu found them beyond reach. If the other flying artifacts were like luxury cars, the flying cloud paper was a humble minivan. Cheap but still a vehicle. For Qin Lu, who had just started his venture and earned a modest profit, it was perfectly suitable. Moreover, his choice of a cheaper flying artifact was deliberate. He intended to upgrade his combat weapon. He wanted to buy a sword. Compared to flying artifacts, offensive ones are considerably cheaper. For instance, Qin Lu's Shangqing sword, a low-grade first-tier artifact, can be purchased for merely 50 spirit stones. After browsing for quite a while, Qin Lu eventually spent 380 spirit stones to acquire a high-grade first-tier magic sword. This blade measured a full 3 feet and 7 inches, forged entirely from exquisite patterned steel with a long rainbow-like blood groove etched along its body. It was named Green Rainbow Sword. Clutching the brand-new magic sword, Qin Lu left the artifact shop with immense satisfaction. Through his relentless efforts over this period, his wealth had greatly increased, and his equipment had undergone a remarkable transformation from rags to riches. He now possessed the essential trio for a sect disciples descent from the mountain: a flying artifact, a storage pouch, and a high-grade magic sword. With his spirits soaring, Qin Lu strode briskly out of the market. He intended to test the flying artifact. He wanted to ascend to the sky. As he walked out of the market into the wilderness, the warming weather had prompted many wandering cultivators to begin their daily tasks. Some were wielding axes, laboriously chopping firewood; others carried baskets and small hoes, diligently digging for medicinal herbs, while a few had banded together to head for the eastern ridge for hunting. Such were the myriad facets of life among the low-level wandering cultivators. Qin Lu paid them little heed, casting a couple of glances before quickening his pace toward a sparsely populated direction. Arriving at a secluded spot, Qin Lu activated his thoughts and retrieved the flying artifact from his storage pouch. Gazing at the palm-sized square piece of paper, he could not suppress the delight spreading across his face.
Let's give it a try.
Following the instructions from the artifact shop, Qin Lu began to infuse his spiritual energy bit by bit into the artifact's core. The moment the intricate and complex core made contact with the spiritual energy. A radiance suddenly flared up. Puff! A faint sound echoed from within the artifact. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the paper flew out from his palm, transforming into a colossal sheet that hovered midair. It measured roughly 4 to 5 square meters, slightly larger than an average double bed. Beholding the flying cloud paper, a brilliant smile spread across Qin Lu's face.
This looks a bit like Aladdin's magic flying carpet.
With a leap, Qin Lu landed on the flying cloud paper. His weight of over 100 Qin did not affect the artifact in the slightest.
To activate it, it should be like this.
Murmuring to himself, Qin Lu channeled his spiritual energy from his feet to make contact with the artifact's core.
Ascend.
As his will commanded, the flying cloud paper instantly soared into the air, rising rapidly like a helicopter shooting straight upward.
Holy crap! This is amazing!
Qin Lu gazed down at the shrinking market below, his heart surging with excitement. Just like the dark red dagger he had manipulated before, as long as he made spiritual energy contact with the core, the artifact could fly freely according to his will. Thrilled by his first experience, Qin Lu controlled the flying cloud paper and sped across the sky at a breakneck pace. The boundless plains and fields, the tall and lush trees and grass, and the faint undulating mountain ranges in the distance all made their grand entrance as the flying cloud paper zoomed past, then whisked away like a series of flowing, ever-changing landscapes. Feeling the gentle breeze against his face, Qin Lu glanced down at the glowing formation pattern beneath him.
It seems it's inscribed with a wind-reducing formation, which lessens the wind resistance. That's nice, makes it more comfortable. Should I install some guardrails or a safety belt? Falling off from this height is no joke. The balance of this flying cloud paper is decent, but for safety's sake, I still need to prepare some contingency plans. I remember the talisman shop has a type of talisman that functions somewhat like a parachute. I'll go back and buy a few later. It consumes spiritual energy quite quickly. At this rate, I can only fly for about 3 hours before needing a rest unless I take chi-returning pills while flying.
As he maneuvered the flying artifact, Qin Lu pondered other matters in his mind. After flying for a while, he descended into a forest. With a touch of spiritual energy, he shrunk the flying cloud paper into a small slip and stored it back in his storage pouch. He had come here to practice his newly upgraded skills. During this period of staying indoors, he had practiced diligently and finally elevated both illumination technique and severing technique to the Grandmaster level. Finding a suitable spot, Qin Lu stood straight on the leaf-strewn ground, raised his arm high, and spread his 5 fingers as spiritual energy began to converge. Illumination technique. A blindingly intense light burst forth from his hand. Even though it was daytime, a dazzling white radiance flickered through the forest. Chirp! Squeak! Immediately various bird calls erupted among the trees as they flapped their wings and fled in haste, the white light causing them extreme discomfort. Since this technique did not distinguish between friend and foe, even Qin Lu had to tilt his head and close his eyes when casting it to avoid being harmed. But while his eyes were shut, he suddenly caught a whiff of a burnt odor. Startled, he quickly retracted the skill. Turning his head, he saw the leaves on the ground emitting wisps of white smoke.
Thighs can actually ignite leaves.
Qin Lu stared in astonishment. If this technique were aimed at someone's eyes, wouldn't it be able to blind them? It seemed that the power of the skill elevated to Grandmaster level had been enhanced once more.
But this makes it hard to practice. If I train at home, I might accidentally burn something.
A troubled expression crossed Qin Lu's face. The mastery of skills was quite demanding during daily practice. One had to exert full force to increase proficiency. Weakening the power would render the practice completely ineffective. After silently contemplating for a moment, Qin Lu shook his head to dispel the useless thoughts, and once again raised his finger before his face. Then, with a surge of spiritual energy, severing technique, whoosh! A stream of spiritual energy shot out from between Qin Lu's fingers, hurtling straight toward the forest canopy that blotted out the sky.
SSSHH!
The spiritual energy pierced through the leaves, instantly severing several branches and sending them crashing to the ground. Qin Lu stared in amazement at the straight line of spiritual energy emanating from his finger.
Is this my 40-meter-long blade?
The upgraded severing technique had significantly increased its range. Whoosh! Qin Lu swung his finger downward, and the thin line slashed down, with ferocity producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. Leaves flew wildly through the air. A large tree was cleaved in two by the thread of spiritual energy crashing to the ground with a thunderous boom and kicking up a cloud of dust. Powerful! Qin Lu was overjoyed. Although the range of the thin line had increased, its handling remained exactly the same as before. Acting on a whim, he extended his finger horizontally and began to swing it in a circle. The straight elongated line started to draw a circle with him at its center. SSHH! SSHH! SSSHH! The subtle sounds of cutting, the panicked scurrying of beasts, the terrified cries of birds, all mingled with the continuous roar of falling trees, echoing relentlessly through the woods. When the dust settled, an area over 30 meters around Qin Lu had been completely cleared. All the trees had been sliced in half by the severing technique. Seeing this, a hint of pride surfaced on Qin Lu's face. This move was truly ferocious. Just imagine wielding a 30-meter-long light sword. The scene would be utterly terrifying. Hee hee. Qin Lu chuckled softly before retracting the severing technique. After a moment's deliberation, he drew the green rainbow sword from his waist, fixed his gaze on the blade, and his eyes gleamed with anticipation. Now let's test out the swordsmanship and the new sword. The lush primeval forest stretched like an ocean of waves, dense with towering trees. As birds and beasts scattered in all directions, one colossal tree after another crashed to the ground, as if a ferocious giant beast had rampaged through, trampling everything in its path. Beneath the canopy, Qin Lu darted nimbly among the trees. Gripping the brand-new azure rainbow sword, he moved in accordance with the movements etched in the gray shadow sword art, channeling his spiritual energy with every swing. Empowered by spiritual energy, the blade sliced through the hardwood of the trees as effortlessly as if cutting through tofu. Even trees so thick that several men could barely encircle them with their arms fell with a single stroke. With time and relentless practice, Qin Lu's swordsmanship grew increasingly refined. When he executed it in tandem with the gentle wind art, his body moved with the agility and grace of a lithe leopard. His figure was ethereal, flickering up and down as flashes of sword light danced incessantly. With each sweep and retraction, he cleaved through the surrounding giant trees. The long sword hummed with sharp, rapid energy. His current swordsmanship bore little resemblance to what it had been at the start. Panting heavily, Qin Lu sheathed his sword after a moment, pausing to catch his breath and bring this session of sword practice to an end. The improvement in swordsmanship proficiency differed markedly from that of talisman crafting. The higher the proficiency in drawing talismans, the greater the success rate, allowing one to do it with ease even with eyes closed. But swordsmanship was the opposite. As his level increased, raising proficiency became ever more difficult with increasingly stringent demands. Even though Qin Lu's physical condition was rapidly improving, he still found himself gasping for air during practice. Qin Lu had once speculated that this was because the increased power of his sword techniques required more precise control over his spiritual energy and muscles, leaving no room for error, hence the profound fatigue. Yet the benefits of such arduous training were equally evident. The first was the transformation of his physique. His muscles were now remarkably defined with a visible 8-pack abdomen. His well-proportioned muscular frame exuded explosive power. His robust build coupled with his bronze skin gave him a strikingly attractive presence. More importantly, all his physical capabilities had risen accordingly. His overall strength, reaction speed, mobility, balance, agility, and endurance, every attribute far surpassed that of an average Qi refining layer 6 cultivator. Qin Lu rolled his shoulders to ease the fatigue, a smile spreading across his face. With the azure rainbow sword, I wouldn't even fear a Qi refining layer 8 cultivator. I might even be able to contend with a layer 9 one. Of course, even among those in the later stages of Qi refining, one couldn't paint them all with the same brush. A solitary, impoverished rogue cultivator scraping by in the slums was incomparable to a sect disciple who had received professional combat training and possessed exquisite equipment. It was like a street thug wielding a collapsible baton going up against a professional special forces soldier armed with a machine gun. The disparity in combat power was immense. After resting in place for a moment, Qin Lu stored the long sword into his storage pouch. Then he assumed a running posture, intending to test his own sprinting speed. With a thunderous stomp, he launched himself forward. His strides were incredibly swift, each one carrying him 4 or 5 meters. In just a few breaths, a distance of 100 meters flashed by in an instant. His figure weaved and dashed among the trees at a breathtaking speed. If the early Qi refining stage still fell within the realm of normal human capability, then the middle stage had already surpassed human limits. Especially after Qin Lu reached Qi refining layer 6, his speed was further enhanced by his gentle wind art and the gentle breeze enchantment on his robe. Over uneven hills, through the ubiquitous trees and vines, and past the occasional ordinary wild beast, Qin Lu performed a series of sprints and abrupt stops within the complex terrain of the forest. He estimated his average speed to be about 15 meters per second, which translated to roughly 54 kilometers per hour. Of course, in the face of threats or emergencies, he could push his speed up to 20 meters per second. However, this was a high-intensity burst that couldn't be sustained for long. He would likely be exhausted after running for just 10 minutes. Overall, his current physical condition was significantly superior to that of a serum-enhanced Captain America. After a moment, Qin Lu stopped running, panting heavily.
"Oh, that felt amazing!"
He looked around, slightly suppressing his excitement, and leisurely made his way to a stream. Crouching down, he cupped some water and vigorously washed his face. But as he looked up, he found a ferocious tiger on the opposite bank glaring at him. His heart tightened. Although this was an ordinary forest, there was no guarantee that a demon beast wasn't lurking. However, upon a closer look, his heart eased. It was merely an ordinary animal, not a ferocious demon beast that had absorbed spiritual energy and gained sentience. In his past life, encountering such a tiger might have scared Qin Lu to death. But now, having become a semi-superhuman, there was no need to fear this little tiger before him. Qin Lu stood up, waved his hand at the tiger, and smiled slightly.
"Come here!"
This gesture seemed to infuriate the beast. It let out a low growl, pushed off with all 4 legs, leaped across the small stream, and charged straight at Qin Lu. Qin Lu showed no fear. He stood his ground, staring intently as the tiger bore down on him. Just as he caught the scent of blood from its gaping, ferocious maw, he abruptly raised his left hand, palm facing forward. Spirit Shield Art. A one-dimensional shield of spiritual energy materialized in front of his hand, radiating a faint aura of power. Bang! The tiger's charging body slammed heavily into the spirit shield, producing a dull thud. With a whimper, its mouth shattered, blood filling it, and it collapsed limply to the ground unconscious. Raised to the proficient level, the spirit shield art was exceptionally sturdy, capable of blocking even laser-based magical artifacts. Such an ordinary beast could only break its teeth against it.
And not bad. Even more useful than talismans,
Qin Lu said with a satisfied chuckle, looking at the unconscious tiger as he casually dismissed the spirit shield art. When using a talisman for protection, one's body would stagger uncontrollably upon being attacked. Even without injury, movement would be affected. But the spirit shield art was different. Even if a powerful attack shattered the shield, it wouldn't impede his movements. This made it far more practical than many ordinary talismans. After a moment of reflection, Qin Lu activated the flying cloud paper, mounted the magic carpet, and soared swiftly into the sky, heading towards Wuji Market. As he soared through the sky once more, Qin Lu's heart still thrilled with excitement. Gazing at the magnificent landscape below, he was filled with heroic pride. The sensation of flight was truly intoxicating. He flew all the way back to the market. To avoid drawing attention, he deliberately landed in a secluded spot before walking leisurely towards the market entrance. But as he neared the gate, he noticed many cultivators hurrying inside with expressions of anticipation.
What's going on?
This strange sight immediately filled Qin Lu's mind with questions. He quickly grabbed an elderly rogue cultivator to inquire.
"Fellow Taoist, what's the hurry? Has something happened?" "Word is that Qin Lu is about to announce something big. Everyone's heading over to join the fun."
The old rogue cultivator replied quickly before turning and striding into the market.
"Qin Lu? What's he up to now?"
Qin Lu wondered with suspicion. After a moment's thought, he followed the flow of the crowd into the market. He too would go and see what the commotion was about. At the Wuji Market.
On the vast square a large number of cultivators had gathered, many whispering among themselves, their clamor rising and falling. When Qin Lu arrived, he noticed a wooden platform erected in the center of the square. On the platform stood over a dozen figures, 4 of whom were seated on chairs, with several cultivators standing behind each. Li Qingdu was not among them. Qin Lu scrutinized the platform and recognized a few familiar faces. The 2 who had once besieged the Yu family patriarch were seated in the middle, the Foundation Establishment cultivators from the Wei family and the Sunset Valley. Beside them sat the Qinshan sect patriarch, who had instantly slain 2 latest-stage Shi refining cultivators in the slums. Apart from these 3, a middle-aged man sat at the far right, his eyes closed in meditation. As expected, this middle-aged man was Wujifang, the sect leader of the Profound Sun Gate. "'Tis the leaders of the 4 major powers in the market have all shown up. This is a rare sight. Li Qingdu's temperament is truly different from Sun Jing's. He loves to make a grand spectacle. He's young and arrogant. If you had achieved foundation establishment in your 30s, you'd be the same. Besides, isn't arrogance the hallmark of youth?" The various cultivators below murmured among themselves. But Qin Lu paid them little attention, for his gaze was fixed entirely behind Wujifang of the Profound Sun Gate, a look of bewilderment on his face. There stood a figure he knew all too well. Lu Anchen. Damn, why is old Lu's son standing there? Qin Lu was astonished, never expecting Lu Anchen to have such a prominent background. To stand behind a Foundation Establishment cultivator on such an occasion meant he was undoubtedly a trusted confidant. Lu Xian had never spoken of Lu Anchen's specific duties, and Qin Lu had assumed it was something unsavory, so he never pressed further. He never imagined Lu Anchen was so closely tied to the Profound Sun Gate. Wait, isn't the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, where old Lu works, a shop of the Profound Sun Gate? The Joyful Tower seems to be as well. No wonder he could get the Joyful Tower to take Xiaoming in and ask them to look after her. So this connection was the reason. At that thought, Qin Lu was momentarily stunned. He looked up at the cold-faced young man on the platform, and could not help but reveal a gratified smile. It seemed that bonds of affection still existed between people. Whoosh! Suddenly a figure in a distinctive blue robe streaked across the sky, landing steadily on the wooden platform. This person stood tall and straight, with a hint of pride in his brows and eyes, every gesture exuding an air of unrestrained elegance. It was none other than Li Qingdu. "Everyone!" he shouted aloud. His voice, amplified by spiritual energy, boomed mightily, rolling outward in all directions. Instantly it silenced the clamor, and soon the crowd fell into absolute stillness. Li Qingdu surveyed the quiet scene with satisfaction, and nodded, then called out in a clear voice, "Since senior brother Sun Jing of our sect was tragically slain by a petty thief, from this day forward I shall serve as the stationed immortal master of the Wuji market. To ensure the normal daily life and business transactions of all cultivators in the market, I hope everyone will abide by the market's various regulations. First patrol squads have been established in the market. They are authorized to deal with any cultivator who violates the rules on the spot. Any action that dares to challenge the authority of the Wuji sect shall be punishable by immediate execution." Second, Li Qingdu began enumerating the market's regulations one by one. The crowd listened in silence, occasionally punctuated by hushed discussions. As the new rules were announced, Qin Lu realized they were not much different from those during Sun Jing's tenure. Only a few new ones had been added. These included rent increases, fees for setting up stalls, and heavier taxes. Every rule seemed to target spirit stones, causing many down-and-out cultivators' faces to darken, their expressions a mix of anger and silent resentment. Qin Lu, however, was not greatly affected. Such spirit stones were of little concern to him now. Yet from the rules Li Qingdu had announced, Qin Lu's sense that he seemed lenient toward conflicts within the market, even subtly encouraging fights. This worried Qin Lu somewhat. Subsequently, Li Qingdu introduced the 4 Foundation Establishment cultivators seated on the platform, urging them to cooperate harmoniously to develop the Wuji market into the most prosperous large-scale market in the vicinity. The 4 Foundation Establishment families, having reaped immense benefits from the recent chaos, all agreed with smiles. Finally, Li Qingdu spoke of the market's arena tournament. The decade-spanning market arena tournament was scheduled for the first day of the 6th month, this year still 4 months away.
Since rogue cultivators were also eligible to register, this news excited many who eagerly anticipated showcasing their skills in the tournament. After all, in past competitions, the rewards had been exceptionally generous, making them highly enticing for rogue cultivators. As he spoke, Li Qingdu dropped another bombshell. A merchant caravan will arrive here in 3 days, led by Uncle Zheng of our sect. Any cultivator wishing to leave the market, make your preparations. This announcement sent a wave of excitement through the crowd. Many cultivators broke down in tears, sobbing into their hands, while others beamed with anticipation. But Qin Lu's expression changed. Zhang Meng's face, flashing through his mind. He was no stranger to the merchant caravan, having often heard of it from various rogue cultivators. It was a grand procession, typically led personally by a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Wuji sect, traversing the desolate, uninhabited Thusanli stretch to reach the market. Each caravan brought a multitude of supplies, mostly mundane goods, clothing and bedding, porcelain, glassware, spices and seasonings, precious stones and gold, ironware and musical instruments, worldly tea and daily utensils. Accompanying the caravan were numerous mortals, princesses and princes from various dynasties, martial arts masters yearning for the immortal realm, and rogue cultivators who had stumbled upon fateful opportunities. Of course, besides these, there were also ordinary mortals of fair appearance. These mortals were treated as a form of merchandise available for cultivators to purchase with spirit stones to perform tasks even rogue cultivators were unwilling to do, or to form families. The reason many cultivators wept was not the goods the caravan brought, but the opportunity it presented to finally leave the market. Perhaps they had arrived at the Wuji market full of hope, dreaming of carving out their own destiny. But as time passed, reality had dealt them a harsh blow. They realized that with their meager cultivation, remaining in the unfathomable market meant risking their lives at any moment. Thus, it was better to return to the mundane world, become an immortal master revered by thousands, and live out their remaining days. However, the market was surrounded by uninhabited wilderness, teeming with demonic beasts, ghosts, and malevolent spirits. Without the leadership of a Foundation establishment cultivator, or a flying artifact, one could not venture far. Thus, the merchant caravan was their only chance to leave. And Qin Lu knew that Zhang Meng also harbored the desire to depart with the caravan. At sunset, the entire Wuji square was bathed in warm sunlight, and as mealtime approached, smoke began to rise from the chimneys of every household. Even cultivators must cook for their meals, bustling for their daily sustenance. By the time Qin Lu returned home after wandering the market, Zhang Meng had already prepared a feast. Compared to before, dinner was now much more abundant, consisting of 3 dishes and a soup. This was the most noticeable change in their home since Qin Lu began earning spirit stones. At Zhang Meng's invitation, Qin Lu sat down to eat. While dining, he began to speak about the flying artifact he had purchased that day. "Hey, let's find a time for the two of you to take a flight with me. This thing is way more exhilarating than any sports car." "Sure." "However, what is a sports car?" Zhang Meng asked curiously. It's a horse carriage that goes quite fast." Qin Lu mumbled. "Oh, by the way." Qin Lu paused and added, "Today I heard from Li Qin that a merchant caravan will arrive at the market in a few days." Hearing this, Zhang Meng set down her chopsticks, fell silent for a moment, and then quietly said, "Shall we take Ziyun to test his spiritual roots tomorrow?" No problem." Qin Lu nodded slightly in agreement. Zhang Meng had mentioned testing the spiritual roots to him before. He had long been mentally prepared for this. Spiritual roots are the most crucial criterion for determining whether a person can cultivate. To ascend and become a cultivator, one must possess spiritual roots. Without spiritual roots, one cannot embark on the path of cultivation. Spiritual roots are generally categorized into the 5 common types: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. In addition, there are some rare mutated spiritual roots. Cultivators with 5 or 4 attributes are referred to as pseudo-spiritual roots, making their cultivation relatively difficult. Those with 2 or 3 types are called true spiritual roots and cultivate at a faster rate. Among them, single attribute spiritual roots are most favored by sects, also known as heavenly spiritual roots. "I will pack some clothes tonight. If Ziyun has no spiritual roots, then Zhang Meng said cautiously, lowering her head. Qin Lu forced a light laugh ruffling the hair of the happily eating Xiao Ziyun, and cheerfully said,
"No need to pack. I see that Ziyun has great talent for the sword path and definitely possesses spiritual roots." Hearing this, Zhang Meng looked up and smiled gently.
"I hope so."
Late at night, after drawing 2 talismans, Qin Lu felt a surge of anxiety, tossed the talisman brush aside, and lay directly on the bed.
With his hands behind his head, he quietly gazed at the ceiling, his thoughts swirling. His feelings were quite complex. Regarding Zhang Meng, his initial thoughts were undoubtedly more about desire than affection. After all, Zhang Meng's beauty was undeniable. At the age of 26, her overall aura far surpassed that of any female celebrity from his past life. As a fresh graduate having such a stunning beauty willing to cohabit with him, chatting to relieve boredom, he had no reason to refuse. Even though Zhang Meng had a child, he did not mind. However, as time passed, Qin Lu now felt more affection than desire for her. What grew more was a sense of responsibility, the duty to care for these 2 vulnerable individuals. Thus Qin Lu treated the mother and child well on ordinary days, ensuring they never went hungry, and if he had money, he would give some to Zhang Meng. The 3 of them got along quite harmoniously. However, since Zhang Meng had lost her chance at the Dao, her only concern at the moment was her son. She could even be said to be willing to sacrifice her life for Xiao Ziyun. The reason she initially suggested living with Qin Lu was to provide a better life for Xiao Ziyun in the market. But if Xiao Ziyun had no spiritual roots, then, as an ordinary person, there would be no reason to remain here living a humble life. Zhang Meng had said that if he lacked spiritual roots, she would take Xiao Ziyun away from the market to live a better life in the secular world. Qin Lu had tried to persuade her several times, but could not change her mind. Thus Qin Lu faced only 2 choices. One was to actively take Zhang Meng and her son away from the market and return to the spirit energy scarce secular world to live together. The other was to let Zhang Meng take her son away alone while he remained in the market. These 2 options made it difficult for Qin Lu to decide. Only if Xiao Ziyun possessed spiritual roots would he not have to make a choice. But all of this was uncertain, which made him quite anxious. Thus, with tangled thoughts, Qin Lu fell into a hazy sleep. A night passed without a word. The next morning, after a quick wash, the 3 of them walked out of the courtyard and headed towards the market. On the way, Qin Lu looked at the bouncing Xiao Ziyun, and his thoughts stirred, and he activated the heavenly eye technique. Spiritual energy enveloped his eyes, granting him clearer vision. His gaze pierced through the surroundings. After a brief scan, Qin Lu retracted the skill and shook his head slightly in frustration.
"I still can't see the spiritual roots. It seems we can only go for testing." Although the heavenly eye technique could reveal the hidden cultivation of high-level cultivators, it could not determine whether an ordinary person possessed spiritual roots.
In Wuji Square, there was only one place to test for spiritual roots, which was the official residence under the Wuji sect. It was also where the stationed celestial masters had resided. There lay a spirit testing stone specifically for the spiritual root testing of Wuji Square's cultivators. Of course, this was not free. A payment of 10 spirit stones was required for each test. As they continued on their way, the 3 of them quickly arrived at the official residence. It was a spacious and bright hall where many cultivators in blue robes were sitting enjoying tea and chatting leisurely. Clearly, these were the servant disciples of the Wuji sect. Qin Lu took the initiative to approach and briefly stated their purpose for coming. But unexpectedly, the response from the staff was surprising.
"Sorry, fellow cultivator, the spirit testing stone is not open these days,"
said a young cultivator in a blue robe, placing down his teacup.
"Not open? What is the reason for that?"
Qin Lu asked.
"Well, isn't a caravan of ordinary people coming in a few days?"
Masterly said that there will be free spiritual root testing done outside the market, then, so we are currently repairing the spirit testing stone. I see.
Qin Lu nodded lightly and asked,
"So can we go for free testing then?" "Of course you can."
Hearing this, Zhang Meng pulled Qin Lu's sleeve and whispered,
"Since it's free in a few days, let's wait and test, then we shouldn't waste spirit stones." That makes sense.
Qin Lu nodded. After thanking them briefly, he led the 2 out of the official residence.
"Let's go home,"
Zhang Meng suggested.
"Wait."
Qin Lu suddenly smiled and said,
Since we have some free time today, let's go watch a movie. Most of the entertainment venues in Wuji Ward were located in Joy Alley, and the theatrical houses where performances could be watched were naturally found there as well. Since it was morning, the courtesan cultivators, who kept nocturnal hours, had not yet awakened, and the scent of rouge in Joy Alley had faded considerably. Qin Lu led the two as they walked, and soon they arrived at their destination, the courtyard. This was a renowned theater in Wuji Ward, famed for its extraordinarily rich repertoire of opera, storytelling, acrobatics, and other performances, attracting countless cultivators. Qin Lu had passed by twice before, but had never entered to watch. Today, having some free time, he brought Zhang Ming and her son here to while away the hours. After all, staying cooped up at home cultivating all day was truly too oppressive. There were quite a few cultivators at the entrance of the courtyard, all queuing up to enter. Seeing this, Qin Lu said nothing and silently stood at the end of the line. The three chatted idly as they advanced in the queue. Soon it was Qin Lu's turn.
"Senior, have you come today to listen to music or watch a play?"
The teenage greeter boy asked, his face full of smiles. Qin Lu glanced at the wall behind the greeter boy, where 8 or 9 small wooden plaques hung, each inscribed with different characters. Song and dance, variety play, drama, puppet show, instrumental music, magic, acrobatics, chess. Dazzled by the myriad forms of performance, Qin Lu was momentarily at a loss, and could only ask casually,
"Might I ask little Daoist friend if you have any recommendations?" "That's easy. Today we happen to be performing The Legend of Wuji, which is our courtyard's most signature variety play. If it's your first time, senior, you absolutely must not miss it."
A variety play, somewhat like a stage drama from his past life, was also the most beloved form of entertainment for many cultivators.
"The Legend of Wuji. Does it tell the story of the Wuji sect?"
Qin Lu asked.
"That's right, it's about Patriarch Wuji's experience in founding the Wuji sect." "I see."
Qin Lu nodded gently.
"Then give me 3 tickets. Right away. That'll be 6 spirit stones in total."
Hearing this price, Zhang Ming's eyelid twitched, and she was about to speak. But before she could open her mouth, Qin Lu paid the money with great alacrity. Then, taking the 3 tickets, he led her and Xiaoziyun into the theater. Guided by the boy, the 3 soon arrived at their seats and sat down. Since the play had not yet begun, the hall was filled with a hubbub as many cultivators chatted idly. Qin Lu took a brief look around and found that the stage layout was not much different from those in his past life, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation.
"Mother, this fruit is so delicious."
Xiaoziyun picked up a spirit fruit from the table and took a bite, his face immediately breaking into a radiant smile.
"Then eat as much as you like."
Zhang Ming affectionately ruffled Xiaoziyun's hair.
"Okay."
Having received permission, Xiaoziyun immediately buried his head in eating. But how many of these complimentary snacks could there be? In no time, Xiaoziyun had finished all the dozen or so small spirit fruits on the table.
"I'm done. They were so tasty."
Xiaoziyun patted his little belly, looking completely satisfied.
"Have you had enough? If not, I have some more here."
A voice sounded from beside them, followed by a plate of spirit fruits being offered over. Qin Lu turned to look. The speaker was an unkempt old rogue cultivator, his face wearing a kindly expression, as he held a plate of spirit fruits out to Xiaoziyun.
"Ah, fellow Taoist, no need to be so polite. The child is just being greedy, please don't take it to heart."
Qin Lu let out a light laugh first, then politely declined.
"What's this about politeness? I don't care for them either. It would be a waste, so just let the little one have them."
The old rogue cultivator said cheerfully, placing the spirit fruits directly on Qin Lu's table before turning his back. Seeing this, Qin Lu gave a helpless smile and could only make a slight bow.
"Thank you, fellow Taoist."
Seeing the new batch of small spirit fruits, Xiaoziyun beamed with joy and popped another one into his mouth. As time passed, cultivators kept streaming in through the entrance, and soon the entire hall was full.
Clang, clang, clang. Boom, boom, boom. It is said that in times long past the Cloudstream Prefecture was overrun with beasts and plagued by evil spirits, bringing ruin and suffering to all the land.
With the sounds of a few instruments and a narrator's exposition, the play The Legend of Wuji officially began. The hall fell into absolute silence as everyone began watching the play. Qin Lu and his companions, who had never seen a variety play before, immediately focused their minds and started watching intently. As the plot unfolded, Qin Lu's expression grew increasingly delighted. This play was actually a bit more impressive than the stage dramas of his past life, because the stage effects here were truly superb. Various talismans were activated from time to time, combined with formations and magical artifacts, making it feel as if a live-action film was unfolding before their eyes. Rain talismans, smoke talismans, thunder talismans, flying artifacts, illusory formations, and so on. They made the stage a spectacle of thunder and lightning with continuous rain and swirling mist. During fight scenes it was dazzling with light, thunderous in sound, and the whole stage trembled. This was a revelation for Qin Lu. The plot was also highly captivating. It mainly told the story of how Zhang Jinyuan, the founder of the Wuji sect, gradually rose from a qi refining cultivator to become a golden core patriarch. In the end, he personally established the vast Wuji sect, earning immense admiration. The hall was constantly filled with cheers and exclamations of surprise, clearly showing the audience's great satisfaction with the play. Qin Lu was also completely absorbed, immersed in the story. Soon the hour-long play came to an end. The final scene arrived on stage. The elderly cultivator playing Patriarch Zhang Jinyuan stood on a cliff edge, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the magnificent landscape in the distance, his expression inscrutable. The wind from a gale talisman made his robes rustle loudly, his demeanor that of a lofty immortal, inspiring awe. But just then a voice filled with extreme contempt rang out from the audience.
Ha ha! This Zhang Jinyuan dares to boast about himself so shamelessly. What a brazen-faced scoundrel!
As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone's gaze shot towards the source, their faces filled with shock. Even the actor playing Zhang Jinyuan on stage looked dumbfounded, turning his head in disbelief. Insulting Patriarch Zhang Jinyuan in Wuji Ward. Was he tired of living? Qin Lu's heart jolted with alarm, and he quickly looked towards where the voice had come from. The one who had spoken was none other than the old rogue cultivator who had offered the fruits. The old rogue cultivator now wore a look of disdain, utterly indifferent, even under the astonished gazes of everyone. Just as the hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, Xiao Ziyun, seated beside Qin Lu, suddenly asked in a loud voice,
"Grandpa, why do you say that? I think Patriarch Zhang is really impressive."
This voice immediately drew the attention of many.
Damn it!
Qin Lu's face instantly went pale with panic, and he quickly grabbed Xiao Ziyun, covering his little mouth. One must never meddle in such sensitive topics, or else one wouldn't even know how one died. Zhang Meng was also tense at this moment, mirroring Qin Lu's action by covering Xiao Ziyun's mouth. Having lived in Wuji Ward for so long, she knew full well the consequences of offending the Wuji sect here. There was only one outcome, certain death.
Ha ha ha!
The old rogue cultivator laughed heartily up at the sky, then looked at Xiao Ziyun and said with a bright smile,
"I don't have any particular reason. I just simply think he's shameless." "How dare you? You dare insult our patriarch? Prepare to die."
Just then a cultivator in a blue robe suddenly rushed out from behind the stage curtain. Holding a gleaming longsword, he took steps that seemed to cover ground, thrusting directly at the old rogue cultivator.
Time to make myself scarce."
Unexpectedly, the old rogue cultivator's form was extremely ethereal. He spun around and dashed towards the exit, fleeing at the speed of a latest-stage qi refining cultivator.
"Where do you think you're going?"
"After him!" the blue-robed cultivator bellowed in fury, and several more young men in blue robes emerged from various corners, all giving chase to the old rogue cultivator. Within a few breaths they had all left. The hall was left with the many cultivators staring at each other in bewilderment, stunned on the spot. And a single thought flashed through everyone's mind. Who the hell is that old bastard? Seeing the theater descending into chaos, Qin Lu quickly led Zhang Meng and her son away. On their way home, Qin Lu and Zhang Meng took turns admonishing Xiao Ziyun, telling him not to be so reckless in the future and to always speak with caution. Xiao Ziyun showed little reaction to the scolding, walking with his head down, clutching his small wooden sword tightly in his hand, remaining silent. The three of them returned home. After a brief exchange with Qin Lu, Zhang Meng went into the kitchen to prepare lunch, leaving Qin Lu and Xiao Ziyun in the courtyard. It was the second day of the second lunar month, the so-called Dragon Raises its Head festival. Spring had arrived, the weather had warmed completely, and even Xiao Ziyun had shed his thick cotton-padded jacket. Wearing autumn clothes, he crouched in a corner of the yard poking the dirt with his wooden sword, a thoughtful expression on his face. After fumbling around on the ground for a while, he picked up the sword and began to swing it. He resumed practicing his swordsmanship. Watching Xiao Ziyun's agile and graceful movements as he flipped the sword up and down, Qin Lu wore an expression of accustomed familiarity. He had grown used to this peculiar sight. Qin Lu sat under the peach tree, glanced at the boy for a moment, then averted his gaze, and began inspecting his storage pouch. Thanks to his newfound wealth, he had visited a talisman shop and a pill store the previous day, purchasing a considerable number of commonly used talismans and pills. Healing pills, cultivation assisting pills, offensive talismans, functional talismans, and so on. He had spent a full 500 spirit stones, significantly bolstering his reserves. I still have 300 spirit stones left, and there are some talisman-making materials at home. That should be enough. Qin Lu mused to himself. More than half of the 100 talisman-making materials he had purchased some time ago were still on the table. In the past few days, he had been busy selling the medicinal liquid, so he had set aside the task of drawing talismans. However, after experiencing such a substantial income from the medicinal liquid, his enthusiasm for the painstaking low-profit work of talisman making had waned considerably. Now that I have some savings, should I start looking for opportunities to make a fortune? Sticking to talisman making isn't a long-term solution. But what else can I do besides making talismans? When it comes to the most lucrative pursuits in the cultivation world, they can only be alchemy and artifact forging. Maybe I should buy some tools and manuals to study. I have my attribute panel. If I can master them, I'm confident I can maintain an extremely high success rate. But alchemy furnaces and artifact forging furnaces aren't cheap, and the refining materials are expensive too. I'll need to go out and see. Qin Lu stroked his chin, lost in thought. But before he could think it through, a knock came at the courtyard gate. Dong, dong, dong. Brother Qin, it's me. Lu Xian's voice came from outside. Qin Lu got up and opened the door. Old Lu. Qin Lu smiled at the excited Lu Xian. What brings you here today? Uh-huh. Lu Xian grinned broadly, raising his head slightly, and declaring in a clear voice, I've come to invite you to a banquet. With that, he handed over a red invitation. A banquet. Qin Lu took the invitation with a hint of doubt, opened it, and scanned its contents. An expression of understanding immediately dawned on his face. It read that a celebratory banquet was being held in honor of Lu Anshan's induction into the Xianyang sect. The venue was the joyous full pavilion, and the time was tonight. Tisk tisk, I never expected it, old Lu. Your son is so capable. To think that at such a young age, he has become a trusted confidant of Wujifang of the Xianyang sect. I really would never have guessed. Qin Lu remarked with admiration. Actually, I only just found out myself. I always thought he was just fooling around, so I didn't dare mention it to you, brother Qin. Lu Xian chuckled. What exactly happened? Qin Lu asked. That son of mine started some gang in the shantytown, always fighting and causing trouble. I advised him several times to disband it, but he refused. So I thought he was just messing around and not doing anything serious. But it turns out the sect leader of the Xianyang sect ordered him to form the gang, saying he wanted to cultivate a force of battle-ready cultivators. And during the recent chaos in the market, he led a gang of rogue cultivators and rendered meritorious service for the Xianyang sect, seizing a lot of territory from the Yu family. That's why Wujifang brought him up onto the high platform to show his face. It was only then that his mother and I found out he had been working for the Xianyang sect all along. By the end of his speech, Lu Xian couldn't help but wear a proud expression, a look of vindication on his face. Tis tsk. Qin Lu's eyes were filled with astonishment. I never imagined Wujifang had such foresight, secretly cultivating a force. It truly caught me off guard. The sect leader of the Xianyang sect is indeed extraordinary. Lu Xian paused, then shook his head and sighed, but the other two factions aren't pushovers either. I heard the Wei family secretly invited a group of latest-stage Qi refining rogue cultivators, and the Sunset Valley also enlisted the help of several sect disciples. That's why the fighting was so fierce that night. Qin Lu clicked his tongue in wonder. So it seems every leader is deeply calculating. Alright, don't dwell on it. Make sure you come on time tonight. I still have more invitations to deliver. Lu Xian waved the stack of invitations in his hand and took his leave. Sure. You go ahead. Qin Lu cupped his hands in farewell. After they parted, Qin Lu returned to the courtyard, staring at the invitation in his hand, a thoughtful look on his face. Indeed, the market is full of hidden currents and schemes. I must always be cautious. Even Patriarch Yu, a foundation establishment cultivator, was plotted against and lost his life. Truly, one cannot be careless. But should I also cultivate a team of trusted subordinates? As Qin Lu pondered, Zhang Ming soon finished preparing lunch. At the dinner table, Qin Lu told Zhang Ming about Lu Anshan and asked if she wanted to go with him. No, will pass. You'll definitely be drinking tonight, so I won't intrude on your fun, Zhang Ming said with a smile. Alright then. Qin Lu nodded slightly, then a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Come to think of it, I've never had spirit wine before. You'll have to enjoy a good feast tonight. Spirit wine is typically brewed from various fruits and herbs imbued with rich spiritual energy. It is generally divided into 5 categories: spirit fruit wine, spirit rice wine, spirit grain wine, spirit herb wine, and special spirit wine. Drinking spirit wine can replenish a cultivator's spiritual energy and has the effects of calming the mind, nourishing the spirit, strengthening the soul, enriching the blood, fortifying the body, and extending life. Most importantly, it can intoxicate cultivators, inducing a pleasant dizzying sensation. Time passed quickly. Qin Lu practiced his swordsmanship twice in the courtyard and drew a few talismans. Soon evening arrived. Checking the time, Qin Lu tidied up his appearance a little, then stepped out of the courtyard and made his way toward the joyous full pavilion. Night fell. The Wuji market once again buzzed with lively activity. Cultivators satiated with food and drink set off in small groups toward Joyful Lane, their faces alight with excitement. As they walked, they chatted about the day's events. Unsurprisingly, the most shocking incident was what had happened at D Courtyard. An old rogue cultivator passing through the market, after reading the legend of Wuji, had publicly insulted Zhang Jinyuan, the founder of the Wuji sect. This enraged the Wuji sect cultivators, and most of their disciples rushed out to hunt down the old rogue cultivator. It was even said that the matter had disturbed Li Qingdu. As Qin Lu walked along, he saw a few rogue cultivators sitting at a food stall chatting leisurely, with contented expressions. Hearing their animated conversation, he couldn't help but stop and inquire, fellow cultivators, was that old man who spoke so arrogantly caught later? Hearing the question, the leading rogue cultivator chuckled and said, how could anyone catch him? That old man ran like the wind, many couldn't keep up. In the end, he even fled into the eastern ridge. Finding him again will be tough. Just who in the world is this old man to dare speak so brazenly? Qin Lu asked. No idea, never seen him before. But seeing how fast that old man ran, I can't help but think of that female thief from 2 months ago. At this, another rogue cultivator chimed in. Oh. You mean that tigress? I wonder if she's dead. Haven't heard anything about her lately. At first a crazy old man, then a tigress. This market is full of interesting characters, and their talk is always amusing. As they chatted, their conversation drifted to other bits of gossip. Qin Lu listened for a while, but noticed the topic gradually shifting until they recklessly began gossiping about the Luogu Valley Foundation establishment cultivator and his wife. Seeing this, Qin Lu quickly excused himself and left. The journey was uneventful as he arrived at the Huiman Tower. He stepped inside lightly and informed the greeting attendant of the specific private dining room. The attendant then turned and led the way. This banquet was privately organized by Lu Xian, not arranged by the Xianyang sect itself, so there was no fanfare. After all, Lu Xian's modest purse couldn't afford a grand affair. He had simply reserved 2 private rooms, set up a few tables, and invited neighbors, friends, and relatives for a meal. When Qin Lu arrived, many cultivators were already there. He even recognized a few familiar faces, neighbors from his own street with whom he usually had only a nodding acquaintance. Ah, brother Qin, you've come. Lu Xian, clad in a brand new Dharma robe, greeted him with radiant energy. Come, sit over here. Congratulations, brother Lu. A small gift, please accept it. Qin Lu said with a bright smile, casually handing 2 talismans to Lu Xian. Oh brother Qin, you're too kind. Come sit down quickly. Lu Xian naturally accepted the talismans, and led Qin Lu to a round table. At this table were the neighbors living nearby. Oh, it's fellow Taoist Qin. Indeed. I've long heard of your reputation. Fellow Taoist Qin, you've arrived just in time tonight. Here, let me pour you a fine wine. As soon as Qin Lu sat down, several cultivators nearby greeted him with great enthusiasm. Well said, well said. No need to be so polite. Qin Lu quickly exchanged pleasantries. Ever since his battle at the street corner against the 6 members of the Feiyun gang, his social standing had improved considerably. When he went out on ordinary days, neighbors would always greet him, and the neighborhood relations had become much more harmonious. Previously, their attitudes had been cold and perfunctory. But after the battle, their demeanor turned warm, as if they had known Qin Lu for a long time. All right, you all sit tight. They'll come back to share a few drinks with you. Lu Xian made a brief arrangement, then turned and walked to the entrance of the private room to continue welcoming guests. Qin Lu stayed at the round table exchanging names and chatting with these unfamiliar neighbors. They engaged in light-hearted banter, clinking glasses after a few words. This was also Qin Lu's first time drinking spirit wine. The liquid entered his mouth with a soft, subtle sweetness, refreshing and crisp, spreading through his body. The wine was rich and mellow, and as the fiery liquid went down his throat, there was no sting, only extreme comfort. Even after drinking, the fragrance lingered between his teeth, leaving a long-lasting aftertaste. This made Qin Lu, a first-time drinker, instantly take a liking to it. As they drank and talked, time flew by. Soon all the guests had arrived. Everyone gathered around several round tables, eating and drinking joyfully, laughing heartily in a warm and lively scene. Lu Xian and his family began making toasts at each table. As an auctioneer, Lu Xian was exceptionally eloquent, and coupled with his friendly nature, he was quite popular in the neighborhood. Wherever he went, he drew laughter and cheers from the cultivators. Even the usually stern Lu Anchen was all smiles, holding his wine cup and downing it in one gulp with every toast. He was full of heroic spirit. Soon Lu Xian's family came to Qin Lu's table. Ahaha, thank you all so much for coming tonight. Is the food here to your liking? Lu Xian greeted with a smile. Naturally, it's extremely delicious. Thank you, Senior Lu, for treating us to such a feast. Congratulations, Senior Lu. Your son is truly talented, elegant, and valiant. Everyone stood up, exchanging pleasantries in a harmonious atmosphere. Then at Lu Xian's invitation, they all raised their glasses and drank together. All right, you all enjoy yourselves. Just as Lu Xian was about to excuse himself to toast the next table, Lu Anchen suddenly poured a glass of wine and walked over to Qin Lu. Uncle Qin, I'd like to toast you, Lu Anchen said with a smile. This action immediately caught the attention of all the neighbors at the round table, a glint of surprise flickering in their eyes. Even Lu Xian and his wife were momentarily taken aback. Seeing this, Qin Lu stood up, poured a glass of wine, and gently clinked it with Lu Anchen's. Xiao Lu, you've truly been hiding your talents. To be able to join the Xianyang sect, your future is boundless. Qin Lu said with a complimentary laugh. Lu Anchen laughed heartily, then paused. Uncle Qin, actually you could join the Xianyang sect too. Are you interested? At these words the scene fell silent. The neighbors looked at Qin Lu with a hint of envy in their eyes. Joining one of the 4 major forces in the market was a dream for countless rogue cultivators. Why seek me out? Qin Lu asked, puzzled. Is there any need for a reason, Uncle Qin? Everyone has heard about your battle on the street that day. Unscathed, defeating 6 alone. Your strength is more than enough to join the Xianyang sect's combat team, Lu Anchen said matter-of-factly. Yes, fellow Taoist Qin's strength is indeed sufficient. Right. I was there that day and saw it with my own eyes. Fellow Taoist Qin killed those robbers in just a few breaths. Indeed, fellow Taoist Qin is very strong. The neighbors chimed in, with various voices of agreement, clearly in full support of the matter. After all, they had all heard of Qin Lu's combat prowess. However, just as everyone expected Qin Lu to accept on the spot, things took an unexpected turn. Qin Lu simply waved his hand and said directly, forget it. I have no intention of joining any faction for now. At these words the entire room fell silent. Within the boundless bazaar, joining one of the four major powers meant a life free from want, a rise in social status, and the respect of others. This was the most coveted dream for many low-ranking rogue cultivators. If Qin Lu had received this invitation when he first traversed into this world, he would have accepted it without a second thought. What were the slum thugs, or the gambling den managers? Even if Qin Lu didn't repay the spirit stones he owed, they wouldn't dare utter a single word of complaint. But now Qin Lu had no reason to join. He possessed a unique skill, lacked no spirit stones, and had long since resolved all his grudges and enmities. Most importantly, he had an attribute panel. By grinding proficiency, he could enhance his own abilities. Joining the mysterious Sun sect would only make him feel constrained. Given this, he might as well refuse outright. Qin Lu's rejection stunned the neighbors nearby, but they quickly recovered and resumed their flattery. Lu Anshan, however, did not press the matter. With a faint smile, he continued toasting with his parents at other tables. Thus the gathering continued, with drinking and merrymaking, the atmosphere growing extremely lively. In the end, all departed in high spirits. Several days later, the large merchant caravan that many cultivators had been eagerly anticipating finally arrived. This was a grand event that happened only once every year or two in the market town, drawing numerous cultivators out to watch as they gathered outside the bazaar. The Boundless Gate had designated a vast open area on the outskirts for the caravan to set up camp. At this moment, in front of the open area, a dense crowd of various cultivators lined both sides of the merchant road, chatting and laughing as they awaited the caravan's arrival. Qin Lu had brought Zhang Ming and her son here early in the morning, securing a good vantage point on a small hill to the left.
"It seems they'll test for spiritual roots right here,"
Zhang Ming suddenly murmured.
"And they've already transported the spirit testing stone over, so it should be here."
Qin Lu nodded gently, his gaze shifting to the center of the open area. There stood an irregular black monolith, over 2 meters tall, emitting a faint spiritual light. It was the spirit testing stone. In front of the black stone stood over 20 cultivators in blue robes from the Boundless Gate. These were the various managers of the Boundless Bazaar, led by none other than Li Qingdu. Among them, Qin Lu spotted several familiar faces. Lu Xiangshi, who had collected rent in the slums, Xiao Yin, who now collected rent in the courtyard, the sword-wielding cultivator he had seen at the theater a few days ago, and a patrol cultivator who had once checked his identity. All of them were outer disciples of the Boundless Gate. Their presence here was naturally to welcome their uncle, Master Zheng.
"They're coming! They're coming!"
At the excited shouts of a few cultivators, the long-awaited caravan finally appeared on the distant plains. Zhang Ming stood on tiptoe, looked up, and then smiled.
"There are even more people this time than last. It's going to be quite lively."
Qin Lu looked up and saw the approaching procession, nearly 2,000 strong, slowly making their way from the distance. As the caravan drew nearer, the mortals also noticed the massive crowd on the hillside ahead. Excited shouts rang out, interspersed with a few sobs. As they gradually approached, the many mortals in the caravan looked curious, constantly gazing at the various cultivators on the slopes on either side. This was a procession composed of people from all walks of life. There were noble scions riding in luxurious carriages, princes, princesses, and heirs from various mortal dynasties. They brought the most belongings, accompanied by numerous maids and guards, and occupied the very front of the caravan. In the middle of the procession, however, were people of all descriptions. Chivalrous heroes, elegant scholars, wealthy young masters, swordsmen, and blade wielders, rural hunters, carefree youths, destitute village girls, and so on. They traveled by ox or donkey cart, on horseback, or on foot, their eyes shining with the brightest light. At the rear of the caravan were numerous carts laden with various goods, followed by hundreds of gaunt, sallow-faced youths. Male and female alike, their clothes were tattered, their hands bound with ropes. They trudged along with vacant, lifeless eyes devoid of any spark.
"Oh, quite a few this time. At least a few hundred mortal slaves. Indeed. Had the price is right, ill buy one to serve me at home."
"Ha ha, you old scoundrel, don't torment them.
Your family is dirt poor. If you buy a mortal, they'll starve to death soon enough." "Bah! You're talking nonsense. Hey, look at that kid, that arrogant look in his eyes. Does he think he's still in his family's kingdom? And that swordsman too, ha ha. A bunch of country bumpkins. They need a lesson to learn that there's always someone better.
As the caravan approached, the many cultivators of the boundless bazaar looking down from the slopes pointed at the mortals below, their laughter and chatter unceasing. The mortals below, however, were filled with excitement, their eyes brimming with hope. This was the blessed land where immortals dwelled. These people on the slopes were immortals, who could ride clouds and mists. But these immortal lords looked no different from ordinary folk. They even seemed a bit shabby. Swish! A sudden sound of something cutting through the air came from the sky. A blue figure landed directly in front of Li Qingdu. It was a middle-aged female cultivator, who appeared to be around 40. She had a graceful figure and exquisite and otherworldly beauty, truly a stunningly gorgeous woman.
Senior Sister Zheng.
Upon seeing her, Li Qingdu was the first to clasp his hands in greeting.
Greetings, Uncle Master Zheng.
The over 20 blue-robed cultivators immediately bowed in unison.
Junior Brotherly, there's no need for such formality.
The middle-aged female cultivator smiled faintly, then said,
I encountered quite a few mortals who caught my eye on this journey, so I brought them all along. This many people won't disrupt your arrangements, will they? Senior Sister Zheng, what are you saying? I will surely arrange everything properly for these few thousand people.
Li Qingdu replied with an easy smile.
That's good. There are also over 200 low-ranking rogue cultivators who came with me. They should inject some vitality into the market town. Thank you for your hard work, Senior Sister.
The two Foundation establishment cultivators from the Boundless Gate conferred briefly in the open area, quickly finalizing the specific arrangements. After issuing a few commands, the over 20 blue-robed cultivators immediately bustled into action.
Fellow Taoists who have already drawn qi into their bodies, please follow me. I will take you into the bazaar to find lodging. Those who know other cultivators in the market town are free to leave on their own. Fellow Taoists from other sects, please proceed to the tavern. A banquet has been prepared. Mortals who have come to tour the market town, please line up. Spiritual root testing will be conducted here uniformly.
The over 20 blue-robed cultivators began handling affairs, splitting the nearly 2,000-strong procession into separate groups. Some led rogue cultivators to the slums, others received mortal goods and items, some took charge of managing the mortal slaves, and others organized the mortals for spiritual root testing. They were all busily occupied. Meanwhile, the many rogue cultivators on the hillside watched the commotion with amusement. Zhang Meng, observing the somewhat chaotic mortal queue below, suddenly said,
I think they'll line up there for testing. It'll take Ziyun over now. Go ahead.
Qin Lu nodded. Zhang Meng took Xiao Ziyun's hand and descended the slope, heading towards the mortal queue for spiritual root testing. Qin Lu stood still, watching the receding figures of Zhang Meng and her son, his heartbeat involuntarily quickening. If Xiao Ziyun had no spiritual roots, what choice would he make? Stay in the market town, or leave? For immortal, testing one's spiritual roots is the most crucial step on the path to immortality. During infancy, spiritual roots remain inconspicuous, only fully manifesting after the body develops to a certain degree, typically after the age of 4. Spiritual root testing could be conducted after the age of 4. At this moment, a long queue had formed before the Black Spirit testing stone. Most were the royal offspring from the merchant caravan, interspersed with some commoners in the middle of the line. Xiao Ziyun stood near the back of the queue. Under the organization of the Wuji sect, the spiritual root testing commenced swiftly. The rule was simple: place one's palm on the spirit testing stone to determine if they possess spiritual roots. The first was a youth clad in luxurious brocade. With a composed expression, he stepped forward and pressed his hand against the stone. After several breaths, the pitch-black stone remained utterly unresponsive.
No spiritual roots. Next.
The blue-robed cultivator standing beside the stone declared flatly. Hearing this verdict, the brocade-clad youth showed no disappointment, as if he had anticipated it. He merely shrugged and turned to leave. Next came a middle-aged mortal dressed as a merchant. He followed the same procedure.
Next.
The blue-robed cultivator announced, once more, his voice cold and indifferent. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged mortal seemed to lose all strength. His expression dimmed, and with vacant eyes, he turned and walked away.
Next. Next.
The blue-robed cultivator's emotionless voice rang out repeatedly across the field. The unbroken string of failures made most of the waiting mortals tense up, their expressions growing serious. In stark contrast, the loose cultivators gathered on the hillside were chatting unrestrainedly.
Hey! How many of these mortals do you reckon will ascend to immortality? There's barely 1,000 here. Probably none. Ascending can't be that easy. Exactly. Even though we're not doing so well, we're all 1 in 10% geniuses. Right, you'd need over 10,000 people to find even one with spiritual roots.
Qin Lu stood on the hillside listening to the laughter and chatter of the cultivators around him, and couldn't help but frown. He had a general understanding of the probability of mortals possessing spiritual roots. Typically 1 in 10,000 mortals might have them. But this likelihood only existed in regions rich in spiritual energy, not in areas where it was thin. In spiritually barren lands, perhaps hundreds of millions would pass without a single mortal being born with spiritual roots. In other words, blessed places, like the market town, were more likely to produce infants with spiritual roots. And children born from the union of 2 cultivators had an even higher probability. Calculating this way, the odds of possessing spiritual roots could be as high as 20 or 30%, many times greater than for ordinary mortals. And Xiao Ziyan fell within this probability. The spiritual root testing continued, with one mortal after another stepping forward to touch the spirit testing stone. But as everyone expected, none of them managed to elicit any reaction from the stone. As time passed, the number of people in the original merchant caravan dwindled. Various loose cultivators, whether by chance or drawn by reputation, had already entered the market town to explore. The slaves at the rear of the caravan had been taken over by the Wujifang sect for preparation to be sold in the market. Meanwhile, the caravan's mundane goods had been purchased by various shopkeepers, and carts were pulling them into the town one after another. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Qin Lu stood still watching the slowly advancing testing queue. He estimated that within the time it takes to burn an incense stick, it would be Xiao Ziyan's turn. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a familiar face on the opposite hillside. He couldn't help but look up.
What the hell? What is he doing here? How dare he come here?
Qin Lu's expression shifted, his pupils contracting. A familiar figure was crouching on a tree branch watching the crowd below with a faint smile on his face. His leisurely demeanor was like that of someone on a spring outing. This man was none other than the destitute old loose cultivator who had publicly insulted the Wuji patriarch a few days ago.
Wasn't he driven into the eastern ridge and presumed dead? How did he end up here?
Doubt surged in Qin Lu's heart. He simply couldn't fathom that the old cultivator would dare to show up here. Had he truly grown tired of living? After all, there were 2 foundation establishment cultivators of the Wuji sect present. The moment he revealed himself, they would surely join forces to slay him on the spot. He would have no means of resistance. Yet Qin Lu glanced around and saw that everyone nearby appeared normal, as if no one had noticed the old cultivator's presence. After a moment's thought, Qin Lu averted his gaze and continued watching the testing queue below.
Forget it, this has nothing to do with me. Better not get involved. Just pretend I didn't see him.
Despite his thoughts, Qin Lu's peripheral vision kept drifting back to that spot, carefully observing the old cultivator's every move. What exactly was this man planning? The spiritual root testing continued. Soon it was Xiao Ziyan's turn. The young boy, clutching a wooden sword, walked nervously toward the pitch-black stone. Not far away, Zhang Ming clasped her hands together, gazing at Xiao Ziyan's back with eyes full of hope. Seeing this, Qin Lu's heart on the hillside suddenly began to race. Finally, the moment had come. The knight Xiao Ziyan approached the stone, stood on tiptoe, and extended his fair little hand, pressing it directly onto the stone slab. Ding, 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 ding. With 5 soft chimes, a dazzling radiance burst forth from the black stone.
Look! It's reacting! This child truly has spiritual roots. But why is it so bright?
Exclamations erupted from the onlooking crowd. The quickest to react were not the loose cultivators, but Li Qingdu and the female cultivator surnamed Zheng, who stood beside the spirit testing stone. The 2 foundation establishment cultivators flashed forward swiftly, arriving before Xiao Ziyan. Li Qingdu's face lit up with surprise as he stared at the unusually reacting spirit testing stone. He exclaimed,
"It's a heavenly spiritual root." "What? A heavenly spiritual root. How is that possible? Wow! How many years has it been since one last appeared?
Liqingda's words sent the entire gathering of cultivators into an uproar. A heavenly spiritual root was an exceedingly rare attribute. If the odds of a mortal ascending to immortality were 1 in tens of thousands, then a heavenly spiritual root appeared in only 1 out of 10,000 cultivators. Cultivators with such roots were all exceptionally gifted. Not only did they cultivate at 3 to 4 times the speed of ordinary people, but they also had the potential to form a golden core within a century. Anyone with a heavenly spiritual root would be fiercely contended over by all major sects.
Excellent. Ha. Our Wuji sect will surely flourish.
The female cultivator surnamed Zheng let out a long breath and laughed heartily, looking up at the sky. She had never imagined that a simple escort mission for a merchant caravan would uncover a heavenly spiritual root. Qin Lu's eyes sparkled with joy as he gazed at Xiao Ziyan's bewildered face, then turned slightly to look at Zhang Ming, who was covering her mouth and weeping. His heart brimmed with elation. The next moment, as if sensing Qin Lu's gaze, Zhang Ming turned her head with a telepathic understanding. Their eyes met, and both could see the joy reflected in each other's. Just as they were locked in this tender gaze, whoosh! Boom! A figure suddenly descended from the sky, landing directly before Li Qingdu and the woman surnamed Zheng. The figure swept Xiao Ziyan into his arms, and a voice rang out with wild laughter.
A genius with such potential, join our Hejian sect instead.
At this sight everyone was utterly astounded, for no one had even seen the figure's movements. And when Qin Lu saw who it was, his face went wide with shock. Wasn't this the destitute old loose cultivator? The sudden appearance of this cultivator sent a shock through the crowd. The 2 Foundation establishment cultivators from the Wuji sect reacted swiftly, immediately drawing their artifacts and pointing them at the ragged old rogue cultivator.
Who goes there? Release him at once!
Both shouted simultaneously, their figures flickering as they blocked the old rogue cultivator's path from front and back. The fact that he had descended directly from the air indicated he was a Foundation establishment cultivator. Before the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators present could speak, a blue-robed cultivator in the distance suddenly shouted,
"Uncle! This is the one who insulted our patriarch!"
Liqingda's face turned cold upon hearing this.
"So it's you! Prepare to die!"
As he spoke, his wrist twisted, and the long sword in his hand thrust forward at an extremely bizarre angle. Anyone who dared to publicly humiliate their patriarch was as good as dead in Wuji Square. Seeing this, the female cultivator surnamed Zheng immediately activated her artifact and charged forward in tandem. The 2 Foundation establishment cultivators, one in front and one behind, charged straight at the ragged rogue cultivator.
Ziyun!
Qin Lu's heart filled with anxiety as he sprinted toward them. Xiao Ziyun was merely a mortal amidst a battle between 3 Foundation establishment cultivators. Even the weakest spell could snuff out his life. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingdu and his companion had already reached the old rogue cultivator. Their respective artifacts came crashing down with cold ferocity.
Clang! Clang!
2 sounds of clashing weapons rang out from the scene. A shockwave erupted from the center, violently spreading outward, sending dust and fallen leaves flying into the air.
This!
Qin Lu's face was filled with horror as he watched the scene unfold, his running pace involuntarily slowing. For the situation was somewhat unexpected. The old rogue cultivator had extended both arms and was blocking their attacks with just his palms. The artifacts were still 2 inches from his palms, their tips trembling incessantly, yet unable to advance a single inch further.
Defeating 2 at once. Who is this person? Li Qingdu is at the mid-Foundation establishment stage, and Zheng Yin is at the late Foundation establishment stage, yet he blocks them with such ease. Wait. This man looks familiar.
The cultivators watching from the hillside were dumbfounded. Those with sharp eyes pointed at the old rogue cultivator and cried out in shock. The old rogue cultivator in the middle of the battlefield smiled faintly, then suddenly exerted force with both arms, sending the 2 staggering backward. Overwhelmed by the immense force, Li Qingdu and Zheng Yin were uncontrollably flung backward. They flipped in midair and landed steadily, but instead of resuming their assault, they wore grave expressions. After that brief exchange, they realized instantly that this man was not a Foundation Establishment cultivator. He was a golden core. If the gap between Qi refining and Foundation Establishment was vast, then the chasm between Foundation Establishment and golden core was an insurmountable abyss. The disparity in strength was far beyond what the two of them could bridge.
Heh. For Zhang Zhenyu and Sake, you'll overlook your unprovoked attack.
The old rogue cultivator grinned, revealing two dimples on his dark cheeks. Hearing this, Li Qingdu and Zheng Yan exchanged glances. After a pause, Zheng Yan put away her artifact and hesitantly cupped her hands.
Senior, you are from the Hejin sect. Senior Wang.
Oh,
so this old man still has some reputation.
The old rogue cultivator raised an eyebrow, a hint of joy appearing on his face. At these words, all the cultivators present were momentarily stunned, and the entire scene fell into dead silence. The Hejin sect, another behemoth in Luoyang Prefecture. Like the Wuji sect, it was a formidable sect boasting golden core cultivators. However, a subtle difference lay in the fact that the Hejin sect had 2 golden core cultivators. One more than the Wuji sect. Apart from the Hejin sect's leader, who was perpetually occupied with sect affairs, there was a golden core elder who had long been wandering the mortal world, indulging in its pleasures. Anyone who had perused a few books on the sites of Luoyang Prefecture would know that the golden core cultivator who roamed among mortals was named Wang Xinji. Clearly the unkempt old man before them was none other than Wang Xinji. Li Qingdu's face darkened. Glancing at the bewildered 4-year-old child, he gritted his teeth and said,
Senior Wang, are you not abusing your power to bully others? This prodigy was discovered by our Wuji sect. Why do you snatch away what we cherish?
Wang Xinji looked unconcerned.
Who said he was discovered by you? All fellow cultivators present have witnessed it. This child was tested by our Wuji sect's spirit testing stone and found to have a heavenly spirit root. You see a prodigy and seize him by force, huh? Is the Hejin sect nothing but a band of robbers and thugs?
Li Qingdu said coldly.
Ha ha!
Wang Xinji suddenly threw his head back and laughed heartily, then said cheerfully,
You've got it wrong. This child was discovered by me.
A flash of anger flickered in Zheng Yan's eyes as she said coldly,
Senior, are you relying on your profound cultivation to twist the truth? How I Wang Xinji act with integrity and mean what I say. Why would I deceive you little ones? Some time ago, I passed by Wuji Square and happened upon this child. I saw at once that his talent was extraordinary. I've been observing him secretly for days. Today, I merely borrowed your spirit testing stone to see his spirit root.
Hearing this, both Li Qingdu and Zheng Yan's expressions turned extremely grim, for they knew instantly that Wang Xinji was speaking the truth. Wang Xinji looked down at Xiaozian beside him and asked cheerfully,
Little one, was that fruit tasty?
Xiaozian naturally recognized the old man and nodded vigorously.
Delicious. Good child.
Wang Xinji patted Xiaozian's head and laughed heartily.
From now on, whenever you want some, just tell Grandpa and he'll take you to eat. Thank you, Grandpa.
Xiaozian nodded emphatically. Wang Xinji's gaze softened. After a pause, he spoke solemnly.
Little one, would you be willing to become my disciple?
Hearing this, every cultivator present couldn't help but swallow hard, their hearts racing. To take a golden core cultivator as one's master meant a path of cultivation that would be radiant and smooth, a true highway to greatness. Qin Lu, watching this scene, felt a jolt in his heart, and an ominous premonition surged within him. Xiaozian bit his finger, as if deep in thought. After a moment, he turned around, pointed at a figure in the distance, and said softly,
I need to ask my mother first. Whoosh!
The moment Xiaozian finished speaking, the two figures vanished from their spot. In the next instant, they appeared before Zhang Ming. Looking at Zhang Ming's astonished face, Wang Xinji asked again with a smile,
Young lady, what do you think of this matter?
Though Zhang Ming was only at the second layer of Qi refining, she was no stranger to Wang Xinji's name. Seeing such a renowned figure from books standing before her now, she couldn't help but feel flustered. After hearing Wang Xinji's words, she glanced at Qin Lu in the distance, and tears of joy welled up in her eyes. Then turning back to Wang Xinji, she replied in a trembling voice,
This is naturally wonderful. Ha ha, then it's settled.
Wang Xinji let out a hearty laugh, his heart brimming with joy. As he spoke, he raised his right hand slightly, and Zhang Ming, who had been standing slowly, rose from the ground, floating in the air. Wang Xinji lifted Xiaoziyun with his left arm, turned to look at Li Qingdu and Zheng Yin, and said triumphantly, "Go tell your patriarch that I, Wang Xinji, have intercepted today. He'll find him another day to drink and make amends." With that, Wang Xinji soared into the air with Zhang Ming and her son, transforming into a long rainbow that vanished beyond the horizon in mere moments. Staring at the direction of Wang Xin's departure, all the cultivators present were stunned into silence. Qin Lu, standing there, was utterly bewildered, his movements becoming sluggish. "Wait. Is that it?" Just like that they left. Wang Xinji, who intercepted the proceedings, disrupted the spirit root testing process. Infuriated, Li Qingdu and Zheng Yin stormed off in a huff, leaving a group of utterly bewildered onlookers behind. In the end, the spirit root testing could only be hastily concluded, and the crowd of cultivators on the hillside dispersed in all directions. Meanwhile, Qin Lu stood there dazed and motionless. Zhang Ming and her son vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving him utterly unable to react. As the onlookers gradually drifted away, he sat dejectedly on the hillside, silent and crestfallen. Today had been an emotional roller coaster for him. Not long ago, he had been worried that Xiaoziyun lacked any spiritual roots, and fretted over his choice between her and Zhang Ming. Yet in a flash, Xiaoziyun was revealed to possess an exceedingly rare heavenly spirit root. And just as he was rejoicing for Xiaoziyun, the sudden appearance of Wang Xinji whisked Zhang Ming and her son away, plunging his heart into an abyss of despair. The tumultuous day left a faint ache in his heart.
What the hell is this all about?
Qin Lu slammed his fist against the ground, grinding his teeth in frustration. The sunset slowly sank below the horizon, painting the sky a blood-red hue, like a bowl of spilled blood. As darkness crept in, the disheartened Qin Lu rose to his feet and trudged toward the market district. The entrance to the city was still bustling with activity. Entering the market, Qin Lu noticed that today's slaves were still being sold on the streets, with many cultivators gathered around bidding prices. However, compared to the hundreds of slaves earlier in the day, only a dozen or so scattered mortals remained. Most had likely been purchased by shops or cultivators. In no mood for the commotion, Qin Lu barely glanced at the scene before heading home. He returned home with heavy steps, sat on the stone stool in the courtyard, leaned against the stone table, and gazed silently at the peach tree beginning to sprout new leaves. After an indeterminate amount of time, bang, 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 a sudden knock echoed from the courtyard gate.
Back!
Qin Lu's eyes lit up, and he quickly rose to open the door. But standing outside the gate was not the person he had hoped to see. It was his neighbor, Lucien. Peering into the courtyard, Lucien hesitated before asking,
"Brother Qin, where is Sister Zhang?" "Now!"
Qin Lu sighed helplessly.
"You've heard too. How could I not hear of such a big event? The whole market is buzzing with rumors. A peerless heavenly spirit root reappears. Wang Xinji shows himself in the wild. 2 Foundation establishment cultivators from the Wuji sect publicly humiliated. Ahem. After listening for a while, I realized the heavenly spirit root they were talking about sounded a bit like your little one, so I came to ask. Is Zhang's child really a heavenly spirit root?"
Qin Lu felt a pang of bitterness and nodded.
"It is indeed him."
Lucien's face lit up with excitement, and he gesticulated wildly.
"Holy crap! So it's true. Then aren't you set for life? That's a golden core disciple." "Set for life, my ass,"
Qin Lu retorted irritably.
"Now she's flown away without even a word of goodbye. What kind of nonsense is this?" "Don't say that. This is still a connection for you. Who knows, maybe they'll come back someday to repay your kindness for saving them." "Forget it."
Qin Lu waved his hand and placed it on the courtyard gate.
"All right, old Lu, let me be."
With that, he closed the gate.
"Hey, if Ziyun ever comes back, make sure to call me."
Lucien's voice echoed from outside. Qin Lu shook his head slowly and headed toward his room. He suddenly felt exhausted and needed to sleep. But just as he reached the door, a faint sound came from behind him. He spun around sharply. In the courtyard, which had been empty moments before, now stood an old man with a dark complexion. Who else could bypass the formation and enter the yard but Wang Xinji? Seeing him, Qin Lu's heart tightened. He hurriedly turned around and asked nervously,
Senior One, what brings you here? Although Wang Xinji had seemed reasonable earlier that day, he was still a golden core cultivator. If he were to go on a killing spree, all the cultivators in Wuji Market wouldn't be enough to stop him.
After all, the gap between realms was like heaven and earth. In his presence, Qin Lu could not muster any backbone.
Nothing much. That young lady Zhang asked me to come and say goodbye for her. I'm an easygoing fellow, so I agreed to deliver her farewell message.
Wang Xinji spoke casually, his expression indifferent, as he sat down on the stone chair. Qin Lu's heart sank. He lowered his head and murmured,
Why didn't she come to say it herself? The young lady felt a bit ashamed. Oh, and she asked me to thank you for taking care of them all this time. Damn it.
Qin Lu couldn't help but curse.
So now we're breaking up online. What are you on about? Wang Xinji glanced at Qin Lu, paused, and then chuckled.
Don't be too upset, kid. With that big mouth of yours, you managed to sleep with a beauty like Zhang for months. You've already come out ahead. Hearing this, Qin Lu's anger faltered and his face flushed with embarrassment.
Don't be so crude.
It was a mutual affair after all.
All right, I have a serious question for you.
Wang Xinji glanced at the long sword hanging at Qin Lu's waist and said calmly,
I noticed Xian's sword dance was very fluid. He said he learned it by secretly imitating your sword techniques. What sword art are you practicing?
Qin Lu flipped his wrist and retrieved the gray shadow sword art from his storage pouch.
This one.
Wang Xinji took it, flipped through a couple of pages, and rolled his eyes.
What trash!
With a slight movement of his right hand, he instantly reduced the old book to ashes.
Hey, that's my property. How can you just burn it like that?
Qin Lu grumbled inwardly. Wang Xinji clapped his hands, brushing away the ashes, and said nonchalantly,
Don't pretend to be all sentimental, kid. I've already looked into it. I know you only took in that young lady Zhang because you were attracted to her looks. Now that she's gone, there's nothing to say. I'm taking them up the mountain for rigorous training. It'll probably be over a decade before we come down. If you have anything to say to them, say it now.
Qin Lu's expression hardened and softened. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed.
Then, let each find their own joy. Good lad.
Wang Xinji laughed as he stood up, flipping his palm to reveal a small black orb.
This is a heavenly thunder pearl. It contains the power of lightning and can injure a Foundation establishment cultivator when activated. Consider it a small gift from me. You did take good care of the mother and son after all.
Qin Lu took the heavenly thunder pearl with a dazed expression.
I'm off. Bang!
Wang Xinji launched himself into the air, passed through the breath-concealing formation, and rapidly disappeared into the horizon. Qin Lu gazed up at the pitch-black sky, his heart a whirlwind of emotions, and couldn't help but let out a long, heavy sigh. He had been dumped? At the Wuji Market. Petite and delicate Feng, she carrying a bundle on her back, and holding two small wooden buckets, followed closely behind a middle-aged man. Beside her was a young girl of similar age. The three of them, laden with bags and parcels, walked briskly along the bustling Wanlu street. Feng's eyes were wide open as she constantly looked around, filled with wonder. This was her first time here. This was the very heart of the celestial realm. A place countless people dreamed of coming to. The mere thought of having arrived here filled Feng she with secret delight, her brows lifting in joy. She had just turned 15. Her family were self-sufficient farmers, and their household of 5 had lived a harmonious life in the village. But misfortune struck when a sudden plague of locusts destroyed their peaceful days. The disaster ravaged not only their village, but also their entire county, and even the whole prefecture. With such a calamity, the family's grain reserves were utterly insufficient to survive the lean year. Later, under the organization of local officials, her father led the whole family to flee to a neighboring prefectural city. It wasn't just her family, the entire village embarked on the path of escape. But the journey of over 1,000 li, lasting more than a month, turned into a dark memory. It seemed as though all the evils of the mortal world manifested during those days. Internally there was covert fighting and robbing for food, externally bandits and brigands ran rampant. For a mere morsel of grain everyone abandoned all sense of shame. Because food was scarce, her parents' younger brother and grandfather all starved to death along the way. Feng Shi tenacious managed to survive by eating wild vegetables, grass, tree roots, and even mud. Just as she was about to die of hunger, they encountered a luxurious merchant caravan on the escape route. The refugees immediately rushed to ask for help. The caravan generously provided ample grain and clean water, helping everyone reach their destination safely. The refugees were overwhelmed with gratitude, kneeling down to thank them. Upon inquiry, they learned that this caravan was actually an immortal-seeking team led by an immortal master. Even more astonishingly, the immortal master was willing to take a small group of people to the blessed paradise, where immortals dwelled. Fortunately, Feng Shi was chosen. Subsequently, as a slave, she followed the luxurious caravan all the way to the market. A month ago, while being sold on the street, she was bought by an elderly immortal master. She usually performed odd jobs at the elderly immortal master's home. But 2 days ago, for no apparent reason, and without her committing any fault, the old immortal master suddenly sold her back to the slave agency. While she was at a loss, an immortal master came to the agency today and directly purchased 3 servants. Once again, she was fortunate enough to be among them. Now the 3 of them were heading to report for duty at that immortal master's residence. Soon they arrived outside a mansion at the end of the street. The leading middle-aged man stopped, turned to the 2 girls, and said,
"This is the immortal master's residence. You've been in the celestial market for a month now. Do you understand the rules?"
Hearing this, Feng Shi and the other girl quickly nodded.
"All right, let's get to know each other first. My name is Qin Lu,"
the middle-aged man said softly.
"My name is Feng Shi. My name is Chu Shi."
After introducing themselves, the man named Qin Lu gave a few more words of advice before turning to knock on the door. Soon the door opened. A vigorous-looking immortal master peered through the crack, glanced casually at them, and said,
"Come in."
They entered the courtyard. The vigorous immortal master stood before them, pointed to the south side, and said,
"There are a few rooms over there. You 3 will live there. This is the kitchen. The well is in the middle courtyard. I live in the back courtyard. Your daily tasks are to cook, chop wood, do laundry, and fetch water. When I am in the courtyard, I practice swordsmanship or draw talismans. You must never disturb me. You must knock before entering."
The vigorous immortal master continued explaining the rules of the residence to them. As she listened, Feng Shi carefully sized up the immortal master. He looked around 30 years old, with bronze skin, sharp and clear facial contours, bright and spirited eyes, and a loud, resonant voice.
"Quite handsome, and his mouth is nicely shaped too."
Feng Shi chuckled inwardly. After speaking for a while, the vigorous immortal master finally asked,
"What are all your names?"
Upon being asked, the 3 quickly stepped forward and stated their names.
"All right, Qin Lu, you are older. From now on, you will be the steward responsible for general affairs. As for you 2, you will listen to Steward Qin." "Understood. Understood."
The 3 bowed in acknowledgement.
"By the way, my name is Qin Lu. That's it for now. Go put away your luggage."
Qin Lu waved his hand, dismissing them.
"Yes."
Feng Shi and the others immediately replied. They then picked up their bags and went to the servants' quarters, a room facing north. Entering the room, Feng Shi looked around. The room was not large. 2 small beds were placed side by side in the corner, clearly for her and Chu Xiaoyi. Steward Chen's room was next door. After putting away her few clothes and belongings, Feng Shi sat directly on the bed, feeling the softness beneath her. She couldn't help but touch the bedding, a look of pleasant surprise on her face.
"This is the kind of quilt only high-ranking officials could use. I never thought I'd get to sleep under one."
Having come with a caravan, Feng Shi knew well that items brought to the celestial realm were the most precious in the mortal world. In the celestial realm, this was the lowest grade of bedding, but in the mortal world, it would be the most expensive.
"Feng Shi, were you kicked out by the immortal master?"
Her roommate Chu Xiaoyi suddenly greeted her. Feng Shi looked at the girl, who was slightly younger than her, and shook her head.
"No, I never angered that immortal master. But he suddenly sold me off." "Why?"
Chu Xiaoyi sat down beside Feng Shi, asking curiously.
"Was he very fierce? What was he like?"
Feng Shi whispered.
"Actually, he was quite decent, but the place he lived was far worse than here. He told me it was called a slum. Everything around was shabby, and it was even a bit smelly. Ah,
Chu Xiao exclaimed in surprise.
There are places like that in the Celestial Market. Yes, just outside the city wall. Actually, I kind of feel that he ran out of money, which is why he sold me off. Can immortal masters run out of money?
Chu Xiaoya's eyes widened.
That's just my guess.
Feng Shi shrugged and asked,
What about you? Where were you serving an immortal master before? I've never been anywhere. No one wanted me at the last auction. I've been staying at the slave agency this whole month. That's all right. From now on, I'll look out for you. Don't worry too much. From what I saw, this immortal master Qin seems easy to get along with.
Chu Xiaoyi nodded gently, then asked,
So what do we do every day? Just the usual servant chores. Don't worry, it's not too hard. By the way, what did you do before? I was from an ordinary family. When the immortal master's caravan passed through our county town, my father heartlessly sent me off, saying I should pursue a chance at immortality.
Chu Shui said softly.
That's still better off than me. My family encountered a locust plague back then. The scene.
The two young girls, both in their early teens, sat in the room, sharing their past stories, their bond quickly deepening. Though they were but the lowest servants in the market, their expressions were brimming with hope for life. After all, just by arriving here, they had already surpassed countless mortals, transcending class hierarchies, to become the elite among men. After assigning tasks to the three servants, Qin Lu leisurely strolled toward the master's quarters. Glancing around the newly built courtyard, a faint smile curled at the corners of his lips. He had moved into this standard quadrangle courtyard. The estate spanned approximately 600 square meters, comprising the main northern hall, the southern inverted hall, the eastern and western wing rooms, and the central courtyard. It was situated at the heart of Wuji Market, Wanlu Street. This was not only the most bustling area, but also the safest zone. After all, the families and relatives of the market's 4 major powers all resided here.
If the Yu family hadn't moved away entirely, I wouldn't have snatched such a fine courtyard.
Qin Lu sighed softly. Since Yu Xiu fell in battle, the Yu family had scattered like a tree falling, and its monkeys dispersing. Not only were their shops and territories completely carved up, but even their retainers had all departed. Consequently, the Yu family's descendants could no longer survive in the market. They liquidated their assets one after another, and along with many rogue cultivators, followed a merchant caravan to leave Wuji Market. Thus this mansion was left for Qin Lu to pick up as a bargain. However, though the mansion was fine, it was exorbitantly expensive. The monthly rent was as high as 100 spirit stones, as if it were blatantly robbing him. But ever since Zhang Ming and her son had left, Qin Lu would occasionally be overcome with grief at familiar sights, making him unwilling to stay in the old courtyard. Hence, he spared no expense on the spirit stones to move in. He was determined to start a new life. Entering the main northern hall, Qin Lu sat down on a meditation cushion in the room, assuming a cross-legged posture. After a month of arduous cultivation, he had successfully advanced to the 7th layer of qi refining, reaching the late qi refining stage. Upon his breakthrough, not only had his physical constitution improved significantly, but most notably his skin had undergone a tremendous transformation. It had become extraordinarily tough. Ordinary mortal blades could no longer cut through his skin, even a forceful slash would only leave a white mark or a faint scratch. With such defensive power against mortals, he was an invincible existence, achieving the true divide between immortals and commoners. During this month, Qin Lu had once again entered a state of fervent cultivation. He would meditate for an hour each session, performing it 6 times a day, without fail, spending half a day solely on meditation. With such relentless effort, he not only succeeded in breaking through, but also raised the proficiency of the Xianyang art to over 1,000. As for his skills, he had not neglected them either. Apart from meditation and sleep, he used the remaining time to improve his proficiency in spells and talisman crafting. The progress in talisman crafting proficiency was rapid. The protective barrier had successfully reached the proficient level and was not far from the master level. Counting carefully, during this month, he had crafted over 180 protective barrier talismans, earning a net profit of nearly 600 spirit stones. After deducting daily food expenses, the rent for the new courtyard, and the dozen or so spirit stones spent on purchasing 3 mortals, his current savings amounted to over 900 spirit stones. As for combat skills, he had also made significant progress. First was his swordsmanship. He had successfully practiced the Grey Shadow sword art to the master level. Paired with the same level gentle breeze technique, its lethality was astonishing. Qin Lu speculated that with his current strength, he could easily defeat a rogue cultivator at the 9th layer of Qi refining. If pitted against a well-equipped sect disciple, he would certainly not be at a disadvantage. As for minor spells, due to his focus on practicing swordsmanship and crafting talismans, he simply had little time to train them. Nevertheless, he had elevated Heavenly Eye technique and Spirit Shield technique to the master level. After upgrading Heavenly Eye technique, Qin Lu discovered that when he used it, he could clearly see the specific cultivation levels of everyone within his vicinity. This range extended over 100 meters. As long as someone came within it, their specific cultivation could not escape his gaze. Moreover, this technique could even detect spiritual roots. In effect, his eyes had become a spiritual root testing stone. With a simple glance, he could discern whether a person possessed a spiritual root. Although he could not identify the specific attribute or grade of the spiritual root, this was more than sufficient for Qin Lu. The various powerful spells at his disposal left him quite satisfied with his current strength. With a thought, he opened his attribute panel. Name: Qin Lu. Lifespan 36,127 years. Cultivation: Qi Refining Layer 7 1100. Cultivation Method: Xian Yang Art Master 125030000. Skills: Spells: Ignition Art Master 2253000. Flick Finger Art Master 156830000. Illumination Art Master 23,000. Severing Art Master 23,000. Gentle Breeze Technique Master 1373000. Spirit Shield Technique Master 43,000. Heavenly Eye Technique Master 43,000. Talisman Crafting Water Qi Shield Master 23,000. Cleansing Talisman Novice 48100. Protective Barrier Proficient 364600. Swift Step Talisman Novice 4100. Sword Art Grey Shadow Sword Art Master 1353000. Talent None. Gazing at the succession of Master labels, Qin Lu felt a surge of exhilaration, clenching his fists. I haven't wasted a single moment in these past 6 months. After staring at it for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Qin Lu finally closed the panel with satisfaction. Time to cultivate. Sitting cross-legged on the cushion, he moved a finger, and a transparent sphere of spiritual energy instantly enveloped his entire body. Spirit Shield Technique. After its upgrade, the spiritual energy shield no longer only stood in front of him, but now encased his whole body, greatly enhancing his safety. Deactivate. Activate. Deactivate. After using the Spirit Shield technique 50 times, Qin Lu finally seized this activity. At the 7th layer of Qi Refining, I can probably cast an intermediate level spell about 50 times before my spiritual energy is depleted. By that calculation, I should be able to cast a basic level spell about 60 times. Lost in thought for a moment, Qin Lu reined in his scattered musings, sat cross-legged, and began circulating his cultivation method. An hour later, Qin Lu opened his eyes, punctually concluding this meditation session. He opened his attribute panel to check his cultivation progress. Cultivation Qi Refining Layer 7 2100. Indeed, after advancing to the late Qi refining stage, the difficulty has skyrocketed. At this rate, I can only increase progress by 1 point per day. Advancing 1 layer would take at least over 3 months. Even consuming Qi gathering pills, it would take over 2 months. The pace has slowed down considerably. Oh, forget it. I shouldn't aim too high. This speed already surpasses that of many cultivators. Adjusting his mindset promptly, Qin Lu stood up and slowly stretched. He walked out of the room, lay down on a wooden lounge chair in the courtyard, and began to bask in the sun with his eyes closed in a half-slumber, his thoughts wandering. As he lay there, a faint murmur reached his ears. Qin Lu listened intently with his extraordinary hearing. After listening for a while, he shook his head slowly, with a smile on his lips. The sound turned out to be Chen Ming explaining the household rules to the 2 maids in his room. Qin Lu had made inquiries about Chen Ning at the labor market. It was said that he had previously served as an innkeeper in the mortal world. Always yearning for the grand path of immortality, upon encountering a passing immortal merchant caravan, he immediately knelt and begged to join their company. Finally, with Zheng Yan's consent, he came to Wuji market at the age of over 40. Hearing Chen Ning instructing the two young women on proper conduct, Qin Lu paid it no mind, and continued lying on the chair resting with his eyes closed. The time had come to the 3rd month of spring. The gentle breeze was pleasant, caressing the cheeks, bringing an infinite sense of comfort. Lying in the courtyard, Qin Lu soon felt drowsy. But before he could fall asleep, Chen Ning suddenly came to report.
Immortal Master, there is someone at the door asking for you.
Qin Lu opened his eyes, paused for a moment, and asked,
Who is it? He says his name is Chao Mo.